Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Motor racing is fast becoming one of the major spectator sports in the world. As a young boy, I used to go occasionally to Brooklands to watch Sir Malcolm Campbell, Seagrave, and the various other giants of the period. But in recent years, apart from glancing at newspaper reports of the major events, I cannot class myself as one of those highly informed about the sport. Nevertheless, when I received a call from the Kent County Constabulary informing me that Rick Lester was dead, apparently murdered, and asking for immediate assistance from the yard, I knew who they were talking about. Rick Lester was one of the brightest of that select galaxy of stars, the Grand Prix drivers. And since he had signed a contract with the Turnbull racing team, it appeared to be a combination with world champion written all over it. But let me tell you about it. I've called my story, The Grand Prix is Death. Taking Sergeant Jackson with me, I arranged for a car and left at once for the Grand Prix circuit at Brands Hatch. Well, Jackson, it strikes me that this might be a case where some specialized knowledge may be useful. What do you know about motor racing?
Oh, I'm not an expert, sir. But these last few years, since British cars and drives have been showing the foreigners the way around, I've certainly followed it rather more closely. Read one or two magazines which deal with it and that sort of thing.
I suppose they're all at Brands Hatch for the British Grand Prix, hmm?
Yeah, that's on Saturday. Just the official practice sessions they're holding today and tomorrow.
And Lester was one of the brighter boys, hmm? Still, it's a dangerous sport. If someone told me that he'd been killed in a smash, I wouldn't have been surprised. But murder?
Yes, sir. It does seem odd, doesn't it? Mind you, there are a lot of people who have been surprised if he had a smash. One of the safest drivers of the Formula One car. Had a wonderful record.
Oh, here we are. That must be the Turnbull pit over there, where the other police cars are parked. They look a bit out of place in these surroundings.
Inspector Carr?
Yes.
Oh, hello, sir. I'm Jones, Kent CID.
Glad to know you.
Glad you were able to get here so quickly. This is a wretched business. Someone like Lester, well, it's national news. Our chief constable thought the best thing would be to call him in at once.
Oh, tell me about it. Oh, and make it simple, Jones. It's not easy to concentrate with this din going on.
Oh, this is nothing, sir. Very few of the cars are out now. You should hear it when they're all out on the circuit. Well, it happened about 2:30. Lester had been out testing the car, and after some 20 laps, he came in, got out of the car, and picked up a drink from the pit counter, and that was that. Looks as though it was cyanide.
Cyanide?
That's what our doctor says. You can still smell it in the paper cup he used. The official report should be through any minute. We had the body taken down to the mortuary, sir. There was no reason to keep it here.
But cyanide? Wouldn't Lester have noticed it as he started to drink? Are you sure there isn't a chance of suicide?
Well, I suppose at the moment we must consider suicide as a vague possibility, but why, sir? Doesn't seem to be any reason.
Oh, have to check on that.
And as to the smell, it seems it was a habit of Lester's to get straight out of a car and grab his fruit juice. It had been waiting for him on the pit counter. I should think he could have swallowed quite a bit before he noticed anything was wrong. And, of course, by then it was too late. Anyway, Inspector, have a look at the setup and talk to Clive Turnbull. He can tell you more about it.
The Turnbull pit was a dejected place. Several mechanics were standing in a group, talking in loud voices. Lester's car remained just where it stopped it at the end of his practice run, and Clive Turnbull was slumped on a small canvas stool with his head in his hands. Leaving Jackson to take statements from the mechanics, I asked Turnbull if there wasn't somewhere a little more private where we could talk. He suggested the circuit manager's office.
You won't be disturbed in here, Inspector.
Mr. Turnbull, I'm a little out of my depth on the subject of motor racing. Perhaps you could fill in the background as to yourself, your cars, and exactly how Rick Lester fitted in.
Yes, of course. I used to be chief designer for the Thompson Group.
Mm-hmm.
Had a lot of ideas about design which were too way out for mass production. And a few years ago, an uncle died and left me a sizable fortune. So I took a chance to do what I'd always wanted to do, design for myself. Dived right in at the deep end and constructed my first Formula One car.
I see.
Oh, I was lucky. Some of the ideas really worked. Mind you, that first car was primitive compared to the ones we're racing at the moment.
And Rick Lester?
Well, there again I was lucky. At first, I had to take what I could get. Then, last year, I signed Oscar Nevin. Well, he's good, I'll admit that. Drives to win, but temperamentally, he was no good for what I wanted. And after what happened at Monza last year, I tore up his contract.
Monza?
Yes, the Italian Grand Prix. Let himself get caught up on the eve of the race party and turned up at the circuit quite incapable of driving. I had to withdraw the car and put out a cock and bull story about him being suddenly taken ill. I'd got to know Lester well, and we thought on the same lines about car development and racing. And this year, he refused to re-sign with Tomasini, although he was offered a better contract, and came to me.
And you worked well together, hmm?
Wonderfully. That's why we've been having such a successful season. You see, Inspector, a Formula One car is a very sophisticated lady. To get the best out of her, there's got to be a complete understanding between the people who dress her up and the person who actually takes her out.
And Lester supplied the link, and Nevin didn't, hmm?
Yes. That was something Oscar never understood. Didn't help him to like Rick any better, quite apart from blaming him for the Monza fiasco.
How was that?
Well, Rick took Nevin to the party. What if he did? Rick never intended that Oscar should make a night of it.
And what's happened to Nevin since?
I don't quite know how he lives. Oh, he gets the odd sports car drive now and then, but the true story of Monza was pretty well known in our little world, and he's never had another Formula One drive. Just seems to hang around on the fringe. Point of fact, he was in our pit for a few moments this afternoon.
You still speak to him?
Well, what's over, it's over. Though at the time I could cheerfully have killed him. And he's just his own worst enemy.
Getting back to today, do you think that there's any chance that it could have been suicide?
Oh, that's impossible. Oh, apart from getting the best out of his car, Rick hadn't a worry in the world.
You're probably right, but we had to check. There may have been something on his mind that even you didn't know about.
Well, if that was so, plenty of places on the circuit where he could have just kept his foot down and wiped himself out. That's the way Rick would have done it, doing the thing he loved. Oh, but today was quite normal. Stopped the car and went straight for his fruit juice.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Turnbull. Oh, there may be some more questions later on, but that's all for now. After Mr. Turnbull had left, I sat thinking over what he had told me. Suicide did seem unlikely, but if not, why murder? And who was responsible? Carr speaking.
Jones here, Inspector. I've just got the doctor's report. It was cyanide, and there are still traces in the cup he used.
I see. Did the doctor say anything else?
He hasn't had time to do a full check, sir, but there doesn't seem to have been anything organically wrong with Lester.
Thank you. What about the cup?
It's been checked for prints. Smudges, mainly, but we'll try to match them with people who are known to have handled it.
Good. Let me know if you find anything. Come in. Jackson. Any news?
Oh, nothing much, sir. Hundreds of people could have had the chance to doctor that drink. On a day like this, there are no end of unofficial people wandering about in the pits. Newspaper men trying to get information. People from other teams, the pit marshals walking along in front of the counter, and just ordinary spectators who really have no right to be there. But it is difficult to keep them out.
Yes. Well, it doesn't help as much, does it?
No, sir. The actual pit crew had been busy. Earlier on, Lester's car had a bit of trouble with the metering system on the fuel injection. And then, when they'd sorted that out, they were all watching or timing the car. It beat the lap record 8 times in the 20 laps.
And no one noticed anybody touching the cup?
No, sir.
Oh, there's not much to go on. I'll go through all the statements later, probably talk to the mechanics. Mr. Turnbull did give me something that might be a lead. See if you can find one of his ex-drivers, Oscar Nevin. He's here somewhere.
Nevin? They had a bust-up last season, didn't they?
Yes.
But it was Turnbull he fought with. Now, why should
I don't know, but it might be a lead.
Yeah. Right, sir. If he's here, I'll find him.
The more I heard about this case, the more difficult it seemed it was going to be. The method had been very clever. Obviously, there were dozens of people who had had the chance to drop the cyanide into the cup with very little chance of being spotted. The cyanide itself might help to simplify things. After all, it isn't the easiest poison to obtain. But I foresaw a vast amount of questioning and checking in front of us. It wasn't long, though, before I was able to start on the process. Jackson soon returned with Oscar Nevin. Sit down, please, Mr. Nevin. It's a very sad affair.
Very. But I don't see how I can help, Inspector.
Possibly not, but we're going to have to question everyone who was in the Turnbull pit this afternoon.
I was only there for a few moments. I never went near his grapefruit juice. I just looked in to see whether he'd sorted out their fuel problem.
You used to drive for Mr. Turnbull, I gather.
Yes. And with Rick dead, I probably will again. That car's fast, but you've got to have someone with real ability to handle it.
You aren't driving at the moment?
I haven't got a regular formula drive. There are a couple of teams nibbling, but we're still working out details of a contract. Mind you, there's plenty of sports cars stuff. That keeps me busy.
Mm-hmm. Does it pay well?
Well enough. And I pick up a little extra selling stuff to the papers. They always go for the inside stuff, you know. That's what I was doing this afternoon, nosing around to see if I could pick up a story.
Any luck?
A few bits and pieces. The boys are more likely to talk in front of me than the regular press.
I gather you weren't exactly friendly with Rick Lester.
I suppose someone has told you about the Monza incident. At the time, I shot my mouth off and blamed Rick. I suppose in a way I still do. I'd planned to go to bed early that night. You need all your wits about you on a pig of a circuit like Monza. And it was Rigg's suggestion that we went to this party. But looking back on it, it certainly wasn't his fault that I had too much to drink.
So you made it up?
Never really talked about it, Inspector. You asked me if we were friendly. I don't think I've ever been friendly with another driver. It doesn't pay, you know. Sooner or later, there comes a time when you have to carve them up out on the track, and you can't do that if you feel sentimental about them.
In your opinion, was Rick Lester a good driver?
Oh, yes, one of the best. But only one of the best. He'd win if everything went right for him. But the real top boy is the one who will battle through to win against the odds. I think he made driving too much of a thing of sticking to a set plan.
Like this thing of always having to have a drink the moment he got out of the car?
Yes, that too, I suppose. No, that was more like a signature tune. I suppose we all have something like that. I always stick a couple of cigarettes in the pocket of my overalls. No matches, of course. But if I'm stuck somewhere out on the circuit, there's always someone who'll give me a light.
Yes, I see. So you think you might drive again for Turnbull?
I might. Obviously, he hasn't asked me yet. But he's got to find someone. And formula drivers don't grow on trees.
Well, thank you, Mr. Nevin. Sergeant Jackson will take your address in case there's something else we need to ask you about. Despite his assurance and rather obvious good looks, which I'm sure made him a success with women, there was a slight desperateness about Oscar Nevin, which made me wonder whether things weren't going quite as well as he made out. The local police said they would provide an office for me. But before leaving, I went to have a last look with Jackson at the now deserted pit.
What exactly are we looking for, sir?
Oh, let's go through this rubbish by the pit counter. See if there's anything that looks out of place.
Wouldn't it be better for the local boys to sweep the whole lot up and sort it down at the station? The light's not going to last here much longer.
That's a good idea, Jackson. Well, you get that organized while I go through my notes. See you at the station. The office, which the Kent County Constabulary had provided me with, was quite adequate, and in any event, I hoped that my investigations in the Brands Hatch area were not going to take too long. I'd hardly settled in when Sergeant Jackson arrived.
A bit cramped, sir.
Why, it's not quite like the yard, but it'll do.
We've got all the rubbish from the Turnbull pit area. What are you hoping to find, sir?
I'd be more than interested in any glass.
I'll tell them.
And just because we're away, there's no need for them to go to sleep at the yard. There's something which will keep them all busy.
Scotland Yard operations.
Carr speaking.
Oh, hello, sir. How's the motor racing?
Noisy. I want an all-stations inquiry. Check on all chemists for any unusual sale of cyanide over the last 4 weeks.
Righto, sir.
While they're about it, they might as well list all sales of the stuff, whether regular or not, for the period.
Righto, got it, sir.
That'll keep them on the hop.
Yes. I don't expect much from it, but has to be done.
Oh, you never know, sir. I'll go and type out the statements.
As in so many investigations of a murder or any other crime, hours are spent sitting at a desk reading and rereading reports and statements, endeavoring to see whether some point has been missed, which will provide the vital lead to set us off in the right direction. The following morning, I was doing just this when the phone rang. Carr speaking.
Jones, yes, sir. Could you come across to the lab? I think we've found what you're looking for.
I'll be right over.
We had no luck last night, sir. Nothing in the stuff we brought back from the circuit seemed the least bit out of the ordinary. So at first light this morning, we went back with a suction machine, one of those glorified vacuum cleaners, and lifted the top layer of dirt.
What'd you find?
Just come over here, sir, and look through this microscope. Here we are, sir.
Ah, that's more like it. Thin slivers of glass. What do you make of that curve in the one on the left?
Well, sir, I thought it might be part of the end of a small capsule.
That's exactly what I think. Have any of these bits been tested?
Well, our chemist is working on them now, sir, but the fragments are very small, you know.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh, that's all right, Bell. This is Inspector Carr.
Oh, good morning, sir.
Morning, Bell. Any luck?
It's very difficult with such small fragments, sir. Especially when they must have had at least 18 hours exposure.
Yes, indeed.
But I think there is ample proof that they have been in contact with cyanide.
Some of the pieces were at last beginning to fall into place. I now knew the probable means whereby the cyanide was introduced into the drink, but I was still as far away as ever from knowing who did it. There seemed to be nothing more I could get from the statements taken the day before, so I decided to go over the story again with the people concerned, starting with Clyde Turnbull. Sorry to have to go over all this again, Mr. Turnbull, but sometimes the memory plays strange tricks. I thought perhaps something new might have come to your mind.
Nothing. I've gone over the period again and again in my mind. Naturally, I've pulled the team out of the race.
They haven't fixed a replacement driver?
No, it's not going to be that easy.
When I was talking to Oscar Nevin, he hinted you might recall him.
That's what he probably hopes. As I explained, quite apart from what happened in the past, he's not the right driver for my cars.
Could he be vindictive? Have you ever heard him utter threats?
Against Rick?
Yes.
Oh, no, never. Oh, besides, that's ridiculous. If he wanted to put his knife into anyone, surely it'd have been me. I sacked him.
It's just an idea. Tell me, this drink of Lester's, I gather it was a regular habit. Everyone knew about it,
Yes, I suppose they did. It wasn't really a gimmick, as some people try to make out. Although Rick was beautifully built for a driver, he sweated a great deal in the car and always came in with a thirst. He was just replacing the fluid he lost.
I see from my notes that it was actually Archie Mather who poured it. I think I'd better have a word with him.
Now, look here, Inspector. You've got to get the dirty swine who killed Rick. He was the greatest lad that ever got into a car. Now, you can keep your Fangios and Sterling Moses. Rick could have knocked them all into a cocked hat.
Well, I'm sure you're right, Mr. Mather, and I promise you I intend to find the culprit.
You do that, and I'll help you string him up myself.
Yes, but at the moment, perhaps you could help me find him. Just calm down and go over the facts once again.
All right.
You've worked for Mr. Turnbull for some years.
I started with him when he set up on his own.
As a mechanic?
That's right, but now I specialize on suspensions. Of course, we can all do any job on the cars, but my special department is on the suspension.
Very important department, I gather.
Why, it is. Mind you, we had that car handling so well, it was like a train running on rails.
See. So there was nothing to upset him yesterday?
No, mechanically, as far as my side of it went. Mind you, it had been a pig of a day in other ways. We were late at the circuit for a start. The transporter had a puncture.
transporter?
It's the big truck that takes the cars. It's fitted out like a workshop inside. It means we can do almost any repairs on the spot. Then, of course, there was the fuel injection trouble.
You were the one who actually poured out the drink for Lester.
Aye, I was. And there would have been a fair all row about that if he wasn't dead.
Row? Why, what was the matter?
It wasn't orange. Rick always wanted pure orange juice. And for some unknown reason, the shop where he always picked it up was out of it. Oh, we were late and there was no time to go anywhere else, so I just had to take the grapefruit. Not that he didn't like that, mind you, but it was always the orange juice he wanted when he got out the car.
I see. I suppose you get to know the drivers well.
You get to know their habits. But with Rick, since he joined Turnbull's, it's been just like a happy family.
So if he had any worries or troubles, you would have heard about them. What about women? He wasn't married, I gather.
I don't think he had a worry in the world. And he didn't care about girls, at least not seriously. He always said that cars were temperamental enough for him. Aye, cars were his only love.
Yes, that's the impression I gathered from Mr. Turnbull. Well, thank you, Mr. Mather. Talking to the people most concerned with Rick Lester seemed to have done little except to fill in some detail to the background of this case. And I was wondering what my next step should be when suddenly I remembered something and knew I had the answer.
Strange.
Is Sergeant Jackson there?
Yes, sir. I'll put him on. Yes, sir?
Jackson, take every man Jones can spare and find Oscar Nevin.
Here, man, sir.
Pretty sure. Be gentle with him, though. I don't want him in being frightened and doing something silly. Tell him there are a couple of points I want to clear up.
Right, sir.
Come in.
Mr. Nevin, sir.
Oh, come in, Mr. Nevin.
Now, look here, Inspector. I really can't see why you've got to drag me down here. I've told you all I know, and I've got a job to do.
Yes, that's just the point, Mr. Nevin. I don't think you have told me everything. For a start, where did you get the cyanide?
Cyanide? I don't know what you're talking about. Are you seriously suggesting I had something to do with Lester's death?
Yes.
But this is nonsense. You can't have any proof.
I think I have. Oscar Nevin, I'm charging you with the suspicion of murdering Rick Lester, and I must warn you that anything you say may be taken down. Yes, I was sure I had the proof. Did you notice the slip of the tongue which made me so sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back in a few minutes to tell you. Well, did you spot the clue that led me inevitably to the murderer of Rick Lester? It was during my first interview with Nevin.
I don't see how I can help you, Inspector.
Possibly not, but we're going to have to question everyone who was in Turnbull's pit this afternoon.
Well, I was only there for a few moments, and I never went near his grapefruit juice.
Well, there you are. Unless he had been very near to that cup of fruit juice, how did he know it was grapefruit? Remember, Archie Mather had told me that Rick Lester always insisted on pure orange juice. Later, Nevin made a full confession. He had obtained the cyanide in Germany some time before, where it was being sold as a souvenir of the type of poison some of the war criminals used on being arrested. He was in serious financial trouble and thought that if he could eliminate Lester, he would go back to Turnbull and once again be on the road to success. The moral of the story? Well, ever since Eve, there's always been a risk of poison in the fruit. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblet Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
was a soapy darfel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I've just returned from a hurried trip to London, where I sat in on a full day's hearing of what has become known as the Cray brothers' murder trial. As this trial has not yet reached its conclusion, to comment on it would be wrong. Nevertheless, the proceedings were quite remarkable as a demonstration, if such were needed, of the extraordinary arcane atmosphere of the underworld, with its own laws, codes, and even language. Time and time again, the judge had to stop counsel and witness in order to have interpreted some of the words used. Why all this? Well, there have been times when, for the purposes of reality, I have got characters to talk about grassing instead of informing, and a spieler instead of a gambling den. I've come back convinced that were I not to put such underworld slang into the script, it would give a false picture of the scene. The Cray brothers' trial reminded me quite vividly of another case. The murder and the circumstances were vastly different, yet the principal characters involved were identical. All of them lived and had their social life within 1 square mile of that area in the East End of London known as Stepney. I've called my story The Gates to Death. Wolf Larkin was mowed down by a submachine gun within minutes of emerging from Pentonville prison after serving a 10-year sentence for robbery with violence. Naturally enough, the murder squad of Scotland Yard received the news within seconds of the murder. I was summoned to the governor's office.
Come in. Carr, come on in.
Oh, there, sir. Long time no see.
Inspector Carr. Hey, what is this? A frame-up? Don't you give me no third-degree stuff. You can't keep me in here without a warrant.
I've explained to you 1,000 times, Mr. Russell, we're not keeping you, as you put it. We've asked you to await the arrival of Inspector Carr so that you may be able to assist him in his inquiries.
Yeah, I've heard that phrase before, too. Oh, look, Governor. Wolf was knocked off right in front of the gates. There are 2 screws who'll bear witness to it. All right, so I came to meet him, but that doesn't make me a killer, does it? Oh, you'll understand, Inspector Carr. Whoever did for Wolf will do for me if the buzz is that I'm helping the cops.
Look, I'm afraid you've no choice, Russell. You are witness to a killing, and as such, you have to make a statement.
You can't keep me here. I know my rights.
Of course we can't keep you here. Now, don't be a fool. You know the form. If you refuse to make a statement, I can't force you. But there is such a thing as hindering the police in the course of their duties. I'd have you inside so...
All right. I don't know much.
We'll be the judges to the extent of your knowledge. Now, you came to meet your friend, Wolf Larkin.
That's right. Well, I promised him I would. You know, his missus died while he was in jail. I know what it's like hearing those big gates clanging behind you. You're out in the world all alone, just holding on to your quid note and your attache case, wondering what to do and where to go. I didn't want that for Wolf, see? We'd been friends since we were nippers.
Did you correspond with him all the time he was in jail?
Yes. Mind you, he didn't write much. Well, after all, the regulations...
We know all about the regulations, Russell. What happened? Oh, is that your car parked on the other side of the road?
Yes.
What time is Larkin released, Governor?
What's the time now? Less than 20 minutes ago. That makes it almost precisely 9 o'clock. We were going to release him this evening after he'd seen the chaplain. He kicked up such a fuss saying that his friend could only be at the gates this morning at 9 o'clock, so we let him go.
I see. Thank you. And you are the friend, Fred, are you?
Yes. I saw him last Wednesday. Told him I'd got a steady job at the Stepney Green dog track. But he said he thought he'd be able to fix it with the governor to leave earlier.
I see. Now, what happened this morning?
Well, I got here at about 5 to 9. I parked the car.
Blimey, Slim Fred. Come to have a look round one of your old means of habitation.
I don't have to take any old lip from you or any other screw. I'm outside now, so you can go and jump in a lake for a start. But if you must know, I've come to meet Wolf Larkin.
Ah, the wolf, eh? I'd be glad to get rid of him, I can tell you. Oh, here he is now. Well, be seeing you, Larkin.
Not on your sleep, loft, you won't. Hello, Fred.
Wolf.
How are you?
Goodbye, Mr. Larkin. I trust you found our beds comfortable.
You go and get...
Yeah, okay, let's Scarborough. The car's just over there.
Thanks, Fred. You don't know how much I appreciate this.
Right, get in, Wolf.
Wolf! Wolf! Here. Let's get him back inside, quick.
We got him back in stir. The doc told me he was dead. He was the only real pal I ever had in my life. The rotten, dirty, stinking swines, whoever they are.
You used the phrase, whoever they are. Oh, come off it, Fred. You know Stepney inside out. Who bumped him off and why?
I don't know. Why should anyone bump him off? He'd served 7 of his 10-year sentence, didn't he? I'll tell you this. I'll get the swines who did it, even if I have to...
No, Russell, you won't. We will. But we need your help. Now, you say you're going straight. You're working at the docks, hmm?
I haven't done anything schlenter for the last 3 years.
All right, Russell. There's no need to keep the governor waiting any longer. If we can have an office, sir, we'll take down Russell's statement, get him to sign it. Russell duly made his statement. It was signed and witnessed. Naturally, we put a tail on him from the moment he left. I stayed behind to have a word with the governor of the prison. This isn't going to be easy, sir. Larkin could have been bumped off for a variety of reasons. These thugs have long memories when it comes to revenge. He may have double-crossed one of his accomplices when it came to sharing out the loot. Taken a fellow gangster's Sheila from him. Oh, could be a multitude of motives.
I've got his release papers in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he got 10 years for robbing the Whitechapel branch of the Imperial Bank. A security guard was disabled for life.
Oh, yes, I remember the case well. Yes, we put up roadblocks all round the area within a matter of minutes. We don't know who actually shot the guard. We couldn't prove that it was Larkin. All the others got away. Lucky for us, Larkin dived into a side street and jumped right into the arms of 2 of our men.
And what about the loot?
As far as I remember, every farthing was recovered intact in the gangster's car. The driver saw the roadblock at the top of Cable Street, stopped the car and ran. Ironically, each of the 4 of them thought the other had the swag.
And they've never been found?
No. We tried hard to make Wolf grass, but he wouldn't.
Look at this. It's from X branch, there.
Okay. Please inform us immediately Wolf Larkin is due for release. Well, there's your motive. It's a 20-to-1 chance that Larkin was bumped off because his accomplices were afraid that he might lead us to them.
By the way, that warder was a special. He was from X branch. I suppose they wanted to see who was meeting him or who wasn't.
Oh, well, it's nothing for it but the usual foot slog. I suppose the X-branch man had a good look at the car that carried the killers. Not that it'll do much good. Oh, is he here, sir?
Yes, he's in the outer office waiting to see if you need him. I'll get him in.
Yes, sir.
No, send him in.
Right, sir.
I'm not relishing this, you know. means going through hundreds of files that are over 7 years old. The underworld's changed a great deal since then.
Come in.
Oh, Sergeant Mitchell. I'd heard you'd gone to X-Branch.
3 years now, sir.
Good. Oh, what have you got for me?
There were two in the car. Nylon stockings over the heads. They were driving a black two-door Smithson coupe, number GHX 153. Not that it'll do us much good, sir. I got through to headquarters. They found the car already. Less than a quarter of a mile from here.
It's the usual story. Stolen car, fake number plates. Oh, well, I'd better get back to the yard. Carr speaking.
Operations here, sir. Report has just come through that Fred Russell has been traced to 13 Paradise Walk, Stepney. He has a wife and 2 children. He's been in the clear for the last 3 years, as he says. Last conviction was...
Yes, you can skip all that, Ops. I've got his record from CRO. What I'm waiting for is news of Larkin's buddies when he was trying to pull that bank job. What pubs did he use? That sort of thing. According to X-Branch, he wasn't a member of any known gangs at the time he was pulled in.
Forgive me, sir, but if they failed to find his associates at the time of his trial, I don't see how we can succeed
What do you
now.
expect us to do? Throw the dossier away? Mark the case of the murder of Wolf Larkin as unsolved?
No, sir, of course not.
All right, then get on to X-Branch and tell him to get cracking. They've been working on the bank robbery case until the moment he stepped out of jail. They've probably got something useful.
Very good, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry if I lost my temper, Ops, but look, I don't quite know where to start until we've got some sort of lead. At the moment, there's just Fred Russell. I'd better hold on to that straw until something fresh turns up. I doubt whether in the whole of London there was a thoroughfare so evil-smelling and sordid as Paradise Walk, Stepney. As the police car pulled up outside number 13, it was immediately surrounded by mud-bespattered, grimy kids whose grinning faces and happy, laughing eyes demonstrated that our sociologists are not always right in pointing to the influence of one's environment. All right, driver, wait here. I don't think this is going to take very long.
Right, sir.
I'm coming. Not today.
Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. Now come in.
Look, it wasn't my husband's
Please,
fault.
Mrs. Russell.
Oh, all right. I suppose I've got no alternative.
Count.
Might have told me you were coming. Place in a terrible mess. I tried to keep it the best I can.
Don't worry about that, Mrs. Russell. We would have given you advance notice, but you're not on the telephone.
Telephone? Where do you think we get money for telephones? In here. At least the parlour looks a bit decent.
The parlour, as Mrs. Russell called it, was scrupulously clean. Yet its very cleanliness seemed to highlight its poverty. A worn, threadbare woolen rug, an armchair that had seen better days, a battered old sofa constituted its entire furniture. If Mrs. Russell's husband was still an active member of the underworld, he couldn't be doing it for any financial reward.
I see you're looking at the furniture. We got this when we were married 15 years ago. Of course, these tally men come round trying to get you to buy stuff on the never-never, but not me. What with 2 kids and a husband who earns the princely sum of 10 quid a week. Takes me all my time to stay decently fed and clothed.
You didn't seem surprised to see me, Mrs. Russell. Were you expecting the police?
Well, of course I was. You don't think Fred would keep it from me, do you? And let me tell you, Mr. Police Inspector, I'm glad he's dead. Wolf Larkin had it coming to him, the swine.
Forse Sophie dopo. How you hear the children yowl when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, especially when you serve them food cooked with maypole margarine. For tonight's maypole menu, I have chosen as a starter soup done in true Russian style, borscht, and a bowl of crisp, crunchy Niblets cheese twists. To follow, haricot mutton served with new potatoes and green beans. Round off this delicious meal with apple charlotte, a sweet that can be served hot or cold, and a cup of strong, fragrant coffee. If you'd like a free copy of this mouth-watering Maypole menu, just write to Maypole Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with Maypole margarine.
At last I was confronted with someone who wanted Wolf Larkin out of the way. But why, when her husband protested such deep affection for the murdered man? Why are you glad he's been killed, Mrs. Russell?
For what he did to my husband. When we got married, Fred had a steady job working for the Stepney Wholesalers Limited. Well, it wasn't much, but we managed. And what's more, we were honest.
Go on.
When it all started, he'd bring home a new radio set, buy himself new suits, presents for me. I kept asking where the money came from.
Well, how'd you like it? Fits me like a glove, don't you think?
How much did that sports jacket cost you, Fred? Where are you getting all this money from?
Like I told you, Wolf is in with the boys at the greyhound track. I've been winning it on the dogs.
All I hear about is Wolf Larkin. Do you know how many times he's been in jail? Do you know his missus does nothing but get drunk because she never knows when he's going inside again? Fred, look at me, Fred. Timothy will be born in a couple of months, our first kid. He's going to have a decent, honest father, ain't he, Fred? You're not doing anything...
I've already told you. Now stop worrying and give us a kiss.
That same afternoon, the cops came for him. Not for Mr. Iron Mighty Wolf Larkin. Oh, no, he had an alibi. Timothy was born while Fred was serving his sentence. And who was his great buddy when he came out of jail?
Wolf Larkin.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this. I was the most thankful woman in the whole of England when they caught him on that bank job. Luckily, my Fred was inside at the time. Oh, he wasn't big time. He hasn't got the brains, otherwise he might have been on that job too. Inspector, you got to believe me. Fred hasn't done a dishonest thing since he came out over 3 years ago. Poor as we are, I haven't been so happy since our first few months of married life. He loves working at the dogs, even if it is a hand-to-mouth way of living.
So he doesn't possess a car?
Motor car? You must be joking, Inspector. Oh, I know what you mean. He told me he was borrowing his boss's car to pick Wolf up.
Yes, that's right, Inspector. I loaned Russell one of the firm's cars. He told me his wife was sick in hospital. He had to go and meet her. He's a steady, hard-working man. I let him borrow the car.
Was it a grey four-seater, number GHL8875?
Yes. Why do you ask?
Routine question.
Now, look, Inspector, there's nothing wrong, is there? Oh, I know all about his prison record. The fact is, it was the Prisoners' Aid Society who asked me to give him the job. We've got enough wide boys hanging around the track without me employing one.
Well, you don't have to worry about your track. A friend of his was murdered. Naturally enough, we question everyone he was connected with. Good day to you.
Good day.
Carr?
Number 16 has just come through, sir.
Yes?
Russell spent a couple of hours at the Commercial Arms talking to someone named Henry Levine and Patrick Swinton. He then went straight home.
I see. Is the man still there?
Yes, sir. He's being tailed day and night.
What about Levine and Swinton?
Levine keeps a greengrocer shop at 24 Commercial Road. He has a good record in the matter.
Mm-hmm. Swinton?
No known record, not known to the police, new to the district. Works for the Gaslight and Coke Company, comes from Huddersfield.
We're getting nowhere fast. Well, they'll have to keep at it. The killers must have warned Russell not to contact them in any way. But why? Why did he become a party to a murder? All right, Ops, don't bother to answer. I'm only blowing off steam. I think I'll have another word with Mrs. Russell. Mrs. Russell, I'm sorry to pester you like this. I'm going to be absolutely frank with you.
The entire machinery of the law has failed to reveal one single clue as to the identity of the killers. Now, we're having your husband watched at this moment.
Oh, no. Now, Fred didn't do it. You know he didn't.
Of course he didn't, but he is involved. Wittingly or unwittingly, he provided the killers with an opportunity to murder. My guess is unwittingly. Now, if you'll excuse me...
You can't do this to my husband. All he's ever been was a stinking petty tea leaf, and where's he got him?
I know your husband was a petty thief, but he had a loyalty to Wolf. If I can break down that stupid, never-talk-to-a-cop attitude of Stepney, I'll save your husband from going to the gallows, but you've got to help me.
Well, what's that? What's that in that bag?
Oh, it's just a way we keep contact with our men. I told one of them to try to reach me here at 9 o'clock. What's that now? I was coming through.
Hello, Citadel. Hello, Citadel. 3-6 calling. 3-6 calling.
Right, 3-6. I'm on net. Over.
Rabbit has just left the track. I'm tailing him. Walking in a northwesterly direction. Indicates making for Paradise Walk.
Good. That's all I wanted to know. Over and out.
Inspector, you're treating my husband as though... Well, as though he...
As though what, Mrs. Russell? I tell you, I think he's innocent. One of our best men is shadowing him now. Wherever he goes tonight, he'll be followed. If he comes here, well and good. If not, we'll still have him in our sights. Now listen to me. Your husband knows that he helped to get his friend killed. But without your help, he won't grass. And do you know what that makes him, if he won't give us the information? An accessory to the act of murder.
Oh, no,
yes,
no.
Mrs. Russell, yes. A police officer has to learn to stifle his own emotions whilst investigating. Yet it was difficult not to feel a deep sense of compassion for this Stepney-born and bred woman who fought so long and so hard so that her family might be respectable citizens. Much depended on her reactions as her husband walked in. I could only hope that she would react in the way I wanted.
For the last time, please, the kids will wake up if there's any...
Mary? Mary? What are you doing in the parlour? Inspector, what are you doing here? Why didn't you leave us alone? It's 9:30 at night. The kids are asleep.
You left the dogs early?
I wasn't feeling well. The boss let me off.
Oh, Fred.
Look, copper, my mate is dead. I swear it on my kids' lives, Mary's life, that I put my head on the block to see him walking through that front door. Now, why don't you leave us alone?
That's an interesting statement you made just now, Fred Russell. Why didn't you say, my mate's dead, I had nothing to do with it?
What do you mean?
Because you did have something to do with it, didn't you?
That's a lie. I'm no murderer.
Don't shout, Fred, you'll wake the kids.
Then what's he on at me for?
Because you know who killed him.
Me? You're crazy.
Oh, no, I'm not. You told the killers you were going to meet Wolf Larkin. You told them the day and the time. Who are they, Fred? They won't be able to hurt you. Your name won't even come into it, provided I've proved to my satisfaction that you...
Don't go on, Copland. I'm Stepney born and bred. I've never grasped on anyone in my life.
Give me your hand, Fred.
What's come over you?
Please, Fred.
Got to humour you, I suppose.
Now, the other one. Now, look at me, Fred. Did you mean for Wolf Larkin to get bumped off?
Are you crazy?
Then tell them, Fred. Tell them. Oh, you fool. They killed your best friend, much as I hated him. Don't you know what'll happen? What you'll become if you don't grasp a murderer. They'll catch them. They'll catch them without you. And when they'll catch them, you'll be in the dock with them.
Because you'll be guilty of being an accessory.
I'm not grassing.
Oh, listen to Lord High and Mighty. I'm not grassing. Go upstairs and have a look at your kids. Boy Scout Crook doesn't grass. So as his children can grow up having a murderer for a father.
I didn't do it.
I'm sorry, Inspector. I thought I'd won the battle with Fred Russell. For 3 years I thought he loved me and the kids more than he loved his stinking crooks. I've lost.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the kids as far away from Stepney as I can. They're old enough to read. I don't want them to see the newspapers.
All right, stop it, Mary, stop it. All right, Copper. Oh, grass. I was in the Royal Albert when Peter walked in.
Peter?
Danny the Peter.
Oh, Peter. Safes. Danny the safe cracker. Yes, I remember. Danny Parsons. Go on, Fred.
Well, he came up to me with Tony Davis.
Hello, Freddie boy. When's Wolf coming out?
Why do you want to know?
One of the boys inside tells us he's been given extra remission.
Yeah, that's right. Matter of fact, I'm going to pick him up tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock.
Thanks, Fred. You may not know it, but you've probably saved yourself from a hanging.
Yes, I've got his record here. Prisoner 752864, Bernard Phelan. 2 years robbery. Released March the 14th this year. You can find him at the Pentonville Steelworks.
Thanks.
Sure, I told Tony that the wolf was grassing. I don't know on what. All I know is no man gets 3 years remission unless he's in with the cops.
And that was the motive. Tony Davis and Daniel Parsons were involved with Wolf Larkin in the bank robbery that earned for Larkin a 10-year sentence. Rumour went around Pentonville Prison that the Wolf was being released because he was acting as an informer. Ironically, that wasn't true. According to the governor of the prison, the Home Office had issued a directive that all remissions should be reviewed, and where a prisoner had a favourable report, should be released earlier. Part of the penal reform being instituted in Britain at the time. Tony and Danny thought otherwise. They knew that no one could touch them if Wolf Larkin, the prosecution's chief and only witness, was put out of the way. But what made me convinced from the very start that Fred Russell was implicated? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
How can anyone make a peanut butter that's really different from any other peanut butter? It's not easy. But Yum Yum is a new kind of peanut butter. A peanut butter that's so smooth, it spreads easily. So creamy, it almost melts in your mouth. In fact, new Yum Yum is so different, we don't even call it peanut butter. We call it Yum Yum Super Creamy Spread. Yum Yum, the super creamy spread with a true peanut taste. Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness, from the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, say Epic.
Well, listeners, did you notice the clue? It was this. If you remember, the governor said...
We were going to release him this evening after he had seen the chaplain. He kicked up such a fuss, saying that his friend could only be at the gates this morning at 9 o'clock, so we let him go.
You see it now. Only one person outside the prison authorities could have known that Wolf Larkin would have been at that spot at precisely that time. Once we had ex-convict Bernard Phelan's statement, together with Fred Russell's testimony, the case was as good as proven. Both were hanged since the non-hanging bill had not yet then been introduced. Oh, the moral of the story, if you must go walking down Stepney, take my advice, keep off the grass. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblet Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr.
Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook.
And the automatic choice of South Africa for the best and brightest in listening pleasure is Springbok Radio. That's right. I name it.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
It's a source of great sadness to me that Scotland Yard should find itself beset with the terrifying problem of protecting innocent men, women and children from the ruthless fanaticism of those who seek to impose their will or political philosophy by means of the bomb or the assassin's bullet. As a senior member of Scotland Yard put it to me on my recent visit, what with the Crays, the Richardsons and the Elephant and Castle mobs under lock and key, organised violence was well under control, and this had to happen. It is a fact that until the bombs began to explode, one right outside the Old Bailey, there had not been one incident in the whole of the Greater London area involving gang murder for some time. And the Commissioner of Police was justified in his statement to the press and on the radio, in which he declared that all the gangs had been broken up. Now they're faced with possibilities of bombs, arson and bullets that make the fight against armed gangsters seem like child's play by comparison. There was a time, not many years ago, when it seemed for a while that London had taken over the mantle of Chicago in its worst heyday. Consequently, when a small-time hoodlum named Larry Davis was found on Stepney Green with a bullet in his head, we were notified at once. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Death on the Double. As soon as I was instructed by the Assistant Commissioner to take charge of the investigation, when the Stepney Green police came through with the information that Larry Davis was dead, I dropped everything and rushed to the scene of the crime. All right, driver, get back to the yard. I'll arrange transport with the local boys. This may take some time.
Very good, sir.
Detective Sergeant Gates.
That's right, Chief Inspector. We put a screen around the body. Dr. Harker, our local police surgeon, has just left. Says he's at your service whenever you need him.
Right. More important still, how long's he been dead?
Less than an hour, sir. It's just the sheerest bit of luck that we came across the body so soon.
Oh, what happened?
A young couple walking across the green looking for somewhere they could have a bit of a cuddle saw what they thought was a mound of leaves. They were leaves, all right. They were covering this chap. A young fellow ran to the police box over there. I was on duty. The rest you know, sir. I used the same box to notify the yard.
Oh, well, let's have a look at him. Even in death, Larry Davis retained the expression of coarse brutality I'd seen when I paid a visit to the files of the Criminal Records Office just prior to leaving the yard. Oh, so that's Larry Davis, huh? Do you know him, Sergeant?
No, sir. He didn't belong to this manor.
Well, how'd you manage to identify him so quickly?
Oh, was his driving licence, a membership card for the Notting Hill Sporting Club, there's even a betting slip with his name on it. You know, it's quite extraordinary, that, sir, don't you think?
Yes, I do. It's almost as though they wanted us to identify him quickly. Now, what else was in his pockets?
I made a list, sir. It's all in that bag. £7 in £1 notes, a bunch of keys, and a ticket to the Beckett-Simmons fight.
Beckett-Simmons fight? Oh, that was tonight.
That's right, sir. It's now nearly midnight. Dr. Harker thinks he was shot about 11. The last fight was over at 2:45.
It's interesting. Very interesting. You say you've never seen him before?
No, sir, I haven't. Mobster, is he? Certainly wasn't killed for his cash.
Yes, Sergeant Gates, and that's why I'm here. We're working on the assumption it is a gang assassination. I understand he was shot with a .38.
Yes, sir, that's what Dr. Harker thinks. Look, sir, all the powder marks around the wound.
Yes. Somebody pressed the barrel to his temple and then pulled the trigger. What we've got to ask ourselves is how and why. Let's have a look at his wrists. No sign of his wrists being tied together.
No. He could have been bumped off somewhere else and just dumped here. As you can see, sir, the nearest lamp is 200 or 300 yards away.
I doubt it. It's too close.
Too close, sir?
Yes. If you say he got used tickets to the fight at the Stepney Hall, and if his killer or killers spoke to him there, why dump him here? Why not drive him as far away as possible?
Yes, I see that, sir.
Well, there's no point in calling on the young couple who found him this time of night. But be a good chap. Take statements from them tomorrow morning. You've got the address, have you?
Yes, got it down here, sir. Chap's name is John Forrest, 36 Commercial Road. The girl's Gladys Allams, 28 Queed Street. They both live here in Stepney.
Know anything about them?
Oh, well, yes, sir. I've seen them around. Steady jobs, respectable parents.
Fair enough. Thanks, Sergeant. My compliments to Dr. Harker. I'd be grateful if you'd remove the bullet as soon as possible so that ballistics can take a look at it. Probably a stolen gun, but you never know.
Right, sir.
Well, I'm going back to the yard. By now, X-Branch will have found out who he was with tonight. On second thoughts, I'll call on that address, the one he's put in his driving license. Come on there, open up.
Well, don't tell me you've forgotten your blooming key. I thought you... Blimey. What are you doing here, Governor?
If you remove your face from the window and come downstairs and open this door, I'll tell you. The face belonged to William Rowe, known to me in the days when I was still on the beat as the Basher. The Basher had a list of convictions ranging from petty larceny to assault and battery. It was I who secured a conviction that sent him up for 5 years.
Yeah, well, listen here, Governor. I don't know what you're here for, but it's getting on for 1 o'clock in the morning.
Remember me, Basher?
Yeah, of course I do. You were the sergeant who got me sent up. Well, no hard feelings. You've come on a bit since then, haven't you? I've been reading about you, Governor. Chief Inspector, no less.
Why aren't you going to ask me in?
Well, if I don't, you'll only produce a warrant. Yeah, come in. The place is an awful mess, as you can see. I'm in my night togs.
Charming. Oh, where did you see Larry Davis last?
Yeah, what's happened? What do you want him for? He swore he wouldn't put anything while he was living here.
Bill? What's going on down there?
It's all right, Sadie. You go back to bed. It's me, Mrs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know there was anyone else in the house.
People calling in the middle of the night. Even if you are a cop, we got a right to our privacy, ain't we? Oh, Bill cut out your picture from the magazine.
Oh, I'm honoured. Well, why don't you go back to bed, Mrs. Rowe?
If you've got anything to say to my husband, just say it in front of me.
As you wish. For how long have you been having Larry Davis as a lodger?
Well, I can tell you that. Ever since he came out of Pentonville 6 weeks ago. Why shouldn't we have him as a lodger? He's my cousin, isn't he?
You told me Larry won't get in no trouble.
Who said he's in trouble?
What do you think Chief Inspector Carr's doing here? Waiting for a bus?
Mrs. Rowe, you say that Larry Davis is your cousin.
Yeah, that's right. Why? There ain't nothing wrong, is there? Tell me he was going to the fight. What's the matter?
I'm afraid your cousin's been murdered, Mrs. Rowe.
What? Murdered? You say Larry's been murdered? Who'd want to murder him? He wasn't that big time. He was only
Shut your mouth, Bill Rowe. Poor old Larry. He never did have any luck. His missus ran off with that guy who used to keep the gaming joint in Elm Street. Well, what happened? Did they cosh him?
Never mind that now. When did you see your cousin last?
Tonight. He told me he was going to the fight. Oh, Larry, love. Don't eat so fast to give yourself indigestion. Anyone think you got a train to catch?
Well, I haven't, I. Mr. Paulson had given me a lift to the fight. I've got to be in the corner in 10 minutes' time. Oh, it's great scoff. You're a lucky guy, Bill. Best looking bird in Notting Hill, and she can cook too. Yeah, well, you got plenty of time. Don't you want a cuppa? No, thanks, Bill. Must I see ya?
I see. And what time was that?
Well, about 7. No, I'm telling a lie. About 10 past.
Thank you. Now, you say that this Mr. Paulson transported him to the fight?
Yeah, that's right.
Well, who is this Mr. Paulson? Well, come on, both of you. Davis has been murdered, shot dead. Don't you want to see him...
Harry Paulson? Well, Larry's been working for him.
Doing what?
Punting. Well, every time Mr. Paulson wants to lay a bet, the odds shorten, so he's got...
Oh, yes, I get the message. Harry Paulson.
Yeah.
Yes, I know Paulson. He owns Paulson's scrapyard at World's End, runs a pub at Ladbroke Road. Is that the fellow?
Yes, him.
Well, what do you do, Mr. Rowe? Now that you're on the straight and narrow, I take it you are on the straight and narrow.
I works for Mr. Paulson, too, in his scrapyard.
I see. Thank you. Well, where's Paulson at this time of night?
In bed. It's nearly 1:30.
Oh, don't give me that, Mrs. Rowe. Don't you think that Harry Pawson had been known to the yard? In bed? One of the biggest gamblers in London. Where's his latest speeder? Oh, come on! Where's his latest gambling joint?
Oh, there's no harm in telling him, Sadie. Well, I got a special room at the Blue Cockatoo.
Good evening, sir. Can I help you?
No, this is not a raid, and if you don't raise your voice, there'll be no disturbance. Which room are they playing in?
But,
All right. Now, do you want me to close the joint?
No. Please, no. Everything's on the left.
I want a quiet word with Mr. Pawson.
Mr. Pawson?
Oh, come on, old man. I haven't got all night.
Oh, they get very angry if we interrupt their game. Could I ask you to step into my office and I will fetch Mr. Pawson?
Yes, all right.
One moment, please.
Well. Hello, Yank. Long time no see.
You can't walk into a respectable club these days without falling over some copper's feet.
Were you at the fight tonight, Yank? Did you back Simmons and lose your dough? Is that why you're such a sourpuss?
Sure, I was at the fight. And if it makes you feel bad, I backed the other guy.
Still playing the horses, Yank?
I believe you wanted to see me, Chief Inspector.
Oh, yes. One of your employees, Larry Davis, was murdered tonight.
What? You rotten, stinking, murdering swine. So you bumped off one of your own boys. There's your man, Chief Inspector. He's the killer.
The Yank glared at Pawson, who remained calm and imperturbable despite the accusations hurled at him. Ignoring the Yank, Pawson said,
Larry Davis murdered? It's impossible. He was with me at the ringside tonight. And if I were you, Yank, I'd keep that dirty mouth of yours shut. Otherwise...
Otherwise what, Pawson? You put a bullet in my back?
Why'd you say bullet, Yank? There are more ways of killing than...
Well, I don't know why I said... Hey, what's that supposed to mean?
I just remembered something. Let's go to the office. No, you too, Yank.
Why me? What have I got to do
Wouldn't
with
you like to know how Davis was murdered?
Okay. I suppose they can play without me.
Was Larry shot, Inspector?
Yes, he was. Now, were you expecting a call from me tonight, Mr. Pawson?
Well, why should I be? I didn't know he was murdered.
Before I go into that, I don't want to keep our friend Yank hanging around. Yank, let's not play games. Everybody knows that you're the kingpin of the Bermondsey boys. Why'd you come here tonight? Not to play with Pawson, I'll be bound. Was it to watch his face when he learnt that one of his lieutenants had been bumped off?
Are you crazy?
Now, listen, you two. The fact that some two-bit gangster has been shot dead won't cause me to lose any sleep. But the fact that you two big shots think you can do what you like, terrorize cafe owners, blackmail bookmakers, even frighten streetwalkers...
I think you'd better be careful what you're saying, Chief Inspector Carr.
Why? You're going to sue me for slander? Or get one of your toughies to rub me out?
This is the first time I have agreed with anything that Harry Pawson has said. So cool it, Copper.
And if I don't? This isn't Chicago, you know, Yank. You can't go bumping policemen off with impunity. Come to that, you can't go bumping off snivelling little rats like Larry Davis either. Well, why'd you do it? Has Pawson here encroached on your territorial rights? Did you arrange for Davis to be bumped off as a warning?
Oh, you're out of your skull.
Come to think of it, Yank, Chief Inspector Carr's asked a very interesting question. Aren't you a little bit away from home?
Yeah, I am. I didn't really come here to play. I came to see you, Pawson. You owe me $5,000. And somebody tells me you won't pay. So I came to say personally that if you don't pay, then maybe the copper here's right. Maybe your mob are going to find themselves...
They'll find themselves nowhere. I'm warning you, Yank.
You said to me this isn't Chicago, and that suits me fine. And that's why I operate here. You got nothing on me, Copper. If you had, I'd have been behind bars a long time ago. And what's more, you can't deport me because when my dad went back to the States, I was a cute little Britisher, 1 year old. And as a British citizen...
All right, Yank, all right. Had enough of your bull. We're going to find out who killed Larry Davis. And if it was one of your boys, I'll get you in for complicity if it's the last thing I do.
Copper, I've never squealed to one of your kind in my life, but I tell you this. Not one of my mob laid his finger on Larry Davis, and if you want to know why that stupid sucker bought his, ask Big Shot Pawson here. I'll be seeing you. And don't forget that $5,000.
Do you think that's it, Chief Inspector Carr? Do you think he bumped off one of my men as a challenge? Do you think that's why he was here tonight, knowing that the police would inform me if he came here to gloat? Because if he did,
You'll do nothing. They're going to show people like you and the Yank that you can't take the law into your own hands. You're both getting away with far too much. Oh, I know, you're both clever. If anyone has to take the rap, it's some sucker like... What did the Yank mean, ask Big Shot Pawson?
Do you know why Davis was bumped off tonight?
He did it. Oh, as you say, he's too smart to carry a gun, but one of the Bermondsey boys did it. A kind of signal to me.
Because you owed £5,000? I thought you thugs honoured your gambling debts. Well, why don't you pay him? Well, it's chicken feed for a big shot like you.
That's my business, Chief Inspector Carr. Now, if you've finished...
No, I haven't. Not by a long chalk. When did you last see Davis alive?
After the fight. My wife and I didn't wait for the last bout. He did.
Can you prove that?
Well, of course. Ask my wife. She was with me.
And that puts you in the clear. Must have been hundreds of people sitting around who can testify seeing you and your wife leave, and Davis remaining behind. Well, let's forget the Bermondsey gang for a moment. What do you know about Davis? When did he become part of your mob?
I beg your pardon.
Oh, all right, my sensitive soul poet. When did he go onto your payroll?
When he came out of jail. Oh, I didn't want him to do anything illegal, and he didn't. He was very quick off the mark. He could place a bet for me long before the Shroodies realized that I was behind it.
Knowing that if you'd placed the bet, the fight was already fixed.
I don't have to listen to your insults, you know. Unless you choose to arrest me, I'm going back to my card table.
This arrogant, well-educated, smooth-talking leader of the Knot Hills turned his back on me and walked out of the office, certain in the knowledge that I had no possible justification for pulling him in, even for questioning. Yet every instinct told me that he knew much more than he pretended. Despite it all, I went home to an untroubled sleep. But in the morning, things began to hum.
Louis the Lip says that Larry Davis was placed among the Knot Hills by the Yank, that he was really one of the Bermondsey boys.
Louis the Lip's a slimy, repulsive monster, ops, who'd murdered his own grandmother for the price of a bed, but he's the best informer we have, and if he's picked up that snippet of information, it means that we've got to work fast, or there'll be a few more dead bodies lying around. What else did you learn?
X-Branch reports that Pawson arrived at the Stepney Hall with Larry Davis, who placed most of the bets at the ringside for his boss.
Well, I've had a word with Sid Cohen. There's no question of fixing the fight between Beckett and Simmons. It went the distance, and it was clean. No motive for that. Well, I want Louis the Lip to try and find out the source of that £5,000 wager. I sent the docket through to X-Branch.
Very good, sir.
Now, I want the names of every strong-arm boy who was near the Stepney Hall that night, whether they belong to the gangs or not.
Will do.
Oh, one other thing, Ops, while you're on the phone. I've arranged for Pawson to be questioned this morning by Inspector Winstanley. It's just to keep him out of the way while I talk to Mrs. Pawson. I won't be very long, driver. You better wait.
Right, sir.
Hello?
Police,
Is this about...
Chief Inspector Carr, Mrs. Pawson.
Oh, do come in.
Thank you.
I'm afraid my husband isn't here. I suppose it's about that poor man who was killed.
Not just killed, madam, murdered.
Oh, would you come through here, please? Do be seated.
Thank you.
Drink?
No, thank you.
Not while on duty, I believe is the usual phrase.
Something like that. I've come to ask you a few questions, Mrs. Pawson.
Why me? I don't know anything about the man. I never met Davis. I've seen him sitting around the race meetings and at the ringside on my husband's behalf, but I've never even passed the time of day with him.
Still, you were one of the persons who saw him within the last few hours of his life.
Yes, but I mean, how can that help you? Or do you suspect me of shooting him?
No, not at all. But you might have overheard something, seen somebody look at Davis with a murderous expression. No, I know it all sounds fantastic, Mrs. Pawson, but you'd be astonished how the minutest grain of information can sometimes lead to the solution of a crime. Now, you didn't go to the fight with your husband?
No, I didn't travel down with my husband. He's got one of those new, fabulously expensive Barotti cars. They're only two-seaters, and so I took a taxi. I met him there.
Oh, I see. But you left with him?
Yes. The fight ended rather early, and he didn't want to wait for the next one.
The winner, none other than our own Stepney boy, the middleweight champ, George Beckett!
Ah, yes. Most profitable evening, my dear. Come on, let's go.
Aren't you going to wait for the next fight, darling?
Oh, no. A couple of lumbering giants. There'll be very little gambling on it. Davis will collect my winnings.
But, darling, the fight started earlier than we thought. I told a taxi to be here at 11.
Oh, that's all right. I'll arrange for the manager to pay him off. Come on, darling.
What about Davis?
He'll find his own way back.
I see. Thank you. This taxi man.
Oh, he wouldn't have lost anything by it. I frequently use him. He gets paid for both journeys.
I see. You can't throw any light on this affair?
No. I'm sorry, I can't. You see, Inspector, I love the life I lead. I love the excitement of racing, prize fights in my furs and jewels. I make a point of never questioning my husband. Ask no questions, you get told no lies. But also, I don't have to tax my conscience unduly. Do I make myself clear, Inspector?
You express yourself with an admirable clarity, Mrs. Paulson. But why do you relate your attitude to Davis? Do you think your husband would be involved in a murder?
No, of course not. What a thing to say.
Have you ever met... No, I don't suppose you would. All right, thank you, Mrs. Paulson.
Won't you stay for a drink?
No, thank you. I mean to have a word with a colleague of your husband's.
Is that what you called me? A colleague of Mr. Paulson? Oh, he'd like that. As far as the chief is concerned, I hardly exist. Pays me my wages, and I keep my mouth shut.
Yes, I know the form. Look, I don't want to know what you do in your scrapyard or how many hot cars...
Now, wait a minute.
Now, you wait a minute. This is murder, man. Do you want to be up for complicity? Larry was your wife's cousin, and you're going to help me nab the killer. Now, you told me that Mr. Paulson was giving Larry Davis a lift.
Yeah, well, it's true. Whenever they were doing a betting job, he took him in his car.
You mean Paulson took Larry, drove him there, and drove him home?
Well, not straight, yeah. They used to drop him off at the corner.
You're not absolutely in the clear yourself. You could have followed him to Stepney Green.
What are you talking about?
I'll tell you what I'm talking about. I don't want any phony gangster Boy Scout stuff.
What do you mean?
Never squealing to the cops. Paulson was at his scrapyard all afternoon before he went to the fight. That big-shot employer of yours must have made 1,000 telephone calls. Come on. You're an old-timer. You know something you haven't spilled. Now, spill it.
I warned Larry. I told him that Chief was onto his lark. All right. I'll grass.
That's better.
When Larry was inside, he met one of the Bermondsey boys who sent word to his boss.
The Yank?
Yeah. Now, Larry was to tip off the Bermondsey gang every time the Chief was trying to pull a betting stunt. Well, the Chief lost thousands when Larry came out of jail. And I knew it couldn't last. I knew it couldn't. I knew that Mr. Paulson would get wise sooner or later.
I thought it was something like that. All right, I want the names of every strong-arm boy in the Knot Hill gang. And with that information, the entire machinery of Scotland Yard went into action. Dozens of uniformed and plainclothes men questioned, checked, cross-checked, and finally we got them. 2 gangsters, both with a long list of previous convictions.
You tell me that George Eastlaw and Fred Baker have been arrested and charged with murder? Well, what's that got to do with me?
Simply that we've broken their alibis wide open. They were seen to talk to your employee, Davis, and no doubt one of them had a gun in his overcoat pocket pressed against the unfortunate Larry Davis's side as they walked towards the green, where it was nice and dark and highly suitable for an assassination. We searched their homes and we found passports, and each had £750 in cash. They didn't charge you much for the job, did they?
I don't know what you're talking about. You don't think I had anything to do with it, do you?
It's a rather silly question.
Silly or not, I am not one of your ill-educated morons. I had nothing to do with the murder, and you can't prove otherwise. I was miles away at the time of the shooting.
Yes, of course you were, but I'm charging you with complicity. You're as much a murderer as they are.
You'll never make it stick.
Won't I? I can prove that you were involved in the murder. And I did. Like all cunning and ruthless gangsters, his overconfidence betrayed him. Paulson did one foolish thing, an act that clearly demonstrated his complicity. If you remember, Paulson drove to the fight in his 2-seater Barotti with Larry Davis. His wife took a taxi. Davis was instructed to stay at the Stepney Hall and collect Paulson's winnings after the fights were over, while Mr. and Mrs. Paulson left early, although she had anticipated returning home by the taxi, which was calling for her at 11. And then I said to her, this taxi man...
Oh, he wouldn't have lost anything by it. I frequently use him. He gets paid for both journeys.
You see it now. Davis usually returned with his boss. That night he was instructed to stay behind for the last fight of the evening. Why not tell Davis to return home in the taxi, since the man would be paid for the journey anyway? Paulson instructed the manager of the hall to send the taxi away empty-handed, because he knew that by the time his strong-arm boys punished Larry for two-timing the chief, he'd be in no condition to go anywhere.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Horses will be doubtful.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. I don't think it's in my province to comment on the problems confronting the authorities concerning the so-called places of entertainment which only get into their stride, or, to use modern parlance, start swinging when most people are ready for bed. Of course, I'm referring to nightclubs, a certain kind of discotheque and the like. Whenever accounts are published which tell of lawlessness or drug pushing or what have you, the reaction of most people is, why don't they close the place down? Now, there are two answers to that. In the first place, it would be wrong to penalize the owners of an establishment if they were entirely unaware of the wrongdoing. And in the second place, a very much more important answer is this. It's far easier for those who protect the country's morals and laws to keep an eye on known members of the underworld when these characters are allowed to rendezvous at places to which the general public are admitted. All over the world, there are well-known meeting places which continue to flourish, although many of their clientele are gangsters and crooks of the worst variety. Close these places down, and these unsavory characters would continue to foregather for their enjoyment, but at spots hidden from the eyes of the law. Take a club that was quite famous in its day. For some obscure reason, it was known as Le Lapin Bleu. Why it was known as the Blue Rabbit, and why in French, I've never been able to discover. The man who ran it was a particularly unpleasant character known as Gloomy Gilbert. He met his deserts one day, although it wasn't the law that caught up with him. However, let me tell you the story, which I've called Death on the Counterfoil. It was some minutes after Big Ben had struck the hour of midday when Scotland Yard was alerted of Gloomy Gilbert's death. The head waiter of the Blue Rabbit, to give it its English title, dialed 999 and told the control officer that he'd found his boss lying on the floor of his office with his head bashed in. Accompanied by the worthy Sergeant Jackson, I rushed to the scene. So, you found the body,
Yes, sir. I knocked at the door, got no answer. I shouted out to Mr. Gilbert there was a gent to see him, and still no answer. I opened the door, there he was, lying there, just as he is now.
As indeed he was. Gloomy Gilbert was lying astride an expensively carpeted floor. The dried blood and the dark bruise above the temple told its story only too well. Yet there seemed to be no sign of struggle. There was very little on his desk except an inkstand, calendar, blotting pad, and a diary. I asked Jackson to wade through the man's effects as I continued questioning Bertrand. Now, you say a man wanted to see Gilbert. Who was he?
I don't know, sir. I must have shouted out when I saw Gloomy Gilbert lying there like that. Anyway, when I ran down the stairs to dial 999 from the blower in the hall, he'd gone.
I see. Well, didn't he say something like, my name's George or something? I want to see Mr. Gilbert?
No. Lots of people come here to see the old so-and-so. They didn't introduce themselves to me, you know. They just said, Alf wants to see him, or Bert, or Charlie, or Lord Muck.
You seem rather pally, Lord.
Oh, no, Inspector. Not so pally when they come out of this office, believe me. I don't know what goes on in here. I've got a pretty good idea.
So have we. I remember the man when he ran the Purple Club. Just a minute. Perfume.
Ladies' perfume. Who else was here this morning?
Well, I can't tell you exactly, sir. I'm down in the basement. The front door's usually open. I saw the manager take a man called Fred up. That's about all.
The manager? Where's he? Is he around?
Yes. I think he's having a cup of coffee round the back. Come to think of it, I can smell perfume, too.
Can you smell perfume, Jackson?
Yes, sir, I can. You think a woman's been here?
Well, in the days of Sherlock Holmes, it would have been a logical conclusion. Not these days. Some of the stuff that men put on their hair and their cheeks would make a room smell like Madame de Barry's boudoir. You found anything interesting?
Yes, sir, but there's plenty of stuff to look through here.
And keep at it. Tell me, Bertrand, wasn't Gilbert married? I can look up his records, of course.
That's right, Governor. About 2 years ago. 6 months was all she could stick him for. And she walked out.
Do you know if there was a divorce?
No. Now, look, what are we going to do with him? Is he going to lie there?
We're awaiting the arrival of Dr. McPherson, our senior police surgeon. Now, that'll be all for the moment. Oh, you won't go away for a while yet, will you?
No. I'll be upstairs if you want me.
Doesn't like us very much, does he, sir?
Don't suppose he likes anybody, poor devil, working in a dump like this. All right, Jackson, what have you found?
Oh, lots of papers in the safe, sir. Membership lists, bills.
Well, get hold of the bag, bring the stuff back to the yard. Is that all?
The usual IOUs, sir.
IOUs. Good, they might prove interesting. Gloomy Gilbert wasn't the sort of man to lend anybody anything unless he got extortionate interest for it. No murder weapon inside?
No, sir.
Oh, well, we'll seal up the office. Let the print boys give it the once-over.
Hello? Here's a checkbook, sir.
Huh?
Look at this, sir. Gloomy Gilbert issued 3 checks today.
Indeed. Plot thickens. Let me see. What's the count for, say? Yes, one to H.A. Henshaw. Another one to Smith Odie.
Oh, I don't believe it, sir.
What?
No one could be called Smith Odie.
Well, here you're doubting Thomas. Look. A. Smith Odie, £160.
Yeah, so it is. That's funny, sir. The third one just says the letter P.
Yes. So we know that at least 3 people saw the dead man this morning. Now, assuming he signed these checks in sequence, Gloomy Gilbert was alive when Henshaw and Smith Odie left. The last check to be written was in favour of a Mr. P, whoever that is. Let's see who that is, Jackson.
Right, sir.
Please. The waiter say you're still here. I wait. I very little sleep. I work here all yesterday until 3 o'clock this morning.
What do you do? What's your name?
I'm the manager. My name is Theophilus Papadopoulos. They call me Papa for short.
Sensible idea. Now, tell me, what do you know about this?
I know nothing. I come here this morning to fix the accounts, and Bertrand, the head waiter, he tell me the boss is killed.
Been here all morning?
Yes. I come here at 10 o'clock to work on the accounts, and I leave at 12 to eat lunch.
Well, don't you eat here?
Here? Mr. Policeman, this is a nightclub, not a restaurant. You drink the wine, you dance with the girls, you...
Yes, I know what you do here. Did you work on the accounts with Mr. Gilbert in this office?
Yes, I tell you, I leave at 12.
I see. And when you left, was there anybody with Mr. Gilbert?
No, but a man, he went outside.
Oh? Who? Any idea who he was?
No.
I bet my non-existent brother had you do.
Many people come here. They have business with the boss. I don't ask questions.
But you've seen the man before. It's written all over your face. What are you frightened of, man? Well, do you know him?
He come at night. He come here with friends.
Oh, don't make me drag everything out of you. Come on, man. What's his name?
They call him Freddy. I do not know his full name.
Freddy. All right. Now, tell me, Mr.
Theophilus Papadopoulos.
Oh, yes. Do you know a man called Henshaw?
Sure, I know him. He's the man we buy the wine from.
So he was here this morning,
Mr. Henshaw, in the morning. No, Mr. Henshaw sleep in the morning. He sent a boy for the check.
For £152.16 and 8pence.
That's right. How you know?
The counterfoil of the checkbook. There was a second check made out to A. Smith Odie for £160. Know anything about that?
No, it's private business with the boss.
All right, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Right, Mr. Dopoulos. Mr. Smith Odie, is he the man you saw waiting?
But I tell you, I only know Miss Freddy.
And?
Please, he lying there. It gives me the How do you say the will is?
Never mind that. There's a check made out to a person with the letter P. Can you throw any light on the matter?
Throw light? I throw a fit if you're going to ask me questions about things I don't know. I'm a nightclub manager. Mr. Gilbert, he pays me. He just not like me asking questions. Not in a place like this.
All right, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Thank you. You're sure that when you left, Mr. Gilbert was alive?
Please, what do you say? You think I killed him? What for? He's my boss.
Having a boss like Gloomy Gilbert is enough to make anyone want to commit murder. All right, that'll be all. Just leave your address in case we need you again, Mr. No, don't. I've got it. Papadopoulos. Good day to you.
Good day.
He looks pretty scared, sir, doesn't he? Yes, but anyone working in a place like this must be scared of policemen. All right, wait until the police surgeon arrives. See that the print men do their stuff, Jackson. I'll go back to the yard. We've got to trace these 3 check holders. Carr speaking.
Information you wanted, sir?
Oh, yes, right, Ops.
Alfred Smith Odie, 36 Clamfield Avenue, Cricklewood. Known occupation, known to be a frequenter of gaming houses.
Hey, wait a minute. Alfred Smith Odie. I bet it's our old friend Alfie, boy. Yes, he lived in Cricklewood. This is getting interesting. Very interesting. Anything else?
Yes, sir. Gilbert married Margaret Townsend, daughter of the chairman of European Chemicals Limited.
I'll bet that pleased Mr. Townsend. Anything else?
Yes, sir. About 18 months ago, Mrs. Gilbert asked for police protection. Inspector Winslow warned Gloomy Gilbert to leave his wife alone.
Got her address, Ops?
Yes, sir. 18 Thamesview Mansions, Richmond.
Fine, thank you. I think I'll have a word with Mr. Smith Odie.
I don't know what you want to see me for. I haven't done anything.
Well, let's take first things first, Mr. Smith Odie. By the way, is that your real name?
Yes, of course it is.
The new one, isn't it?
What do you mean, a new one? What's all this about, Inspector? You come into my home.
No, I shouldn't use that high and mighty tone if I was you. Don't you remember me before I was made a member of the murder squad?
Murder?
Yes, murder. That's why I'm here. A murder's been committed, Mr. Smith. Or would you prefer Smith Odie? The tough, swaggering gambler seemed to shrink before my very eyes. His entire body seemed to sag. He looked at me with open mouth, white-faced, speechless. Aren't you going to say anything, Mr. Smith Odie?
I don't know anything about a murder. All I did was change my name from Smith to Smith Odie. That's no crime, is it?
My dear man, I never suggested it was. Now, have you been to the bank this morning?
Yes.
To the Piccadilly branch of the London Commercial Bank?
Yes, to cash a cheque.
For £160 made out by Gilbert of Le Lapin Bleu?
Yes. Look, nothing's happened. To Gloomy Gilbert, I mean.
What time did you leave, Gilbert?
Just before 12. I was in a hurry to cash the cheque. I needed the money. I borrowed it from
you. You borrowed £160?
That's a joke, Inspector. I borrowed £200 from him for a month. 20% interest with the first interest payment taken off the cheque.
So you got £160 and you have to pay him £200 next month?
Yes.
But you won't be able to pay him now, will you? The man's dead. He's been killed by someone.
Look, I lost 220 quid at Mario's last night. That's enough for me. I'm cleaned out. Right, everyone.
Just a minute, Alfred. Where are you going? You owe us 220 quid.
Yes, I know. I'll call round at your place with it this afternoon.
Don't give me that. Come on. Forgot. 220 quid.
Oh, don't be like that. Put that razor back. Look, I've got 60 quid. I was keeping it back for the races. Take this. I'll bring you the rest by 4 o'clock.
You know what will happen to that ugly mug of yours if you don't. All right, 4 o'clock. Where are you going to get the money? Gloomy Gilbert again?
That's why I went round to see Gilbert. That's why I let him put the screws on me, charging 20% interest. What could I do?
You could promise him the 20% interest, let him make out the cheque in your favour, let him cancel the crossing on the cheque so that you get the cash, and then you could bash him on the head so that you didn't have to return the money. Of course, I didn't believe that a man like Smith would commit a murder in broad daylight with others on the premises for the sake of £200. I was looking for a deeper motive, waiting for some kind of reaction from the gambler which might give me a lead. It came, but not the kind of lead I expected.
Why don't you ask her?
Her?
Yes, that hoity-toity piece Gloomy Gilbert married a couple of years ago.
Go on.
Well, as I was rushing out of the club to cash the cheque...
Oh, look out. Look where you're going.
Oh, I'm sorry. Why, Mrs. Gilbert? Don't you remember me?
Remember you? Should I? Why?
No, I attended your wedding reception. Here at the Blue Lapang, when you both came back from Tangiers.
Well, that's something I'd rather not be reminded of.
Well, he's up there if you want to see him. Excuse me.
Say this took place outside the club?
Yes, it did, Inspector.
I see. All right, Smith, don't leave town, will you? If there's anything else you'd like to tell me, you can always get me back at the yard. Come in. Ah, Jackson.
Dr. McPherson's report here, sir.
Ah, good. What does it say?
It wasn't a blunt instrument as we thought, sir.
What?
Something rather pointed.
Oh?
And Dr. McPherson says he was struck on the temple artery. That's why there wasn't much blood.
I see. Did he hazard a guess what kind of instrument?
No, sir. He's a bit puzzled by it. Now, here's a photograph of the wound.
All right, Jackson. Well, I'll have a word with Dr. McPherson later.
I've also got the print report, sir. Prints all over the place. They say it's going to be a pretty hopeless job. Oh, by the way, sir, they found a number of IOUs that we hadn't come across.
Really?
They were stuck behind the desk in a secret drawer.
Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Mr. Theophilus Papadopoulos.
Oh, well done. What have you found?
Arrived in UK from Greece 15 years ago. No criminal record. Opened a cafe, went bankrupt. Was taken over by Gloomy Gilbert.
That's interesting. I bet he pledged his soul to Gloomy, probably paying off his debt. That's a motive for murder. I think I'll have another word with our Greek friend. Okay, thanks, Ops. Sergeant, it's a long time since we paid a visit to a nightery. Now, follow me, Jackson.
Oh, Mr. Inspector, you come to visit us. You want to enjoy yourselves. The table for the gentlemen.
No, Mr.
Papadopoulos.
Oh, yes. No, we haven't come here to enjoy ourselves. We've come to talk to you. Well, isn't there anywhere we can talk quietly?
Through here.
Thank you.
Look, Inspector, I tell you all I know.
I don't think you've been completely frank with us, Mr. Papadopoulos. Now the matter's too serious for us to start exchanging pleasantries over your name.
What do you mean?
I'll tell you what I mean. What happened to the clock?
Clock?
Yes, clock. Look, whoever killed Gloomy Gilbert didn't plan to do so. No one's going to commit a murder like that in the middle of the day. The killer would be seen entering and leaving the building. He killed on impulse, so he didn't have a murder weapon already planned.
Why you tell me all this?
One thing that struck me as I looked at the body, there was no watch. No watch on his wrist. No fob watch and no clock. There was one on his desk, wasn't there? Well, wasn't there a square desk clock, one that could cause this kind of wound? Look at this picture, Mr. Papadopoulos.
The clock? The clock?
You're getting repetitious. What have you done with it?
I don't know. I didn't think of it. I didn't notice it was not there.
Sergeant Jackson, bring in the head waiter.
Right, sir.
You must believe me, Inspector. I hate Mr. Gilbert. He ruined me. I work here night and day, so I get back the IOU I gave him, but I did not kill him.
Look, Inspector, I told you, Sergeant, I'm very busy.
What do you think we're doing? Having a holiday? What happened to the clock on Gilbert's desk?
I don't know.
Didn't you notice it was missing?
Oh, yes, I did. All right, you can look at me like that. I don't care. I didn't want to get involved in nothing. I'm like the three wise monkeys. See nothing, say nothing, and hear nothing.
Charming. How do we know that you were telling the truth when you say he was dead when you walked into his office? How do we know that you didn't pick up the clock and bash him on the head with it?
You don't know, because I didn't do it. What for?
Then why didn't you report that the clock was missing from the desk?
Well, I don't know. I don't know whether I noticed it properly or not. It just wasn't there, and that's that.
But where is the clock?
Well, how do I know?
Maybe you took it away with you when you bashed him in.
Why, you can't stop it, you fools!
That's better. Isn't one murder in Le Lapin Bleu enough? Can I use the phone?
Go ahead.
Either of you got any objections to my searching your rooms? I can always get a search warrant, you know.
Search as much as you like.
And you, Mr. Papadopoulos?
Search if you want.
Of course, the fact that they were willing to have their rooms searched robbed us of any hope of finding the clerk. This in itself proved very little. If either one was guilty, he'd had ample time and opportunity to dispose of the murder weapon. By the time we'd finished, the night was making way for the dawn, and I was thankful to get a few hours' sleep.
Morning, sir.
Oh, morning, Jackson. Anything come through?
Just confirmation from the bank that Smith cashed his check at the time he stated.
What about Mrs. Gilbert? Her name's Margaret. The counterfoil showed initial P. Could be Peggy. Short for Margaret.
No knowledge of a check. Oh, by the way, sir, you did say that you'd pay her a visit this morning.
Yes, I did. I'm going now. Order a car, will you? Are you telling me, Mrs. Gilbert, that I'm the first to tell you of your husband's death?
I've told you, haven't I? I've not read the papers or listened to the wireless or anything. The first I heard of it was when you came in here 10 minutes ago and told me. I'm quite staggered. I don't know what to say.
You seem to be taking the news very calmly.
Well, why not? I haven't been living with my husband for the past 18 months. I loathed and despised the man. You don't know what he did to me, how he made me run away with him. I'd have gone back to my father after I'd been married just a few days. He's strict, very hard, and he didn't want me back. I stuck it out for about 6 months, and then I left him.
I see. You visited your husband yesterday morning, didn't you, Mrs. Gilbert?
I?
Come now, Mrs. Gilbert, you were seen. Besides, I noticed the perfume you're wearing is the one I could smell in his office when we arrived there.
Yes, I went to see him. He owes me a lot of money. Money I had when I ran away with him. I went there to get some money I needed desperately.
Desperately?
I was convicted last week for dangerous driving. I was fined £60 with £7 costs and a week to pay it in. The week expires today. If I hadn't paid by 3 o'clock today, I'd have gone to prison. So I went to him to get the money.
And he wrote you out a cheque for £67.
Yes. How do you know that?
Your Christian name's Margaret, isn't it? I suppose your husband used to call you Peggy.
You seem to know a lot.
Not at all. It explains the letter P on the counterfoil. Tell me, how much money have you got in your bank account, Mrs. Gilbert?
Hardly anything. £5 or £6, I think. That's why I wanted a cheque from Gilbert, so that I could draw some cash. You can't pay a police court fine by cheque. And if you don't believe me, Inspector, here's the cheque.
Yes, it's a missing cheque. Seems to be quite in order. When did you leave the club?
Oh, I only stayed a few minutes. I really couldn't tell you the exact time. You see, I was in such a hurry. I took the tube and went straight to my uncle from there.
To your uncle? Where does he live?
In Hendon. You may have heard of him. He's the only one of the family who still talks to me. He's Dr. James Wilbur.
And then?
Well, I was unlucky. My uncle wasn't there. He'd been called to Birmingham, and he wouldn't be back before tomorrow afternoon. So I came straight back here.
Anybody who can confirm all that?
Well, you said yourself that I was seen at the club. My uncle's housekeeper will confirm that I was at Hendon at 1 o'clock and stayed there for about an hour. I had lunch with Mrs. Hopkins. That's my uncle's housekeeper. Then I came straight back here. And I haven't set foot out of this room since.
Mrs. Gilbert, I'm taking you along with me for questioning.
What do you mean?
I think it's best to take some clothes with you. We're allowed to keep you for 48 hours, even if you are innocent.
I am innocent, I tell you.
I think you're probably innocent of murder, but you're certainly guilty of manslaughter. Now, will you come with me, please?
What will they do to me?
Would you like to telephone your solicitor?
No. No, I'll tell you. I didn't mean to kill him. I went for the money, and I can't tell you the suggestion he made. He put his arms around me. To have £67 worth of fun, he said. I tried to push him away, but he was too strong for me. I managed to get one arm free and, well, I picked up the clock and I struck him with it.
Where is the clock, Mrs. Gilbert? Did you take it away with you?
Yes. Yes, I put it in my handbag. Oh, Inspector, I didn't mean it. I really didn't.
Do you think she'll get off, sir?
Yes, with Dr. Macpherson's help. There are scratches on her body to bear witness to her written statement that they found skin tissue in the dead man's fingernails. No, she'll get off all right. Funny thing is, the clue which convinced me that she was the killer also pointed to her innocence of premeditated murder. Well, listeners, what was the clue? Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, what gave Mrs. Gilbert away? It was this.
Oh, hardly anything. £5 or £6, I think. That's why I wanted a cheque from Gilbert, so that I could draw some cash. You can't pay a police court fine by cheque. And if you don't believe me, Inspector, here's the cheque.
Mrs. Gilbert felt she didn't dare pay the cheque in. In her panic, she decided not to use the cheque and so rushed out to see her uncle, and then decided that she would go to prison rather than be involved in any way with her husband's death. If her husband was alive when she left the club, why did she not rush to the bank and cash the cheque? Well, I'm glad that she was found not guilty and that her act was one of self-defense. And the moral of the story: men, careful of the cheque you issue. It might recoil onto your own head. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Forse Sophie Tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Regular listeners to this series will have observed that it is not unusual for senior members of the murder squad to be asked to conduct investigations into activities which are not usually their province. Some will remember my being asked by the Commissioner of Police to head the team assigned to the task of finding the missing Latin American diplomat. Another was the case of the strange suicide of a brilliant Foreign Office official. In other words, there are times when the Commissioner feels it necessary to invoke the entire machinery of the yard in the national interest. Why all this? Well, it's because of the extraordinary publicity surrounding the claim to one of Britain's oldest earldoms, when an American named Ralph Marriott arrived to claim the title. He promised that for every £50 share invested in his fund, the sender could hope to receive a 100% profit as soon as the inheritance became his. This upset the establishment quite considerably, as you can imagine. Questions were asked in Parliament. The Home Secretary was asked to look into it. He invoked the aid of Scotland Yard, and the Commissioner delegated me with the task of probing Mr. Marriott's motives and integrity. Strangely enough,
Although the Commissioner suggested I absent myself from the murder squad whilst looking into Mr. Marriott, it proved to be impracticable. In the process of probing, I uncovered a murder. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Death Most Noble.
What are you thinking about?
Oh, I was just thinking about the week we spent in that dilapidated old beach shack and the fun sandwiches you concocted. You had a thing about yum-yum peanut butter, which you mixed with,
Crisp bacon. My yum-yum special.
It was great. And then there was the honey. I must say, honey and yum-yum taste very good.
It's good, healthy eating. Hey, what are you thinking about now?
Just thinking a yum-yum sandwich would taste very nice right now.
Smooth, creamy, yum-yum peanut butter. Memorable because it's the peanut butter that remains creamy, from the first pat to the last bit right at the bottom of the jar. No wonder little boys, and dads too, enjoy scooping it out by the fingerful.
Yum-yum. This is nice.
For all we knew, Ralph Marriott could have been the epitome of honesty, that he was just seeking financial support for his rightful claims to the succession. Consequently, I couldn't very well ask him to pay us a visit at the yard. Mohammed went to the mountain. Mr. Marriott?
Yeah, I take it you're Inspector Carr.
Yes, sir. My warrant card?
Oh, I don't need to see that now. You come on in.
Thank you.
I mean, you're not arresting me or anything like that.
Good.
Or are you?
No, sir, no. As I said on the telephone, the Home Secretary is a little bit worried about all this publicity.
Now, you said something about my inheritance. Any question you happen to ask, I'll be happy to answer them.
Well, it's very good of you, sir. I've been through your papers. There's no reason at all why you shouldn't be in this country or why you shouldn't lay claim to the title. Frankly, Mr. Marriott, what is worrying us is the advertisement.
Well, how come? It's all on the up and up. I need dough. I spent every dime I possess practically in legal fees and what have you. I may have to take my claim to the House of Lords.
Take a look at this advertisement, Mr. Marriott. You're offering a return of £100 for every £50 invested.
So? There's nothing wrong in that, is there?
Well, you only need a few hundred people applying for shares and bang it go your inheritance.
Inspector, have you come here to ask me to withdraw my advertisement?
No, sir. I'm here to establish your bona fides.
You mean my right to the estate? Okay, fair enough. I'm the last of the Marriotts. The Earl died suddenly intestate. For something like 8 months, the local attorney in Merrittshire has been trying to find the next of kin. Well, I'm that guy. I understand the estate is worth well over $1 million.
Have you seen the local solicitor?
Sure I have. You don't think I'd invite these good British people to invest in my inheritance fund unless I was pretty sure of the outcome?
Forgive me. That's what the Commissioner of Police is worried about. That's why I'm here. Do you mind if I ask you to show me proof of your inheritance?
Not one bit. As soon as you mentioned Scotland Yard, I thought I'd have the papers ready when you arrived. Now. There you are. It's all in these papers. Inspector, you may not know, but our family goes back over 200 years when old Joshua Marriott was born.
I gathered it was a pretty old family.
Well, he was born in Plymouth on September 9th in the year of our Lord, 1752. Now, they didn't have birth certificates in those days, of course.
Of course. Births were usually entered in the parish register of the local church.
That's right. Unhappily, this church containing particulars of great-grandfather's birth was destroyed in that terrible air raid you had during the last war.
So I assume you've got other proof?
Oh, sure. Here, now take a look at this Bible. Look at that here in the flyleaf. It's pretty faint, but it says very clearly, on this day, the 9th September, in the year of our Lord, 1752, my dear wife, Rebecca, was delivered of a male child whom we've named Joshua.
I see, and that was your great-grandfather.
Yeah, that's right. Now, sir, if you take a look at this genealogical tree, which I've had drawn up at great expense, you'll see the whole story. You see, my great-grandfather had a brother who was 2 years older. Now, he inherited the title of Viscount. Now, this is what caused the split. My great-grandfather decided to emigrate to Virginia around about the year 1800. Now, that's where my grandfather was born. If you look further along, you'll see the family tree down to my birth in Wyoming in the year 1910. The English branch of the family have all died out. I'm the sole survivor, the male one anyway, and that's why I'm here in London to claim my inheritance.
And you say there's no other claimant?
Well, look for yourself, Inspector. My dad was killed in the First World War. All the others have died out. No, I'm the only survivor of the entire Merritt clan.
It's fascinating. Never seen a family tree going back as far as that.
Oh, I don't suppose you have, Inspector. It cost me many thousands of dollars in research, applying to the College of Heralds, Somerset House, but, well, it's all been worth it.
Yes, it looks like it, Mr. Marriott. Or should I say, my lord?
Oh, not yet. Not yet, friend. Say, doesn't it just kill you? Me with my Wyoming accent all decked out in ermine. Well, sir, is there anything else you want to know?
No, everything seems perfectly straightforward. Although I must confess we are a little unhappy at this advertisement.
Oh, degrading for the British aristocracy, eh? Okay, I get the message. I've received enough dough to pay all the fees I need. You can go back and tell your commissioner there'll be no more soliciting. I'll withdraw every advertisement. Mind you, there's an exception to every rule. How about you, Inspector? Would you like to gamble on me for the tune of 50 quid? Okay. I was only kidding. I'll show you to the door.
Not being a member of the Royal College of Heralds or an employee at Somerset House, where Britain's births and deaths are recorded, I was in no position to question the highly impressive documents produced by Mr. Marriott. Yet there was a sort of challenging, triumphant air about him as he showed me to the door. My antennae told me that all was not according to Hoyle.
Yes, Inspector?
Operations, please.
Going through, sir.
Operations here.
Oh, Ops, the Marriott inheritance. The Commissioner wants it to have top priority.
Right, sir.
I want a man put on him night and day. He may be as pure as the driven snow, but until his claim is heard, we can't take any chances.
Very good, sir.
And get through to X branch. I want to know who granted him a visa to enter Britain, how long he said he was intending to stay, the lot.
Right, sir. What do you think about this inheritance claim, sir? What do you think...
No, Ops, you ought to know better than that. I have no thoughts on the matter at all. But I'll tell you one thing.
What's that, sir?
I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat to that promotion you're expecting that there's more to this gentleman than meets the eye. I want to know who his bankers are, all about this inheritance fund he's created, the lot.
Very good, sir.
Go in. Oh, hello, Jackson. Oh, what joy did you get from the solicitor fellow?
Well, they're a very old and reputable company, Inspector.
Mm-hmm.
I spoke to the senior partner. They were commissioned by a firm of Wyoming attorneys to work for Mr. Marriott, which they did in good faith.
Why good faith?
Well, sir, Mr. Turnbull Sr. had the shock of his life when he saw the advertisements, inviting people to gamble on the success of Marriott's claim to the inheritance.
I see. Did he pass any opinion on the genuineness of the claim?
Well, that's just it, sir. He thinks the whole thing is fraudulent, and he says he would like to pull out, but he daren't without risking a court action for damages.
Damages?
Well, if he refuses to continue to act as Marriott's English legal representative, that would cause people who invested to become suspicious.
Yes, fair enough. Oh. Carr?
Ops here, sir, the name of the bankers you wanted. It's the National Counties, Mayfair branch.
Well, I hope there's nothing wrong, Inspector Carr.
Not as far as I know. The fact is that the situation is so unusual, Mr. Palmer, We want to establish that this man is not running a very clever confidence trick.
Indeed. I was almost tempted to invest 1,000 myself. I mean, it isn't every day that one has a chance to have a personal interest in an earldom, is it now?
You say 1,000? Well, the advertisements are inviting 50s.
Oh, 50s. Oh, he's got a few of those. He offered me a slice at 5,000. I thought my superiors would not look kindly on the manager of their largest branch becoming personally involved.
You held the books of this investment fund. I'd like to have a look at them, if you don't mind.
Oh, dear. Oh, that's rather putting me on the spot. A client's personal finances.
Please, Mr. Palmer, let's not indulge in any banking niceties. You'll be in a greater spot if the fund that you're handling grows to enormous dimensions and it blows up in your face.
Right, you
Please,
think
Mr. Palmer, don't ask me what I think. Let's take a look at the books. There's a good chap. I was astonished. Sir Reginald Arbuthnot, £5,000. The chairman of Britain's largest chain of furniture stores, Rudolph Kessel, £10,000. Numerous entries of 3 and 5,000. And then Mrs. Agnes Croxley, the young widow of the millionaire racing driver killed at the Grand Prix in Monte Carlo, £60,000. 60,000. That's crazy.
Well, Mrs. Croxley is one of our clients. She lives around the corner in Curzon.
But this is nonsense. Croxley left something like £2 million. What would she want to invest money to? How did she come to invest this money? Did she answer an advertisement, or were you acting on behalf of Mr. Merriott?
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, come off it, Mr. Palmer. Bank managers frequently recommend sources of investment.
Well, I did happen to mention it to Mrs. Croxley.
And recommended it?
Well, yes.
For a commission?
Well, why not? There's nothing wrong in that. It was all arranged after banking hours.
Now I'm beginning to see daylight. There's something like £128,000 contributed by people who want a stake in his inheritance. Even if he fails in his claim, he's cleared himself at least 100,000.
If you're suggesting that I would be a party to anything fraudulent, Inspector Carr,
just a moment. I thought I made it perfectly clear to you that no one is imputing unlawful practices. Now, I wonder if I may use your telephone. I'd like to make an appointment to meet Mrs. Agnes Croxley. Something else on your mind, Mr. Palmer? What is it?
Well, it's supposed to be kept confidential until after the claim has been resolved. You won't find Mrs. Croxley at all unhappy about her investment in the inheritance fund. You see, she's going to become the Countess of Merriotshire. They're going to get married.
Introducing Marmaduke and Henrietta. I say, Henrietta, what's that white stuff you're putting in the pastry?
Snowflake flour, stupid.
No, the other white stuff.
That's Pret shortening. Don't you know shortening when you see it?
Well, of course I do. That pastry is getting shorter all the time. What do you want to put Pret in the pastry for, Henrietta?
Because I can't fit it in the fridge.
What's the matter? It's too long, I suppose.
No, the fridge is too short.
Now, what's that white stuff you're putting in the pastry?
Pret shortening?
No, the...
You mean the flour?
No.
Oh, my gosh, it's the fridge.
Tell me, if you didn't put that Pret shortening in the pastry, what would happen?
You'd get a long face.
I say, does that mean your fingers get shorter as you mix that Pret shortening into the pastry?
No, but your smile will get wider when you taste the pastry made with Pret.
It just didn't add up, particularly after making a transatlantic call to James McGrath, a senior member of the American Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Marriott, you say? Why, sure. He hit the headlines when he told reporters that on his trip to Europe he was staking his claim to the title of the Earl of Merriotshire.
Did you get the information I telexed you about?
Yeah, they're an old and respected family. You can take it from me, Carr. The guy's as clean as a whistle.
Then I give up.
Come again?
No, never mind. Thanks for your trouble. Look, I may have to contact you again later.
Anytime, you know that. Goodbye.
Bye. Did you hear that, Jackson?
Yes, sir. Looks as though we have to tell the commissioner the man's in the clear.
In the clear nothing. The man's a crook. I just can't understand it. Hey, what about this Mrs. Croxley? What time am I meeting her?
At 3 o'clock this afternoon, sir.
I really can't see what this is all about. Really, Inspector, it's all perfectly clear.
As clear as mud. Why should Mr. Merriott need an additional £60,000 to finance his claim?
Well, isn't that his affair and mine?
No, madam. The granting of an earldom is the nation's affair, and we don't like the idea of Mr. Merriott laying the odds at even money, as there was a horse race. Why, if you financed him to that amount, does he need to advertise as he does?
Look, Inspector Carr, Mr. Palmer told me of your suspicions. He also told you that Ralph Marriott and I are getting married. Under the circumstances, don't you think that your visit is in rather bad taste?
Oh, that's a risk I have to take, Mrs. Croxley. You see...
No, I don't want to hear any more.
Mrs. Croxley, I was a fan of your husband's. He was one of the few young industrialists who wasn't just concerned with the balance sheet of his company. He really loved motor cars.
And he died because of it.
It's true, madam. Let me put my cards on the table. I have no concrete evidence that Mr. Merriott is anything but what he claims to be. An American citizen of British heritage seeking his rights to that heritage.
The tone of your voice says otherwise.
It reflects what my instincts tell me. Have you ever stopped to wonder why a man should fritter away half of his inheritance? I have the figures here, madam. An edict in Chancery was issued inviting claimants, those who regarded themselves as rightful heirs to the estate. The old Earl died without issue and without a will.
You're not telling me that, Inspector.
Please listen to me. There are 18,000 acres of land, a country house, and other assets. The whole amount comes to close on £500,000.
Well?
Mr. Merriott has collected already £128,000. Now, why should he want to hand out all that money? Remember that he's got to pay to people like Sir Reginald Arbuthnot £10,000. Sir Reginald's 5 plus the 5,000 profit. Does it make sense to you, madam? Couldn't he have just taken your money and used a little of it for legal fees and whatnot?
What do I care about this money? What are you trying to say to me, Inspector Carr?
Mrs. Croxley, with every respect, I am suggesting you do not come to any firm arrangement with Merriott.
But Palmer told you. We're going to get married.
It isn't for me to comment, but I think you'd be well advised to keep that possibility a secret until the inheritance is resolved. It was not a pleasant task, shaking the confidence of the young woman. I did it to soften any future possible blow that might befall her later. Now my antennae were really working overtime. I had to resolve the obvious contradictions emerging from my inquiries. A message from operations assisted greatly. Carr.
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Please have interesting information, sir.
Ah?
Marriott's arrival in Britain.
Go on.
Arrived on the Queen Mary, June the 14th, sir. Booked in at the Royal Southampton Hotel with the next army friend of his, a Mr. Harold Landon.
And what about immigration and so on?
All satisfactory, sir. But 2 days later, his friend was drowned.
What?
Hired a ketch, capsized. Inquest, verdict, accidental death.
And what about Marriott?
Clung to a lifebelt, sir. Was picked up by a fishing trawler.
Oh, the plot thickens. Thanks, Ops. Oh, one other thing.
Sir?
Get through to McGrath of FBI. Give us the lowdown on the man who was drowned. What was his name?
Harold Landon, sir.
That's him. Quick as you can. Bye. Yes. Oh, hello, Jackson.
I've got all the material from the Royal College of Heralds, sir.
Good. And what about the Bible? Did you hand that into labs?
Yes, sir.
You didn't tell them what I suspected, that it was a forgery, the inscription?
No, sir, I didn't. But judging by the FBI's report, this character's as straight as a die.
You must be joking. He's going to marry a woman with a couple of million in the bank. Why should he talk all those rich guys into investing thousands in his inheritance fundraising? He must be phony. Why ask his bride-to-be to give him £60,000? She'll marry him whether he succeeds to the title or not. At least she would if she could. All right, Jackson. I'm puzzling you as I'm puzzling myself.
Yes, sir.
Everything points to Marriott being a liar. He must be married already. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the money off her. I'll bet my non-existent bowler hat.
Oh, don't say it, sir. You'd lose your bet this time. He's not married.
Not?
No, sir. It's all there in the genealogical tree. It's also in his dossier that the FBI sent us.
Oh, no. Well, now, nothing makes sense. Except... Call transport, get me a car. I'm going down to Southampton.
Oh, yes, Inspector. They both signed the register. Yeah, I'll show you. Now, let me see. Oh, yes, June. Here we are. Mr. Marriott, room 406, and Mr. Landon, 408.
Let me see. You put that both in the same handwriting.
I beg your pardon, sir. Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Just a formality. I recollect it now. Mr. Marriott rushed to get a drink. Or was it the other way round? Anyway, one of them signed all the particulars for both.
Was it the other way round? That's it. Mr. Beverley, you are a great hotel manager. Well, in future, I suggest you allow your guests to sign for themselves. I wonder what Mr. Marriott has to say about this. Mr. Marriott, tragic the way your friend died.
Yeah, it sure was. We met up with each other in the army, and what do you know? He was in the next cabin to mine in the Queen Mary, so we decided to spend a few days together before we lost sight of each other for another 10 years.
Instead of which, he was drowned.
Yeah.
Mr. Marriott, would you mind letting me have a look at your passport?
My passport? Well, I showed it to the immigration officials.
I'm a police officer, Mr. Marriott. It comes within the bounds of my duty.
Okay. No need to get riled. If you want to look at my passport, you shall do so. Here it is. There you are.
Thank you. Not a bad photograph. I'll borrow this passport for a few days, if you don't mind.
Yeah, you give me that.
You're a fool, Mr. Marriott. Don't you know I could pull you in for assaulting an officer of the law? That wouldn't please your fellow peers in the House of Lords, would it? I'll give you a receipt for your passport. You'll have it back in a day or two.
Yes?
Oh, Mr. Marriott, the Scotland Yard here, sir. Is Inspector Carr with you?
With me is an understatement. Yeah, it's for you.
Oh, very kind.
Now, look here.
Save it. Hello?
Jackson here, sir. We got a reply to that radio picture you asked me to send off, sir. It isn't the picture of Marriott at all. It's a photo of the other chap, Landon.
Yes, Jackson. Look into that robbery in the High Street.
What did you say, sweet?
Good. I'll take the shopkeeper's statement later. Bye. Oh, no rest for the wicked. Where were we? Oh, yes. Thank you for the loan of your passport. It'll be in safe hands. The safe hands belonged to a laboratory assistant in our forensic division. A powerful microscope revealed what I'd already suspected. Marriott's picture had been removed and replaced with that of Landon.
Oh, that about clears it up, sir.
Not quite. I've got a feeling that our claimant to the earldom is not only guilty of fraud and impersonation, but also murder. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
Home Office has agreed to an exhumation order, sir.
Right. Although the order will have to be in the name of Landon, the body was once called Marriott.
Beg your pardon, sir. Oh, excuse me a minute, sir.
Huh?
Somebody's just come in. Oh, yes. What are they? Oh, good. I've got the inspector on the line. FBI, sir.
Yeah?
Harold Landon. 3 prison sentences, all for forgery. Last sentence at Tucson, Arizona. 3 years in the state penitentiary for forging negotiable stock.
That's it. Anything else? What about his family?
Married, sir. 3 children. Wife obtained order against him for assault.
He's married, is he? Poor Mrs. Croxley.
I can't believe it. You say he's not married at all?
No, madam. His name is Landon. He has a wife and 3 children, and you've been conned into parting with £60,000.
Blimey, sir. The balloon's going to go up when this breaks.
It'll go higher when we get the pathologist's report. Come in.
All right, I'll take it. Pathologist's report here. Thank you very much. It's the pathologist's report, sir.
Yeah, let me see that. Well, I'll be... Everyone wanted to believe the possible heir to the title. Look at this, Jackson. Definite cranial fractures showing deceased received lethal blow to the back of the head. So he murdered his ex-army comrade. It all fits in. They meet on the Queen Mary. Marriott tells Landon that he has some sort of claim to the title. Well, some sort, mark you. They arrive at the docks, they book into the hotel, and it's Marriott suggesting that Landon signs the register for them both while he got a drink, which gave the ex-convict and forger the idea. I'll go down into the cells, have a word with him. Tell him we've got another warrant, this time for murder. Well, what is it, Sergeant?
Why did you ask me to take the Bible to the labs, Inspector? What made you suspect forgery?
Why don't look so puzzled, Jackson? It wasn't brilliant detective work. As a matter of fact, when I went to the Royal College of Heralds, I learned something that made it perfectly clear that Landon had forged some writing on the Bible. It was this. Well, listeners, I won't blame you if you failed to see the forgery. Those of you who know your history might have spotted it. Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
I know this is your favorite program, love, but shouldn't you be baking for tomorrow's birthdays?
There's no hurry. I'm taking the easy way. I'm baking 4 maypole cakes in one batch.
4 maypoles? You mean they're all going to be the same?
Same light, fluffy texture, same moist flavor, yes. But they'll have different frostings and fillings. You know, chocolate, orange.
I know. You're trying to blind me with domestic science.
It's very simple. I'm making my usual foolproof maple margarine cake 4 times, that's all.
Maple has its own light blending texture that gives you light-hearted confidence cake after cake. If it's worth doing right with pure, light-textured maple margarine. No doubt about it, maple margarine. A truly great product.
Now, I wonder if any of you spotted it. Marriott, being an honest man, felt that he may have had some claim because of his name and background. This wasn't enough for Landon. He had written in the flyleaf of the Bible... so I assume you've got other proof?
Oh, sure. Here, take a look at this Bible. Now, look at that here in the flyleaf. It's pretty faint, but it says very clearly, on this day, the 9th September, in the year of our Lord, 1752, my dear wife, Rebecca, was delivered of a male child whom we have named Joshua.
I see, and that was your great-grandfather. Now, Landon may have been a clever forger, but he knew nothing about English history. You see, until 1752, Britain and her North American colonies used what was known as the Julian calendar. It was in that year that they switched to the Gregorian calendar. In other words, they substituted the calendar reform introduced by Julius Caesar for the one issued by Pope Gregory, which restored the correct date of the equinox. However, this meant a loss of a clear 11 days in the changeover. Many serfs and laborers rioted because in that first year, 1752, September the 2nd was followed by September the 14th. You see it now? The gentleman referred to could not have written that on this day, the 9th of September in the year of our Lord, 1752. There was no 9th of September. Oh, the moral of the story. Confucius says, "He who commits forgery and murder shall inherit the earth, 6 feet of it." Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook. makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. The other day, I attended a neighbor's party given for their teenage daughter. And they decided to make me sing for my supper. At first, we played a straightforward game of charades, and then, with knowing glances at each other, the de Villiers family shouted in unison, "Let's play cops and robbers." Actually, it proved a salutary exercise, because we changed it from cops and robbers to the investigation of a hypothetical murder. And very soon I was explaining to the guests the sequence of such investigations, pointing out that when it's not obvious, we first have to determine method. In other words, how the murderer killed his victim. And then comes another M, the second. It's for motive. You've all noticed how important that is in any investigation. Who stood to gain most by the victim's death? Was it an act of revenge, frustrated passion? But both these M's, if you like, are irrevocably linked with the most important M of all. Yes, of course, the murderer himself. Now, that seems to be stressing the obvious, yet a good detective will not only concern himself with the identity of the killer, but will want to know every characteristic the culprit possesses. So you see, all these factors are interdependent. However, I explained to my friends and their guests that unless one is on one's guard, an overabundance of motives or a seeming confusion as to method can result in the final analysis in the concealing and not the revealing of the third M, the murderer. In fact, that's what happened to me in the story I'm about to tell you tonight, which I've called Murder in the Bag. I've never understood why authors, specializing in crime stories, find it necessary to paint word pictures of country policemen in grotesque colors. I suppose describing them as buffoons highlights the brilliance of the author's central character, the man who succeeds where the police have failed. They should have met Sergeant Barnes in charge of the Dewhurst police station.
I've got all the facts and statements for you, sir.
Thanks, Sergeant. All I got from operations was the fact that a farmer called Ferguson was murdered last night when he was returning from a party in the company of a Mr. Flynn. Time about midnight.
It was right, sir. It was Mr. Flynn who telephoned for the ambulance, sir. But Ferguson was dead by the time he got to the hospital.
Ferguson was shot, correct?
Yeah, correct, sir.
All right, Sergeant. Let's have it all. By all, I mean, I think you'd better set the scene for me. I see you've drawn me a map.
Sure.
If you'd please set it for me verbally, I'd be grateful. It'll save time, too. More than that, I want all the characters concerned. Can do?
Well, I'll have a try, sir. Well, let us start with a small church just beyond the village, on the way to Chipping Sudbury.
Right.
Now, just beyond it, separated from the churchyard by a narrow lane, is an old farmhouse. And as you walk up the lane from the gate, there's a hedge on each side. Now, the left side bounds the churchyard, and the right side encloses a field that's owned by Dick Spence.
Yeah?
Now, at the top, the lane turns sharp right behind the field. 100 yards further on is the farmhouse, a Greystone farm. That's owned by the late Tom Ferguson.
You're doing fine, Sergeant. Ferguson's the man who was shot, yeah?
Yes, that's right, sir. There are two other occupants of Greystone, Mrs. Vera Hammond and her son, Robert, 20. Now, she was a Ferguson before she married. Tom was her nephew. The farm had originally belonged to her brother, but when he died, Tom inherited it.
And what about Mrs. Hammond?
He left without a penny. Widow. She moved in with her son. That's Robert. And she's been there ever since.
Mm-hmm. Had Tom Ferguson any girlfriends?
Yes, named Evelyn Todd. From a neighboring farm, 20-year-old redhead. In fact, they were engaged to be married.
I see. They would have made Greyston their home. And Mrs. Hammond would have had to have left, right?
That's right, sir.
Oh, well, let's get on with what happened last night.
Well, sir, Ferguson left Greyston about 6:30 to visit his fiancée. There was a party of some sort at Todd's farm. Robert was invited, but he didn't go. The party broke up about midnight, and Tom walked a half-mile back in the company of Ted Flynn, one of his close friends. And when they reached the gate to the entrance to the lane, they said goodnight to each other, and Ted continued on down the road. Now, he just got round the corner, when a shot rang out. He doubled back, and he found Tom Ferguson lying unconscious in the road. He phoned for an ambulance from the church, which arrived together with Dr. Ritchie and Sergeant Tracy. As you know, sir, by the time Ferguson reached the hospital, he was dead.
Who have you questioned, Sergeant?
No, only Flynn, who gave a first-hand account of what had happened.
Have you the necessary search warrant?
Yes, I got it right here, sir.
Good. I think I'll call on Miss Evelyn Todd for a start. I'd like to know a little more about Tom Ferguson before I tackle the Hammonds. Oh, by the way, they know about Ferguson's death, huh?
Yes, Inspector. They were informed first thing this morning.
Fine. Let's go to Todd Farm. Sergeant Barnes and I drove to Todd Farm, which lay just beyond Greyston. As we passed the homestead of the late Mr. Ferguson, I couldn't help being struck by its bleak contrast to the surrounding countryside. The farmhouse stood gaunt, forbidding, its dark, shuttered windows seeming to enclose a multitude of secrets. On the other hand, Todd Farm proved to be a charming cottage, nestling in an old English rose garden, flanked on both sides by orchards. The door was opened by a young girl with a wealth of flaming red hair. She would have been quite beautiful, but for the dark rings under her eyes, the only outward evidence of her grief.
Can I help you? Oh, hello, Sergeant.
Sorry to disturb you, Miss Evelyn Todd.
That's right.
My name's Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. Can we come in for a moment?
Well, my father's at home. I'm afraid there's no one at home.
I'd just like to talk to you for a little, Miss Todd, if you don't mind.
Yes, well, please come inside.
Thank you.
Now, what can I do for you? Is it about Tom?
Yes.
I don't think I could bear it.
Look, I quite understand. I won't keep you long, just a few questions, then we'll go.
Very well.
Well, first of all, what time did you last see your fiancé alive, Miss Todd?
At about 11:45. He left with Ted Flynn.
Were they the last to leave the party?
Just about. The Elliots were still there. They're friends of my father's. They left about half an hour afterwards.
That was the last time you saw your fiancé?
Are these questions necessary?
I'm afraid so, Miss Todd. Now, tell me, how well did you know the Hammonds?
Well enough. Perhaps too well.
What do you mean?
I'll be frank with you, Inspector. Mrs. Hammond did everything she could to prevent my engagement to her nephew.
Prevent? How?
I suppose it wasn't very pleasant for a woman twice my age to be ousted from her home by a mere chit of a girl. That's how she describes me. But she chose a rather mean way of showing her feelings. Inspector, for the last 3 months, I've been deluged with poison pen cards, all in the same handwriting. After a while, I showed one to Tom. He recognized the handwriting immediately. His aunt, Mrs. Hammond, wrote it.
Have you kept any of these postcards?
How many do you want? 20? 30? They're all in the desk here. There you are. Take your pick.
Well, these will do. Thank you, Miss Todd. Now, what were your fiancé's reactions?
He was absolutely furious. He and his aunt had a terrible row.
And did the cards stop?
For a while, yes. But they started coming again about a week before.
All right, Miss Todd, I won't keep you much longer. Are there any other incidents that you can recall about Mrs. Hammond?
No, I don't think so. Oh, wait a bit, yes. It was only yesterday afternoon. Robert, Mrs. Hammond's son, came over to say that he couldn't come to the party.
Did he give any reason?
Yes. His charming mother had forbidden him to come.
I'm sorry, but Mum's in an awful mood.
We had a bit of a row, actually.
Oh, Robert.
I said she couldn't stop me, and then she went into a long tirade about how she'd worked her fingers to the bone for me, put me through school, and just when everything was turning out okay, well,
Go on.
well, she said that you and Tom were about to kick us out, that you schemed the whole thing between you, and it was a dirty trick. I'm sorry. You know I don't...
I know. Why don't you come anyway?
I can't. I wish I could, Eve. You know. I'd do anything for you, but it isn't worth it. I've got to live with her.
All right, Bobby. I understand. He was almost in tears. Inspector, she's a wicked woman. If it hadn't been for her...
Thank you, Miss Todd. I think that's all. Accompanied by Sergeant Barnes, I made for the scene of the crime. We reached the gate that stood at the entrance of the lane, and Sergeant Barnes pointed out the spot marked X.
There you are, sir. He collapsed just here at the foot of the left gate post.
How many shots were found?
Just the one, sir.
The surgeon reported that Ferguson died of gunshot wounds in the abdomen.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Well, let's reconstruct the scene, Sergeant. Now, Ferguson says good night to Flynn. He turns towards the gate, and a shot rings out. So it's highly unlikely that he was shot from the road itself.
That's right, sir.
Now, if he was found by the left-hand post, it stands to reason that he couldn't have been shot from the area of the churchyard. The angle's too acute. No, my guess is that he was shot from the other side, from that field to the right there.
Dick Spencer's field.
Sergeant, supposing you wanted to ambush a man at dead of night, knowing that he was coming from the direction of Todd's farm.
All right. I'd whip in at Dick Spencer's field, no doubt about that.
And?
Well, I reckon I'd hide behind the hedge. That way I wouldn't be seen.
Yeah, but the hedge is at least 2 feet thick.
Then I'd cut a hole in it, sir.
Elementary, my dear Barnes. Right. Let's see if there is one.
Mind the bank, sir. It's slippery.
Yes, it is. Had rained recently.
A couple of days ago, sir. It come down in buckets.
None last night, though, eh?
No, sir, no.
Hello. What have we here?
What's that, sir?
The cartridge case. I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat it was fired from a single-barreled shotgun.
Looks like it, Inspector. I put in my handkerchief.
There it is, Sergeant. The hole in the hedge.
Well,
It's obviously been made for a purpose. Let's have a look. Perfect. See for yourself.
You're right, sir. I can see the gate clearly. The road beyond. Why, look here, sir. The grass has been crushed. And here, sir, there's skid marks. The killer probably lost his footing.
As Sergeant Barnes pointed to the telltale evidence, a vivid picture began to form in my mind. The murderer waiting grimly for Ferguson's return, the glinting gun barrel pointing through the hole in the hedge, the finger poised on the trigger, and then, as the intended victim opened the gate, the fatal squeeze. It seemed that a visit to Mrs. Hammond would prove illuminating.
Don't see how I can help you, Inspector.
It won't take up much of your time, Mrs. Hammond. Have you ever seen these postcards before?
No, let me see. No. How appalling.
Evelyn Todd says they were written by you.
Well, they're lying.
Mrs. Hammond, it won't be very difficult to trace the author. Save a lot of time if you told the truth.
All right. Yes, I wrote them. She deserved it. A cheap little... Inspector, we lived here for 2 years. When my husband died, I was left without any means of support. Tom Ferguson invited my son and I to live here. And about 6 months ago, he told us to leave, just like that, to pack my bag and get out. I brought the boy up when my brother died. Don't you think I deserve better treatment?
It's not for me to judge, Mrs. Hammond. Sending poison pen postcards can never be justified.
But she didn't love Tom, Inspector. She was out for his money.
Tom Ferguson inherited everything when his father died, yes?
Yes.
Do you possess a shotgun, Mrs. Hammond?
No. Inspector, what would I want with a shotgun?
You sure, Mrs. Hammond?
Look, Inspector, I didn't shoot Tom.
Ferguson was killed with a single-barreled shotgun. Find the gun, and I found the murderer. Do you mind if we look over the house, Mrs. Hammond?
Is that
I
necessary?
have a search warrant.
Well, I suppose I can't stop you. You won't find a gun, yeah?
But we did. Single-barreled shotgun. In the drawer of an old Victorian roll-top desk, we found a package of cartridges, identical with the one discovered at the scene of the crime. In another drawer, we found a pile of unused postcards, replicas of those received by Evelyn Todd. The gun was subsequently checked for fingerprints. The only prints to be found were those of Mrs. Hammond. I decided to arrest her. Mrs. Hammond, I must warn you that anything you say will be taken down in writing and may be used in evidence against you. It would seem that the investigation was over, apart from some loose ends that had to be tied up. Mrs. Hammond for trial. One thing that became particularly important, the term Harold Ferguson's will. I visited Messrs. Carr and Bradshaw. Mr. Bradshaw himself received me, a donnish-looking old man with the air of a patient secretary bird.
Good morning, Inspector Carr. Sit down, please. A cigarette?
No, thanks. Mr. Bradshaw, I understand you drew up Mr. Harold Ferguson's last will.
That is correct.
And in terms of that will, everything was left to Tom Ferguson?
Quite right, Inspector. Tom was an only child and the apple of his father's eye. Yes. The estate and all monies accruing were left to him in perpetuity.
But if he didn't marry?
And then the estate would pass to his nephew, Robert Hammond, on the condition that he should marry. In the event of Tom's death before Robert was 21, the estate was to be held in trust until the latter became of age.
And to take it to its logical conclusion, if Robert died, then the estate would have passed on to Mrs. Hammond.
Oh, no, not at all, Inspector.
What? Are there any other relations?
Yes, one. It seems that young Ted Flynn is a distant cousin of the Fergusons on his mother's side. Both the parents are dead, poor boy. And in the event of Robert's death, Harold Ferguson expressly wished that everything should go to him.
I see. That must have been one in the eye for Mrs. Hammond.
It was, Inspector, as you put it, one in the eye for the poor woman. She was quite upset about it. Tried to get the will altered after Harold's death, in her favor, of course, but she didn't succeed.
And Mrs. Hammond, as it turned out, stood to gain nothing, except through her son.
Correct, Inspector. There was no love lost between Harold and his sister. Temperamentally, they were poles apart.
Huh?
Harold was a swashbuckler, an adventurer, with a lust for life. Puritanical Mrs. Hammond thoroughly disapproved of him.
You knew him well?
Oh, knew him and liked him. In fact, over the years, I got to know the whole family. I've always prided myself on judgment of character, Inspector.
How did Mrs. Hammond get on with her nephew, Tom?
Quite well until recently. Trouble over Tom's impending marriage. Mrs. Hammond would, of course, have to move out.
Yes, I know. Tell me, Mr. Bradshaw, was the will signed and witnessed in the presence of all concerned?
Yes. Old Ferguson called them all together in this very room.
I see. So they were all acquainted with the terms of the will?
Quite so, Inspector.
Well, thank you. I'm most grateful for all your help. Yet as I stepped out of Mr. Bradshaw's office, I felt distinctly uneasy. I had considered the case as a closed book. It had all been so easy. Too easy. And I now had the disconcerting feeling that I was being led by the nose. There were several who had a motive for the murder. The longer I thought, the unhappier I became. Mrs. Hammond's motive for killing her nephew was that her son would inherit. But all the evidence showed that her animosity was directed against Evelyn Todd, not against Tom Ferguson. After all, she brought the boy up. No, there was something wrong somewhere. If only I could put my finger on it. I went in search of Sergeant Barnes. Got a car handy, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. Where do you want to go?
To the home of Mr. Ted Flynn.
So, everything is over bar the shouting, is it, Inspector?
Not quite, Mr. Flynn. Still one or two things to check. You say that On Saturday night, the night Mr. Ferguson was shot, you left the Todd's farm at 11:45, walked back with Ferguson to Greyston. You left him at the gate, continued on. When you heard the shot, you ran back, and Ferguson was unconscious in the road.
That's about it.
Now, think carefully, Mr. Flynn. Is there anything else that struck you at the time? Anything, however trivial?
Nothing at all, Inspector. I've told you everything I know.
Did you see Tom Fergus Saturday morning or afternoon?
As a matter of fact, I did, Inspector. I popped round about 11 o'clock. Mrs. Hammond and Robert were on their way out to do some shopping in town. Tom was in the garage fixing a plough. I gave him a hand for about an hour and then I left.
Mrs. Hammond and her son not returned?
Not that I know of.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. You've been most helpful. Had the unhappy task to call on her son. I'm sorry to disturb you, Mr. Hammond.
Well, get it over with, Inspector. You've arrested my mother for murder. What more do you want?
Mr. Hammond, I'm only doing my duty, and I promise you I don't like it any more than you do.
Well, please come to the point. Do you want to arrest me, too?
No, I don't. I want to ask you a few brief questions.
Well?
Last Saturday morning, Mr. Flynn came to see your cousin. You were on your way to town, I understand.
What's this got to do with the price of eggs?
Please, Mr. Hammond, just answer my question.
Yes, he did come round. Met me as we were going out of the front door.
Did he say anything to you?
Not that I can remember. Oh, yes. He said to borrow Tom's golf clubs.
And that was all?
Look, Inspector, Ted Flynn didn't get on very well with Mother and I. He was Tom's friend, not ours. I told him Tom was in the garage, and that was all.
Thank you. Now, did you see Mr. Flynn again?
What is all this? I've told you he wasn't exactly a bosom friend of mine.
Please be patient. I've nearly finished. Did you see him again?
No, I didn't.
Thank you. Now, one last thing, Mr. Hammond. What time did you hear of your cousin's death?
In the early hours of Sunday morning. As a matter of fact, Ted phoned, told us what had happened.
What did he say?
Well, he said that although he had identified the body, the police would require my mother or me to make an official identification.
Did you?
Yes, we went down to the mortuary on Sunday morning. And that's really all I can tell you, Inspector. Now, if you don't mind...
Just before I go, I'd like to look over the house once again. I'm looking for something. I sincerely hope to find it. I did. I found what I was looking for. It was in Tom Ferguson's study. I now knew who had killed him. Sergeant Barnes and I raced back to police headquarters in Dewhurst. Sergeant, issue a writ to have Mrs. Hammond released immediately and then have a car outside the front door. Have you got a gun?
Yes, sir.
All right, now get cracking. We've just one more call to make. We're calling on Edward Flynn. Edward Flynn, I'm arresting you for the murder of Thomas Ferguson. I must warn you that anything you say may be used in evidence against you.
Arresting me? Nonsense. Exactly on what ground?
I'll tell you. You planned to kill Tom Ferguson a long time ago, but you had to wait for the right moment. About 3 months ago, Mrs. Hammond started writing poison pen postcards to Evelyn Todd. When Tom found out, he was furious. Knowing this, and knowing that Tom wanted the Hammonds to move from the house, you...
What? And kill my best friend because I wanted Tom to evict his aunt?
I haven't finished yet. There's the will. You were present when it was signed. You knew that with Tom Ferguson and his cousin out of the way, the inheritance would be yours.
You must be out of your mind, Inspector. I would hardly have walked down with Tom carrying a shotgun under my arm.
That's why you were so fiendishly clever. You planted that shotgun, already loaded, behind the hedge on Saturday morning or afternoon.
What did I do, Inspector? Jump over the edge and say, hang on a moment, Tom, hold still, I want to shoot you.
Not a bit of it. When you left the Todd's farm, you told Tom you were in a hurry to get home. You then said good night and ran on ahead. You had ample time to position yourself behind the hole you made that day. You shot him as he came up to the gate and then sprinted home, hiding the gun, and phoned for an ambulance. Although he wasn't dead, luckily enough for you, he died on the way to hospital.
Inspector Carr, this is crazy. The gun didn't even belong to me. What do you think I did? Strolled over to Greyston and placed it under the mattress?
Who told you it was under the mattress?
Robert, I think.
Robert, eh? He knew because Mrs. Hammond had found the gun and questioned her son about it. But he swears that the only conversation he has had with you is when you telephoned him with the grim news that Tom was dead. And that was before you had time to return the gun.
Inspector, you can't prove anything.
Can't I? Edward Flynn, I'm arresting you on a charge of murder.
You sure you got the right one, sir?
Sergeant, I'm as sure as I'm standing here. But don't look so worried, Sergeant.
Well, I can't help it, sir. Why didn't Mrs. Hammond say anything when you arrested her? She didn't deny her guilt.
Because she thought that her son had killed Ferguson. What else could she think when I found the gun under the mattress? Or you did, to be more accurate. She's got a lot of courage, that woman. She must love her son dearly. Oh, come on, Sergeant. Now what's troubling you?
Well, I still don't know how you tumbled Flynn.
Don't you? You should. And so should you, listeners. Do you know what clue convinced me that Flynn was the killer? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, what was the clue? After all, there were three suspects, Mrs. Hammond, her son, and Edward Flynn. But what made me so sure that Flynn was the murderer? Well, it was this. If you remember, I asked Robert Hammond if Flynn had said anything to him on Saturday morning. He replied,
Not that I can remember. Oh, yes, he said something about coming to borrow Tom's golf clubs.
Tom's golf clubs. That explained everything. What better place to house a shotgun than a golf club bag? Tom readily agreed to lend him them. And it would have been easy for Flynn to drop the shotgun inside while Ferguson was working in the garage. As Tom's best friend, he obviously knew where to find it. My suspicions were confirmed when Robert said that he and his mother had gone down on Sunday morning to identify the body, a perfect opportunity to return the clubs and deposit the gun under the mattress, hoping that mother and son would be arrested for the crime so that the inheritance would then be his, Ted Flynn's. That was what I was looking for in Tom Ferguson's study. The golf club bag. Oh, the moral of the story? If you must lend your golf clubs to a friend, make sure he's shooting for a birdie, not a body. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. There can be no doubt that the last few months have made all of us sit up and look at things we took for granted with a new and, I'm afraid, rather jaundiced eye. No, I'm not going to pontificate at the way we took many things for granted, believing they would be with us as long as civilization endures, confident that our lives will become richer and fuller, and our problems of day-to-day living become less as the years go by. Instead, all the brilliant research and invention of the technocrats and the scientists crumble before the dictates of countries hardly out of their primitive shells. Then there was Watergate and the bugging of the leading French satirical journal, scandals that brought to light personalities who made the one-time private investigator as old-fashioned as the penny-farthing bicycle. Today, fortunes are being exchanged in return for industrial, commercial, and political secrets. Technical skill has taken the place of the methods adopted by such characters as created by Raymond Chandler. All Perry Mason required was courage, an enormous appetite for women and alcohol, and reflexes that worked with lightning speed. Of course, Mason was a figment of that brilliant writer's imagination. Then, as now, the majority of private detectives are solid, patient foot-sloggers, shadowing their prey or ferreting out evidence so that someone can have grounds for a divorce. I don't suppose many of you will remember the name Percival Watson. For 15 years, he pounded the beat as a constable, and then set up as a private investigator. A drab, nondescript person whose name was to be emblazoned on the front page of every British newspaper and on the lips of every news commentator. For Watson was arrested and charged with the murder of one of the richest men in Europe. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Murder by Assignment.
Pick a pack of blossoms, get it from Fresh Taste today. When your breakfast gets them waking in the morning. Blossom. For the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening blossom. Pick a pack of blossoms.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Pick a pack of blossoms.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm fresh taste.
Pick a pack of blossoms.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Pick a pack of blossoms.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom. Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
I think I already told you that Watson had served his apprenticeship as a member of the force. I didn't associate the man featured in the Police Gazette as being charged with the murder of Sir Edward Stanbridge until his wife telephoned the Yard, made herself known to me, and begged for an interview.
They're all making a great mistake, Chief Inspector. You've just come out of hospital. Remember my Percy? When you were a sergeant at Vine Street? He wouldn't do a thing like that, but no one believes him.
Well, as soon as I put the phone down after talking to you, Mrs. Watson, I looked at the back files of the Police Gazette. Now, you want the truth. There's a very strong case against your husband. He was seen in the grounds of Stanbridge Court. There were fingerprints on the gun.
I know, but he explained all that. Oh, he shouldn't have broken into the house, but it was to help this woman. Oh, you must help us. Please. Please, Chief Inspector.
Oh, all right. I won't promise anything, but the least I can do is to have a chat with your husband.
All right, Watson, on your feet.
Sergeant Carr. Oh, I beg your pardon, sir.
That's all right, Watson. It's been a long time. You needn't wait, Warder.
Very good, sir.
Remember me?
Oh, I don't want to be rude, sir, but as an ex-member of the force, I know my rights. I've made my statement. I'm not saying another word, not till my wife managed to get hold of Mr. Meadows.
Now, the man you claim commissioned you.
That's right.
Listen, Watson, it wasn't pleasant having to put an ex-policeman on a charge of murder. Don't you think that the entire Wiltshire Constabulary have been looking for a Harold Meadows? Besides, this is outside the metropolitan area, and my visit's a personal one for the moment. You and I worked together for 4 years. Crazy as it may sound, I believe your story.
You do so. Thank you. If you travelled all the way from Salisbury to tell me this, well, I appreciate it, but I'm scared, Chief Inspector. Really, I am. I'm scared. It was 1,000,000 to 1 coincidence that I should break into that house just when there was an armed thug there.
Just a minute, Percy Watson. I've come here because that nice wife of yours called at the Yard. At the moment, your papers are with the DPP. Once the Director of Public Prosecution sets a date for your trial, we've had it. You'd have been charged already if Sir Edward hadn't managed to take a shot at you before he died.
But I didn't
All right,
see.
I've just come from Wiltshire headquarters. I've looked through the docket. It's too nonsensical for it not to be true. But tell me about this man Meadows. Now, you've been in hospital, what, 3 weeks? All this must have happened nearly a month ago. Oh, the breaking and entering, I mean. When did you first meet Meadows?
I came to see him March the 12th. Said he'd just arrived from New York. He was a member of the American Association of Private Investigators. How did you get to me, Mr. Meadows?
Well, sir, we didn't. We just looked up a list of British private eyes. So many phonies in the States. We knew the same thing operated here, so we took your name and address from your association list. As you're nearest to that swine's residence...
Swine?
Please, just let me begin at the beginning, sir.
All right.
You've heard of the Vanderbilts. Well, my client is Miss Martha Vanderbilt. She was over here last fall, and she met this guy, this smooth-talking Romeo. Well, there's no need to tell you much more, except that my client was crazy enough to send this smart operator certain letters. which, if seen by her father, will mean that she'll be disinherited to the tune of at least $10 million.
Blackmail, huh?
You'll catch on fast, Mr. Watson. I may as well tell you my client has already paid into a Swiss bank 2 lots of the equivalent of 10,000 of your English pounds. These guys never stop, you know that. Once they get hold of a sucker...
When I hate it, the blackmailer. Mr. Meadows, before I retired to Wiltshire, I was a member of the Metropolitan Police.
Me too. Most of us in this profession are ex-cops.
Why don't you let me go to the police? Your client won't be mentioned.
No dice. This boy knows his onions. I've got photostatic copies of all his letters, typed, of course. You'll see that he warns that if Miss Vanderbilt goes to the police or if he's arrested, his accomplices in the States have instructions to release the letters to these filthy tabloids. See now why we have to work carefully?
What do you expect me to do?
Get those letters back. The fee is 5,000 English pounds.
But I'm an investigator, not a negotiator. How?
I don't know how. All I'm authorized to say is that there's 5,000 pounds in your expenses. Here's the man's name and address. Just before my client returned to the States, she went to what was once her love nest. Pleaded with him to return the letters. He just laughed. I can tell you this. The letters are in an old-fashioned safe with one of those heavy locks. Frankly, I'd be taking a look at the place myself. Far, huh?
Shows what greed does for you. 5,000 pounds in my expenses. Now, the place was a large seaside cottage.
Yes.
Lying in its own ground.
Caistor-on-Sea.
Yeah, well, I drove down to Caistor, made inquiries in the village. I learned that the man was staying at this rented cottage, and I foolishly decided to case the joint. I broke in at about 3 o'clock in the morning. Right. Where are we? The safe's open. A gun. What? There was a blinding flash and I woke up in hospital. Don't you see, Inspector Carr? It's this other guy. It's Slapsy. He did the shooting.
Yes, I've read Slapsy Hart's statement. You owe your life to him. You're being framed, but Slapsy didn't frame you. All right, Watson. I'll get you off the hook. Hello, Slapsy.
Blimey. Here, I'm not being booked, am I? They told me in Wiltshire I could go home, but I'd be needed as a witness. I was down and out, Governor. I wasn't going to nick nothing. I was just
save it,
taking
Slapsy. I'm not here to arrest you. I've asked the Home Secretary if I could take over the investigation. Well, aren't you going to ask me in, Slapsy?
Here, you're not going to pin the murder on me, are you? Just 'cause this Watson was once so busy.
Are you going to ask me in, or are you not?
Oh, all right, come on. Only lodge here, you know. Fred's out.
Just as well. Which is your room?
Oh, through here. That's it. Right, I better close the door. There's a lot of nosy Parkers live round here, you know.
Well, what's your story?
I was married, I tell you. I come out of Wiltshire jail the week before. I hitchhiked to Caistor. 30 bob they give me. 30 measly bob, that's the worry. That didn't last long. Well, I was hungry. These holiday houses, they're a piece of old work. I mean, I just...
Cut the cattle. You've been promised indemnity against prosecution. You thought you'd do a quick job of breaking and entering. I'll take it from there.
Yeah, I can't put anything over on you, can I, Gov? All right, sir. Yes, I did, yes. The place looked deserted. There was no lights on. Anyway, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. I just got through the pantry window and I'm walking along the kitchen floor. Kitchen door's open. You know, I hear this gunshot. Well, I didn't know what to do. If I'm found in this house, I'm down for another stretch. And if I scarper, well, then I hear somebody groaning. So, well, I went to go and have a look. Scared at me wits I was. And there was this bloke bleeding, something terrible. Well, there was just enough light to see a telephone.
Police?
You better come quick. There's a bloke here bleeding to death. He's been shot.
What you say? Where are you speaking from?
It's the last house on Caistor Cliff, and you better bring a doctor with you. He's in a terrible bad way.
What's your name?
Well, I don't want to have anything to do with it, see. I just...
Say where you are, please. I'm asking you your name.
Oh, what a mug I am.
Pardon?
My name's Hart. Reginald Bernard Hart. Heaven help me. You see the position I was in, Governor? I switched on the lights. I tried to stop the bleeding with a towel. I could see by his clothes he wasn't the occupier. I didn't see this other guy. It was when I heard the police car pull up that I see there's another bloke dressed in his pyjamas. Well, he was dead. He'd been shot too. I thought to myself, Slapsy Art, you're going bonkers. Stone stark staring bonkers. Well, there it is. They took me to the cop station, and I was too scared of being charged with murder not to tell the truth. And now this other guy says, Watson, his name, well, he says that I must have shot the top as well as him. He had the nerve to say I was trying to frame him.
Were you, Slapsy? Did any of the big boys put you up for this?
Well, that's not true. Would I call the cops if it...
Skip it. You can't blame Watson for thinking you tried to frame him. The dead man was shot with a .38. There was one set of fingerprints on the gun that shot Sir Edward Stanbridge, and they belonged to Watson. Someone had conveniently left the gun, presumably cleaned of all prints, in the open safe for Watson to handle.
Oh, can't you see what happened, sir? This fellow Watson's doing a breaking job. Toff wakes up, hears noises, goes and gets his gun, sees this bloke Watson at the safe. Watson shoots him, but before he dies, his Edward, whatever his name is, manages to fire back, and, well, that's when I come on the scene. The cops told me that the only fingerprints on the Toff's gun were those of the gentleman. They just fired at each other like some cowboy movie. Now he has the nerve to say I tried to frame him.
Friend Watson is one of the luckiest men alive. According to the medical reports, if you hadn't been there to stem the flow of blood, he'd have died within an hour or so.
I saved his blooming life, and he has the nerve to say I'm trying to frame him.
You working, Slapsy? Got yourself a job yet?
Well,
don't you think it's about time you went straight?
Well, I'm going to after this. I'm not kidding. I mean, being mixed up in two murders ain't funny. It's not going to be easy, though, is it? I mean, not with my record.
Well, you saved a decent man's life, and I'll help you to get a job. But first of all, I want you to come with me to Caister. Now, don't be afraid. I believe your story. But then I believe Watson's story, too, which makes this investigation one of the most bewildering I've ever come across.
Take a pack of blossom, get it from fresh taste today. When your breakfast gets from waking in the morning. Blossom.
Whether spread on toast or frying eggs to a golden turn, Blossom Yellow Margarine tastes the way your family loves it. Light and fresh.
All the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom.
Give your busy, hungry family their sandwiches with Blossom. They can taste the farm-fresh flavors, good and healthy.
For your roast and baking in the evening blossom.
When your family is at supper, they'll enjoy a roast with the touch of Blossom. They'll love it on their vegetables and spread on crisp, warm rolls. So give them all the farm-fresh taste of Blossom.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom. Blossom. Pick a pack of Blossom.
Pick a pack of Blossom.
Sir Edward Stanbridge lying dead. By his side, a gun containing his fingerprints. The gun that shot and wounded Watson. When they found the private eye collapsed on the study floor by the safe, there was a gun by his side, too, a gun containing his fingerprints, the weapon used to murder Sir Edward. Was I being deceived, after all? Had Watson made up an elaborate cock and bull story in order to explain his wounded presence in a strange man's seaside cottage? Was Slapsy Hart's explanation the right one?
Yeah, you can still see some of the bloodstains on the floor. Look, Governor.
Yes, I can see the stains. And you say that Sir Edward was lying over there by that wall?
That's right, Governor.
There's something wrong with every explanation. We've seen the bedroom. There's no doubt the bed had been slept in. He comes downstairs, opens this door, sees Watson at the safe. Watson turns and fires. Now, that being the case, why should the body of Sir Edward be lying by that wall? And if somebody placed the body there, it couldn't be Watson, because you rushed in when you heard the shot being fired and he'd collapsed. Oh, much more I can do here. Thanks, Slapsy. Oh, here's a couple of quid.
Oh, thanks, Gov.
Make your own way back to London. I've got to have a word with the estate agents.
Yes, that's right. Sir Edward always rented the cottage for the month of September, but this year he telephoned to ask if the cottage was available from March the 12th. I was delighted. Very few holidaymakers arrive at Caister during March.
Did he come to see you personally?
No, I gave instructions to have the place thoroughly cleaned and aired, asked me to get in touch with the wine merchant, dairy and so on. I asked him whether he would be required in domestic help. There's ample room, you see. He said no. Frankly, I got the impression that, well, if I might say so, he wanted the utmost privacy.
I see. Did you talk to him when he arrived at Caister? Was he alone or was he with a female?
He was alone, but hinted that he was expecting a visitor later that day.
What about domestic help?
Oh, that would be Mrs. Flynn. Quite a character, Mrs. Flynn. Straight out the pages of Shorter's Caister.
Why, sure now, Mr. Goldsmith asked me to get the place aired and cleaned, which I did. I handed the gentleman the keys and asked him whether he'd want me to be waiting at table. Told him most of the tenants like to have someone around with a cap and apron. But he kind of gave me a wink and said he'd manage on his own. Or rather, they'd manage on their own. As I told the police, I never saw the gentleman again. And now he's lying there, cold and stiff.
Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
The FBI confirmed Winchester's statement that there's no such person as Harold Meadows, sir. Seems to confirm Superintendent Johnson's belief. Meadows was a figment of Watson's imagination, sir.
Well, Meadows may be a figment, Ops, but the man wasn't. There were no letters in the safe. It was empty except for a gun. And if Watson was trying to burgle the premises, where was the loot?
Well, sir, they did find £200 in Watson's pocket, sir.
Really, Ops, £200. It was placed there, obviously. I want to know where they shot Stanbridge.
Must have been on the premises, sir. The senior police surgeon says that they were shot within half hour of each other, sir.
Well, he arrived at Caister on the 12th of March. According to the local manor, he was alive on the morning of the 13th because he took the milk from the milkman who recognized him from the year before. What was he doing all day on the 13th and the 14th? I'm going to have another talk to Watson. Now listen, Watson. The FBI have no knowledge of a man called Meadows, and our own immigration say that no one of that name arrived in Britain in the last few months. And what's more, no one knows him at the embassy. It isn't Slapsy Hart who's trying to frame you. No one tried to frame you.
And you believe them? You believe
Now,
them?
hear me out. No one tried to frame you. They tried to murder you.
Well, I don't understand. Why should anyone want to murder me?
Because you wouldn't be alive to tell the tale. Because even when you were dead, you'd go on the files as having murdered Sir Edward Stanbridge. That's why there were no letters in the safe, and they banked on your picking up the gun. As soon as you did that, someone who was waiting for you, hiding, shot you. In the morning, the police would be there, the unfortunate householder stood in his dressing gown from a rumpled bed, and you, with the loot in your pockets. Don't worry, I've got ample proof that you didn't shoot Stanbridge.
Yeah, well, how? Please tell me.
No. I'm afraid, Watson, that you're going to be kept here in these cells. They'll make you as comfortable as possible. But whoever thought up this scheme must be a fiendishly cunning devil. If the newspapers get hold of the information that you've been released, that you're no longer under suspicion of murder, it'll frighten the real killers away, okay?
You mean I won't have to stand trial?
No, you won't. You not only have to thank Slapsy Hart for saving your life, you can also thank him for getting you off a murder rap.
Oh, I don't understand.
Never mind that now. Now, this man who came to see you, you sure it's an American accent?
Take my life on it. Look, sir, you and I were at Vine Street together, and you learned to tell the phonies. Nothing phony about that man's accent.
Fair enough. And this description you gave me, the man, 6 foot tall, rather slender in build, brown eyes, the rest you can forget. Even a cop can't see through an expert disguise.
What's going to happen now, sir?
Well, if patience is a virtue, I'm not feeling very virtuous at the moment. But I've got everybody working flat out. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Sir Edward Stanbridge has left an estate worth over £11 million, sir.
Oh, it's going to be a nice fillip for the Treasury. Who are the beneficiaries?
£1.5 million goes to charities, various sums to relatives, and this is it, sir.
Yeah?
On December the 10th, Sir Edward called on his solicitor and left £250,000 to a Miss Charlotte Basford.
Yes, I have it here, Chief Inspector Carr. He called to say that he was getting married after all these years, and he wanted to give his fiancée a small Christmas gift. He said he was afraid that with his weak heart, he might not get to the altar, so to speak.
Poor Teddy. He was such a wonderful man. We were going to be so happy.
It's terrible business, Miss Basford. Did you know that your fiancé had left you £250,000 in his will?
Yes, the dear boy. He was very conscious of our difference in age, as if that mattered to me. And now they've killed him. You realize, Inspector, that
Had I become Lady Stanbridge, I would have inherited millions.
Instead of a measly $250,000. Sorry, I couldn't resist that.
I deserved it for sounding so mercenary.
Did you know that Sir Edward had rented a seaside house at Casebook-Inspector?
No. No, I didn't. I suppose the dear boy was lonely.
Oh, such a charming fiancée as yourself?
Oh, I had to go to Chelmsford to stay with my mother. She's been very ill. He said he couldn't bear the thought of staying in his house in London. He thought he'd like to go and get some seaside air.
That's right, sir. We can confirm that Miss Charlotte Basford stayed with her parents at 71 Epping Way from March the 10th until March the 23rd.
Well, thank you, Sergeant. Oh, what about the other inquiries I asked you to make?
Well, she was not seen in the company of any man answering for that description, sir. She was seen with her brother, well known in the area, runs a hardware business.
Well known, you say. Do you know him? Can you describe him?
I know him very well, sir. He's a man about 35, married, 2 children, 5'7" or 8", heavily built.
All right, Sergeant. Thank you very much. Hello, Watson.
They tell me I'm going to be released.
Yes. By this afternoon, the papers will be carrying the story that you've been cleared of suspicion. So will the radio, so will television.
But I
didn't want the killers to take fright.
Yes.
Well, that was my idea. I've now come to the conclusion it wasn't a very good one. Listen, Watson, the scheme's all very clear. Fond fiancée persuades her rich sugar daddy of a husband-to-be that they ought to spend a nice, intimate weekend with no one to intrude into their love nest. I can't believe that he'd arrange a rendezvous with anyone else. And yet, everyone we spoke to in Caistor had the impression that he was expecting a lady companion.
But he was alone. I knew that when I was casing the place.
Of course, Charlotte Basford has indeed a sick mother. The dutiful daughter tells her mother that she was coming home, waits till her fiancé has arrived at the seaside cottage, and then explains her non-arrival. That night he's shot dead, and you are severely wounded. They've only got to play it very, very cool, and they may get away with it.
But if she was with her sick mother...
There's a boyfriend, an accomplice, someone. But where? I'm hoping that the shock of your release might get them to do or say something careless.
But me? Why pick on me?
Just because you were there. Could have been any private eye. Perhaps they called on others before they decided on you. Now, what do you think, Watson? You must have spent sleepless nights pondering over the predicament in which you found yourself. Do you think the boyfriend was disguised? You said he was clean-shaven.
I don't think he was disguised.
All right, old chap. Let's gather up your things and drive you to your wife. Carr?
Ex-branch report, sir, that the party has not used the telephone other than to order some groceries and to telephone a mother. Nothing in the conversation at all suspicious, sir.
She's a very cool number. She's not going to be the one to panic. Obviously, our American friend is the one we're hoping will show his hand. 3 days. 3 whole agonizing days, during which time we traced one of the guns as having been stolen over 18 months before the murder. The other was licensed in the name of Sir Edward. And then it came. Over our special link came the voice telling us that the net was about to close.
Agent 453 calling. Agent 453 calling. Bird has entered Harper's tea room in Knightsbridge. She's walking towards a table where a man is seated. Slender build and could be 6 feet in height.
Received message 453. He may be a perfectly innocent citizen, but get through to X branch, close in. Bring them both to headquarters. Unless, when he stands up, you find him under 6 foot.
I've never been so insulted in my life. What is this nonsense about having to make a statement?
What have I got to do with all this? Listen, I'm due for a rehearsal in about a quarter of an hour. Have I not
Come
there?
and sit down.
May I ask what this is all about?
You'll learn soon enough. Take a seat, Mr. Meadows.
Meadows? My name's not Meadows. I think you're confusing me with someone else. My name's Honeycomb, Harold Honeycomb. I'm appearing at the Queen Anne's Theatre.
So that's how you managed to acquire such a delightful American accent.
What are you talking about?
Murder, Mr. Honeycomb. I'm charging you with the murder of Sir Edward Stanbridge.
This is a very painful kind of a joke.
Attempting to kill a decent, inoffensive man like Watson isn't exactly a joke. You had to go out of town to find your private eye. Or, to use one of your American slang terms, a fall guy. A London-based investigator might have seen you before, Mr. Honeycomb, alias Meadows. Oh, come in, Watson, come in. Is this your man?
Hi, that's him.
You silly, stupid car. I told you we'd never get away with it.
Stop him! Stop him! He's trying to kill me!
A fiendishly cruel but very clever plot. Sir Edward gets bumped off as he interrupts a housebreaker at the safe, but manages to return the fire before he dies. Had you, Watson, not survived the shooting, no one would have been the wiser. But you did survive, thanks to Slapsy Hart.
Yes, I'm grateful to him now.
You should be grateful to him for corroborating your statement and helping to prove your innocence.
Well, how was that?
Well, you see... Well, listeners, did you see it? What was it that Slapsy Hart said that confirmed Watson's innocence? Not sure? Then listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
Pick a pack of blossoms, get it from fresh taste today. When your breakfast gets them waiting in the morning. For the sandwiches you're making in the midday blossom. For your roast and baking in the evening blossom. Pick a pack of blossoms.
Blossom Yellow Margarine.
Pick a pack of blossoms.
For sandwiches that burst with health and farm-fresh taste.
Pick a pack of blossoms.
For frying eggs to a golden turn. For dabbing on your vegetables, carrots, peas, potatoes.
Pick a pack of blossoms.
For baking and roasting and spreading on crisp, warm rolls. And satisfying your family with its farm-fresh taste.
Blossom helps a busy mum. Make sure today you're choosing it, using it. Blossom, blossom. Pick a pack of blossom.
Make a pack of Blossom.
Well, what was it? The fact that Slapsy Hart heard only one shot. You remember he climbed through the pantry window and heard one single shot, and yet 2 people were lying on the ground. What happened was, Meadows, or Honeycomb, to give him his real name, deliberately created a noise, and when Stanbridge appeared, shot him dead. He then dragged him to the study, hid, and waited for Watson to appear. In the meantime, he takes the keys and opens the old-fashioned safe, puts the gun he used to shoot Sir Edward into the safe, waits for Watson, sees him open the safe, clasp the gun, and then shoots Watson. Left him for dead, or so he thought. It was the fortuitous arrival of Slapsy Hart that ensured these 2 friends, Miss Basford and Honeycomb, paid the penalty for their crime. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Niblets Cheese Twists, Halverine Bread Spread, and Blossom Yellow Margarine, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Springbok Radio presents Inspector Carr Investigates.
Good evening. Over the many years that I've been coming into the studio to present these dramatized investigations taken from my casebook of crime, I have, on occasions, expressed my very real pleasure at being able to relive episodes from the days when I was Chief Inspector at New Scotland Yard. However, I'd be less than human did I not go searching through my notes for tonight's story with very mixed feelings indeed. Of course, all good things must come to an end sometime, and as most of you know, tonight sees the last in this series. Having uttered this valedictory comment, let's get on with the investigation, which I think you'll find most interesting. At least I hope so. I've called it Murder Anonymous.
must be a reason why, all over the world, Rothman's King Size is offered with pride, accepted with pleasure. It's simply this. Rothman's extra length, finest filter, and the best tobacco money can buy give you true king-size flavor. Rothman's King Size really satisfies.
Although many of the members attending the Whitefriars Club were known to us because of the huge stakes they wagered, and the Yard's always interested as to the source of such large amounts of money, the owner himself, a man named Andrew Bellamy, was of no interest to us at the CID. While he was alive, that is. I hope it isn't what I think it is, Ops.
I'm afraid so, sir. A man identified as Andrew Bellamy found shot dead. Emergency call just came through, sir.
Well, who reported the incident, Ops?
Named George Hopkins. Apparently he and his wife worked for the victim.
Address?
It's a house called Heathcliff, Little Missenden Bucks.
Just inside the metropolitan area. You checked with the Buckingham Manor?
Yes, sir. They've sent a Dr. Botting. He's the local police surgeon.
Okay, Ops, organise transport. Tell Bucks I'm on my way.
Very good, sir.
Do you hear that, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Oh, then time being of the essence, let's get cracking. If their directions are correct, should be the next lane on the left.
There is a signpost of some sort, sir. Oh, yes. It says Heathcliff.
Must say the house looks isolated enough from here.
We've got a reception committee, sir.
Mr. and Mrs. Hopkins, no doubt. Oh, that'll be the local police surgeon's car. I assume he's inside with the corpse. Good morning, Mr. Hopkins.
That's right, sir. This is my missus. They phoned to say that you were on your way. I just can't believe it. He was such a lovely
Oh,
gentleman.
he gave me quite a turn, you see. I went to call him.
My
and he
missus...
Well, I don't think there's any point in standing here. Let's go inside. Oh, by the way, my assistant, Sergeant Jackson. Take a look around the grounds, Sergeant. See if there's anything untoward.
Very good, sir.
Mr. Botting's in there, sir.
Thought I heard voices. Chief Inspector Carr, I take it. Botting. Poor devil, shot right through the heart.
Any idea of ETT?
I hate to hazard an estimated time of death. Certainly several hours. Care to take a look at him?
The victim's crumpled body lay in what must have been his study. Only when I took a closer look at the body did I realize that he was the Andrew Bellamy who owned the Whitefriars Club. Good heavens. So he's that Andrew Bellamy.
You know him?
Oh, not personally, no. His picture's been in all the glossy magazines, of course. How well do you know him, Doctor?
Not frightfully well. Awfully nice chap. They tell me that the Whitefriars are a little too expensive for the likes of me. Besides, I only go to London when I have to, and certainly not at night.
Pajamas, dressing gown, slippers? Well, he either interrupted the villain or he let the killer in himself. Would you say that Bellamy was killed before midnight?
If he was, it's not unlikely. It wouldn't be much before midnight. I'm afraid that once rigor mortis sets in...
I know, Doctor. Who called you?
Mrs. Hopkins. I was still in bed. It'd been some... Hello, Dr. Botting.
Oh, Doctor, it's Mr. Bellamy. He's been shot.
Just a minute. Did you say that your employer has been shot? That is Mrs. Hopkins, isn't it?
Oh, please come. George says he's dead.
Well, I'll be right over. That's why I'm clear as I am. As soon as I walked into this room, it was pretty evident that Bellamy had caught it.
While you were waiting, did you question the couple?
Yes, I asked them if anything had been taken. They didn't seem to think so. Mind you, both of them are in too nervous a state to take any kind of inventory.
Oh, fair enough. I need the bullet removed as soon as possible. No doubt your local chaps will cope.
As soon as the body's removed at the Great Bissenden Cottage Hospital, I'll let you have the bullet in a couple of hours.
Thanks. Oh, excuse me. Carr calling operations room. Carr calling operations room. Do you read me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Andrew Bellamy. See if there's anything in records. I want to know his movements for the last few days. He has quite a reputation for being a ladies' man. Who his latest is, the lot.
Very good, sir.
Tell ballistics we hope to have the bullet in their possession within a few hours. They're to work on it right away. Time's of the essence.
Right you are, sir.
I'm working on the principle that the person who first discovered the crime is always a possible suspect. I want George Hopkins and his wife Beryl checked out.
Very good, sir.
And get hold of Louis the Lip. I want that weasel to use his dirty ears. Find out what the big boys are saying once the news of the murder's made public. Could be a revenge shooting for a crooked gaming table, although Bellamy's reputation suggested otherwise.
Right you are.
Until X-Branch, time's of the essence. Out.
I never cease to be amazed at the speed with which you London chaps work.
I take it that you have a practice, apart from your local police work?
This reputation of his, we've seen nothing of it locally. The only female I've ever seen him with is his daughter, and she, infrequently. Never met her husband. He manages the White Friar, I believe. They tell me Bellamy's wife died several years ago. Seemed to lead a very quiet life.
No parties to which the locals are invited?
No such luck. Mind you, Andrew Bellamy is well liked. In fact, I was giving him lunch at our club in the hopes of persuading him to join. Keeps very much to himself, unfortunately.
I'll tell you what. Would you be good enough to organise the ambulance while I question Mr. and Mrs. Hopkins?
Oh, excuse me, sir. I can find no sign of entering, but it looks very much as though the killer made his getaway from the first floor.
Oh? Show me. I'll see you later in the day, no doubt, Doctor, as soon as you've had the bullet removed.
Right. Now, this door and the ground floor windows haven't been forced, so they're all secured. But if you take a look at the ivy...
And what about the ivy?
Well, sir, I could see distinct signs where the stems have been broken. Here you are, sir. Open window. Look up there, sir. Looks as though he clambered out the window, tested the ivy for the footing, found that it wouldn't hold the weight of his body, and jumped. Look down there, sir. There's a distinct imprint on the soil.
Oh, well, plot thickens. If the killer did take any loot, couldn't be anything very heavy. Much will depend on what Mrs. Hopkins has to say.
Well, you see, sir, my instructions are to wake Mr. Bellamy at 9 o'clock on Sunday mornings, unless he tells me otherwise. Of course, sometimes he doesn't get here until very late. That's if he stays in town on Saturday night. But, well, this morning I goes to wake him.
Now, just a moment. You say you went to wake him? Or where do you live, you and your husband?
Well, sir, what Mr. Bellamy calls the lodge. It's just on your left as you go through the gates.
I see. At what time did you actually enter this house? And what's more, how did you gain entry?
Through the tradesman's entrance. I've got a key, of course.
And where was your husband all this time?
Having his breakfast. Well, I mean, he doesn't work on Sundays. My George is responsible for looking after 5 acres. Well, that's a lot for one man, sir.
Oh, indeed. I was admiring the flower beds as we drove through the gates. You telephoned for the doctor when? In other words, did you go straight to Mr. Bellamy's bedroom?
No, sir. I was here at 8 o'clock. I always clear everything away before I goes to call Mr. Bellamy.
Describe your movements exactly. You entered through the kitchen door, I take it, after unlocking.
Yes, sir. Then I took a quick look round the sitting room. Everything was nice and tidy. And I was just going upstairs to call Mr. Bellamy when I sees the study door open and a foot. Oh, it turned me stomach over, it did. But there he was, lying there. I went shouting to my George. He did first aid, he did, when he was in the army. And well, my husband said that Mr. Bellamy had been shot, and I was to call the doctor. Well, the doctor
Just a
came,
moment, Mrs.
and
Hopkins. When the doctor arrived, did he go through the kitchen door?
Oh, no, sir. My George unbolted the front door.
You say unbolted. Does that mean the front door is locked and bolted at night?
Yes, sir.
So no one could have entered this house without the bolt being drawn, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You told the doctor that nothing was missing. You sure?
Well, sir, nothing seems to be missing. You can ask my George.
I rushed upstairs to see if any of his silver had been taken. Everything seems to be there, Governor. His hairbrushes, cufflinks, his cigarette cases in his bedroom. All his clothes are there. I look behind the painting. The safe don't look as though it's been opened.
No strange-looking visitors?
Here in Little Missenden? No, sir. Mind you, when the governor put in that wine cellar, the chaps from London were a wild-looking bunch.
What time did your boss retire last night?
I don't know, sir. I finished work at 1 o'clock on Saturdays. I didn't see him again. Well, Not until I heard my missus shouting for me this morning.
I see. Did you see Mr. Bellamy at all yesterday?
Oh, yes, sir, yes. He didn't get down here till about 11 o'clock. Of course, you know he's got an apartment in London.
An apartment in London? No, I didn't. What's the address?
Yeah, a place called Arlington Mansions, Pall Mall. Number 8, I think it is.
I see, thank you. But your wife, when did she see him last?
Well, sir, he had his lunch and his dinner here. Beryl didn't get back to the cottage till about 8:30.
That's right, Governor.
Did Mr. Bellamy have any visitors yesterday?
Not while I was here, Governor.
Yes?
Oh, well, sir, I've dusted the window ledge for prints. Nothing's come up, sir.
I see that the footprint in the soil isn't disturbed. We need to take a cast of it.
Right, sir.
All right, Mrs. Hopkins. It'll be all.
Oh, thank you, sir.
If that couple are innocent, she doesn't appear to be so, does she, sir?
Yes, Hobbs.
Nothing known against Beryl Hopkins, sir, but her husband was dishonourably discharged from the London Rifle Brigade after being convicted of 2 counts of robbery near the camp. He was sentenced to 3 years, released about 18 months ago.
That's interesting, very interesting. Seems we have a suspect at last. Dr. Botting was as good as his word. I had the fatal bullet in my possession some 2 hours after the corpse had been taken by ambulance to the cottage hospital. Instructing my assistant to stay behind and glean what local gossip there may be, I returned to the yard, feeling convinced that the answer would be found to be connected with his activities at the Whitefriars Club. Yes, Hobbs.
Louis the Lips on his way up, sir.
Thanks, Hobbs. Oh, remind me to get in a supply of disinfectant. Wish we could do without such vermin. Yes?
They said
Shut the door and come over here. And what have you got?
I don't know how much it's worth, Governor.
Spill it, you mercenary brute.
Well, Governor, I heard Nate Simmons going north about having to go to the club to collect. Shooting his mouth about his partner, Andrew Bellamy.
Where did you hear this?
At the Lewisham Billiard Hall, Governor. You know, where the mob hang out.
Are you making this up? Because if you are, I'll see that
I swear it, Governor, it's true on my mother's grave. As soon as the missus asked me to keep my eyes open, I remembered it.
When did this conversation take place?
Last Wednesday.
Nate Simmons, eh? Anything else?
No, Governor. I hadn't heard Nate talk like that before. Besides, he seemed a bit flush. He was playing snooker at £5 a frame.
That's interesting. Very interesting. All right, you will. Take this to the cashier.
Thank you, Governor. Is it all? If the word gets out that
All, you say all? You're being grossly overpaid. Now, if you're not out of here in 10 seconds, I'll see that
all right, Governor, all right. No need to lose your temper like that. I'm going.
Yes, sir?
Now, put a tail on Nate Simmons. Came out over a year ago. Did the Duke of Rutland's job.
Right, you are, sir.
Find out who's the boss at the club when Bellamy's away. Isn't there somewhere quieter we can talk, Mr. Glover?
Yes, of course, sir. If you follow me.
Okay.
It really is a terrible business, Inspector. Terrible. The club won't be the same without Mr. Bellamy.
At least you're being compensated for your loss of a father-in-law as well as an employer. I understand from the solicitors that the club becomes your property for as long as you remain married to his daughter. Were you aware of that?
Yes, I was. You don't think I shot my father-in-law, do you?
Without wishing to be offensive at this early stage of the investigation, I simply don't know, Mr. Glover. I can tell you this. Whoever the killer was admitted by the victim. And we believe that Mr. Bellamy was about to retire when someone rang the front doorbell. He was admitted, shot Bellamy, bolted the front door, and made his escape from the first-floor window. Trouble is, we don't know why Bellamy was shot. Must have been either an act of revenge or robbery. Have you any ideas on the matter?
None at all.
Where'd you live, Mr. Glover?
Oh, now, look,
Please answer my question.
Great Missenden.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Now, look
Please
here.
don't lose your cool, as the saying goes. Everyone who benefits from your father-in-law's death is a suspect.
Then why did you take a look at the couple he employed at Heathcliff House? My father-in-law told me they'll own the cottage they live in and 2 acres of land if they're in his employ at the time of his death. Did you know that?
Of course. I just told you we're investigating everyone who might benefit. Good day, Mr. Glover. Yes, Hobbs.
Nady Simmons is in the clear, sir. He was seen by one of our plainclothesmen in the Lewisham snooker hall, all Saturday night from 10 o'clock until 5 o'clock Sunday morning. He was playing in a snooker tournament.
Well, be that as it may, I want him tailed. I want to know who he sees, where and when. Now, wait a minute. Wouldn't be a bad idea to pull him in.
Oh, very good, sir.
And not very politely either. Let him think he's going to be arrested. Put the fear of heaven into him.
Right, sir. Oh, but by the way, sir,
Yes?
we got an interesting conversation monitoring in the Hopkins telephone. You like me to play it to you?
Please, pipe it through.
Right, here it comes.
Give me a second or two to switch on. Hang on. Okay, Ops.
What are you doing up at the house? You heard what that sergeant said. Nothing was to be touched.
I just telephoned to tell you to switch on the stove. Why are you so snappy suddenly? Are you sure that
You asked me that question 1,000 times. No, I didn't shoot him. If you don't believe me, you can count the number of cartridges I got in that box. For goodness sake, Beryl. What with my prison record and you having the jitters like this? What are you trying to do? Get me put away for a murder I didn't commit?
Oh, that's the only recording mentioning the murder that we picked up from him, sir.
That's interesting. Very interesting. I'll get Sergeant Jackson to pay them a visit. Okay, Ops.
And by the way, sir,
Yes?
this branch report that the subject was seen with Priscilla Kenworth on Friday night. They think she's his latest, and they've been seen about quite a bit.
Well, that gives me an opportunity to talk to one of Britain's most distinguished actresses. Tell me, Miss Kenworth, did Mr. Bellamy seem in a reasonably happy mood when the two of you dined together at the Caprice?
Very. Although we did quarrel slightly. Or should I say that, Chief Inspector Carr? Am I a suspect? After all, for the last 4 weeks, we've been seeing each other a great deal, now that I'm resting between plays. Seriously, though, he was such a generous human being. This bracelet, it must have cost him all of £5,000.
What did you quarrel about?
Stupid, really. Drink.
Drink?
Poor Andrew's father died of the stuff. Andrew has never allowed a drop of alcohol to pass his lips. He was a fanatic on the subject. When I suggested ordering a 4th martini, this man who had given me a £5,000 bracelet refused to let me have one.
Ah, there you are, Jackson. We're going back to Little Missenden.
Nady Simmons is on his way up, sir.
Oh, he is he? Wonder what he'll have to say for himself. Come in.
Oh, what is this? Why have I been picked up? I've done nothing wrong. What's it all about? I haven't done a job since I came out upstairs.
That'll be all, Constable.
Right, sir.
You know the score, Nady. Anything you say will be taken down and maybe used in evidence against you.
Evidence against me? Do you mean I'm being arrested?
When were you last in Little Missenden?
Oh, wait a minute. You're not pinning that on me. I've never been to Little Missenden in my life.
Really? Fascinating. You'll tell me next that you didn't know Andrew Bellamy. Now, stop playing games with me, Nady Simmons, unless you want to go inside for the rest of your life.
I swear it, Governor. I never met the geezer, never.
And you never heard of him, I suppose? Well, have you?
No, never.
All right, Nady. You can go for the time being, but don't try to leave London if you know it's good for you.
Yes, sir?
I want Simmons under surveillance night and day. An experienced jewel thief like that never carries firearms, but I'm hoping he'll lead us to the man who does. He's on his way down now.
Very good, sir. By the way, sir,
Yes?
Priscilla Kenworth, she and the subject were seen together almost every evening since the play Breakdown ended. Divorced, 2 children at highly expensive schools. Experts believe that her new Rolls-Royce was paid for by Bellamy.
Rolls-Royce, diamond bracelet, owner of race horses. Can all that money come from the White Friars Club? I think we'll have a look at his books.
No, really, Inspector, I've no objection to anyone taking a look at our ledgers, but why?
You'll know all in good time, Mr. Glover. Don't you want your father-in-law's murder avenged?
Of course I do. We issue a balance sheet every year, pay our taxes. What's that got to do with his murder?
I don't know. I'm exploring every avenue, as they say in the classics. These 2 chaps are highly skilled at their job. Won't take them more than an hour or so. It didn't. When I emerged from the club's premises, I was convinced that Andrew Bellamy was a modern Jekyll and Hyde, that his expensive lifestyle was maintained not from the profits of the Whitefriars Club, but by dealing with leading figures of the underworld. All right, Jackson, let's pay that long-delayed visit to Heathcliff.
What are we looking for this time, sir?
Not for, Sergeant, at. I want to take a look at the wine cellar.
I seem to remember seeing what seemed like a padlocked door underneath the stairs.
Yes, sir. I assumed it led down to the coal cellar. Something's come through, sir.
Carr, over.
Agent 46 has reported that Simmons was seen to enter the house of Benny the Wolf. He's still in there, sir.
Interesting. Very interesting. Benny the Wolf, eh? I thought he was still inside.
Well, he came out a week ago, apparently, sir.
Well, the plot thickens. For goodness sake, make sure that they don't lose sight of either of them.
Very good, sir. Out.
The gates are closed, sir.
I telephoned Hopkins of our arrival. There he is. I think our friend knows more than he's let on. Good afternoon, Mrs. Hopkins. Waiting to let us in?
That's right, sir. My husband told me you was coming down.
Good. We're in something of a hurry. Time's of the essence. Lead us to the wine cellar, Mrs. Hopkins.
Oh, you haven't got the key for that, sir. Mr. Bellamy always kept them in his safe.
Strange place to keep a key to a wine cellar. Formidable-looking padlock there. Luckily, when I examined the contents of the safe, I thought the bunch of keys would prove useful to our investigation. This looks the likely one. Do your stuff, Jackson.
Yeah.
Two locks, eh? Here comes your husband. Have you ever been in the wine cellar, Mr. Hopkins?
Oh, never, sir. No, the boss wouldn't allow it. Said he had some very expensive rare wines down there, sir.
All right, Jackson. Let's see what really is in the cellar.
Very dark. Oh, there's the switch.
Good. Let's have some light on the matter. Well, I'll be... There before our eyes was an array of precious stones and jewels that even the richest oil king would covet. In pride of place was the Duke of Argyle's priceless collection, for which robbery Benny the Wolf was sentenced to 5 years. The puzzle looked like being solved. So, Mr. Hopkins, your employer was a receiver of stolen property, was he? How'd you meet him? Oh, come on, man, I haven't got all day.
Tell him, George. Tell him, otherwise they'll think that
I told the mob that I was never going to do another job. That they asked me if I'd like to work for him. I'd heard about him, of course, but I'd never set eyes on him. I went to his flat in London. Told me he got a house in the country, needed a married couple who knew how to mind their own business. That's all, Governor, I swear.
I see. Carr calling operations room. Carr calling operations room. Do you read me?
Loud and clear, sir.
Pull in Benny the Wolf. Search his place. The bullet removed from Bellamy's body was a .45. Yep. Well, Jackson, any joint?
Very much so, sir. The station master at Great Missenden recognised Benny's photo at once. He must have walked to Little Missenden because the local constable was able to identify him too.
Do the times fit?
Yes, sir.
Well, what with finding a recently oiled and cleaned .45 and the 2 eyewitnesses you managed to collect, the case is in the bag. I thought that the wine cellar would hold the key to the mystery. You see... Well, do you see? Why did I suddenly evince great interest in the wine cellar? Did you notice where I'd been given a clue? In fact, 2 clues. Not sure? Well, why did I become convinced that the solution to the mystery would be found in the wine cellar? Firstly, why a specially built wine cellar when the local doctor told me when I asked him? No parties to which the locals were invited?
No such luck. Kept very much to himself.
And yet his man, sir.
Mind you, when the governor put in that wine cellar, the chaps who built it were a wild-looking bunch.
However, it was that distinguished actress Priscilla Kenworth who really pointed to the importance of the wine cellar when she said...
Poor Andrew's father died of drink. Andrew never allowed a drop of alcohol to pass his lips. He was a fanatic on the subject.
So there it was, a specially built chamber to hide the fabulous loot stolen from some of the greatest collections in Britain. Benny the Wolf refused to supply us with the motive for the shooting, even after he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Obviously, he felt that the Duke, as he was known in the underworld, had double-crossed him. And that, I'm afraid, brings us to the end of a series which has been on the air since 1956. My one hope is that you've enjoyed these dramatized investigations as much as I've enjoyed presenting them. Bless you all. Good night.
Inspector Carr, with Hugh Rouse in the title role, was written and directed by Michael Silver.
Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
My notes for tonight's story reminded me of a trial which took place a few weeks ago in Johannesburg. 2 men employed at Jan Smuts Airport were charged and convicted for attempting to steal a parcel of diamonds. Now, I don't propose to comment on the trial, except to say that the miscreants were very foolish in thinking that they could successfully outwit those responsible for the safety of such valuable cargo. They are among the most highly trained security men in the world, and there's a constant ebb and flow of information between Johannesburg, Amsterdam, and London. Movements of known diamond smugglers, photographs of cleverly faked precious stones, that sort of thing. You've often heard me make reference to Hatton Garden, the hub of the diamond industry. Ever since Sir Christopher Hatton, after whom the thoroughfare was named, set up a diamond exchange there, it has been the scene of dazzling beauty, intrigue, and on the rare occasion, death. Such as when Colin Bateson was found dead. He was chief cutter and polisher at Lambert & Sons Limited, dealers in precious stones. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story More Precious Than Life. It was at approximately 10:30 in the evening when I first received news of Bateson's death. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yeah?
A call had just come through from the caretaker of the block of flats called Ebury Towers, Victoria Road. He said that he is phoning from the flat of one of his tenants. He's been stabbed through the heart.
Oh, never stops, does it, Ops? Oh, sounded almost poetic. What's the name of the tenant?
Bateson, sir. Colin Bateson. I understand his sister is with him.
No question of him being dead. Any point in getting through to the senior police surgeon?
Control specifically said the man had been murdered. And there's a doctor present.
All right, Ops, get through to transport.
Very good, sir. Oh, by the way, sir, the flat number is 48.
Thank goodness you're here, Governor.
I'm Chief Inspector Carr.
Is that the police?
Chief Inspector Carr, this is Mrs. Dixon.
Still can't believe it. Why should this happen to my brother?
He's still there, sir.
I understand there's a doctor.
I'm the doctor. I found my brother.
Before saying anything else, have you any idea how long your brother's been dead?
Less than an hour. It doesn't take medical diagnosis to tell you. I spoke to him less than an hour ago.
Oh, well, shall we go through and then talk about it?
Yes, it's all right.
If you won't...
I take it you're the caretaker.
That's right, sir. You see...
just a moment. Look. First, a quick look at the... Sorry, Doctor, my phraseology is a little thoughtless. Let's go through. The old caretaker, the distraught woman, and I entered a large and pleasantly furnished living room. Or rather, would have been pleasant, had it not been for the scene of a well-dressed man lying on his back, his unseeing eyes wide open, his arms flung outward as if attempting to scan the floor carpeting, and a large red stain on his shirt front. The bread knife next to the body was still horribly wet. That's horrible. I take it nothing's been touched.
Yes, I removed the knife when the caretaker opened the door.
Look, I know how terrible all this is for you, Doctor, but time is of the essence, so I'm going to ask you what brought you here tonight and how you managed to get access to the flat.
Well, I opened the door.
Please, I'm trying to get a complete picture with the events in their proper sequence.
I arrived back in London this afternoon. I'm a paediatric surgeon at the Royal Victoria Children's Hospital in Sydney.
I see.
I'm here to attend a congress that starts tomorrow morning. I telephoned Colin about an hour ago. I asked if it was too late to see him this evening. I have to be back at hospital on Saturday.
Too late? Of course not. It was marvellous getting your letter. Come on over. I'll open a bottle of bubbly in celebration. Have you spoken to Mum and Dad?
Yes. I went straight out there from the airport, hence this late hour. I've only just checked in at the hotel. Give me time to add a little artificial...
Look, you don't have to put on any false eyelashes to impress your brother. No, seriously, make it as quick as you can. I'm dying to see you.
Well, I've been travelling all the way from Australia. I needed a bath, a change of clothes. It was nearly an hour before I got here. I rang the bell and there was no answer. I couldn't understand it.
I went downstairs and asked the caretaker if he saw my brother go out.
Yeah, well, this lady thought that Mr. Bateson might have been taken ill or something. So I opened the door with my master key.
I see, thank you. Well, then what happened? Perhaps you'd better tell us the rest, Mr. Hall.
Yeah, well, sir, I opened the front door and sees that the door from the hallway into this room was open and the lights were on. And we sees him lying there like that.
And it was you who dialed emergency?
Well, as soon as I saw that my brother was dead, been stabbed to death with that knife, I shouted to Mr. Wall to dial 999 and tell them what had happened.
Thank you. Mrs. Dixon, I have a police car outside. Please, let us transport you back to your hotel.
My parents. What am I going to say to them?
Leave that to us. I'll see that they're notified straight away. Having escorted the dead man's sister to the car and ensured that she was safely on her way to her hotel, I telephoned the Finsbury Park police station, instructing them to send round to 36 Maple Street one of their best men to break the news to Mr. and Mrs. Bateson. For that was the address given me by the bereaved sister. I asked the caretaker to stay in attendance while I searched the flat for possible clues. Well, according to these papers, Mr. Bateson worked for Lambert & Sons in Hatton Garden.
Oh, that's right, sir. Had a good job he did. He used to tell me about all the diamonds he sorted.
Well, I've taken a good look round. There doesn't seem to be any sign of robbery. Nothing seems to have been disturbed, except... Well, look at that drinks cupboard, Mr. Hall. He's taken out a bottle of wine, placed it on the shelf with one glass next to it. Cupboard door still open. In view of what his sister has told us, it's highly probable that the unfortunate man was preparing the drinks in anticipation of his sister's arrival when his attacker arrived. Question is, was the killer admitted by Mr. Bateson, or did he have other means of entry?
What do you mean, other means of entry? The only other means of entry is the master key, and I've got that.
No, Mr. Hall, let's not leap to conclusions. There are more ways of entering a flat than through the front door. Recognize the bread knife?
Yes. It belongs to Mr. Bateson. It came out of his kitchen.
Let's have a look at the kitchen, shall we?
Yeah, you won't find anything in there, sir, except...
Come on, let's see. Well, quite obviously no one could have got through that window. Look, Mr. Hall, your highly polished floor. Faint marks of 2 pairs of feet. I take it the floor was cleaned this morning?
Well, of course it was, sir. Those marks weren't there this morning.
Well, that suggests, does it not, that Mr. Bateson's visitor walked with his victim into the kitchen, picked up the bread knife, and then stabbed Bateson when they returned to this room. Pity that his sister removed the bread knife from the body. May have smudged what fingerprints there are on the handle.
She was only trying to help, to stop the blood.
Yes, of course. Well, thank you, Mr. Hall. Sorry to have kept you up so late. No need for you to wait. I have to, because I've sent for the fingerprint men, photographers. Body has to be removed to the mortuary. By the time our men had taken their photographs and impressions of every possible fingerprint they could, it was well after midnight. There was little more for me to do, except to telephone the yard with the obvious instructions, such as ascertaining whether the victim was known at Criminal Records Office, X-branch to determine whether any suspicious characters were seen near the building, the usual procedure to be adopted at the commencement of every murder investigation. A few hours' sleep and I was back at my desk much earlier than usual. What I hadn't anticipated was a two-pronged inquiry. Bateson's murder and the robbery of a collection of precious stones. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops. What you found?
The CRO hasn't come through yet, sir, but Lambert & Sons Limited, the firm where Bateson was employed, telephoned M Division to say that they have been robbed.
What?
The managing director, sir, Mr. Oliver Lambert, has just reported the loss of a collection of precious stones worth over £200,000.
Well, I'll be... What's the address, Ops?
Yeah, 28 Hatton Garden, sir.
Well, I had intended to question Bateson's employers as to the dead man's character. Seems now that I shall have to do considerably more interrogating.
This is shocking. Terrible. In the 80 years we've been in Hatton Garden, we've never lost a single stone. What am I going to tell the Maharani of Kaipur? She left them here for polishing, and where the Dickens is Bateson? I can't believe that after all these years...
Bateson is dead, Mr. Lambert. He was stabbed to death in his flat last night.
I can't believe it.
I'm afraid it's true. One thing I can tell you, Mr. Lambert, is that the precious stones you say are missing are not at the dead man's flat. I've been through the place with a tooth comb. Now, sir, tell me about Bateson. What was his job here? How long was he in your employ?
Well, he was my polisher. The Maharani brought her collection of jewels to be polished. You've probably read that she and the Maharaja were attending the ceremony at Westminster Abbey.
I see, thank you. What else has been taken?
Oh, nothing. I can't understand it. I really can't.
Well, it's now 20 minutes to 9. What time's your staff start work?
9 o'clock.
I see, thank you. Well, how many people knew that you had this collection of jewels?
Oh, no one. Or at least...
Yes, Mr. Lambert.
Well, let me put it this way. All the social gossip writers wrote that the Maharani would be wearing her famous collection, but, well, such people don't like it to be known that they take their diamonds and gems to be polished. Well, somehow it detracts from the glamour of the thing. We at Hatton Garden have to be as discreet as any doctor or solicitor.
What about your staff?
Well, yes, they'd have seen the Maharani arrive. But the point is that no one could get into the sorting room except Bateson and myself. And yet I can't for the life of me see him as a thief.
Well, sir, the precious stones are missing and nothing else has been taken. Now, will you please tell me exactly what happened when you arrived this morning?
Oh, excuse me. Hello, Lambert speaking.
What have you done? Why have you killed my boy?
Although Lambert held the telephone receiver firmly to his ear, I distinctly heard a voice accusing the diamond merchant of murder, presumably of killing Bateson. The rest of the telephonic conversation became even more intriguing.
What are you talking about? It's Mr. Bateson, isn't it?
Don't pretend you don't know who's speaking. They came and told me last night. I had to go to the mortuary to identify my own son.
You must be insane, Mr. Bateson. I've only just heard about it. There's a senior police officer with me now.
Oh, there is there? Well, I want to talk to him.
By all means. Oh, the man is out of his mind. Here.
Thank you. Hello?
Look, I told the sergeant when they came to fetch me last night. I'm telling you, you aren't a police officer.
I'm Chief Inspector Carr of the Murder Squad.
Well, he's your man. He stabbed my son. He would have sacked Colin weeks ago, except my boy was the finest polisher in the business.
Well, sacking's one thing, but you're accusing your son's boss of murder.
Well, my boy was stabbed to death, wasn't he? Who else would want to do it? All right, sir. He might have stepped out of turn.
What do you mean, out of turn, Mr. Bateson?
Well, I merely told young Bateson...
Look, just a minute, Mr. Lambert. You were saying?
Look, now, I told him no good would come of it. He hasn't been seeing her, he hasn't...
Just a minute, Mr. Bateson. Who is she?
My daughter. She's in Switzerland, left a week ago.
Mr. Bateson, will you be at home about 3 o'clock this afternoon? I understand you have a tobacconist shop.
Yes, I'll be here. But why wait till 3 o'clock? To take my advice, you'll arrest that swine now.
I'll see you at 3, Mr. Bateson.
The man is mad, I tell you.
What's it all about? Why should the dead man's father leap to the conclusion that you're the murderer, Mr. Lambert?
I don't want to be rude, Mr. Carr, but this afternoon the Maharani is coming in for her jewels. Frankly, that's my chief worry.
But it's not the boy's father's chief worry, or mine, come to that. Primarily, my job is to find and apprehend the killer, although I grant you that if I can trace the identity of the man who took the jewels, it may lead me to the culprit. All right, now, tell me about your daughter and Colin Bateson.
Well, they met at our staff party last Christmas. Jean was barely out of her teens. I discovered that they were seeing each other regularly. I ordered him to leave her alone. He promised never to see her again.
But I take it he did?
Yes. A good friend of mine told me he saw them both at an hotel when my daughter was supposed to be staying with her friend's family in Devonshire. Well, I was furious. Young Bateson hadn't moved into his flat. I telephoned one Saturday afternoon.
You say you want Colin? Well, he's not here. He's gone to the football match. Who's speaking?
This is Lambert, his employer.
Ah, well, I'm his father. Is there anything I can do, Mr. Lambert? He should be home by 6. You sounded a bit upset. Nothing wrong at work, I hope.
Yes, there's something very much wrong. You tell that son of yours to stay away from my daughter, or I'll kill him. Do you hear? I'll kill him.
Did these two youngsters continue to see each other?
No. My daughter was under the mistaken impression that she was in love with this boy. I put a stop to it.
Well, perhaps she was. In love with him, I mean.
Oh, nonsense. Absolute nonsense. Besides, she's very happy where she is now. She's at the Lycée in Geneva. If I thought of killing the young man, would I continue to have him in my employ?
I don't know. Could be that you thought it better to keep the young man under your eye. Besides, I hear that he was the best cutter and polisher in the business.
Yes, he was, but you mustn't listen to that old fool. I was just in a boiling rage. Well, so would you be, were you in my shoes?
Nevertheless, I must ask you where you were between 9 and 11 p.m. last night.
But what about the robbery?
Please answer my questions, Mr. Lambert.
I was at home. I dined about 8 o'clock. I looked at television for a bit and then went to bed. That's all.
Please, Mr. Lambert. Now, how many servants have you? Can they corroborate your alibi?
Why, I don't know. Well, no, I suppose not. As soon as Mrs. Darnley clears away, she goes off home. Well, I suppose that would be about 8:30.
Anybody else there?
No, we have a woman that comes in and does the rough work.
I see, thank you. May I use your phone?
Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Operations.
Carr, I shall be sending over a description of the jewels stolen from Lambert's. As soon as it's received, I want X-Branch to circularize every dealer and everyone on J list.
Very good, sir.
You better notify Amsterdam and Johannesburg. They're sure to have a description of this famous collection. The theft has now become part of the murder investigation.
Right, sir.
I'll be at Lambert's for at least another hour if I'm wanted urgently.
Right, sir. Bye.
Bye, Ops. Now, sir, your staff will be coming in less than 5 minutes. Will you please show me where the stolen jewels were kept? We emerged from the merchant's private office and walked through the showroom, flanked on each side with a long glass counter containing various stones of different shapes and colours. Because of the subdued lighting, it was impossible to gauge either their value or attractiveness. Presumably, they were stones still in their rough state and could be appreciated only by experts.
Well, here we are, Chief Inspector. As you see, it's unlocked. I opened it when I came in this morning.
I see. Well, this is virtually a strong room. Opened by a combination lock.
Yes, that's right.
Who has the combination?
Oh, myself. Bateson, of course.
Anybody else? What happens when you're both away?
Oh, no one else other than the security officer at the Acme Safe Company. It's all a question of insurance. If anything happened to me
Or Bateson.
Or Bateson. Well, then my staff have instructions to get in touch with the safe people.
When did you see the jewels last?
Oh, last night. I told young Colin to stay behind. Oh, Colin, I'm sorry to keep you. I just want to make sure that everything's all right. How've they come out?
They were wonderful, Mr. Lambert. It's a splendid collection. There you are, sir.
Oh, you're right. Yes, they're quite magnificent. Whoever set them in the first place certainly knew his job.
Real work of art, sir.
Yes, it is. Oh, well, let's lock up.
I'm staying behind for a bit. I'll see everything's locked and the alarm bell plugged through to the police station. There's just that one emerald I'm not quite happy with.
All right. See everything's secure, won't you?
Yes, I will, sir.
I left him here with the jewels. Now they've gone and he's dead. It's all so overwhelming. Oh, that'll be the staff arriving.
The staff consisted of 2 men in their middle 40s and a pretty young girl who was introduced as Lambert's secretary. All corroborated Lambert's statement that when they finished work the previous evening, their employer and young Bateson remained behind. I hurried back to the yard after a thorough search for signs of breaking and entering. Listen, Ops, I want to know the movements of every single employee from the time he left Lambert's to the time he or she got to work this morning.
Right, sir.
And now that the midday papers have given the news of the murder and the robbery, there'll be a lot of speculation among the white boys. Get hold of Louis the Lip, see if that unspeakable copper's narc hears anything.
Very good, sir.
One other thing. Check on Lambert's garage and taxi drivers. He says he was at home all last night. If he's lying, the gods may be kind and some taxi driver may recognize his picture.
I think he did it, sir.
Do you mean, do I think that Lambert persuaded his employee to steal the jewels and then kill him? No, I don't. Now get weaving, there's a good chap.
Very good, sir.
Having replaced the telephone receiver, I began to pace up and down the office. There were so many possible lines of inquiry. But where to begin? I decided to speak to the young man's father again. Do you really believe that Mr. Lambert stabbed your son to death?
What else am I to believe? A few weeks ago, he threatens to kill my boy. Do you know it's given my missus a heart attack? She's in the Battersea Hospital under intensive care.
I'm awfully sorry, Mr. Bateson, but for a man like Lambert to do a thing like that, it seems out of character.
Well, he threatened him, didn't he?
Yes, Mr. Bateson, he admits to doing so, but people in a rage...
True enough, I suppose. I was in a rage when I called him a murderer. What with Colin and Mrs. I don't know what to think, do I?
Tell me about your son and Miss Lambert.
It wasn't Colin's fault. When he came for the football match, well, I spoke to him. You ought to know better than play around with that young girl.
Look, Dad, I haven't done the girl any harm. You may not believe it, but I didn't go to that hotel with her. I went down with the team for the club. She came on her own steam. I swear it. Look, you can look at the hotel register book. She signed in the following day. Oh, right. We had a mild flirtation, but nothing more.
Flirtation? She's only a kid. If you'd heard your boss...
Dad, how could I explain to Mr. Lambert that I'm not trying to seduce his daughter or marry her?
Now then.
All right, I told her I loved her. Look, you know how a fella talks when he's all het up and he's had a belly full of beer inside him.
If you want to keep your job, you better stay clear of that girl, I'm telling you.
Clear of her? That's a joke. Do you know she stands outside Lambert's waiting for me to come out of work? Well, maybe when I move into that flat of mine, I'll be able to dodge her.
You never knew my Colin, Chief Inspector Carr. He was a good lad, he was a bit wild. They all are these days, aren't they? I mean, but he wouldn't intentionally hurt anyone. And I'll tell you this, he didn't steal any jewels either. Now, I've given my boy and my girl, I've given them both a good education.
Yes, I met your daughter, the doctor. Well, thank you. If anything comes to mind, any little thing your son may have said, anything somebody else may have said, you've got my extension number at the yard. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Ex-branch reports all members of the staff in the clear.
Well, what about Lambert?
Nothing on that score, sir.
We're getting nowhere very fast. Yet there must be a link.
Ex-branch reports a number of Colin Bason's friends say that he's been seen around lately with a Miss Janet Searle, that he was talking of getting engaged.
She been questioned?
No, sir. The sergeant who went round to her lodgings was told by the landlady that she's spending her holiday with her parents in Huddersfield.
Well, get through to Huddersfield, tell them to check whether she's still there.
Right, sir.
And find out the next plane to Geneva. I think I'll have a word with Miss Lambert, the daughter.
You say that Colin's been stabbed?
Yes, I'm afraid so. We're questioning everyone who knew him. You may be able to help us in our inquiries.
Me? How can I help you? When did it happen?
3 days ago.
I haven't seen Colin for weeks. My father forbade it. That's why I'm here. I started the lease here on Monday.
Oh, I see you barely unpacked. And when did you arrive?
A few days ago.
You booked in on Tuesday morning?
Yes, that's right.
Did you see Colin on Monday night, the night he was killed?
No, of course I didn't.
Miss Lambert, before I arrived at this hotel, I telephoned the principal of the school, and he tells me that your father telephoned on Tuesday morning asking if there was a vacancy, although you weren't really due to start until next term.
I won't be questioned. I've nothing to do with Colin's silly murder, and I won't be questioned.
You find his murder silly? Do you find the thought that he had a knife stuck right through his heart amusing?
I didn't use a bread knife.
Bread knife? Who mentioned a bread knife? Why did you do it? Because of this other girl?
I didn't mean to. He wouldn't answer my telephone calls. Mr. Roberts told me where his flat was. He wouldn't listen to me. He kept walking away. We went into the kitchen. He told me that he moved out of his parents' home because of me. He said I was becoming a pain in the neck. I saw the knife on the table. I picked up the knife and I stabbed him. I didn't know what to do. The telephone sounded. I didn't... He's dead, I tell you. He's dead.
Don't touch anything. Stay where you are. Heaven help us. I'll be there in a matter of minutes.
Daddy came and took me home and said I was to leave the country.
I brought the girl back to London, took her before a magistrate, where she made a full confession. I then broke the news to her father. You'd have been well advised to have told me the truth in the first place.
My child's not a murderer. She didn't know what she was doing.
Well, be that as it may, you pretended to be robbed in order to sidetrack the investigation.
Oh, you don't think I'd have kept the collection? I'd returned the jewels anonymously, then when things had quietened down.
Do you realize I could charge you with conspiracy and attempting to defeat the ends of justice?
Well, do you think I care what happens to me now?
But I won't. It's enough punishment for you to know that it was something you said that led me to the identity of the killer.
My daughter, she's in Switzerland, left a week ago.
But as I was questioning her in Switzerland, she said that she'd arrived just a few days ago. In fact, on the Tuesday, the morning after the murder. Of course, it wasn't premeditated, and the jury accepted her plea that she stabbed in the heat of passion. Jean Lambert was sentenced to 10 years hard labor.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook.
For Sophie Tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Looking at my notes for tonight's story, it's occurred to me that although Dr. Bertillon, head of the Paris Criminal Records Office, has rightly been credited with being the originator of the fingerprint system in crime detection, the fact remains that the system was very much in the experimental stage, and couldn't be regarded as at all satisfactory until the year 1898, when a Mr. Henry, Inspector General of Police in Bengal, devised a system which made the classification of fingerprints foolproof. Mr. Henry, later Sir Charles Edward Henry, became Commissioner of Metropolitan Police in the year 1903. Of course, since then, the whole method of indexing, filing, and identifying fingerprints has improved enormously. In Great Britain alone, the total number of fingerprints held on record is well over 2 million. Of course, when a man leaves his fingerprints behind, it's of no use to the police unless they have a record of such prints. In other words, a means of comparing the culprit's prints with what they've got on their files. It stands to reason that if the man commits an act of burglary and leaves his fingerprints behind, if he hasn't had a previous conviction and there's no record at the fingerprint section, his identity remains unknown. But this wasn't the case with a man known to the underworld as Slapsy Mitchell. When Farley Hall was broken into and Sir Edward Farley shot dead, Mitchell's fingerprint was much in evidence. He was arrested and charged. I've called my story Identification for Death. Farley Hall is a large country residence nestling amongst the Chiltern Hills in the county of Gloucestershire. Being outside the metropolitan area, the shooting and the theft was of academic interest only, or so I thought. Carr?
Operations here, sir.
Yes, officer.
Farley murder.
Huh? What about it? Well, it can't be asking us for assistance. The man's been arrested.
Well, it's Mrs. Mitchell, sir. She's phoned twice while you were out. Wants to know if you'll see her.
Oh, dear. Mrs. Mitchell. Yes, I remember her. Slapsy married her soon after he came out of Brixton for the Bayswater job. Probably wants me to give evidence for her husband in mitigation. Well, I'll see her. Fix the time for 3 o'clock this afternoon. Yes?
Go for it, please.
Thanks very much.
Oh, come and sit down, Mrs. Mitchell.
Good of you to see me, sir.
No, not a bit. I haven't forgotten your many little kindnesses when I was a sergeant at Vine Street and you managed the Regent Cafe.
Oh.
Look, I'm sorry, Mrs. Mitchell. I really am. I thought Slaps had gone straight.
But he had. Slaps
Now, let's
had.
be honest with each other, Mrs. Mitchell. I'm not going by the newspapers. I read a clear and comprehensive account of the investigation and the arrest of your husband in the Police Review. He's guilty as all get out.
He's been framed, I tell you.
Framed? No, Mrs. Mitchell. I'm afraid you'll have to face up to the fact that the evidence against Slapsy is too strong.
What have they got against Slapsy? His fingerprints on that cigarette lighter. You know Slapsy. All right, he's been a crook all his life. But would somebody with Slapsy's experience leave his fingerprints lying around?
Oh, well, frankly, that surprised me when I read about it. There was a blow-up facsimile of the print in our weekly review. Oh, it's Slapsy's all right. I suppose everyone makes a mistake. A silly mistake once in their lives. I'm sorry for you, Mrs. Mitchell.
Don't be. Be sorry for my husband. He's no murderer. He never carried a gun in his life. It's a frame-up, I tell you. No one will believe him.
Look, from what I can understand, Slapsy denied being anywhere near Farley at the time Sir Edward was shot. And then, when he was confronted with an eyewitness, he admitted that he was in the district. Oh, what's the use, Rose Mitchell? An innocent man was shot dead, and are you asking me to condone murder?
He's not a murderer. He's been nabbed 4 times. Did he ever resist? Has Slapsy ever been violent?
Have you been to see him?
Yeah, I went to see him. I can't get nothing out of him. Just says that he's been a fool, he didn't carry a gun, and he didn't kill no one.
Half an hour, Mrs. Mitchell.
You've got a visitor.
Rosie.
Slapsy. Oh, what have you done?
It's not true. It's all stewy. Someone's framing me.
You lied when they first come up to the house, didn't you? You said you'd never been to Farley. Didn't know where it was. Now you say you did go there, but you didn't shoot no one. That was the night you said you were going to play poker with the boys. And I was wondering if you were seeing some woman. Oh, Slapsy. Slapsy, what have you done?
Nothing, I tell you. Nothing. Listen, Rosie, when I married you, I promised to go straight. Well, I have, haven't I?
Have you, Slapsy? Oh, you fool. You fool. Why did you have to do it? All right, we were short of money, but it wasn't...
Well, listen, kid, listen proper. I love you and I'm not lying to you. As true as there's heaven above, I didn't shoot this guy. I didn't know nothing about it. All right, I did a break-in job. But I wore gloves. They must be crazy to think that me, Slapsy Mitchell, could do such a stupid thing as to leave his fingerprints behind.
This gun. They found a gun.
Gun?
They say it's yours.
You think I'll be mug enough to carry a gun? Don't you know that means the difference between 3 and 15 years if you're caught?
But they're saying you murdered him.
I murdered no one. Do you hear me, Rosie? No one. I'll swear to that to me dying day. It looks as though that might be quite soon, doesn't it, Rose?
Don't talk like that. What does the lawyer say?
Harris, he thinks I'm guilty. He asked me to confess, say I fired blindly. I didn't mean to hurt no one. It ain't true.
This stuff you took out of the safe.
I took nothing. They think I'm all sorted it away. Carr!
Carr?
He's big stuff now. Chief Inspector Carr. Nabbed me for the 3rd job when he was a sergeant. Now go to him, Rosie. I read about him. He's one of the big 5 in the murder squad. He'll know I wouldn't do such a stupid thing like this as to leave behind fingerprints. Let alone bump off someone and leave a gun behind.
So that's why I'm here, Mr. Carr. Slapsy thinks if you talk to him, he'll be able to convince you that he's innocent.
I looked across the desk at this pleasant-faced, supplicating woman gazing at me with tear-filled eyes, and I knew, with a sense of certainty, that something had indeed gone wrong. That a man like Mitchell would not commit the crimes for which he was being held in custody, awaiting trial. Mrs. Mitchell, the shooting of Sir Edward Farley and the subsequent arrest of your husband is a matter for the Gloucestershire police. Any interference on my part would be resented, and rightly so.
Mr. Carr, would you let an innocent man...
Slapsy is not innocent. He admits to breaking and entering. I tell you what I'll do. I'll put a call through to the superintendent of the Gloucester CID.
It's nice to hear your voice, Carr. It's been a long time since the Croxton affair. I've always been grateful to you for your help.
Not a bit, Super. I'm ringing about the Farley murder.
Oh, yes, Slapsy Mitchell. Open and shut case, thank goodness. He must have come under your eye at one time or another, surely.
Yes, I got him time for a cap job. I've been reading about it in the review. Do you mind if I travel down, talk to Mitchell? I don't want to put anybody's nose out of joint, but I'm keenly interested. What makes an experienced old lag like Mitchell do a thing like that?
Well, we've got a beautiful fingerprint on the cigarette lighter. But we're keeping it dark until the trial.
All right, Mitchell. On your feet.
Hello, Slapsy. Remember me?
Well, they told me you were coming down. I'm grateful, Governor.
Thank you, Warder. You needn't wait. I'll give you a shout when I'm through.
Very good, sir. I'll have to lock you in, sir. Regulations.
That's fair enough. All right, Slapsy. Let's have it. And if you try to make a monkey out of me,
I'm not trying to make a monkey out of no one. Of course I lied at first. When the busies came for me at first, I didn't know of any shooting. I didn't think they had anything on me.
So you denied breaking into Farley Hall?
Well, of course I did, Governor. As soon as I read of the shooting and the robbed safe, I knew I'd been taken for a sucker. Me. At my time of life.
Well, I thought you were going straight.
Well, so did I. You don't earn much money lugging carpets about. When young Christopher was born, and there was money for Rosie's op, she's had a bad time as Rosie. Well, I wanted to send her on holiday. Well, a dozen times the white boys have been at me asking me to do a job, and every time I've said no. Yeah? And now this had to happen. I'm grateful that you're here. I'm scared what's going to happen to Rosie and the kid.
Shouldn't you have thought of that before you... All right. What happened? You say you were framed. Now start from the beginning.
Well, about 3 weeks ago, the landlord comes round and says if we don't pay something to what we owed him, he'd throw us out in the street. So I went along to... Well, I've got to grass. I don't want to, but I don't want to be put away for the rest of my
Look,
life.
I haven't got all day, Slapsy, and don't give me any of your underworld ethics. If somebody's framed you, then name him, or I will walk out of this cell and you stew in your own...
All right, Governor, all right. Buster Burford.
Buster, eh? Is he still running the Burford car mart?
Yes. Well, I went along to see him.
All right, Ted, you can leave that strap. Hello, Slapsy as I live and breathe.
Can I talk to you, Buster?
Of course, come in the office. Cool, I haven't seen you in a month of Sundays. Here, where you been keeping yourself? In here. Nice office, eh? You wouldn't expect to see furniture like this in a second-hand car dealer's office, would you now, eh? Oh, what is it, Slapsy? Yeah, you're not the same man who sat next to me sewing mailbags.
I'll need 50 quid. The landlord got a court order against me.
50 nicker. The greatest catman in the country having to make a touch for 50 nicker. Whew. Is it that bad?
It's worse.
Here, you've come as manna from heaven. Now, first of all, I'll never refuse to help an old chum. Here, here's your 50.
Thanks, Buster. I won't forget it. I'll pay it back.
Here. How'd you like to earn 1,000? 1,000 Jimmy-O goblins with 100 quid on account.
Well, it's good of you, Buster, but...
Nah, it's not like that at all. Doesn't concern any of the boys, you see. Now, this is high-class lady what sent some love letters to a guy named Sir Edward Farley. Shows you what class we're talking about, eh? It's a simple 8-digit safe. Well, for a guy like you, it's like taking money from a blind man.
No, thanks.
And don't be a mug. There's no hot loot to get rid of. It's not stealing. It's what you might call saving a woman's honour. What was that guy's name? Robin Hood, eh? Don't be a fool, Slapsy. Look, I was asked at the club by a private eye if I knew anyone who could do the job without leaving any mess or clues behind. Well, I said there's only one man in the country who's the acknowledged master. Well, I said that after they showed me a photo of the place. It's easy, I tell you. Drain pipes, ledges. Slapsy, 1,000 quid. And you're to take nothing but the letters. Now, is that such a crime?
You telling me the truth?
On my son's life, Governor.
Huh? What happened?
Well, our kid's Rosie, I was going to an all-night poker game. Showed her 100 quid I'd got in advance. Told her my luck could turn. Well, breaking into the Farley Hall was kid stuff. 8 digits, I said. Here we are.
Who's there?
Oh, no. No!
It had all the classic hallmarks of the frame-up. I believed Slapsy. So far. So, you heard some crash of glass, and then what?
Well, I was out of that place and down the drain pipe within 3 seconds flat.
Did you take the letters?
No, I didn't see no letters. The safe was filled with all sorts of books and what looked like documents. I just scarpered.
Then what did you do?
Well, Buster loaned me a little two-seater. I jumped into that and drove back to his yard, dumped the car and went home. And 24 hours later, they came for me. I don't understand it. I drove down in the dark. I wore my old black from head to toe. I saw no one and they never saw me.
But you left a fingerprint behind. According to the report, there was your visiting card. Weren't you wearing gloves?
Well, of course I was. Do you think I'd do a job?
All right, Slapsy. Save your professional pride. They'll get you for breaking and entering, but not for murder. I've got to work fast. Buster can't believe that you wouldn't grass on him at some time. Carr?
Operations here, sir.
Yes, Ops.
Sir Edward Farley, aged 68, next of kin his sister, Mrs. Margaret Chadwick, wife of Leonard Chadwick, Managing Director, North British Investment Corporation. Estate worth about $500,000. 1/4 to his sister, 1/4 to nephews and nieces, 1/4 to the Lifeboat Institute, and the rest to be divided amongst his servants.
Thanks, Ops, but what about Burford? I'm still waiting to set eyes on him.
Oh, nothing's come through.
What?
No, but when?
What is it, Ops? I can't hear you.
Sorry, sir. Bad news. Charles Burford Was found dead this morning. He'd been shot through the heart.
Oh, no! Get me transport, quick. Where's the body?
He was found dead in his office, sir.
All right, now listen up.
Yes, sir.
I want every man jack on the job. I don't know how big this is, but I want a search warrant. I want our best men to go through Burford's home and his office. I want to know everything about his business. I want a link established between the Farley shooting and the murder of Burford, and I want it fast.
All right, sir.
Look, you get on with that while I have a word with the Gloucester Manor. Can't you see, Super? Instead of implicating Mitchell, this shooting of Burford seems to confirm his story.
Confirms that Mitchell is part of a conspiracy. It confirms that he's prepared to see a second murder done so that Burford couldn't give the lie to all this nonsense about a frame-up.
Look, tell me about Sir Edward. Come on, Super. Did he have any enemies?
Oh, forgive me, Carr. Can't you see the husband and wife worked this out between them?
Yeah, but who killed Burford? Mitchell's wife? Look, I understand that the butler informed your patch of Farley's murder.
That's right. He's a fine man, Marsden. Known him for years. His wife, Bessie, acts as cook general. They were all away for a long weekend.
What, everyone? Gardeners, other employees?
That's right. Sir Edward has a town flat, and according to his sister, he was staying in London that night. It's all so obvious, Carr. Mitchell gets word that the house is going to be empty, cases the joint plans his robbery, is interrupted by Sir Edward, and so Mitchell commits murder to escape.
Have you got a list of the things that were taken?
Well, I've got it here, yes.
All right.
Here we are now. Clean sweep. £500 in banknotes, £8,000 worth of bonds. They even took some ledgers that were of no value to anyone.
Look, do you mind if I case the joint?
Not a bit. I'll send you over with Sergeant Hunter.
Farley Hall was a magnificent example of Elizabethan architecture. As I drove through the wide avenue of trees, marvelled at the well-kept lawns and gardens, my subconscious mind was working overtime. I began to evolve a theory which seemed to fit the circumstances. A theory which was given substance by the butler.
What I found most extraordinary, sir, and very sad, was that 12th century Venetian bowl which was smashed to smithereens, and it was nowhere near as safe.
Would you please show me where the bowl was kept normally, and where it was when you opened up the hall on Monday morning?
If you'll come with me, sir.
Sure. How long have you known Sir Edward?
We're of the same age, sir. Came to work here as a pantry boy. And my father, Mr. Searle, was head gardener to Sir Edward's father.
I see.
The bowl stood on that marble pillar, and as you observe, sir, it's some distance from the study where this murderer was interrupted. I thought at first there must have been some shots fired. The bowl lay smashed to smithereens just where we're standing now.
And there's a communicating door between here and the study. When you left on Saturday morning, was that door shut?
Oh, yes, sir, it was.
Well, I can explain the mystery of the smashed Venetian bowl. Someone opened that door and then picked up the bowl and threw it to the ground.
But what purpose, sir?
To frighten Mitchell. Would a man like Mitchell want to steal some book ledgers, bonds he knows he wouldn't be able to cash?
You mean the man they caught, sir?
I'm sorry, I was thinking aloud. I shall require every member of the household to make a written statement telling me where they were between the hours of 10 p.m. and midnight. Somebody, the person who crashed that bowl, knows his way around this house.
Surely, sir, you don't...
Routine, my friend, but a very necessary routine.
Are you asking me to reopen the file on the Farley homicide?
Yes, sir, I am. Now, let's not quarrel about this. You wouldn't want to be faced with an acquittal, would you? It wouldn't look good to the Director of Public Prosecutions.
Acquittal? Nonsense.
Look, a clever defense lawyer will make mincemeat of the evidence you've got against the prisoner. You can't even prove that he was here at the time of the murder.
What about his fingerprints? Isn't that enough?
No, sir, it isn't. You know as well as I that fingerprints can remain for months if untouched. You're forgetting Burford's murder. I might as well tell you that I'm prepared to testify for the defense that it is my considered judgment that Mitchell is a victim of a frame-up and not part of a conspiracy. Now, what's happened to those ledgers? Assuming he robbed the safe, why can't the ledgers... Ledgers. Where did you say Sir Edward's city offices were? Was it usual for Sir Edward to keep ledgers at his country home?
No, not at all. He specifically asked me to send the ledgers with one of our messengers to his car. Sir Edward said that he needed them for a... That was a strange word he used.
What word?
Confrontation, he called it.
Confrontation, eh? Did you know where the ledgers were being taken?
Oh, yes. I heard him tell Smith, his driver, that they were to be taken to his town flat.
Now, as his personal secretary, Mrs. Harrison, have you no inkling at all? There must have been something in those ledgers.
I've no idea, except I felt Sir Edward was very absent-minded and worried-looking over the last week or so.
Huh?
Perhaps you'd like to question Mr. Searle. He's in charge of the investments department, or Mr. Chadwick. They were in deep consultation these last few weeks.
Good of you to see me, Mr. Chadwick.
Not a bit. You said on the telephone that you were from Scotland Yard.
Yes, that's right, sir. The investigation is still continuing.
Yes, but according to what I heard on the radio and see in the newspapers, they've arrested some thug. How does Scotland Yard come into this?
We've taken over the inquiries. We feel that there's a very close link between the death of your brother-in-law and the murder of someone known to the Yard named Burford.
Oh, impossible. I saw pictures of Burford's business on television. Now, how could my brother-in-law be in any way connected with this thug, Burford?
Well, that's what we're trying to find out. As I say, we think the two murders are linked.
Really, Inspector, my brother-in-law led a most exemplary life. And from what they're writing in the newspapers, this man Burford has something to do with the underworld.
That's true enough. But we have established that the man accused of shooting Sir Edward was imprisoned at the same time as Burford, and they were seen together a few days before your brother-in-law's death.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, now I understand. Was this fellow Burford a receiver of stolen property?
No, sir, I don't think so. Cars, possibly, but we've been watching him for some time.
Oh, but does it really matter? I mean, Burford is dead. Mitchell shoots poor Edward.
We're not convinced of that. That's why the case has been reopened.
But it says in the newspapers that they found Mitchell's fingerprints on the cigarette lighter.
Not sufficient evidence, Mr. Chadwick. I wonder if you'd be kind enough to come with me to Scotland Yard.
Whatever for?
I'm going to take a statement from you.
From me?
Yes, sir. Besides which, it'll be easier to search this house while you're making your statement.
But is this some sort of joke?
No, sir. I'm not accusing you of murder. Yet. But I think you're withholding information, and I warn you that anything you say will be taken down and maybe used in evidence.
Incredible. Unbelievable.
Look at this, Super. The latest X-Branch report, Chadwick was seen frequently at all the top gambling clubs, including the Phoenix, run by Burford. Our fraud squad boys have been through the ledgers. He's robbed Farley Investments of nearly $500,000.
Of course, finding the ledgers in his house put paid to his chances of an acquittal. What a terrible thing to do.
Yes, indeed, it was terrible. But an old Fruity like Burford must have known his life was in danger. If a man like Chadwick is prepared to murder his brother-in-law, surely he'd think nothing of committing another murder to silence the only man who could betray him.
I suppose you're right.
Oh, it all fits like a jigsaw puzzle. Sir Edward discovers the swindle. Chadwick suggests that they discuss it at Farley Hall, as everyone was away on holiday.
Yes.
Now, in the meantime, Chadwick arranges for the unfortunate Mitchell to go seeking non-existent love letters.
Well, Carr, when do you think Chadwick actually shot Sir Edward?
Oh, we know. The post-mortem reveals that Sir Edward was shot at about 8 o'clock. The killer stays with the corpse, waiting for Mitchell to break into the house. As soon as Mitchell opens the safe, crash goes the Venetian bowl, away runs Mitchell, and away goes Chadwick, having framed the unfortunate cat burglar. Luckily, you supplied me with a vital clue to Chadwick's guilt.
Oh? What was that?
Well, Super, you see... When I first spoke to my colleague, he said...
Well, we've got a beautiful fingerprint on the cigarette lighter. We're keeping it dark until the trial.
And yet, when I was questioning Chadwick, he said...
But it says in the newspapers that they found Mitchell's fingerprints on the cigarette lighter.
Not true. All that was mentioned were fingerprints, nothing about a lighter. The murderous Chadwick borrowed Sir Edward's lighter, gave it to Burford, who managed to obtain Mitchell's fingerprint. Later, Mitchell remembered how Burford boasted of the lighter, asked Mitchell to feel its weight. What happened to Mitchell? Well, they decided not to proceed with a breaking and entering charge, which pleased Rosie, Mitchell, of course, and me.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, maple margarine, Yum Yum peanut butter, and Niblets cheese twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook.
Good evening. Many months ago, you may remember, I welcomed the appointment of Robert Mark, now Sir Robert Mark, as Commissioner of Police for the metropolitan area. If you remember, I said that Mark, if I may call him that, would prove to be a new broom with steely bristles, as indeed he has. Sir Robert Mark did something unheard of in the annals of police work. He ended a long British tradition that the police always remain on the defense when criticized. For the first time in its history, the head of the largest police force in the United Kingdom went on television and for 45 minutes argued forcefully against the tendency to think that every time a policeman gives evidence against an accused, he does so with one object in view, to secure a conviction, never mind what. Well, the shrill reaction Mark provoked, the chorus of indignation evoked from certain lawyers and others, the outraged newspaper editorials would have led one to believe that while there were a number of black sheep among the police force, you'd never find one amongst the legal fraternity. I wouldn't have mentioned any of this were it not for my story tonight, which concerns the murder of a one-time lawyer. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Switch On for Death. The immediate circumstances surrounding the murdered man's death were as far removed from legal and criminal activities as it was possible to be, or so it seemed at the time. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
Calls just come through from the Toynbee mission in Whitechapel.
Huh?
One of their voluntary helpers, Mr. Charles Soames, has been found dead. The warden thinks it's murder. He dialed 999.
Huh?
He was found dead in the bath. It seems he was electrocuted.
Electrocuted? You sure it was murder, not an accident?
The warden seems to think it was murder. By the way, sir, he is a doctor. Dr. Ernest Tomlin.
Thank you for your prompt response, Chief Inspector Carr. I feel, well, I've only known Soames for the last 8 months, and I feel his death a deep personal loss.
Dr. Tomlin, are you sure it was murder?
Well, Mr. Carr, if you come through to the ablution quarters, you'll see the justification for my suspicion. I haven't touched anything. I found it difficult to resist the temptation to have poor Soames's body lifted out of the bath water, but I realized that I would be impeding the police in their investigations. Shall we go through?
Please.
The mission is practically deserted at this time of night. There's no one here except my wife, myself, of course, and Sid Peabody is a very good chap. He's a caretaker, cleaner, jack of all trades, I suppose you'd call him. Now, here, yes. The ablutions are on the left. Now, take a look at that, Inspector. An electric heater in a bath full of water on a hot August night. Besides which, if you look at the body, your experience with the murder squad will tell you that the very expression on the man's face denotes that he has been electrocuted.
There's no question of that. I see the switch is still on.
Exactly.
I understand it was you who came across the body of Soames in the bathwater and telephoned Scotland Yard.
Yes, I did, Inspector. You know about our mission, of course.
Yes, of course. Although this isn't the time to say it, I have a great deal of respect and admiration for the practical, non-sentimental help this mission gives to the poor and the underprivileged.
Well, I'm glad you said that, Chief Inspector Carr. This tragedy isn't going to do the mission any good. Although the Toynbee mission was started on the monies left by a very great humanitarian as well as industrialist, our costs have risen enormously, and these days we depend a great deal on public subscriptions and donations.
All right, sir. What's the story? Now it's 9:15, which means you telephoned the yard at about 5 or 10 to 9 this evening.
Yes, I did. You know of our work. I mean, we take great pride in the way we rehabilitate ex-convicts, help them to come to terms with people from whom they've been shut off for such a long time. As you know, I myself am on the National Committee of the Prisoners' Aid Society, and that is how I met poor Soames. He was an ex-convict? Yes, he was. He was sentenced to 10 years hard labor, embezzling his clients' funds. He was a solicitor who tried to play the stock market, or whatever the phrase is.
I see. Well, when did you meet him?
Every week. As you know, I believe that most lawbreakers can be restored to society, given patience and understanding. No, I took Soames the odd book. I even played chess with him in his cell until he was transferred to Maidstone prison. Of course, that was outside my area. Pressure of work, hundreds of others needing help and sympathy. Well, I forgot all about him until... When?
Remember me, Doctor?
Yes, indeed I do. Come and sit down.
Thank you. I don't want to be a nuisance, but you did send
No need to explain. I'm glad you called. Now, what can I do for you?
Well, I was released from Maidstone 2 days ago.
Now you're looking for a job. Of course, you won't be able to go back to legal work now that you've been struck off.
Which I deserve.
Indeed. But for a man who's taken a degree in law and has a knowledge of Latin, speaks French and German, well, we'll get you something. But shouldn't you have applied to the Prisoners' Aid?
I've not come here to ask you to get me a job. Not any job, that is. I'd like to work here.
Here? At the Toynbee Mission?
Yes, here. I know you won't be able to pay very much. All I want is a bed.
I'm awfully sorry, but really that's quite impossible. You see, the Toynbee Mission was created to meet the needs of poor, working-class people, conscious that there's more to life than filling one's belly or drinking oneself into a stupor. Our helpers are students and tutors who give of their free time to lecture or teach. All our help is voluntary, except Sidney Peabody, who acts as a janitor, night watchman, head cook and bottle washer. All the work is done voluntarily. Besides, hardly anyone in Whitechapel attending the mission has to go a long way before they can attempt the mysteries of law.
I wasn't thinking of teaching them law, but helping them. 50% of those who go into jail do so because they don't understand the law. Forgive me, Dr. Tomlin. What's the good of teaching these people the glories of classical music or the finer points of English literature when they need to be told how to guard themselves against people like I used to be? If you open a free advice bureau, free legal advice, I'd be allowed to run it because I'm not pretending to be a solicitor, although you and I know that I'm as well versed in the finer points of law as most. That's a practical way to help the poor and the downtrodden.
Yes, I agree with you. One can only do what one can. We just haven't got the money for that sort of thing.
If you find me a bed here on the mission, that's all I want. A bed and a room. No food, just that.
Yes, but how will you live?
Leave that to me. I've had my lesson. I won't do anything crooked. I promise you.
Now, that happened 8 months ago. And if ever a man proved himself, it was Soames. He obtained employment at Potter's, that's the bookseller's.
I see, thank you. Now, it's quite obvious that someone threw the electric heater into the water, thereby electrocuting the man. Who? Who was here tonight who would be in a position to do this?
I can't understand it. I was downstairs here alone.
You came across the dead man at 10 to 9 this evening. Do any of the mission people stay behind after class?
Not to my knowledge, unless there's a special lecture on. No, we make a point of finishing our evening classes at 8:30. Now, most people around here have to get up very early in the morning to catch their trains and buses. Our classes are only of 1 hour duration, sometimes longer if those attending can get away from work early.
What was on tonight?
Mrs. McManus of the Adult Education Association was taking her class in elementary English. Now, I saw her off the premises, and I did all the others.
How many others?
Well, we do try to limit the size of the classes. There were 16 men and women. I make it a rule always to thank the lecturer and her students, and then I see them off the premises.
Are you sure you saw them all off?
Well, yes, reasonably sure.
But what about Soames? What was he doing here?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I made it clear. No, he lives here. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday from 6 until 8. He dispenses free legal advice to anyone who wants it.
Yeah, but this is Friday.
Yes, I know. But as I was wishing everyone good night.
Good night, Dr. Tomlin. A most rewarding session. I'm sure everyone will agree.
Good night,
Thank
Mrs.
you so
McLennan.
much.
Good night. Good night, Mr. Levy. Oh, hello. Good night. Hello, good night. Good night. Hello, Mr. Soames. Yes, you're back early, aren't you?
I thought I'd have an early night. I went to the first house of the Odeon cinema.
Oh, indeed.
All avant-garde and symbolic, and the air conditioning went wrong.
Oh, dear.
I thought I'd have a bath and swat up on the latest Law Commission's report, then have an early night.
Yes, wise man. Why don't you join me in a nightcap? I propose to make myself a cup of cocoa.
Well, I'll forego the cocoa, if you don't mind. Brings back memories of the Broad Arrow.
The Broad Arrow. Oh, you mean on the uniform?
Yes.
Well, I do have some instant coffee.
Oh, that'll do me fine. I'll just go and have a quick bath, I think.
I went to the kitchen, put the kettle on, waited for about a quarter of an hour. Then I thought I'd go and warn Soames that the water was boiling. His coffee was just about ready. I knocked and shouted, no response, and that worried me. Then I opened the door, and, well, I saw this.
I see. And nobody's going to use an electric heater in this weather. What is this electric heater doing here, anyway?
I don't know. Now, look, just let me show you.
Huh?
It's kept in this cupboard below here. You see, there's some mops and scouring powder and the usual cleaning materials.
Dr. Tomlin, no one could have come in here and plugged that electric heater into the socket without Soames observing the action. Where's the heater placed in the cold weather?
Well, it's up here, on the ledge above the bath.
I see. Yeah, that's more like it. Well, assuming Soames is in the bath, one doesn't have to assume it, he was obviously facing the window, it's still light. Someone could have placed the electric heater on the ledge and Soames would hardly notice it. Now, you see the socket is in the wainscoting below the ledge there, which means that it could have been plugged in and the heater placed on the ledge. Now, once Soames is in the bath, the killer switches on with a foot, sweeps the heater off the ledge into the bath, the job's done. By the way, have you tried any of the lights?
No, I haven't.
Well, let's try the bathroom light. As I thought, impact has blown the fuse.
Dr. Stanley. Doctor, all the lights seems to have fused. I just switched on the... Well, I'll be... Charlie Soames. What's he had, an heart attack? Has he been punished at last? Is he dead? 'Cause I hope so.
Sidney Peabody proved to be a large, heavily built man in his late 50s. There was no mistaking the bitter hatred and loathing as he gazed down at the naked corpse.
Sidney. Sorry, Doctor. I shouldn't have let myself go like that. Was he taken bad?
He's been murdered, Mr. Peabody.
What? This is Chief Inspector Carr. I telephoned the police.
Murdered?
Where have you been the last hour, Mr. Peabody?
What? Walking. I took a walk up Whitechapel Road and stopped at Ivy Lane to hear the speaker. Then I came back here. I went into the kitchen to make myself a cup of tea and the electricity wouldn't work. Well, I tried the light switch and that wouldn't come on. Look, I'm sorry about what I said. But Dr. Tomlin knows how I felt about Charles Soames.
What did you feel about Charles Soames? That he ought to die, be electrocuted?
I own the Duchess of York on the corner of St. Paul's Road. Charles Soames was my lawyer. He organised the sale of the property. It was going to be my pension. I was going to live on the proceeds. Then he does the bunk. What happens to me? I become destitute. I don't know what I've done if it hadn't been for Dr. Tomlin here.
Well, I'll get you to make a full statement later, Mr. Peabody. Dr. Tomlin, I'd like to phone the yard, arrange for the body to be removed. Our own senior police surgeon will take a look at it. This is a large, rambling sort of house. How many rooms are there here?
12 all told. My wife and I occupy 3 rooms on the top floor. The second floor contains lecturing classrooms. And here on the ground floor is the main lecture hall, a kitchen, a small reception office. Now, this bathroom with ablution basins is another small room that uses a kind of study for anybody who wants to be alone. And there are 2 rooms down in the basement that Sidney Peabody occupies.
I see.
I take it you've got your own toilet facilities on the top floor.
Yes, we've got a self-contained flat.
And you, Mr. Peabody?
Oh, I've got a small sitting room and a bedroom, but I use this bathroom.
And did you attempt to use this bathroom within the last hour?
I told you I wasn't here. I didn't do it. Now, please, Sidney, don't raise your voice. You're waking my wife.
Thought I heard noises. What's the matter? What are you all doing in the bathroom?
Please, now, don't come in, please, my dear.
Let's go.
What's happened? Who's in the bathroom? Why are you all looking so strange? Someone tried to commit suicide or something? Well, please say something.
I was hoping to have the... Oh, dear. How am I going to tell you?
Mrs. Tomlin, my name is Chief Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. I'm here because your husband telephoned for assistance. Mr. Soames is dead. He's lying in the bath filled with water. He's been electrocuted. We think he's been murdered.
No. Not murdered. Well, suicide possibly, but not murder.
She was about 30 years of age. A loosely wrapped dressing gown and a total absence of makeup seemed to enhance rather than diminish the woman's undoubted attractiveness. Even in the presence of death, I couldn't help wondering the kind of male magnetism Mrs. Tomlin found in a man that must have been twice her age. The four of us went into a room that obviously served as an office. May I use the telephone, Doctor?
Yes, please do.
Sure. Carr here, Ops. There's no doubt about the man being murdered. Charles Soames, released from jail 8 months ago. I want X-Branch to give me a complete picture of what he was doing, who he was seeing, pick up all the local gossip they can find. They needn't bother about his voluntary legal aid work. I've got all that from Dr. Tomlin. He stayed here at the mission. I also want the body removed for Dr. McPherson to look at.
Very good, sir.
Look, I'm sorry to have to do this, but it's all part of the routine. I want a complete rundown on the Toynbee mission, on Dr. and Mrs. Tomlin, and a Mr. Sidney Peabody. Have you got that?
Aye, sir.
The man was murdered at approximately 8:30, say a quarter of an hour each way. I want to know if anything unusual occurred anywhere near the Toynbee mission. And tell Whitechapel I'll be very grateful for all the help they can give.
Very good, sir.
I'm sorry about that. You must realize that the method used to electrocute Soames and the place where he was killed makes the three of you suspects.
Oh, but this is nonsense. Anyone could come into this house. My dear husband is far too trusting. You know that in the summer months not a door is locked, not a window. I mean, anybody could come in.
What is there to steal?
I've not overlooked the fact that the ablution quarters are less than 10 feet from the front door.
Well, that's it, sir. The door was always kept wide open. Somebody could have seen Charlie Soames walking into the bathroom.
Could be, but unlikely.
Then who do you think?
Forgive me, Doctor, I'm not thinking anything at the moment. I'm gathering as many facts and impressions as I can. Well, in the first place, I noticed that Soames's jacket, shirt, trousers, etc. were hanging on a hook in the bathroom. His shoes and socks were there. Now, what I'm trying to say is that the unfortunate man need not have gone into the ablution wing to take a bath. To an observer, he could have gone to wash his hands. Besides, that electric heater... You did say it was stored in the cupboard during the hot weather.
Yes, it is. Sidney will bear witness to that, and he's in charge of these things. Yeah, well, that's right. Look, he could have gone to the cupboard for something and taken the electric heater out. And then he could have, he could have slipped in the bath.
Oh, he committed suicide. You know how depressed he's been, Ernest.
Yes, indeed. He has been very depressed. There was something very much on his mind the last few days. Well, it has to be suicide. You needn't look at me like that, Inspector. I didn't kill him. And no one could possibly imagine that the doctor or Mrs. Tomlin would... You know, Inspector, I'm beginning to come round to that point of view myself. He felt very much the stigma of being an ex-convict, of having destroyed his own future. I don't think he could bear the thought that were he to take his own life, it would be another confession of failure. Yes, that's it. Yes. You saw the position of the bath. He could have taken the electric heater out of the cupboard and got into the bath. It would have been a simple matter for him to stretch out his left hand to reach the wainscoting where the plug was. Just a switch and he's dead. I should have thought of that in the first place.
Well, let's examine this theory. Would he so arrange things so that his suicide looks like murder? Why the heater in the bath? Why the need to electrocute himself?
I'll tell you why.
because he wanted it to look like murder. A crook like that
Now, please, steady, Sidney, steady. Since he came out of prison, he's done nothing but good for the community.
Now, you were here, Doctor, on the ground floor, but you never suspected anything. There were no extraneous noises. You say you were making a cup of cocoa in the kitchen.
Oh, darling, I didn't hear you. Why didn't you call me? I'd have made it for you.
I didn't want to disturb you, my dear. I used the mission kitchen.
And you were upstairs in the flat, Mrs. Thomas?
Yes.
All evening?
Yes. I heard all our people go. I had a headache, so I lay down and listened to a record of Bach.
My wife is a great lover of classical music.
Oh, that's why you didn't hear the arrival this evening. You had the music on. And you, Mr. Peabody, say that you were listening to some speaker. Was there anyone there that you know? Anyone who'd give you an alibi?
No, there wasn't. Well, there was a large crowd listening to this bloke shoot his mouth off, but if there was anyone I know, I didn't see him.
The police ambulance outside. I must ask you all not to communicate with anyone about the murder. Naturally, we shall look for clues. Your mission house will be overrun with plainclothesmen, I fear, Doctor. And so I left Toynbee Mission, wondering whether the three of them were as innocent as they looked, whether Dr. Tomlin's prompt appeal to the murder squad wasn't an extremely subtle move to hide his guilt. There were lots and lots of questions that needed answering. I obtained the name and address of the dead man's employer. Now, I understand, Mr. Potter, that you were aware of Soames's prison record, and yet you were prepared to give him a job.
Oh, why not? He paid for what he did. He came with a check from the Prisoners' Aid Society. He couldn't have been all bad. The way he worked here all day and then gave legal aid to them that couldn't afford to employ a solicitor.
Well, in the months that he worked for you, Mr. Potter, did you notice anything unusual? Did he quarrel with anyone? Did he seem unduly depressed?
Yes, he did, now you come to mention it. Very depressed indeed. I asked him if there was something on his mind only 2 days ago, and, well, he said he'd probably have to leave the district, give up the voluntary work at the mission.
Did you ask him why?
Yes, I did. Oh, he shut up like a clam. He didn't look so much depressed as worried. In fact, he went as far as to tell me that I ought to start looking for a new assistant.
It's interesting, Mr. Potter, very interesting. Looking for a new assistant, eh? Doctor, did Soames give you the impression that he was likely to leave the mission?
Leave the mission? No, I did not get that impression. I must confess on at least 3 occasions he looked at me as though he was plucking up courage to say something of great importance. And then he seemed to change his mind, knowing him to be a secretive sort of person, one who shies away from personal questions. Are you still thinking in terms of suicide, Inspector?
I never did think he committed suicide. No, it's murder, all right. And I think I know who did it. Mrs. Tomlin, did you know that the poor man kept a diary?
Charles. Diary.
Why did you do it? Why did you kill him?
Everything would be all right if he would accept the situation as it was. I had no intention of leaving Ernest. I loved my husband.
Except that Soames was half his age. Handsome. What did Soames want? To tell your husband, marry you, take you away?
Oh, the fool. Why couldn't he leave well alone? Suddenly getting all holier than thou, insisting my husband be told. I had to do it, don't you understand? I just had to. If Ernest had found out, he would have killed him.
He's going to find out now. All right, Mrs. Tomlin, I'm charging you with murder. You'd better not say anything more until you've seen a solicitor.
But his diary...
There wasn't a diary. I merely asked you if you knew whether he kept a diary.
You tricked me. You tricked me.
I don't care what interpretation you put on it, Mrs. Tomlin. All I'm thinking of at the moment is that poor husband of yours.
It's impossible to believe. I trusted him so. What am I saying? I trusted Janet with my life. I should never have come to the mission.
I gave you the brutal facts, Doctor, because since I started the investigation, my respect for you has grown. Not only for the unselfish way you dedicate your life to others,
but for the tremendous courage you've shown since your wife's been arrested.
I suppose the husband is always the last to find out. And yet when Charles...
Forgive me, Doctor. I believe that Soames was more sinned against than sinning. He came out of prison where he'd been divorced from any female company.
Yes, I know. Certain other incidents now spring to my mind. I've been a blind fool. You know that on my death, Janet would have inherited the entire Tomlin estate left to me by my father. And so she committed murder to keep me in ignorance of her...
Don't say it, Doctor. There's no point in upsetting yourself unnecessarily. Strange that a woman of her intelligence should make such a foolish mistake.
Mistake? What mistake? The only mistake Janet made was to marry me.
When I was questioning you, old doctor, your wife said... Well, what was it? What was it that Mrs. Soames said which was to reveal her guilt? Not sure. Listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, did you spot an exceedingly foolish utterance by the doctor's wife? Now we know that the entire electric system went out of action when the poor man was electrocuted. Yet, when I questioned her, she said...
I heard all our people go. I had a headache, so I lay down and listened to a record of Bach.
She went on to say that she didn't hear anything because of the music being played. Yet how could she listen to the gramophone record when the electricity was off? Despite a very clever defense, who tried to convince the jury that she was a foolish victim of Soames' passion, she was found guilty and punished. Good night.
Of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Unfortunately, one reads all too often of cases of death by drowning. Mostly accidental, but there are on record other cases of drowning which are far from accidental. Murder, in fact. The cases that readily come to mind are Thomas Joseph Davidson, George Joseph Smith, and Ronald John Chesney. Murders in the bath, all of them. But I have details of another case in my file, a most unusual affair. It was almost the perfect murder. Almost, otherwise I wouldn't be in a position to tell you the story tonight. A story I've called The Rapture of Death.
How you hear the children yell when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, and here's a maple menu that will have them sitting at the table before the bell rings. Appetite-teasing brinjals, deep-fried in wholesome maple margarine, a touch of garlic, nutmeg, rice, and tomato sauce, topped with crumbed Niblets cheese twists. The main dish, Bengal lamb curry and rice. And to finish, marshmallow pudding, an old-fashioned dessert that I'm sure will be a hot favorite with the whole family. To round off the meal, a cup of piping hot coffee. Delicious. If you'd like a free copy of this mouth-watering maple menu, just write to Maple Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with maple margarine.
My story begins one morning when I was summoned to the Commissioner's office.
Good morning, Inspector.
Good morning, sir.
Come in and sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Does the name Nigel Prentice ring a bell with you?
Prentice. Oh, yes, that's the skin diving chap. Drowned at Plymouth last month.
Yeah, that's right. Last week they held the inquest. The verdict was death by misadventure.
Well, we're obviously involved, otherwise you wouldn't have sent for me, but I'm afraid I don't see how, sir.
Well, I'll put you in the picture. At the time of Prentice's death, a report about it appeared in the papers, but the details are very scanty, for a very good reason. Prentice was an expert skin diver. He was the director of a business which was concerned in the manufacture of aqualungs. They were angling for an admiralty contract.
I see.
When Prentice died, he was in the process of demonstrating some equipment which the firm had perfected to some of the admiralty top brass. You can imagine their reaction when Prentice drowned in the process. He was one of 3 directors. The other 2 are also skin divers. You've probably seen them on television. Peter and Helen Selby.
Oh, yes, I know. Undersea archaeology, adventures with sharks, that sort of thing.
Yes, well, they're coming to see you this morning. Apparently, they're not satisfied with the coroner's verdict. Peter Selby spoke to me on the telephone. It appears they want a full investigation by the police.
See? But why?
Well, that's what I'm hoping they'll tell me. I want you here because I want you to be fully acquainted with the facts. If I do decide to accede to their request, you'll be in charge of the investigation. Yes? Oh, good. Well, send them in.
The Selbys?
Yes.
Would you mind if I chip in from time to time, sir, and ask a few questions?
Oh, no, not at all.
Mr. and Mrs. Selby, sir, good morning.
Good morning. Come in. Come in. This is Inspector Carr.
How do you do, Inspector?
How do you do, Inspector?
Please sit down. Now, Mr. Selby.
Well, I told you briefly on the phone that the purpose of our visit to you is the result of the inquest.
Yes.
The verdict was death by misadventure. That's just not possible. Nigel was one of the most experienced aqualungers in the world. Our company, Sub Aqua Limited, perfected a new aqualung. During the time we were working on it, nearly 2 years, by the way, it was constantly used and tested by Nigel. He was a sort of test pilot.
I see.
When we were completely satisfied that the lung was foolproof, we arranged a demonstration for the people at Plymouth. Now, as you know, poor Nigel died. But he couldn't have died the way the verdict implies. He just couldn't have drowned. For 2 reasons. A, that the equipment was perfect, and B, he was too experienced.
And since the accident, both Peter and I have used the equipment ourselves. There was nothing wrong with it, nothing at all.
The reason we're making such a fuss is because the government contract we were after involved some 25,000 sets. That's an awful lot of money to us. And I'm anxious to remove the stain that our lung has now got. A reputation it doesn't deserve one little bit.
I see. And understand. But why wait until after the inquest before coming to the police?
Well, you can imagine how shocked we were when Nigel died. We looked such fools. And I had to test the lung before I could be certain.
Mr. Selby, isn't it possible that you had all pinned too much faith in the lung?
No. I know what you're thinking. That something unforeseen went wrong. But if that was the case, we could have found out what was ever wrong with it when we tested it ourselves subsequently.
I really don't see that this is a case for the police. Unless, of course, you suspect foul play.
What other explanation could there be?
Well, if a man drowns, he drowns. Therefore, the verdict is correct.
But they presumed that he drowned. They didn't hold a post-mortem.
But he was in the water alone. How else could he have died if he didn't drown?
Well, that's a good question, Carr. I don't know much about aqualunging and such things, but I've heard tell of rupture of the spleen, and there are instances of divers going too deep and suffering nitrogen intoxication. Am I right about that?
Yes, it's just like having too much alcohol. There's an overpowering urge to shout. One becomes oblivious of danger. One tears the mouthpiece from between one's teeth.
Couldn't that have happened to Mr. Prentice?
No. He wasn't working in deep water at all. I tested the lung at greater depth than Nigel was working at.
Then what else could it be?
We don't know. We've racked our brains 1,000 times trying to find the answer.
I've such faith in the equipment. Even after what has happened. This business could be the end of Sub Aqua. And I know it's not the fault of the lung.
Well, under what circumstances did you find Mr. Prentice's body?
Well, we knew he had sufficient air for a certain length of time. The Admiralty officials set him certain tasks. I thought he was taking an awful long time to do them, and I got worried.
Yes, in fact, we went out in a boat to look for him.
His air supply couldn't have lasted that long, you see. And I knew he must be in trouble. He was floating on the surface, obviously dead. The officials were very sympathetic, but of course it was obvious how they felt about the equipment.
We spent the night in Plymouth, but we had to be in London the next day. The 3 of us, Peter, Frank Anderson, and myself, all drove back together.
Anderson?
He's a friend of Peter's. In competition with us, really. He has a similar business.
What was he doing in Plymouth?
Well, he was very interested in our lung.
He'd cadged a lift down, and I'd promised him a lift back with us.
Well, Mr. Selby, I well understand your distress. You've lost a friend, and a government contract worth thousands of pounds. Really, you know, you've told me nothing that warrants an exhumation and post-mortem. But I'm very impressed by your sincerity. We can do nothing until we have the findings of the post-mortem.
Thank you very much indeed, Commissioner.
With that, the Selbys left, and the Commissioner made the necessary arrangements. The job was over and done with within 3 days. In fact, it was on the afternoon of the third day that I once more called to the Commissioner's office.
Now, just listen to this, Carr.
Yes?
The Home Office's report, pathology that is, on Nigel Prentice. I won't read it all, just the relevant facts.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, we were surprised to find no evidence at all of small internal bronchial hemorrhages. When a person drowns, these occur due to a lack of air. It can only be concluded, and we are guessing, that the subject died after being subjected to a hyperconcentration of oxygen. We understand that oxygen is not used in aqualungs. For expiration, divers rely on compressed air. Well, what do you make of that?
Oh, but surely they wouldn't be foolish enough to fill the lungs tanks with oxygen?
Could that have happened accidentally?
Or even deliberately? So the Selbys are right. I think we'd better get them in and tell them the results.
Very well, I'll arrange it for you.
You know, we should have realized this before. Of course he didn't drown. If he had, they wouldn't have found him floating on the surface.
Right.
His lungs would have been filled with water, and the weights I presume he was carrying would have taken him to the bottom of Plymouth Harbour.
But I don't understand. Country thing. Even a beginner knows that you don't use oxygen.
You filled the tanks yourself, Peter. And you certainly didn't use oxygen.
Could the tanks that you prepared for the dive have been replaced by other tanks?
They could have, but I don't...
Supposing somebody wanted to do away with Nigel Prentice, all they had to do was substitute a couple of tanks. Would you be able to tell the difference just by looking at them?
No, they're all the same colour and size. Yellow.
Would Nigel Prentice have known the difference once he started breathing?
No. Both compressed air and oxygen are odourless and tasteless.
You say that you have just one type of tank, standard size and colour.
That's right.
For both compressed air and oxygen.
We never use oxygen in aqualung tanks.
See. Tell me, do you know of anyone with a grudge against this Prentice?
No, I don't.
Did he get on with your employees?
Yes, he did.
One or two resented his funny manner. Mr. Andrews, for one.
Mr. Andrews?
He's our manager in the workshop.
Did they have words?
Sometimes.
Were they bitter quarrels?
Oh, they were nothing. You know how tempers get frayed when things won't go right or when you're trying to meet a deadline.
Yes. You filled the tanks that Prentice was to use, Mr. Selby?
I did. I supervised everything. I didn't want to leave anything to chance.
And you used compressed air?
Yes.
Did anybody see you filling those tanks?
Well, no, I was alone at the time.
I see.
Good heavens. You're not implying that...
At this stage, I'm not implying anything, just asking questions. When you had filled... What did you do to them? How many were there?
There were 4. I filled them to the correct pressures and then put them in the boot of the car for the next day, the journey down to Plymouth.
When did you fill them?
Early in the morning.
Was it generally known how you had stowed the equipment?
Yes, of course. I had no reason to keep the fact a secret.
And was your car left unattended after you had put the cylinders in the boot?
Well, yes. For most of the day and all of that night.
Was the boot locked?
No.
Then someone, as yet some person unknown, could have removed the cylinders of air and replaced them with cylinders of oxygen.
Yes. Yes, they could.
It couldn't have happened accidentally, could it?
How?
I could see that it wasn't going to be easy. Such a long time had elapsed between the death of Nigel Prentice and the start of our investigation. If it was murder, and it looked very much like it, then the murderer had had plenty of time to cover his tracks, supply himself with an alibi, and cast suspicion elsewhere. It was a tough one, all right, but I like them. They constitute a challenge. I decided to visit the factory there and then,
I took a car and followed the Selbys to the factory in Camden Town.
I filled the cylinders from this compressor here and then put them straight into the car.
I see. I should think they took up most of the room in the boot.
Everything just fits in. The car's a bit small, but we've got no family, just Helen and me. We don't need more than 2 seats. Besides, we've got a thing about sports cars.
But when you put the tanks in the boot, what did you do with the car?
Left it here until about... Oh, it turned 5 o'clock.
And sometime during the day you went back and loaded the rest of the equipment?
Yes.
I don't suppose you noticed whether the cylinders had been moved or not?
No, I'm afraid not. I never thought about it.
And if your cylinders of air had been replaced, you wouldn't have known, as all of them are yellow.
That's right.
Look, can we move into your office, Mr. Selby, where it's quieter?
Yes.
Now, were you at the factory all day?
Yes, I was.
And you, Mrs. Selby?
Yes, Inspector, I was. It was quite an occasion getting ready for the demonstration. It meant a lot to us, and, well, we were very excited. As a matter of fact, we went out to celebrate that night.
Who's we?
Peter, Nigel, and myself.
Did you go in your car?
No. We have a flat above the shop in Knightsbridge. We went to the Magambo. It's just around the corner from us.
And you left the car where?
At the back of the shop.
Do you keep oxygen on the premises here?
Yes.
What's it used for?
Well, different processes of manufacture.
Is there any at the shop in Knightsbridge?
No.
Yes, there is, darling. It's been there ever since we opened.
Oh, yes, of course, that's right. I've been meaning to have them pick it up. It's only in the way.
Is it a full cylinder?
Well, it was, yes. You see, it's been here a long time, and some of these industrial cylinders leak. And we've had no occasion to test the pressure.
And your car was parked at the back of the shop all night?
Yes.
Where did Mr. Prentice live?
Well, he had a flat in South Kensington. We picked him up in the morning and drove down together.
So whoever wanted to tamper with the cylinders had plenty of opportunity to do so?
I suppose so, yes.
I'm just beginning to realize that you're conducting an investigation of murder.
That's right, Mrs. Selby.
Horrible.
Which means that Nigel Prentice's killer is somewhere around, on the loose for the moment. Tell me, have any of your employees left since Mr. Prentice's death?
No, we've still got the same stuff.
Well, I think it's safe to say that whoever tampered with those cylinders had a very good knowledge of skin diving or aqua lunging. That narrows the field down a bit, doesn't it?
Yes, I suppose it does.
It'd help if I could find a motive. Is your business a profitable one?
Yes, indeed. It's coming into its own in a big way. The sport is getting more and more popular all the time. And, of course, that means a growing demand for equipment.
I see. So the company pays handsomely to the shareholders.
Well, with Nigel gone, that just leaves Helen and myself.
Does it indeed? So you are better off than ever. Unless, of course, his shares have gone to some relative.
Nigel had no relatives.
Lady friend, perhaps?
As far as we know, Nigel was unattached. Isn't that so, Helen?
Yes, he was far too wrapped up in his work.
Then what's the position?
Oh, I don't know. It's a little awkward. If Helen and I bought the shares, the proceeds of the sale would go into his estate. But he didn't leave a will. I don't know the law in that regard, but it's going to make a nice legal tangle.
Yeah, so summing it up, or putting it bluntly, it looks as though you and your wife benefit a great deal from his death.
Yes, I suppose you could look at it like that.
I wonder if I could use this office here to speak to Mr. Andrews, your manager.
By all means.
Sergeant Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Find Mr. Andrews, the workshop manager. Bring him here.
Right, sir.
Oh, come in, Mr. Andrews.
I understand you want to see me, Inspector.
Yes, that's right. Sit down. I'm investigating the death of Nigel Prentice.
Oh.
Did you like him, Mr. Andrews?
He was all right.
That's not what I asked you.
I suppose you've been told about the little tiffs we have from time to time?
That's right, I have. But I'd like you to tell me about them.
Well, frankly, Inspector, I didn't have much time for Nigel Prentice. He wasn't my sort. We seemed to rub each other up the wrong way.
Why?
I suppose you've heard about the fact that I've been with Mr. and Mrs. Selby since the early days. As a matter of fact, he and I were in the Navy together. That's how we started in this business.
Go on.
And I suppose you heard how disappointed I was when the company was floated and a third of the shares was given to a complete stranger.
Nigel Prentice.
Who else? But you know all this. You policemen are very clever.
Thank you, Mr. Andrews, but I hate to disillusion you. I knew nothing of what you've just told me.
Oh. But you were clever enough to let me go on.
Of course. So you felt aggrieved that Mr. Prentice had taken your place in the business,
Well, I felt justified. I've worked harder for this business than he had.
What was your reaction when you heard he was dead?
Oh, I was shocked. It was so sudden and unexpected.
Was it, Mr. Andrews?
Yes. We tested the gear for hour after hour. It was the last thing we could have expected, that he would drown.
Oh, he drowned, did he?
That's right. Death by misadventure.
You seem very well acquainted with the circumstances surrounding Mr. Prentice's death. You seem to have taken an extraordinary interest.
Not really, Inspector. I was extremely interested in the development of the new lung. I was appalled when it didn't work.
Did you hate Mr. Prentice? Well, Mr. Andrews?
There was no love lost to him.
Because you felt he had what should have been yours.
I've never been able to hide my true feelings, so let's start now. I was very hurt when Mr. Selby and his wife took in Mr. Prentice. I resented it a great deal.
And did that resentment grow big enough for you to seek revenge?
Revenge? What are you talking about?
Did you know that oxygen, pure oxygen, can kill a man if it's in his aqualung equipment?
Yes. Any fool knows that.
I didn't know, but it is generally known in this line of business, isn't it?
What are you getting at?
Mr. Prentice did not drown. He was subjected to a hyperconcentration of oxygen.
How?
Someone, Mr. Andrews, tampered with the cylinders used in that fatal demonstration.
Well, I know nothing about that.
Are you sure? Are you sure that you weren't seeking a double revenge? Revenge which you could have had by killing Nigel Prentice and crippling Peter Selby's business, by making him look a fool before the Admiralty officials?
You can't talk to me like that.
Sorry if I've hurt your delicate feelings, but I'm investigating a fiendish murder, not a game of Ring of Roses.
Well, it wasn't me, and you can't prove it was.
Quite right. I can't.
Well, can I go now?
For the time being, yes.
Thank you.
Oh, there's just one other thing.
Yes?
How did Mr. Prentice get on with the Selbys?
Frankly, that's none of my business. The Selbys have been good to me.
You can still say that, in spite of your being disappointed at not being taken into the business?
Yes.
All right. What do you know about a man called Frank Anderson?
He's our chief competitor. Opened up in opposition.
Was there competition between Sub Aqua and Mr. Anderson's business?
Well, of course.
Fierce competition?
No, it was on a friendly basis. There's enough work to go around.
But there aren't many Admiralty contracts floating around for 25,000 aqualungs, are there? You remember the day before the demonstration?
Yes.
Was Mr. Anderson there when they were getting the equipment ready?
Well, yes, he was.
Doing what?
Oh, he was chaffing us, but very good-naturedly.
I see. Well, Mr. Andrews, I'd like to see every member of the staff, one at a time, in here. Andrews arranged for me to interview the staff. It took me the best part of the day. Questions and answers, seeking that vital clue. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, I know where the oxygen is. So does everybody what works here. He mustn't pop in there at all. Nobody misses him, that's for sure.
Ever so sarcastic, and a tongue like a whip sash.
Something of a ladies' man, I bet tell. I never saw him with one.
Right, send the next one in. And so it went on, question after question. I was getting nowhere, except two facts emerged. Nigel Prentice was far from popular, and he was something of a ladies' man. I turned that over in my mind until I was dizzy. It was getting on for 4 o'clock by the time I finished. I decided to visit the premises of Frank Anderson, Sub Aqua's competitor. And, Mr. Anderson, you were in Plymouth to see the demonstration yourself.
I was.
Did you have cause to touch any of the equipment at any time?
No, why should I? Are you trying to say that I knew anything about the oxygen in those tanks?
Would you be so kind as to tell me how you came across that piece of information?
I know what you're thinking, Inspector, but you're wrong. It is common knowledge that you've been at Sub Aqua all day questioning the staff. It's amazing how people talk, isn't it, Inspector?
Yes, it is indeed. So you were there all day, you stayed the night in Plymouth, and you travelled back to London with the Selbys.
Yes, sitting cramped up in the back of that wretched sports car. Huh? Anything wrong, Inspector?
What a fool I've been. What a blind fool. Do you mind if I use your telephone?
No, help yourself.
New Scotland Yard, Carr speaking. I want to take out a warrant for the arrest of Helen Selby for the murder of Nigel Prentice. I was right. She did it. And for a very good reason. She had been indiscreet with Prentice, and he had threatened to tell her husband. She couldn't have risked that because it would have threatened her security. All this came out in the confession she made after her arrest. Yes, she destroyed Prentice cunningly, fiendishly. Did you spot the clue that told me she had done it? I'll be back after the commercial to tell you.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then feed them up for more.
Feather light, fine textured and rich tasting. That's how your cakes will turn out every time you use maple margarine. Maple margarine is rich in flavor, rich in vitamins too.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then feed them up for more.
Maple. How can anyone make a peanut butter that's really different from any other peanut butter? It's not easy. But Yum Yum is a new kind of peanut butter. A peanut butter that's so smooth, it spreads easily. So creamy, it almost melts in your mouth. In fact, new Yum Yum is so different, we don't even call it peanut butter. We call it Yum Yum Super Creamy Spread. Yum Yum, the super creamy spread with a true peanut taste.
Well, listeners, did you spot the clue that pointed to Mrs. Selby? Do you remember when the Selbys were in the Commissioner's office and they were talking about their being in Plymouth?
I'd promised Frank Anderson a lift back to London.
It was only a two-seater, a sports car with room for one passenger cramped into the dicky seat. 3 people had driven down to Plymouth, Helen, Peter, and Prentice. How could she have offered Anderson a lift back to town if she didn't know that the dicky seat would be vacant? A silly slip, wasn't it? But it was enough to prevent her from getting away with an almost perfect murder. And the moral of my story? Giving someone else oxygen at the wrong time may deprive you of your supply permanently. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
have moved about this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The creaking door.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Tonight's story stems from that very sad occurrence in the Eastern Transvaal, where a mother and a child were found dead in a gas-filled room. As those of you know who read an account of the tragedy, it was neither a case of suicide nor murder, but the result of a most unhappy series of misadventures. Happily, these kinds of accidents are very rare indeed. Yet sociologists and those in authority will tell you that of all the methods used in order to perpetrate the act of self-destruction, the use of carbon monoxide and coal gas stand way up at the head of the list. It is because your would-be suicide has such an easy access to the poison, be it a gas oven or the use of a hose pipe attached to the exhaust of a motor car, and that is why there have been so many cases of murders where the killers have used coal gas or carbon monoxide in an attempt to create the impression that death was self-induced. I mentioned the sad story of the mother and child because reading the newspaper account sent me back along the corridors of time to the delightful outer London area known as Twickenham, where a woman named Jessica Rossiter was found dead in a gas-filled room. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story Pipeline to Death. Arrived at my office to commence an early morning roster duty when the telephone persistently announced a call from operations. You say, Ops, that the caller was a Dr. Bernard Farmer?
That's right, sir.
Well, good heavens, it's just 7:30. What's he doing out this time in the morning?
Apparently he was called to the home of Mrs. Jessica Rossiter, 36 Thames View, Twickenham. She was found dead by her niece and nephew.
I see. And this doctor is convinced that the woman's been murdered?
That's what the doctor said, sir.
Well, if there's a doctor there, no need to call the senior police surgeon. I happen to know he was on the case until 1 o'clock this morning. Now, just get through to transport, organise a car for me. I don't think there will be a great deal of traffic at this time of the morning. There wasn't. That, together with the car's flashing blue light of authority, meant that we reached our destination in a matter of minutes. 36 Thames View proved to be a pleasant-looking Georgian house, standing in its own charming garden. The floating cumulus in a crisp blue sky, the full-throated birds heralding in a new day, daffodils nodding in obeisance to the gentle breeze, made it difficult to imagine that I was walking into a house of death.
That you, Dr. Farmer?
Yes. Chief Inspector Carr of New Scotland Yard is here. They told me he was coming down.
I suppose Dr. Farmer's told you. It's terrifying. Oh, my sister Elaine.
I don't believe it. Can't have happened.
Steady, lass, steady. We all have to exercise self-control. This police officer will have to take statements from us all.
I can still smell gas.
I'm sure you can. It's permeated the whole house.
Don't believe it. I don't believe anyone would deliberately set out to kill Aunt Jessie.
Would you like to take a look at Mrs. Rossiter?
Not immediately. I've got the bare details. I understand that you forced an entry into your aunt's bedroom, Mr. Rossiter, that the room was filled with gas, and that you called Dr. Farmer.
Yes, that's right.
Let's get down to the first principles for a moment. And you, Doctor, in response to Mr. Rossiter's call, arrived, examined the lady, and pronounced her dead.
Yes. I refused to sign a death certificate because...
Willful damage to a pipe. All I know is the bare bones of what you told the Twickenham police.
There must have been a fault in the pipe.
Right. Now, let's start at the beginning, shall we? It's now 8:20. Mr. Rossiter, your aunt was alive and well last night?
Well, She was alive, yes, but...
Oh, but what?
Well, I'm afraid my aunt was somewhat... She was an alcoholic.
I see. Who else lives in the house?
No one. My sister does the cooking, and we have a char who comes in 3 times a week.
My aunt used to go to the Oxford and Cambridge every evening. It's a pub at the corner, and she always had more than what was good for her.
But as far as you know, she was alive and well, if somewhat tipsy.
Yes, we were with her.
So you all went to bed. And when you awoke this morning, what happened?
I always take Aunt Jessie a cup of tea every morning. And... honestly, this ridiculous habit of locking her door. Aunt Jessie! Wake up, Aunt Jessie! Aunt Jessie, here's your tea. Jimmy? Jimmy?
What is it? Can't you wake the old bat? Let her sleep.
She'll be angry. You know how she gets upset if her tea isn't brought on the dot? Besides...
Besides what?
There's a funny smell of gas, Jimmy.
Gas? So there is. I can smell it from here. Mind out of the way. Aunt Jessie! Shh! Wake up! Wake up!
She must be sleeping the sleep of the dead.
Why about all this gas? Well, maybe she didn't turn the gas fire off properly. There's nothing for it. I'll break the door down.
Jimmy, you can't. She'll be furious. You know she goes on about breaking things.
For all we know, she might be lying on her bed unconscious. Mind out of the way. I'll try and get the door in.
Careful, Jimmy.
Stay outside. I'm going to hold my breath and get the windows open. Aunt Jessie! Aunt Jessie! Don't do anything. The room's full of gas. Get Dr. Farmer. The room's full of gas.
Jimmy wouldn't let me go in. I ran and called Dr. Farmer.
It was you who telephoned the doctor?
Yes, that's right.
Dr. Farmer, how long did it take you to get here?
Oh, a matter of minutes. I start my morning rounds very early. No, I was just finishing breakfast when Elaine Rossiter telephoned.
I see. And you got here in how many minutes?
About 8.
But by then much of the gas had evaporated.
Oh, but it was still pretty much in evidence.
Yes, I quite believe it. It's uncomfortable even now. Well, please carry on, Doctor. You arrived here, and then what happened?
Well, I went to see the poor woman's bedroom. Say, gas? You mean she's gassed herself?
Well, I don't know. She looks dead.
Maybe she had the gas fire on and the wind blew out the flames. Or...
The windows were closed tight. You know how Aunt Jessie loves to sleep. Windows locked, doors locked.
I smell the gas from here.
Dreadful.
Still plenty of this carbon monoxide about. There's no need for you both to come in.
I want to, Doctor. Don't you understand? Please, I want
It's
to.
all right, Elaine. Breathe as lightly as you can. Oh, dear.
She looks so...
Yeah, she's dead, all right. I can't see her committing suicide. Let's have a look at the gas fire. The tap. Did you move the tap?
No. Of course I didn't.
Well, it's in the off position. Have you switched the gas off at the main?
I did. Jimmy asked me to switch it off at the meter. Look, this is where the gas came from. Look at that hole.
Yes, indeed. Look at it.
Funny. It looks as though...
It looks as though someone has deliberately bored a hole through that lead pipe.
Terrible gas. What does it mean, Dr. Farmer?
It means that someone plotted the death of your aunt by making sure she would die from carbon monoxide poisoning.
Plotted? I can't believe it.
We have no alternative but to phone the police.
Thank you. Well, now let's go and take a look at the bedroom. On the bed was a woman in her late 60s. Apart from the usual signs of carbon monoxide poisoning, she might have been slumbering peacefully. The odor was still pungent despite the open window and door. Facing the bed was a gas fire. As the doctor said, it was in the off position. From the fire, a lead pipe ran along the skirting of the wall.
The hole from which the gas leaked through was about half an inch in diameter. Well, there's no question about it, is there? You can see that the hole had been newly made. All right, Dr. Farmer, I won't trouble you further. I've got just one more question to ask you. Is it possible to determine the time of death?
No. Not to any degree of accuracy. Although the body's still warm, you must remember that this room has been shut against the night air. If this gas has been leaking all night, it wouldn't take more than an hour or two for it to have killed her. Well, I must go now, if you don't mind.
Yes, of course, Doctor. Thank you for your cooperation.
Morning, Jenny. Morning, Elaine. I'm so sorry about this, but I have my duty. I shall finish my rounds within about 2 hours. You'll find me at the surgery if you need me again.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Yes, I will need you again. I have to take a formal statement from you.
Yes, of course, I understand that. Well, see you later, you two.
Yes, Bye, Doctor. I then turned to examine James Rossiter more closely. He was a neatly dressed, pleasant-looking young man in his late 20s, while Elaine, his sister, pretty, despite her swollen eyes, was a few years younger. As they watched the departing back of Dr. Farmer, I wondered if they realized that either one or both had an almost watertight case of murder against them. We returned to the sitting room, where I resumed my questioning. Now, Mr. Rossiter, you say that your aunt went every night to the Oxford and Cambridge Hotel. Did you see her when she returned home last night?
No, I didn't.
Did you, Miss Rossiter?
No, I went with Jimmy to the cinema.
So your aunt went to the Oxford and Cambridge alone?
No, we went with her. Aunt Jessie used to insist on it. She never had an evening meal in the house. She sometimes had a sandwich in the pub, and more often than not, she just went on drinking. We got there about 7, I suppose.
Well, what happened in the pub last night? Did your aunt seem unusually depressed?
No, not a bit. In fact, she seemed gayer than usual.
Look at that silly Dr. Farmer disapproving over there. Go on, drink, Carr. George, a double gin's the main single for my niece.
No, thank you, Aunt Jessie. I've had enough.
Oh, you've only had one. Another won't do you any harm. And a pint for my nephew.
Aunt, it really will have to be the last because the film starts at 8:15.
Oh, why can't you sit here and keep your own company? You're a very naughty boy, Jimmy. I've been thinking about you.
What have I done now?
It's not what you've done, it's what you've not done.
Oh?
I told you to call in the Baxters and order another case of gin. And none's arrived.
Aunt Jessie, you've got 3 bottles. Besides, you know what Dr. Farmer said.
Well, here are the drinks, Mrs. Rossiter.
Oh, thank you. My nephew will pay.
Yes, of course I will.
It's my money, anyway.
Oh, thank you, sir. I'll fetch you the change.
Aunt Jessie, you shouldn't humiliate Jimmy like that.
Humiliate? It is my money, isn't it? All you two do is wait for your poor old aunt to die.
I'm not going to listen to this. Now, come along, Elaine. Let's go to the pictures.
And that's the last time you saw her alive?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, that's a very full account. And why have you stressed the quarrel with your aunt?
Well, because the pub was crowded. I'm not a fool. Everybody looks on Aunt Jessie as a character. They listen to everything she says. Someone would have told you.
Jimmy didn't do it, Inspector. Jimmy loved his aunt. We both loved her.
In a matter of a few minutes, James Rossiter had told me that he and his sister were beneficiaries under his aunt's will, that she was a possessive sort of woman, and that when they last saw her alive, they'd quarrelled to the extent that brother and sister had walked out of the pub. Was he so subtle as to create suspicions of guilt at an early stage in the investigation in order to sweep them away later? Or was he just being open and frank, as an innocent and bereaved nephew would be? Well, I've come across some methods of murder in my time, but this is one of the strangest. I don't know anything about metal, but I'll stake my reputation that the hole in the pipe was made deliberately. It wasn't just a flaw.
Well, of course it was.
But could a stranger come into the house in the middle of the night?
No, Inspector. Jimmy always makes sure that the front door is bolted. Aunt Jessie has a phobia about thieves. Even though it's early summer, all the windows are locked from the inside, and so is the front door.
And you say that she always locked her bedroom door?
Yes.
Now, last night you went to the pictures. You came home. You made sure that the front door was locked.
Yes.
Tell me about the gas. I see you've got electric light.
That was installed when Aunt Jessica took over the house 6 years ago. There are still gas fires in the bedroom, and we cook by gas.
I see. Now, I understand that you switched off the gas at the meter, Miss Ross.
Yes, I did.
What time did you get home last night?
Oh, about midnight. The film ended at 11. Elaine and I went for the coffee.
Mind telling me the name of the restaurant?
Oh, it's a coffee house by the river called the Swinging Lantern.
Well, I must ask neither of you to leave the house. You see, I shall want you here when an expert examines the lead piping. We'll have to take photographs, do all sorts of things.
And you also want us under a policeman's watchful eye.
Frankly, yes, Mr. Rossiter. Let me see, it's now 11 o'clock. I'm sorry to have occupied your time like this. What's the name of the landlord at the Oxford and Cambridge?
Bob Levine.
I didn't break no law, Inspector. Mrs. Rossiter had plenty, but she could go on drinking all night without falling over. The poor old girl's what we call in the trade a lush.
Yes, I know. Now, what happened last night after Mr. Rossiter and his sister left the pub?
Oh, she went on something wicked.
Come back here. That's the thanks one gets. Brought these two kids up ever since my poor brother Hubert and my sister-in-law Francine were killed in that train smash. They never wanted for nothing. Look how they treat me.
Now, look, Mrs. Rossiter, don't you think you've had enough? Here, let me get you a taxi so you can go home.
Now, taxi. It isn't closing time yet. Bob Levine, are you trying to tell me that I'm drunk?
No, of course not, Mrs. Rossiter.
You ought to know better than to make such a stupid suggestion. It isn't closing time yet, and I don't leave your pub until it is. What about that drink you were going to get me?
Well,
I'll cut him out and I will. That's what I've got a good mind to do. Don't deserve it, neither of them.
Oh, come off it, Mrs. Rossiter. You worship them. You know you do. They're a nice pair of youngsters.
Nice pair, walking out of me like that. Hey, now you go get me that drink.
And did she stay until closing time?
Yes, sir.
And then what happened?
Well, come to think of it, I don't know, sir.
What do you mean you don't know?
Well, normally she shouts for someone to get her a taxi. Last night, what? I didn't see her go, frankly.
I see, thank you. Your place was rather crowded last night, was it?
Packed, sir. Always is on a Friday night.
Do the youngsters visit this pub a great deal?
Well, they used to come in every evening with her. She used to sort of insist on it. They never stayed. She always went home alone.
I see, Mr. Levine. Well, thank you very much. Oh, how far am I from Cartwright and Sons, the solicitors?
I'm absolutely dumbfounded. Poor Mrs. Rossiter. Though she drank too much, never got over the death of her husband 10 years ago, but she was a kindly old soul deep down. You know, she's been most generous to her niece and nephew. He's in his finals, you know. They say he's going to be a brilliant doctor, young Jim Rossiter.
But there was animosity between them.
My dear sir, I've known the family for years. Animosity, nothing. A wealthy woman, and apart from some charitable bequest, she left her entire estate to be shared between her niece and her nephew.
No other bequest?
None.
Do you mind if I take a copy of the will to study it?
Not at all. I'll have it photostatted for you.
Doctor, as Mrs. Rossiter was your patient, you'd know her better than most. I'm at a loss. Do you see these youngsters as murderers?
Unbelievable. No, I don't.
Well, was she suicidal? When did you see her last? Alive, I mean.
Oh, she was suffering from a hangover last Wednesday.
Oh, Doctor, I feel terrible. I'm catching pneumonia or something. Oh, I feel awful.
There's nothing wrong with you that a few days on the wagon won't cure.
But my head, it feels terrible.
I'll give you something to take, and you stay in bed for 24 hours, and no drink, mind you.
How is she, Doctor?
Oh, she'll live.
You're a couple of heartless wretches, that's what you are.
Oh, Aunt Jessie, here you are. I brought you some coffee to take your aspirins with.
Aspirins? What good will they do me? I'm a sick woman, I tell you.
Oh, dear, that means you won't be able to go to the Oxford and Cambridge tonight. I tell you what, I'll light the gas fire and you lie here. I'll fetch you some nice boiled fish for your supper.
You'll do no such thing. Lie here, indeed.
I see, Doctor. Now, from what you tell me, she was nursing a hangover, but in reasonably good humour.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Oh, I feel very sorry for these youngsters.
Well, sorry or not, from what everybody tells me, Mrs. Rossiter enjoyed her life, even though she drank too much. She's the person I'm sorry for. I might as well tell you that the house is receiving a thorough once-over.
Hello, Inspector. When are we going to be arrested?
Now, young lady, none of that righteous indignation. You'd want the killer to be punished, wouldn't you?
I didn't do it, and Jimmy didn't do it. And the way all these plainclothes men have been looking at
Your
it...
imagination, young lady. Tell me about the gas meter. Was it always switched on?
Yes, except when they came to put in the new gas fires a couple of years ago.
Let's go and take a look at it. The meter was at the end of the passage in a kind of alcove under the stairs. Attached to it was a lever. It would have been a simple matter to switch the gas off. But who? When? How? I continued my questioning until the call came through.
Hello?
Is that Riverside 0873?
Yes?
This is Scotland Yard here. Is Inspector Carr with you?
Yes, he is. Hold on, please. It's for you, Inspector.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Ops here, Inspector.
Oh, yes.
The blood count showed a high percentage of alcohol, sir.
What does that mean, Ops?
Well, sir, labs are perfectly convinced that Mrs. Rossiter would not have been able to walk back to her home.
I see. Thank you. Now we're getting somewhere. I think I'll have a word with Dr. Farmer. Well, I'm sorry to take up so much of your time, Doctor, but somehow I'm loath to arrest Elaine and James Rossiter on a charge of murdering their aunt unless the case against them is absolutely watertight.
It seems incredible that they should want to murder their aunt. I mean, why link the two together? I can't see Elaine being in collusion. It would be against her nature.
And James, the nephew? After all, if he qualifies as a doctor this year, could make a tremendous difference to him if he can buy into a flourishing practice.
That's true.
I wonder what the legal position is if he were convicted for the murder of his aunt. I understand that they share the estate, but a man convicted of a crime forfeits his legacy. Well, I suppose half of it will go to the niece and half...
If he really committed the murder, well, she must have been involved. After all, coming home and drilling a hole in that lead pipe.
But he could have waited until she was asleep. After all, whoever did it must have drilled that hole after Mrs. Rossiter went to bed.
Aren't you forgetting something, Inspector? Once she was in bed, the door was locked.
That's why I'm loath to arrest these youngsters. Assuming they came home late that night, and they wanted to carry out their plan, the door would have been locked.
One or the other could have drilled a hole during the day.
It's impossible. You see, Doctor, the house is so clean, so spick and span, that lead piping across the skirting is so exposed. Well, they wouldn't dare risk their aunt seeing their drilled hole. From what I've gathered from everyone, including you, she was a highly intelligent woman. She'd see the significance of a carefully drilled hole in a piece of piping which led to the gas fire. They wouldn't risk their legacy.
You seem convinced that they didn't do it. But somebody did it. Somebody murdered the woman.
Doctor, I was rather interested that you introduced the word drill. You mentioned drilling a hole 2 or 3 times. I began to follow your example.
What do you mean?
Who was the person with sufficient authority to put the old lady to bed without the usual routine of locking the door from the inside?
What do you mean?
I mean you, Doctor.
What?
You drove her home. You persuaded her to go to bed, knowing that within an hour or two she would come out of her drunken stupor, and the chances are that she would lock her bedroom door, not knowing that while she was in her drunken slumber, you had drilled a hole in the lead pipe.
You mad, Inspector?
Why didn't you tell me that you drove Mrs. Rossiter home on the night she was killed?
Who says I drove her home?
I say it. Don't deny it. Now, the game's up, Dr. Farmer. Once I couldn't accept the thesis that these youngsters would plan such a crude and stupid murder, there could only be one other suspect, and that's you.
Excuse me, Inspector.
Yes?
Take a look at this surgical drill. It has distinct lead marks on it.
How dare you search my rooms without
a warrant? I'm sorry, Doctor. I forgot to tell you I have a search warrant. I'm arresting you for the murder of Jessica Rossiter, and I must warn you that anything you now say...
Dr. Farmer. Can't believe it.
You will when all the evidence comes out. You see, a detective's first job in cases such as these is to find out who are the beneficiaries. Now, you, and you, Mr. Rossiter, will benefit. But there's a clause that says that should anything happen to either or both of you, that her dear friend and doctor, Bernard Farmer, would distribute the estate as he sees fit.
Incredible. Oh, thank goodness you solved the problem. You had me worried.
Me too.
I suppose so. But within a matter of hours, I began to have my suspicions about him.
Why, Inspector?
Well, you see, Miss Rossiter, during my... As usual in police work of this kind, we look for a contradiction or a conflict in evidence. Something somebody says or does to cause us to think twice. In this case, it was James Rossiter telling us what had happened in the Oxford and Cambridge when his aunt said...
Look at that silly Dr. Farmer disapproving over there. Go on, drink up.
Yet, if you remember, I asked Dr. Farmer... When did you last see her? Alive, I mean.
Oh, she was suffering from a hangover last Wednesday.
Now, why didn't he tell me that he saw his patient in the pub a few hours before she was killed? By the same token, he rather pointedly told me about Elaine saying to her aunt...
I'll tell you what. I light the gas fire and you lie here.
A rather unsubtle pointer, I thought. All that, coupled with the knowledge that the woman could not have walked home in her drunken state, that somebody well known to her must have put her to bed, that the worthy doctor would benefit from the legacy if James and Elaine Rossiter, or one of them, was convicted of murder, added up to a pattern that was plain to see. Once our labs confirmed that the surgical drill contained minute particles of lead, the game was up, and he pleaded guilty.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook. The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. You may have read that there arrived in South Africa recently a leading member of Scotland Yard for consultations concerning a trial which cannot be commented upon at this stage. I remembered him as a young constable who was present at one of the most sensational murder trials ever to take place. It was the culmination of my investigation into the death of a well-known member of the underworld, Lawrence Ritchie. I've called my story Murder on the Brain. When news came through that Larry Ritchie was found on Clapham Common with a .38 bullet in his head, I was neither surprised nor, it must be said, perturbed. You say operations that Ritchie was found 10 minutes ago?
Yes, sir. He was recognized at once by Sergeant Woods of the Clapham Manor, and he thought the squad should be informed.
Quite right. Looks like gang warfare. Some other thug belonging to some other gang will want his revenge. It looks as though we're going to have a busy time. Where's the body?
At Clapham Mortuary, sir.
Has the murder weapon been found?
No, sir.
All right, I'll send Sergeant Jackson out. Have the local boys found anything, do you know?
If they have, they hadn't reported it, Inspector.
Right, thank you. Now, here's the file on the Wilson case you wanted, sir. Thanks, Jackson. You'd better put it in the pending file. Something more urgent's cropped up. Oh, sir? Remember Larry Ritchie, the one that went in for grievous bodily harm? Do I, sir? I gave evidence. Do you see that file from X-Branch? They say he's now working with the Lambeth mob. Was, past tense. He's dead. Murdered. Well, he certainly had it coming to him, sir, didn't he? Certainly had. I still believe he's the man who bumped off light-fingered Morris. Shot with a .38. That'll cause a rumpus, won't it, sir? Certainly will. If we don't find the killer, and fast, the metropolitan area will become a shooting target for every light-fingered, trigger-happy thug. All right, Jackson. Ops has got the location, Clapham Common. They're expecting you. Go out there and see if there's anything the local boys have missed. Righto, sir. I'll get hold of Dr. McPherson. Take a look at the body. Accompanied by the senior police surgeon, I went over to the mortuary to take a look at the lifeless body of the man who had caused us so much trouble and worry in the past. Even in death, his features could not be robbed of their coarse brutality. Ugly-looking customer, isn't he, Mac?
He certainly is.
All those powder marks.
He was shot at close quarters, all right. Right through the temple. Take a look at the wound, Inspector. You see how easy it was to extricate the bullet.
Now, what does that mean, Mac?
Well, without going into the gruesome details, the gun was so close to the forehead as to cause a tremendously wide hole in the bone structure. I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
When did he die?
Well, I understand that the temperature last night was pretty moderate. I would say that he was shot somewhere around about 1 o'clock this morning. By the way, here's the bullet. The local surgeon handed it to me.
Thanks. I'll send it over to ballistics, but I don't think it'll do us much good. If it was a gang killing, the weapon's sure to be stolen.
True enough. I wonder what he was doing on the common at that time of the morning.
Somebody lured him there. Somebody he knew, obviously. He wouldn't have allowed anyone to be so close unless it was someone he knew. An ideal rendezvous for a killing. Clapham Common's still one of the few lungs of London that isn't enclosed with railings and gates, except for the northern sector.
You're looking a bit despondent.
Oh, wouldn't you be, Mac? My suspects are the hundreds of mobsters in the underworld. It means thousands of questions, dozens of foot-slogging constables getting all those informers on the job. Oh, well, it's no good moaning. Back into the fray. I wasn't exaggerating. Every available man in plain clothes was detailed to mingle with the regulars at every known haunt of the gamblers, the mobsters, even the petty thieves. In the meantime, the murder squad got busy on the higher level.
Blimey, look who's here. Shut up. Hello, Inspector Carr.
Hello, Lofty. Do you want to talk here?
Oh, let's use the manager's office. Here, take my cue, Bill. Right. You're on the wrong track, Inspector.
I'll be the judge of that. Seen the papers?
Yeah, the racing edition of the Messenger said he was found shot through the head on Clapham Common. Here, do it. Sit down, won't you?
All right.
A cigarette?
Let's not be polite to each other. I hate your guts, you hate mine.
Hate me enough to frame me?
Oh, you know better than that. Lofty, one of our informers tells us that he witnessed a little scene between you and Larry Ritchie at the Cock and Sparrow.
Oh, so what? He had it coming to him. I dressed him down a little. I told him to stop getting into my hair, that's all.
All right. You tell me what happened.
Well, I received information that this two-bit punk was getting ideas above his station, so I went over to the Cock and Sparrow where I knew he'd be.
So I said to this bookie, I'll back Tiger Guy for £5. At 10 to 1, you owe me 50 quid. And he says to me, where's your ticket? And I says to him, I haven't got a ticket, but I've got a nice knuckle duster to dust you down with. And he says to me, oh, so you lost your ticket, did you? Well, here's your money. I then says to him, I look like having that 10 to 1 winner every Saturday.
Oh. What are you talking about, my friend Harry Blake?
Now, listen, Lofty.
Well, tough guy. How'd you like having your face slapped?
You can't do this to me.
That's funny. I thought I could. Like this.
No.
Tony, I think some of these gentlemen don't like the way I'm treating their friend. Now, look, we ain't got nothing to do with it. Now, look, this is only the hors d'oeuvre, so to speak. You try running an agency in Notting Hill, you'll find yourself in the bottom of a sewer where you belong. And you can tell your boss, Jimmy, I said so.
I see. Shimmy Evans?
Yeah.
You're too smart to start a killing in the top league. You bumped off Larry Ritchie as another hors d'oeuvre. It was warning the head of the Lambeth mob to stay in their own preserve,
Now, look, I've been expecting it. Now, I know what you think, Inspector. It isn't true. That was enough warning for Shimmy. The pasting I gave Larry.
Do you think that Shimmy Evans is going to take this lying down? Did you do it yourself? Look, Judd, I'm warning you.
I'm as surprised at this as you are. Now, why should I get him bumped off? What happened at the Cock and Sparrow was only 2 days ago. Why shouldn't I have bumped him off then?
Or arranged for someone else to do it?
You know better than that. Killing's not my line,
Isn't it? I'll tell you this. If it is, the Notting Hill boys are going to be looking for a new leader very soon. Over the years, a senior police official learns never to discount his hunches. My hunch was that Judd was telling the truth, that in fact his look of concern and anxiety over Larry Ritchie's killing was genuine. I thought I'd better have a word with the leader of the Lambeth mob.
What do you want with me, Inspector?
Take that holier-than-thou look off your face. Didn't you expect a visit from the murder squad? Don't you read your papers? Aren't your gambling dens humming with the news of Larry Ritchie's slaying?
Well, of course they are, but why come to me? One of your boys will have told you what happened at the Cock and Sparrow. Lofty Judd doesn't work over one of my boys and get away with it. I don't mind telling you that we were going to do a little dusting down ourselves. We were going to pay a call on one of the Notting Hill mob.
And now?
Well, things are too hot. But if you don't send Lofty Judd for the big drop, we'll do it ourselves.
Come on, Shimmy. Are you telling me, a police officer, that you intend to take the law into your own hands?
Come off it, Inspector. This is too serious.
What you mean is that if Larry's killing isn't avenged, your gang will think you're yellow. Now, let me tell you something. Judd wasn't responsible for Ritchie's death.
Come off it. Look, Inspector, you and I know each other. I'm not threatening to kill anyone. I'm too smart to think that I wouldn't get away with it. But something will happen to Mr. I and mighty Lofty Judd. You know, an accident. It won't be anybody's fault but his own, and no one will be able to say the Lambeth boys were concerned in it.
Is that a threat?
No. It's a fact. What does he want to go kill him for? Do you know that not one of my boys has ever carried a rod?
I think I ought to warn you that I am still a police officer, you know.
I know. It's your murder squad.
Listen to me, Shimmy, and take heed of what I tell you. I don't want any violence while this murder investigation is going on. I need every plainclothes man I can get. You start anything that weakens my investigation and you won't know what hits you.
You've been funny, Inspector. Weaken your investigation? Larry was my pal.
Shimmy, supposing I give you my word that I am convinced that the Notting Hill boys had nothing to do with the shooting of Larry Ritchie, would you accept it?
Yes, I would.
And I'll do a deal with you. No monkey business. Tell your boys there are to be no skirmishes with the Notting Hill gang. None at all. And if anything comes to light proving me wrong, you will be the first to know. Fair enough?
You got my hand on it. Shake.
You misunderstand my attitude. I want to avoid a shooting war, and I want to find the killer of Larry Ritchie, but I don't shake hands with bullies, thugs, and racketeers. Good day to you.
Darling, have you seen the paper? Larry Ritchie's been bumped off. Am I interrupting something?
I'm just leaving.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
What for? Don't you recognise a cop when you see one?
Cop?
Inspector Carr, murder squad, New Scotland Yard.
Oh, you come about Larry. Well, I'll tell you who killed him. That swine, Lofty Judd.
Amazing you keep out of it.
Why should I? Larry was as much my friend as yours.
Your friend, was he? Mind telling me your name, madam?
Didn't you know? Go on, Shimmy, tell him who I am.
This is my wife, Maisie.
How do you do, Mrs. Evans?
Oh, dear, I hope this isn't going to start something.
Unless you say the better.
You remembered your promise?
Don't worry. There ain't going to be no trouble.
Trouble? What trouble?
Inspector Carr's given me his word that he doesn't think the Notting Hill mob had anything to do with Larry's killing.
But it says in the paper that he was found shot in the head on Clapham Common early this morning.
Duck! It's all right. No need to duck. It's a brick. It's a message. Piece of paper tied to it. Shouldn't be surprised if it wasn't a message from the Notting Hill mob. It was obvious from the white, blood-drained faces of Mr. and Mrs. Evans that they expected something much more lethal than a brick being hurled. I bent down and picked up the missile. Now, let's see what this says. We did not bump off Larry Ritchie. Don't start anything you might be sorry for.
Still think Lofty Judd was responsible?
I don't know what to think.
It's easy for him to write a note like that. Every killer says he didn't do it.
Seems you're not versed in the etiquette of gang warfare, Mrs. Evans. When one gang causes damage to the member of another, it usually is a challenge. There's nothing challenging about that note, is there?
That's true.
The two of you must be mad. Who else would bump him off? Who else had reason to?
If I may point out to you, madam, it was your husband's gang which trespassed on the Notting Hill territory.
Don't tell me about Judd. He's a killer. Can't you see? I'm scared stiff for Shimmy. If you don't put him behind bars, what's going to happen to my husband?
Nothing. If your husband is innocent. But was he? There could have been a dozen hidden motives. Motives divorced from the obvious run of gang reprisals. Messages came pouring into the yard from our placed plainclothes men and informers, telling of the seething excitement in the underworld at the possible repercussions. What were the big boys going to do? Was Larry's death about to trigger off a new wave of lawlessness? I was thankful that as the hours and the days passed, there was every indication that Evans and Judd had kept their mobs in check. And during this time, the exasperatingly slow gathering together of all the threads to make a pattern was taking place. What do you think of Judd's alibi, Jackson?
Not very good, is it, sir?
No.
There's only his wife willing to swear that he was home in bed when the shooting took place.
True, but he didn't do it. I'm convinced that neither he nor any of his lieutenants were responsible.
But somebody did it, sir.
Of course somebody did it. Sorry, Jackson. This thing's getting me down. Reams and reams of paper, checking on the movements of every possible suspect. Look at this. There are 24 people willing to swear to seeing Shimmy Evans at the Cock and Sparrow between the hours of 1 and 3 on the morning of the 27th. At least 4 of them have unimpeachable characters.
Yes. We seem to be getting nowhere fast, to use your phrase.
That's true. What was he doing on the common? A thug like that's usually at a spieler or... Here, wait a minute. Why wasn't he at the Cock and Sparrow with the rest of the gang? I think I'll have another word with our friend Shimmy. Tell me, Shimmy, I want the truth. And I promise it won't go beyond these 4 walls. Was Larry on a job for you? Now, don't give me that holier-than-thou look again. If you're genuine about wanting his murder avenged, you'll come clean. What was he doing on the common? Was he on a breaking and entering job, one of the big houses Clapham way?
Come off it, Inspector. Breaking and entering? Do you think he'd go for small stuff like that? No, he came to me and asked me whether I was going to be at the Cock and Sparrow, and I said yes. Well, he then said that he wouldn't. He was going to play cards at the Spieler in Kennington.
Oh, which one?
Tony Savilli's place.
But he no play here? Not all night, I see him. But of course he couldn't have been here all night. He'd been murdered in the early hours of the morning, you know that. Now look, Senior Carr, I'm a respectable spieler. Oh, that's funny. Respectable spieler. What do you think of that, Jackson? Respectable spieler. Tony's joint. What are you two trying to do? Give me the big frame up. He was here early on, wasn't he? Now, don't stall. He was seen...
He come here, yes. He come here. He not to stay long, though.
Did he play cards?
No. Stay a while, and then he go.
Do you know what the penalty is for withholding information? This is a murder inquiry, not a petty fogging visit under the Gaming Act. I'll tell you why he came here. He asked you to say that he was gambling in this joint should his boss ask.
But how you know?
Did he or didn't he?
See? It did.
All right. Talk, Tony. Take it all down, Jackson. We'll get him decided. Tony's signed statement instilled in me the feeling that every detective waits for, the instinctive knowledge that at long last one is on the right track. I knew all along there was a girl in the case. Did you, sir?
Why?
Oh, never mind that now. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
A 38 has been found by the LCC Refuse Department. They believe it came from one of the refuse bins in the Clapham area.
Any joy?
I don't know, sir. The registered number is...
Never mind that. Is it going to help us?
I'm afraid not, sir. It's one of a consignment of guns stolen from Hunting and Fishing Limited, Dover Street, about 2 years ago.
Hunting and fishing? What are they doing selling pistols?
I wouldn't know, sir.
I don't suppose you would. All right, Ops, thank you. Let me have it. If the number's on it, it's going to prove quite useful.
But it's been stolen.
I know. Don't you worry about it. Send it over to the murder squad right away.
Very good, sir.
They found the gun, Jackson, as you no doubt gathered.
Won't help us much, will it?
Of course it will. It's going to be Exhibit A, as our legal friends would say.
But I don't understand, sir. It was stolen from a reputable...
But when? 2 years ago. Now, where's it been since? And how did Mrs. Evans get hold of it?
Mrs. Evans? You think she's the killer?
I'll stake my non-existent bowler hat on it.
I don't see why.
I don't see why either, not at the moment. Listen, Jackson, it all adds up. Why did Larry Ritchie tell his boss that he wouldn't be at the Cock and Sparrow because he was going to be busy at a spieler? That's number one. 2, why did he take the risk of involving Tony Savilli by asking him to act as cover-up unless there was some possibility that his boss might become suspicious? Suspicious of what?
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, Jackson. Mrs. Evans.
Inspector, I can understand Shimmy wanting to bub off Larry if Larry was two-timing him with Mrs. Evans. But why
you
on
keep
the other...
coming back to the motive. Now, this is one of the exceptions to the rule. This time we find the killer, and then we determine the motive.
Fair enough, sir. What do we do? Pull him in for questioning?
No. I want her trailed night and day, but she mustn't have the slightest inkling that we suspect her. She's a shrewd young woman. We haven't got a shred of proof. In fact, she's made one mistake so far, or perhaps 2.
What are they, sir?
Well, for the moment, we'll concentrate on the second one. Being a woman, she didn't bother to file the number off the gun. She knew it was hot, and the chances of it being traced back to her were remote.
Yeah. I still don't see it, sir. How can we trace it back to her?
With the aid of her husband. You lied to me. Shimmy Evans, thug that you are, strong-arm hoodlum and bully that you are, I believe you.
Inspector, I can take so many insults and no more. What are you talking about?
This I'm talking about.
What?
Pick it up, Shimmy. By the laws of the underworld, it's yours.
What is this? What game are you playing?
Remember that job in Dover Street, Hunting and Fishing Limited? Why didn't you file all the numbers? I'll tell you why. You flogged the rest, but you kept this one. Oh, I don't say you were going to do a murder with it. Otherwise, you'd have filed this one as well. Wishaby gang did it. Who did you instruct to bump off Larry Ritchie?
Me? You're crazy. He was a pal of mine.
Was he? Don't tell me you didn't know about Larry and your wife.
What? I got an alibi.
I don't care about your alibi. I'll break it.
What did you say? What did you say about Larry and Maisie?
I was grateful for the change in the law which allowed a police officer to apprehend a suspect for 48 hours. It had to be either Evans or his wife. Could there be collusion between the two? In the eyes of the law, they'd both be guilty. I didn't think so. I had to take a high-handed action, as far as Shimmy Evans was concerned, in order to get some proof against his wife. Evening, Shimmy. I was expecting an outburst. None?
Were you? I've been thinking, Inspector, about what you said about Larry and Maisie. What are you trying to do? I didn't kill Larry, you know it.
Let me show you something. That's a signed statement by Tony Savilli. If you were to inquire from Tony, he was to say that Larry played cards at his spieler all night. Why the need for the cover-up?
Maisie?
Right so, Shimmy. Now, see my difficulty? We know that you had that gun. It was found in a refuse bin by the common. Ballistics say that there's a slight flaw which proves that the bullet that killed Larry came from that gun.
After all I did for him and Maisie. Oh, no, I come to look at it. Why, that dirty little trick.
We have a strong motive, haven't we, Shimmy?
I'm not that again, Inspector.
Don't say it. But what about Maisie? You know that this gun was in your possession. She could have taken it and used it on Larry.
It's no go, Inspector. You heard what she said. She was asleep in bed when the shooting took place. You can't prove otherwise. You'd have put her in by now if you could. You better look elsewhere for your killer.
Well, if she's innocent, you're guilty.
You can't keep me here more than another day unless you've got a strong case and you know it.
We'll see. All right, Sergeant Jackson, let's go. Oh, let's hope it works. Think it will, sir? Shimmy knows the ropes, but he's pacing up and down that cell with a murderous rage. He hasn't had a chance to speak to his wife, but his sight of her expression of bland innocence is likely to trigger him off, and her. Anyway, let's hope so. Oh, is this where she is?
This is the office.
What have you done with my husband? You must be mad.
No one's laid a hand on him, Mrs. Evans. A constable, take Mrs. Evans to her husband.
Very good, sir.
He's got a dozen witnesses.
I advise you not to say anything, Mrs. Evans. You've asked to see your husband. Kindly go along with this, constable.
You wait till I tell the papers shoving an innocent man in prison.
Come along, madam.
I'm coming. I'm coming. You're a rotten lot of...
Oh, yeah. I don't think she approves of us. It breaks my heart. All right, constable, get ready to switch on. Got the recording machine ready, Jackson?
Yes, sir. Go through.
Oh, darling. Darling, what have they done to you?
What are you standing around for? I'm not a convicted criminal. All right, keep your head on. I'm going.
Darling.
Shut up. Wait till he goes. You see what you've done, you rotten little Tommy.
What are you talking about? You shouldn't have done that, Shimmy. You shouldn't have hit me like that.
Think I'm going to swing for the murder you committed? How long's it been going on? How many times did Larry make love to my wife? Why?
You're wrong. You don't know what you're saying.
Throwing that gun in a refuse bin. Didn't you know it was hot? Didn't you know the number had been filed? I'm not going to swing for the murder you committed, you slut.
Shimmy, I had to kill him. He forced me. I didn't want to. And then he kept saying that if I didn't let him make love to me...
Wait a minute. Why have they left us alone like this? Hey? What's that? They bugged the cell.
That's it. Come on.
Well, it's all here, sir. We played over the recording and she signed a confession.
Well, she's no fool. It's likely to get her a recommendation for mercy. Still, just as well, it'll shorten the trial. What's worrying you, Jackson?
Just this, sir. You said you knew the killer was a woman right from the beginning.
How could you have done? I didn't say I knew. I said I was reasonably convinced, although the clue stood out a mile. You see, Jackson. Well, have you worked out why it was a reasonable assumption that Larry Ritchie was shot by a woman? Not sure? It was this.
I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
You see it now? How else could the killer get so close to the victim unless it was in a lover's embrace? The moral of the story: girls, if you're being importuned by some gangster, don't go putting a bullet through his head on Clapham. It's so common. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Forse subito.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening.
You may have read that there arrived in South Africa recently a leading member of Scotland Yard for consultations concerning a trial which cannot be commented upon at this stage. I remembered him as a young constable who was present at one of the most sensational murder trials ever to take place. It was the culmination of my investigation into the death of a well-known member of the underworld, Lawrence Ritchie. I've called my story Murder on the Brain.
Sophie Doffel. How you hear the children yowl when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, especially when you serve them food cooked with maple margarine. For tonight's maple menu, I have chosen as a starter soup done in true Russian style, borscht, and a bowl of crisp, crunchy Niblets cheese twists. To follow, haricot mutton served with new potatoes and green beans. Round off this delicious meal with apple charlotte, a sweet that can be served hot or cold, and a cup of strong, fragrant coffee. If you'd like a free copy of this mouth-watering maple menu, just write to Maple Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with maple margarine.
When news came through that Larry Ritchie was found on Clapham Common with a .38 bullet in his head, I was neither surprised nor, it must be said, perturbed. You say operations that Ritchie was found 10 minutes ago?
Yes, sir. He was recognized at once by Sergeant Wood of the Clapham Manor, and he thought the squad should be informed.
Quite right. Looks like gang warfare. Some other thug belonging to some other gang will want his revenge. It looks as though we're going to have a busy time. Where's the body?
At Clapham Mortuary, sir.
Has the murder weapon been found?
No, sir.
All right, I'll send Sergeant Jackson out. Have the local boys found anything, do you know?
If they have, they hadn't reported it, Inspector.
Right, thank you.
Now, here's the file on the Wilson case you wanted to.
Thanks, Jackson. You'd better put it in the pending file. Something more urgent's cropped up.
Oh, sir?
Remember Larry Ritchie, the one that went in for grievous bodily harm?
Do I, sir? I gave evidence. Do you see that file from X-Branch? They say he's now working with the Lambeth mob.
Was, past tense. He's dead. Murdered.
Well, he certainly had it coming to him, sir, didn't he?
Certainly had. I still believe he's the man who bumped off light-fingered Morris. Shot with a .38.
That'll cause a rumpus, won't it, sir?
Certainly will. If we don't find the killer, and fast, the metropolitan area will become a shooting target for every light-fingered, trigger-happy thug. All right, Jackson. Ops has got the location, Clapham Common. They're expecting you. Go out there and see if there's anything the local boys have missed.
Righto, sir.
I'll get hold of Dr. McPherson. Take a look at the body. Accompanied by the senior police surgeon, I went over to the mortuary to take a look at the lifeless body of the man who had caused us so much trouble and worry in the past. Even in death, his features could not be robbed of their coarse brutality. Ugly-looking customer, isn't he, Mac?
He certainly is.
All those powder marks.
He was shot at close quarters, all right. Right through the temple. Take a look at the wound, Inspector. You see how easy it was to extricate the bullet.
Well, what does that mean, Mac?
Well, without going into the gruesome details, the gun was so close to the forehead as to cause a tremendously wide hole in the bone structure. I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
When did he die?
Well, I understand that the temperature last night was pretty moderate. I would say that he was shot somewhere around about 1 o'clock this morning. By the way, here's the bullet. The local surgeon handed it to me.
Thanks. And I'll send it over to ballistics, but I don't think it'll do us much good. If it was a gang killing, the weapon's sure to be stolen.
True enough. I wonder what he was doing on the common at that time of the morning.
Somebody lured him there. Somebody he knew, obviously.
He wouldn't have allowed anyone to be so close unless it was someone he knew. An ideal rendezvous for a killing. Clapham Common's still one of the few lungs of London that isn't enclosed with railings and gates, except for the northern sector.
You're looking a bit despondent.
Oh, wouldn't you be, Mac? My suspects are the hundreds of mobsters in the underworld. It means thousands of questions, dozens of foot-slogging constables getting all those informers on the job. Oh, well, it's no good moaning. Back into the fray. I wasn't exaggerating. Every available man in plain clothes was detailed to mingle with the regulars at every known haunt of the gamblers, the mobsters, even the petty thieves. In the meantime, the murder squad got busy on the higher level.
Blimey, look who's here. Ah, shut up. Hello, Inspector Carr.
Hello, Lofty. Do you want to talk here?
Oh, let's use the manager's office. Here, take my cue, Bill.
Right.
You're on the wrong track, Inspector.
I'll be the judge of that. Seen the papers?
Yeah, the recent edition of the Messenger said he was found shot through the head on Clapham Common. Here, through here. Sit down, won't you?
All right.
A cigarette?
Let's not be polite to each other. I hate your guts, you hate mine.
Hate me enough to frame me?
Oh, you know better than that. Lofty, one of our informers tells us that he witnessed a little scene between you and Larry Ritchie at the Cock and Sparrow.
Oh, so what? He had it coming to him. I dressed him down a little. I told him to stop getting into my hair, that's all.
All right. You tell me what happened.
Well, I received information that this two-bit punk was getting ideas above his station, so I went over to the Cock and Sparrow where I knew he'd be.
So I said to this bookie, I'll back Tiger's eye for £5. At 10 to 1, you owe me 50 quid. And he says to me, where's your ticket? And I says to him, I haven't got a ticket. But I've got a nice knuckle duster to dust you down with. And he says to me, oh, so you lost your ticket, did you? Well, here's your money. I then says to him, I look like having that 10 to 1 winner every Saturday.
Were you talking about my friend Harry Blake?
Now, listen, Lofty.
Well, tough guy. How'd you like having your face slapped?
You can't do this to me.
That's funny. I thought I could. Like this.
No.
Yeah, Tony, I think some of these gentlemen don't like the way I'm treating their friend.
Now, look, we ain't got nothing to do with it.
Now, look, this is only the hors d'oeuvre, so to speak. You try running an agency in Notting Hill, and you'll find yourself in the bottom of a sewer where you belong. And you can tell your boss, Jimmy, I said so.
I see. Shimmy Evans?
Yeah.
You're too smart to start a killing in the top league. You bumped off Larry Ritchie as another hors d'oeuvre. It was warning the head of the Lambeth mob to stay in their own preserve,
Now, look, I've been expecting you. Now, I know what you think, Inspector. It isn't true. That was enough warning for Shimmy. The pasting I gave Larry.
Do you think that Shimmy Evans is going to take this lying down? Did you do it yourself? Look, Judd, I'm warning you...
Look, I'm as surprised at this as you are. Now, why should I get him bumped off? What happened at the Cock and Sparrow was only 2 days ago. Why shouldn't I have bumped him off then?
Or arranged for someone else to do it?
Ah, you know better than that. Killing's not my line,
Isn't it? I'll tell you this. If it is, the Notting Hill boys are going to be looking for a new leader very soon. Over the years, a senior police official learns never to discount his hunches. My hunch was that Judd was telling the truth, that in fact his look of concern and anxiety over Larry Ritchie's killing was genuine. I thought I'd better have a word with the leader of the Lambeth mob.
What do you want with me, Inspector?
Take that holier-than-thou look off your face. Didn't you expect a visit from the murder squad? Don't you read your papers? Aren't your gambling dens humming with the news of Larry Ritchie's slaying?
Well, of course they are, but why come to me? One of your boys will have told you what happened at the Cock and Sparrow. Lofty Judd doesn't work over one of my boys and get away with it. I don't mind telling you that we were going to do a little dusting down ourselves. We were going to pay a call on one of the Notting Hill mob.
And now?
Well, things are too hot. But if you don't send Lofty Judd for the big drop, we'll do it ourselves.
Come on, Shimmy. Are you telling me, a police officer, that you intend to take the law into your own hands?
Come off it, Inspector. This is too serious.
What you mean is that if Larry's killing isn't avenged, your gang will think you're yellow. Now, let me tell you something. Judd wasn't responsible for Richie's death.
Come off it. Look, Inspector, you and I know each other. I'm not threatening to kill anyone. I'm too smart to think that I wouldn't get away with it. But something will happen to Mr. High and Mighty Lofty Judd. You know, an accident. Won't be anybody's fault but his own, and no one will be able to say the Lambeth boys were concerned in it.
Is that a threat?
No. It's a fact. What does he want to go kill him for? Do you know that not one of my boys has ever carried a rod?
I think I ought to warn you that I am still a police officer, you know.
I know. It's your murder squad.
Listen to me, Shimmy, and take heed of what I tell you. I don't want any violence while this murder investigation is going on. I need every plainclothes man I can get. You start anything that weakens my investigation and you won't know what's hit you.
You've been funny, Inspector. Weaken your investigation. Larry was my pal.
Shimmy, supposing I give you my word that I am convinced that the Notting Hill boys had nothing to do with the shooting of Larry Ritchie. Would you accept it?
Yes, I would.
Huh? And I'll do a deal with you. No monkey business. Tell your boys there are to be no skirmishes with the Notting Hill gang. None at all. And if anything comes to light proving me wrong, you will be the first to know. Fair enough?
You got my hand on it. Shake.
You misunderstand my attitude. I want to avoid a shooting war, and I want to find the killer of Larry Ritchie, but I don't shake hands with bullies, thugs, and racketeers. Good day to you.
Darling, have you seen the paper? Larry Ritchie's been bumped off. Huh? Am I, interrupting something?
I'm just leaving.
Aren't you going to introduce me?
Oh, what for? Don't you recognise a cop when you see one?
Cop?
Inspector Carr, murder squad, New Scotland Yard.
Oh, you come about Larry. Well, I'll tell you who killed him. That swine, Lofty Judd.
Amazing you keep out of it.
Why should I? Larry was as much my friend as yours.
Your friend, was he? Mind telling me your name, madam?
Didn't you know? Go on, Shimmy, tell him who I am.
This is my wife, Maisie.
How do you do, Mrs. Evans?
Oh, dear, I hope this isn't going to start something.
Unless you say the better.
You remembered your promise?
No, don't worry. There ain't going to be no trouble.
Trouble? What trouble?
Inspector Carr's given me his word that he doesn't think the Notting Hill mob had anything to do with Larry's killing.
But it says in the paper that he was found shot in the head on Clapham Common early this morning.
Duck! It's all right. No need to duck. It's a brick. It's a message. Piece of paper tied to it. Shouldn't be surprised if it wasn't a message from the Notting Hill mob.
It's got lift. It's got lift. Purine pastry's got lift. Because purine is pure. Purine pastry is light, fluffy, and full of lift.
With Purine Pure Cooking Fat, you get the taste of your own good cooking. Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness, from the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, say Epic.
It was obvious from the white, blood-drained faces of Mr. and Mrs. Evans that they expected something much more lethal than a brick being hurled. I bent down and picked up the missile. Oh, let's see what this says. We did not bump off Larry Ritchie. Don't start anything you might be sorry for. Still think Lofty Judd was responsible?
I don't know what to think.
It's easy for him to write a note like that. Every killer says he didn't do it.
Seems you're not versed in the etiquette of gang warfare, Mrs. Evans. When one gang causes damage to the member of another, it usually is a challenge. There's nothing challenging about that note, is there?
That's true.
The two of you must be mad. Who else would bump him off? Who else had reason to?
If I may point out to you, madam, it was your husband's gang which trespassed on the Notting Hill territory.
Don't tell me about Judd. He's a killer. Can't you see I'm scared stiff for Shimmy? If you don't put him behind bars, what's going to happen to my husband?
Nothing. If your husband is innocent. But was he? There could have been a dozen hidden motives. Motives divorced from the obvious run of gang reprisals. Messages came pouring into the yard from our placed plainclothes men and informers, telling of the seething excitement in the underworld at the possible repercussions. What were the big boys going to do? Was Larry's death about to trigger off a new wave of lawlessness? I was thankful that as the hours and the days passed, there was every indication that Evans and Judd had kept their mobs in check. And during this time, the exasperatingly slow gathering together of all the threads to make a pattern was taking place. What do you think of Judd's alibi, Jackson?
Not very good, is it, sir?
No.
There's only his wife willing to swear that he was home in bed when the shooting took place.
True, but he didn't do it. I'm convinced that neither he nor any of his lieutenants were responsible.
But somebody did it, sir.
Of course somebody did it. Sorry, Jackson. This thing's getting me down. Reams and reams of paper checking on the movements of every possible suspect. Look at this. There are 24 people willing to swear to seeing Shimmy Evans at the Cock and Sparrow between the hours of 1 and 3 on the morning of the 27th. At least 4 of them have unimpeachable characters.
Yes. We seem to be getting nowhere fast, to use your phrase.
That's true. What was he doing on the common? A thug like that's usually at a spieler or... Here, wait a minute. Why wasn't he at the Cock and Sparrow with the rest of the gang? I think I'll have another word with our friend Shimmy. Tell me, Shimmy, I want the truth. And I promise it won't go beyond these 4 walls. Was Larry on a job for you? Now, don't give me that holier-than-thou look again. If you're genuine about wanting his murder avenged, you'll come clean. What was he doing on the common? Was he on a breaking and entering job, one of the big houses Clapham way?
Come off it, Inspector. Breaking and entering? Do you think he'd go for small stuff like that? No, he came to me and asked me whether I was going to be at the Cock and Sparrow, and I said yes. Well, he then said that he wouldn't. He was going to play cards at the Spieler in Kennington.
Oh, which one?
Tony Savilli's place.
But he not play here? Not all night, I see him. But of course he couldn't have been here all night. He'd been murdered in the early hours of the morning, you know that.
Now look, Senior Carr, I'm a respectable spieler.
Oh, that's funny. A respectable spieler. What do you think of that, Jackson?
Respectable spieler. Tony's joint. What are you two trying to do? Give me the big frame-up.
He was here early on, wasn't he? Now, don't stall. He was seen...
Well, he come here, yes. He come here. He not to stay long, though.
Did he play cards?
No. Stay a while, and then he go.
Do you know what the penalty is for withholding information? This is a murder inquiry, not a petty fogging visit under the Gaming Act. I'll tell you why he came here. He asked you to say that he was gambling in this joint should his boss ask.
But how you know?
Did he or didn't he?
See? It did.
All right. Talk, Tony. Take it all down, Jackson. We'll get him decided. Tony's signed statement instilled in me the feeling that every detective waits for, the instinctive knowledge that at long last one is on the right track. I knew all along there was a girl in the case.
Did you, sir?
Why? Oh, never mind that now. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
A 38 has been found by the LCC Refuse Department. They believe it came from one of the refuse bins in the Clapham area.
Any joy?
I don't know, sir. The registered number is...
Never mind that. Is it going to help us?
I'm afraid not, sir. It's one of a consignment of guns stolen from Hunting and Fishing Limited, Dover Street, about 2 years ago.
Hunting and Fishing? What are they doing selling pistols?
I wouldn't know, sir.
I don't suppose you would. All right, Ops, thank you. Let me have it. If the number's on it, it's going to prove quite useful.
But it's been stolen.
I know. Don't you worry about it. Send it over to the murder squad right away.
Very good, sir.
To find the gun, Jackson, as you no doubt gathered.
Won't help us much, will it?
Of course it will. It's going to be Exhibit A, as our legal friends would say.
But I don't understand, sir. It was stolen from a reputable...
But when? 2 years ago. Now, where's it been since? And how did Mrs. Evans get hold of it?
Mrs. Evans? You think she's the killer?
I'll stake my non-existent bowler hat on it.
I don't see why.
I don't see why either, not at the moment. Listen, Jackson, it all adds up. Why did Larry Ritchie tell his boss that he wouldn't be at the Cock and Sparrow because he was going to be busy at a spieler? That's number one. 2, why did he take the risk of involving Tony Savilli by asking him to act as cover-up unless there was some possibility that his boss might become suspicious? Suspicious of what?
Mrs. Evans?
Yes, Jackson. Mrs. Evans.
Inspector, I can understand Shimmy wanting to bub off Larry if Larry was two-timing him with Mrs. Evans. But why,
you
on
keep
the other...
coming back to the motive. Now, this is one of the exceptions to the rule. This time we find the killer, and then we determine the motive.
Fair enough, sir. What do we do? Pull him in for questioning?
No. I want her trailed night and day, but she mustn't have the slightest inkling that we suspect her. She's a shrewd young woman. We haven't got a shred of proof. In fact, she's made one mistake so far, or perhaps 2.
What are they, sir?
Well, for the moment, we'll concentrate on the second one. Being a woman, she didn't bother to file the number off the gun. She knew it was hot, and the chances of it being traced back to her were remote.
Yeah. I still don't see it, sir. How can we trace it back to her?
With the aid of her husband. You lied to me. Shimmy Evans, thug that you are, strong-arm hoodlum and bully that you are, I believe you.
Inspector, I can take so many insults and no more. What are you talking about?
This I'm talking about.
What?
Pick it up, Shimmy. By the laws of the underworld, it's yours.
What is this? What game are you playing?
Remember that job in Dover Street, Hunting and Fishing Limited? Why didn't you file all the numbers? I'll tell you why. You flogged the rest, but you kept this one. Oh, I don't say you were going to do a murder with it. Otherwise, you'd have filed this one as well. Which of your gang did it? Who did you instruct to bump off Larry Ritchie?
Me? You're crazy. He was a pal of mine.
Was he? Don't tell me you didn't know about Larry and your wife.
What? I got an alibi.
I don't care about your alibi. I'll break it.
What did you say? What did you say about Larry and Maisie?
I was grateful for the change in the law which allowed a police officer to apprehend a suspect for 48 hours. It had to be either Evans or his wife. Could there be collusion between the two? In the eyes of the law, they'd both be guilty. I didn't think so. I had to take a high-handed action, as far as Shimmy Evans was concerned, in order to get some proof against his wife. Evening, Shimmy. I was expecting an outburst. None?
Were you? I've been thinking, Inspector, about what you said about Larry and Maisie. What are you trying to do? I didn't kill Larry, you know it.
Let me show you something. That's a signed statement by Tony Savilli. If you were to inquire from Tony, he was to say that Larry played cards at his spieler all night. Why the need for the cover-up?
Maisie?
Right so, Shimmy. Now, see my difficulty? We know that you had that gun. It was found in a refuse bin by the common. Ballistics say that there's a slight flaw which proves that the bullet that killed Larry came from that gun.
After all I did for him and Maisie. Oh, no, I come to look at it. Why, that dirty little trick.
We have a strong motive, haven't we, Shimmy?
Not that again, Inspector.
Don't say it. But what about Maisie? You know that this gun was in your possession. She could have taken it and used it on Larry.
It's no go, Inspector. You heard what she said. She was asleep in bed when the shooting took place. You can't prove otherwise. You'd have pulled her in by now if you could. You better look elsewhere for your killer.
Oh, well, if she's innocent, you're guilty.
You can't keep me here more than another day unless you've got a strong case and you know it.
We'll see. All right, Sergeant Jackson, let's go. Oh, let's hope it works.
Think it will, sir?
Shimmy knows the ropes, but he's pacing up and down that cell with a murderous rage. He hasn't had a chance to speak to his wife, but his sight of her expression of bland innocence is likely to trigger him off, and her. Anyway, let's hope so. Oh, is this where she is?
This is the office.
What have you done with my husband? You must be mad.
No one's laid a hand on him, Mrs. Evans. A constable, take Mrs. Evans to her husband.
Very good, sir.
He's got a dozen witnesses.
I advise you not to say anything, Mrs. Evans. You asked to see your husband. Kindly go along with this constable.
You wait till I tell the papers shoving an innocent man in prison.
Come along, madam.
I'm coming. I'm coming. You're a rotten lot of...
Oh, yeah. I don't think she approves of us, sir.
Breaks my heart. All right, constable, get ready to switch on. Got the recording machine ready, Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Go through.
Oh, darling, what have they done to you?
What are you standing around for? I'm not a convicted criminal.
All right, keep your head on. I'm going.
Darling,
Shut up, wait till he goes. You see what you've done, you rotten little Tommy.
what are you talking about? You shouldn't have done that, Shimmy. You shouldn't have hit me like that.
I think I'm going to swing for the murder you committed. How long's it been going on? How many times did Larry make love to my wife? Why?
You're wrong. You don't know what you're saying.
Throwing that gun in a refuse bin. Didn't you know it was hot? Didn't you know the number had been filed? I'm not going to swing for the murder you committed, you slut.
Shimmy, I had to kill him. He forced me. I didn't want to. And then he kept saying that if I didn't let him make love to me...
Wait a minute. Why have they left us alone like this? Hey? What's that? They've bugged the cell.
That's it. Come on.
Well, it's all here, sir. We played over the recording and she signed a confession.
Well, she's no fool. It's likely to get her a recommendation for mercy. Still, just as well, it'll shorten the trial. What's worrying you, Jackson?
Just this, sir. You said you knew the killer was a woman right from the beginning. How could you have done?
I didn't say I knew. I said I was reasonably convinced. Although the clue stood out a mile. You see, Jackson. Well, listeners, what was the clue? Simple, really. Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you. Well, have you worked out why it was a reasonable assumption that Larry Ritchie was shot by a woman? Not sure? It was this.
I doubt if the gun was more than an inch from the man's forehead.
You see it now? How else could the killer get so close to the victim unless it was in a lover's embrace? The moral of the story: girls, if you're being importuned by some gangster, don't go putting a bullet through his head on Clapham. It's so common. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblet Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook. The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
The
The recent news story of the kidnapping of Frank Sinatra Jr. brought back memories of a number of such loathsome crimes. I well remember the kidnapping of Cyril Caxton when he was but 8 months old. At that time, I wasn't a member of the murder squad at New Scotland Yard, but in the branch of the CID known as Emergency Squad. In fact, I had just been promoted to inspector when the news of the kidnapping reached headquarters. Even today, my blood boils when I think of the anguish and anxiety to which the Caxton parents were subjected. This was one of the few cases where a kidnapped infant was recovered in sound health. And that's why I've called my story The Snatch from Death. London in the spring. For me, on that April afternoon, life was pretty good. I had just received my promotion. Pretty girls were feeding the pigeons in Trafalgar Square. As I gazed at the scene, my reverie was interrupted.
Oh, there you are, sir. Constable Barney thought you'd gone this way.
What's the matter, Sergeant? You're out of breath. What's wrong?
Oh, it's the Commissioner, Inspector. He asked us to try and find you. I've run all the way from the yard.
The Commissioner wants me. My promotion was too recent for me not to feel a slight quickening of the pulse at the thought of visiting the Commissioner in his own office. This I had never done before. Was I in disgrace? Had my dossier on the Wallace case not been as carefully compiled as my predecessor would have compiled it?
I don't know whether I should be doing this to you, Carr, but after reading this dossier and noticing how logically and analytically you built up a case against Wallace, I've decided to put you in charge of this emergency that's just come in.
Emergency?
That's not really the right word. Diabolical would be more apposite. Carr, if we're not careful, the spate of kidnappings in the States will spread to England, and that's why we've got to... I'm sorry, Carr. I allowed my emotions to run away with me. You remember 6 months ago, a child called Cynthia Furnace was kidnapped? And when the ransom was paid, the kidnappers handed the child back. Dead.
But the kidnappers were caught, sir.
Oh, yes, they were caught, all right. They paid the penalty. We've got another kidnapping on our hands. And thank goodness the father's had the courage to come to the police before it's too late. Now, here are the circumstances. A Miss Lucy Downley, nursemaid to a child called Cyril Caxton, was walking in Kensington Gardens 2 days ago.
Oh, hello, Lucy.
Oh, hello, Indy.
Hey, the kid seems to be enjoying himself.
Oh, the Rattlers. I bought it for him this morning.
Would you feel like a cup of tea?
Oh, yes, but they won't let me take the pram into the tea garden.
Well, we can leave the pram just outside, under that tree. It's nice and shady. Nobody's going to run off with it.
Oh, I don't like leaving Cyril in the pram all alone.
Well, a kid like that, he's fast asleep.
Oh, well, all right, but we mustn't be long.
They were not long. It took less than 10 minutes to drink their tea. But when they returned to the pram, the child had gone. In its place was this note.
Thank you, sir. Tell Mr. Caxton that if he wants his child returned alive with his nice new toy, he'd better stay at home tonight. I even used the old trick of cutting out letters from a newspaper and sticking them onto cheap brown paper.
Yes. Excuse me, sir. You asked me to tell you when Mr. Caxton called. Oh, good. Show the gentleman in.
Yes, sir.
Both for Mr. Caxton, please.
Thank you. You've got to save my child. My wife is being driven out of her mind. It's our only son.
I assure you, Mr. Caxton, that we will do everything humanly possible to restore your son to you safe and sound. That's why I've asked you to come here. This is Inspector Carr.
You have my sympathy, sir. And thank you for having the courage to report the matter to us.
I debated it. My wife was against it. After we'd given them the first £500 and they sent us another demand, I knew that this could go on, and the longer my child was in their hands, the less likelihood there'd be of... You do understand. If my child's in the slightest danger, I'll pay and go on paying.
We've already discussed this on the telephone, Mr. Caxton. And you know only too well that the more ransom you pay, the less chances there will be of getting your child back safely.
Yes, I know.
I'd like you to tell the inspector exactly how you were told that your child had been kidnapped.
Oh, I was rather late at the office. When I got to the house, my wife was in the hall, speaking on the telephone.
Please, I don't understand you. My baby. Where is my baby?
We left a note to talk to your husband.
But he's not here. He's not here. Oh, thank heavens, yes, he is.
Go ahead and put him on.
Yes. Oh, darling.
What is it? Give me that
No,
telephone.
if I take my hand off the mouthpiece, they'll hear you.
Hear me?
Cyril's been kidnapped. Here's the note. They said they'd get into touch with you.
But it's unbelievable. This sort of thing happened not to us.
Please, darling, talk to me.
Just a minute. I must pull myself together. All right, give me that telephone. Hello?
Mr. Caxton?
Yes?
We left a note in the pram to say we'd call you.
I was delayed at the office. What is it? What do you want?
Now, Mr. Caxton, what do you think we want? The question really is, what do you want? Do you want your little Cyril back alive?
Where is he? What have you done with my boy?
Take it easy, Mr. Caxton. We ain't done anything to your boy. We don't intend to do anything. That is, unless you act kind of foolish.
Foolish? What do you mean?
Like being so foolish as to get in touch with the police. You see, Mr. Caxton, your little Cyril is Exhibit A. And if there was any danger to us, we wouldn't want the evidence to be around, would we?
What are you trying to say?
Just that you played smart, that's all. Now, this is what you do, Mr. Caxton. You go along to your bank tomorrow morning and you collect 500 £1 notes.
Yes.
We don't want any tricks like taking numbers or anything, see? And then you personally will drive your car along the A2 road. Exactly 2 miles from the first signpost, you'll find the remains of an old wall. Throw your bundle of notes over that wall. That's all you need to do, and your little Cyril will be back before you can say snatch.
How do I know I can trust you?
Trust me? You don't, brother, you don't. How do I know I can trust you? Get in touch with the police and see what happens to your son and heir.
Yes, but supposing...
Bye, Mr. Caxton.
What do we do? What do we do?
When Lucy came back, I tried to telephone you. Oh, I'm so...
We must go to the police.
No, I heard every word they said. They'll kill our baby. You mustn't. You must give them the money. You must.
I did exactly as they asked me to. Cunning swines. I don't know if you know that part of the A2 road. There's absolutely nothing on either side of the road except a piece of old wall and a couple of trees. I threw the money. I should have known better.
What happened, Mr. Caxton?
I got back to my office, waiting for some sign, some indication as to how they were going to return my boy, and then... Yes?
Mr. Caxton, there's someone on the line to speak to you. I'm awfully sorry, he wouldn't give his name, but said you'd regret it if you didn't put him through. What shall I do, sir?
Put him on, put him on.
You're going through to Mr. Caxton. Speak up, please.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Caxton. Gee, you got a nifty throw. Did you ever play baseball? Thanks for that 500. Now, organizing a snatch like this costs a lot of dough.
What do you mean?
How about... Well, I tell you what. They tell me you're a nice guy. Look, I'll take you off the financial hook. A couple of grand and we'll call it a day, huh?
2 grand?
Don't you ever go to the movies? Don't you speak American? 2 grand, 2,000 pounds, brother. Not dollars. How about tomorrow at 10? How about playing baseball again, huh?
You must be mad to think you can get away with this.
What's that you say, pal? Do away with your child. Who's talking of doing away with anything?
All right. All right. I'll do as you say.
That was time for this morning. What happened?
The same voice telephoned me at the house at 7 o'clock this morning. They said they'd changed their plans. They're due to telephone me again tonight. I didn't say anything to my poor wife. I telephoned the Home Secretary. He happens to be a personal friend.
Yes, and Sir William got in touch with me. Well, here it is, Carr.
Is there anything else, sir, that you can think of?
Nothing. But you must be careful. I don't want any harm to come to my son.
I'm handing you over to Inspector Carr. From now on, you and every member of your family and all your servants will be watched day and night.
But my boy... Who's going to watch over my boy?
If you don't mind, sir, I'll come back with you and have a word with the nursemaid. How well do you know her?
She's been with us for, well, ever since Cyril was born.
Her references?
Before that, she worked for our closest friends.
I suppose they tried to trace the causer?
Yes, 6 branches have been onto it. Dialed from a telephone booth, as you expect.
And this young man who took the nursemaid to tea, could he be an accomplice?
Yeah, he's been questioned thoroughly. I don't think you'll get any joy there, Inspector. Chauffeur to some neighbours of Mr. Caxton. Now, it's fairly obvious that the nursemaid and the child have been under observation for some days.
Mr. Caxton, you drove the car yourself for when you paid the ransom.
Of course.
I wonder why they changed their plans.
I remember that expression on your face when you were a detective sergeant and I was a chief inspector. You're onto something.
Yes, sir, I am. Mr. Caxton, let's go. The distraught parent and I went in a police car. As one entered their house, there was an air of quiet gloom, as though they were already bereaved. We were met by Mrs. Caxton, bravely trying to retain some sort of composure. Your husband has introduced me as Mr. Carr. Ma'am, you've got to be brave. I'm Inspector Carr of the Emergency Squad, Scotland Yard.
Harold, how could you? What have you done? They'll kill our boy.
Darling, I would have carried out their instructions. They're playing cat and mouse with us. They're telephoning. I've got to wait here, helpless, while...
They've told you not to get in touch with the police. Oh, Inspector Carr, I'm not being rude, but I'm a mother. I don't care what they do. All I want is to save my boy. Don't you understand?
I understand perfectly, and we will save your boy. Ma'am, I would like all your servants summoned. Is that possible?
Yes, all except my chauffeur.
Oh, where's he?
Well, my partner had an accident with his car. It's down at Butley. He's a bit shaken up. I sent my driver down by train to bring the repaired car back. And, of course, Wilberforce, my partner.
When did he leave?
Oh, he caught the 10 o'clock train to Butley this morning.
And when did you learn of the accident?
Well, my partner put a phone call through last night at about 9:30. Surely you don't think... You don't think Hitchens is involved?
Mr. Caxton, I'm not leaping to conclusions, but I am convinced that a member of this household is concerned with the kidnapping.
But why? It's impossible.
Please, time is important. Can I see your servants now, Mrs. Caxton?
Yes, certainly. I'll ring for them.
You're the butler?
Yes, sir. I've been in the employ of the Caxtons, father and son, for 30 years.
Where were you on Monday between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m.?
I never left the residence.
Not at any time?
No, sir. I was on duty, as Madam will testify.
Can you corroborate his statement, Mrs. Caxton?
Yes.
Right, thank you. That will be all. You're the pantry boy?
Yes, sir.
Where were you between the hours of 9 a.m. and 6 p.m. on Monday?
Well, I was here working. Thursday's my day off. You can ask Mr. Jepson, the butler.
So it went on. For 2 hours I questioned every member of the household staff. Each was able to provide an alibi for the other. All except Lucy, the nursemaid, who was, of course, at the scene of the kidnapping. Now, Lucy, in your original statement you declare that your young man, Henry Forsyth, met you by chance.
It was by chance. I know you think there's a put-up job between me and him, but we didn't do it. We're innocent, I tell you. Where's Henry? What have you done with Henry? He wouldn't hurt little Cyril.
Nobody's harmed your Henry. Do you swear on oath, Lucy Downey, that you did not know your boyfriend was in Kensington Gardens?
I swear it. I didn't mean to do anything wrong. I was thirsty. Oh, dear. I wish I didn't go and have that cup of tea.
But you did go and have that cup of tea. How do I know that your Henry didn't take young Cyril and you returned back here to tell your cock and bull story?
We didn't tell a cock and bull story. We rushed home and told Madam and we showed her the note. I'm innocent.
I'll soon see how innocent you are. I want a complete account of your movements. Were you indoors all morning?
Yes. Oh, no. Oh, I'm so confused. I went out shopping for Maddie.
Where did you go?
Well, I went to Fortwell and Wilson and picked up all the groceries. That was about... Oh, dear, I can't remember.
Come, you must remember when Hitchens called for you.
Hitchens?
Yes, my wife telephoned and asked me if the car was busy, as Lucy had some shopping to do.
But don't you have your groceries delivered, Mr. Caxton?
Oh, yes, they do deliver them, but we usually send a servant along to see whether they have anything special.
It didn't take long, Inspector, honest. I just went to Fortwell and Wilson and then to Hayes the chemist. Mr. Hitchens, the chauffeur, bear me out.
And then what did you do?
Well, Mr. Hitchens dropped me off at the house, and then he went back to the office.
I see. All right, Lucy, thank you. Mr. Caxton, I wonder if you'd mind telephoning your friend who employs young Henry Forsyth and instruct the lad to come over here.
Why, of course.
When you saw that note left by the kidnappers, why didn't you immediately rush to the nearest policeman? Why did you wait until you got to this house?
Well, I don't know, Governor. No one goes to the police when it's a snatch. I mean, I've never heard of it. As soon as I saw that note, I thought, oh, the alarm, little Cyril. I mustn't go to the police. We'd better show the note to Mr. Caxton.
If you had nothing to do with this kidnapping, you'd have immediately thought of the police.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. What about that kid 6 months ago, little Cynthia Furnace? Someone schooled, didn't they? And they did the poor kid in.
Touché.
Beg your pardon, sir?
Never mind. What happened when you delivered the ransom note?
Well, I rushed straight back home and told Madam.
Madam?
Yes, Mrs. Beaumont, where I work.
Has your friend corroborated this, Mr. Caxton?
Yes. She is quite convinced that this young man remained in the house from 5 o'clock onwards.
Well, then it must be... We'll get the kidnapper.
What about my child?
I don't think you have a great deal to worry about. May I use your phone?
Yes, of course.
Thank you.
Police?
Inspector Carr here. Get me through to operations.
Go through, sir. Operations.
Operations Carr here, the Caxton case.
Yes, sir.
How many miles is it to Buckley in Dorset?
Oh, 174, sir.
Just hold on. Mr. Caxton's going to describe a car to you. By now it's halfway to London. I want it followed. No doubt it'll stop en route and the driver will make a telephone call. Check on it. Take no further action than that.
Right, sir.
All right, here's Mr. Caxton.
But I don't understand.
Please do as I say quickly. Your child's life is at stake.
All right. Hello?
Hello, sir. I'm ready.
It's a new 6-seater silver grey Leamington. The number is XHY 439.
XHY 439.
But my partner's in the car. He'll...
I beg your pardon, sir.
Give me the phone. Operations. Mr. Wilberforce is not involved in this at all. He's Mr. Caxton's partner. But he's a guarantee that the child is safe for the moment. You see, the driver will have to take Mr. Wilberforce home. What's the address?
39, the Albany.
Good. You still there, operations?
We're still here, sir.
As soon as the car arrives at this address, I want 2 of our best men to trail this driver. He might lead us to where the child is being kept hidden.
But supposing...
Please, Caxton, let me do it my way. All right, operations?
Yes, sir.
Good. The time is now 1:45. I shall be here for some hours. That's if Mr. Caxton will be kind enough to give me lunch.
Right, sir. Message understood.
Fine. Don't forget those men.
I won't, sir.
I'll get the cook to prepare you something. As you can imagine, I am not very hungry.
You realize the need for this. My guess is that you'll be receiving further instructions from the kidnapper.
I still can't believe it. The voice, it was an American.
The oldest gimmick in the world. Thanks to the film industry, 80% of the population can assume some spurious North Atlantic accent. Well, let's wait, shall we? Assuming a calm I certainly didn't feel, I sat with Mr. Caxton waiting for the kidnapper to telephone further instructions. As the minutes turned into hours, it seemed that my theory was to be proved wrong. And then it came.
Mr. Caxton's residence?
Mr. Caxton there?
Yes, he is. And whom shall I say is speaking?
That's all right, buddy. Just say he's wanted on the phone. Say it's the baseball snatch. He'll understand.
Just a moment, please.
It is he.
You can listen on this phone.
Good.
Hello?
Hello there. I just thought I'd give you a little health bulletin. Young Cyril's fit and well, but gee, is he lonesome for his mum and his dad.
What?
Well, I explained to him that the transfer fee hadn't been fixed because of a slight change of plans. But he's a cute kid. He understands. You still got the dough? $2,000 you at some pitch on the A2 road.
My child's all right, isn't he? You haven't harmed him. If you have...
Easy, buddy. Play it cool. The kid's all right, I tell you. And we'll stay that way as long as you do what you're told.
What do you want me to do?
Tell your driver you won't be needing him tomorrow morning. Instead of going to the office, make your little trip. We'll be watching, so no funny business, huh?
All right.
You've got to time it so that you get near the wall at exactly 10 a.m. You got that? 10 a.m.
Yes, I got it. But what about my child? How do I know you'll keep your promise?
You pitch it well, brother. Pitch that bundle of dough, and within 24 hours, your little bundle of loveliness will be outside your doorstep. Okay?
All right. All right, I said.
I heard you the first time. I'll be seeing you.
He rang off.
Never heard a more spurious American accent in my life.
What do I do? Do I obey his instructions? It's your responsibility now, Inspector Carr. You've got my child's life in your hands.
I know. I don't think you'll have to make that trip. All right, Butler, this is for me. Hello?
Inspector Carr?
Yes. Where did the call come from?
I was a driver, all right. The car pulled up for petrol at New Forest Garage.
Well, what now?
Well, the car's still on its way to London. We're in constant touch by radio with the two vehicles trailing it.
Thank you.
Any further instructions?
Yes, I want the men who trail the driver from Mr. Wilberforce's residence to wherever he's going to take a transmitter with them. Okay?
Right, sir.
Well, Mr. Caxton, there's nothing I can do here now. I'm going back to headquarters. Please don't worry. We have a very good chance of nabbing this swine before any harm can come to the infant. So I rushed to the control room of the emergency squad at New Scotland Yard. I knew that it would be at least another hour before the car would reach Wilberforce's place in the Albany. And then, at long last...
Number 46 calling. X has deposited Mr. Wilberforce at the Albany. He's got out of the car. He's receiving something from his passenger. Looks like a tip. He's hailed a taxi. We'll keep in touch.
Another 15 minutes and our man made contact again.
Number 46 calling. The taxi driver has dropped X at a fish and chip shop. He's entered the side door. The address is 21 Cable Street, Stepney. That's all for now. We'll await further instructions.
Get on to 46. Tell him he and his assistant must stay there until I arrive. If, however, X tries to leave, he's to be held pending my arrival.
Right, sir.
All right, you men, you wait in the car. I may need you.
Hello, sir. He's still in there.
Here he comes. You two, arrest him.
Yeah, what is this?
You'll get your answer. Up the stairs, and I heard a cry that sounded like sweet music. Well, young Master Caxton, am I pleased to see you.
Who are you? What you want?
Your boyfriend Hitchins sent me to tell you he's going to feel a bit lonely at Scotland Yard. You better go and join him.
I won't try to say thank you. I'm finding it difficult to talk, but you know how I feel. Bless her, my wife is upstairs with Cyril. She's crying her heart out. It was watching her not cry that ate into my very soul.
I understand. Well, I must be getting back to the yard.
My own driver. I can't believe it. Now my son is safe, it's like a bad dream. How did you know it was my driver?
I didn't at first. I knew it was someone very close to you, someone who knew the movements of this house very well indeed. You gave me the clue that it was the driver.
How did you know, and what clue?
Well, it was this. Well, did you get it? First of all, it could not have been a carefully prepared kidnapping plot. You see, if you remember, Lucy said during her conversation with Henry...
Hey, the kid seems to be enjoying himself.
The rector. I bought it for him this morning.
Yet remember what the ransom note said? Tell Mr. Caxton that if he wants his child returned alive with his nice new toy, he'd better stay at home tonight. Remember, Lucy bought that toy that same morning. Who could have known about it except she, the parents, and the driver who accompanied her shopping? Remember now... One other thing. Mr. Caxton gives instructions to his driver to go down to Butley, thereby upsetting his plans to collect the ransom. That's why he telephoned Caxton to postpone his baseball pitching. Well, he and his girlfriend were put inside for a very long time. The moral of the story? It's this. If you're playing a snatch, you'll never succeed if you get raffled.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook.
Inspector Carr investigates.
An item in my latest copy of the British Police Review seems to indicate that those who are paid to uphold the forces of law and order are the first to strike an all-embracing blow for women's lib. In February 1973, women police were completely integrated into the force. As from that date on, there is no separate rank structure. They come under the command of the heads of the division and special branches to which they're posted. Today, a woman may hold any post, achieve any rank. There's nothing to stop her, in terms of law, from becoming the Commissioner of Police. And this was not so in my days, although police women were employed in many aspects of crime detection. Sergeant Brenda Clifford was one. Alas, she died whilst on an assignment. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Plant That Died. I was totally unaware of Miss Clifford's existence until an old comrade of mine walked into my office. His name was Detective Inspector Percy Hannon, a member of the Vice Squad. Come in.
Oh, I'm sorry to disturb you, Chief Inspector, but it's urgent.
Percy Hannon, as I live and breathe. Oh, come in, Percy, come in. Sit down.
Oh, thank you.
It's been a long time. You still at the Vice Squad?
Yes, sir. And that's why I'm here.
What is it, Percy? You're looking...
Murder. One of our section has been stabbed to death. A call's just come through from the Albatross Club.
Oh, dear. Well, let's have it.
Well, her name is Brenda Clifford, Sergeant.
Policewoman?
Yes. And I'll never forgive myself.
I take it you sent her to the club?
Oh, yes, I did.
All right, Percy, let's have it.
Well, about 2 hours ago, I personally drove Brenda. Now, have you got the idea, Brenda?
Yes, Inspector, but I might not get the job.
Oh, you'll get the job, all right. Now, we've been monitoring their telephone for the last week. Those fake testimonials we give you should do the trick. This character Willis needs a receptionist who can speak French and German, who's living alone, and who is good-looking.
Oh, spare my blushes, sir.
According to a phone call made by Willis to the employment agency, they're getting desperate. So with a bit of luck, you should get the job.
I'll try my best, sir.
Oh, well, that means you'll get it. You're one of the best we've got on the squad. But don't forget, Brenda, don't try to phone the yard from either the Albatross or your flat. I know exactly when and how to report.
Yes.
Good. Now, I'm hoping I want you to start work tonight. And don't leave out anyone. I want the names and the description of everyone who comes into this club, all right?
Okay.
If our informant is right, the Albatross is where it's all happening. Now, nearly there. Now, these characters play for very high stakes, so take care, Brenda. Take very great care. I'd hate it if anything happened.
Don't worry, Inspector.
As soon as you finish your interview, walk out of the club. If you've got the job, open your bag and do something with your hair. But if it's no dice, just start calling for a taxi. One of our men will be watching from the window we've been using to keep an eye on the club. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, I'd better not turn the corner. Look, I'll drop you off here. And that's the last time I saw her, alive or dead. I'll never forgive myself. Oh, if I could just lay my hands on those...
Steady on, Percy. You ought to know better than that. Now, let's get down to basics. I take it you've just received news of her death.
Yes, it just came through from the information room.
Well, it's now 10 minutes past 9. You say that you drove Miss Clifford about 2 hours ago?
No, a little longer than that. Her appointment was for 7 o'clock.
Which means that she got the job. If you dropped her at the club at 7...
Oh, she got the job, all right. Oh. She gave the appropriate signal. And that's the last I heard.
Well, why did you want this policewoman installed in the Albatross? What were you looking for?
Currency. According to the Treasury branch, millions of forged lira, francs, escudos, you name it, was pouring into the country. Interpol informed us that a man who was fatally wounded trying to break the police barrier on the Czechoslovakian border was found in possession of all sorts of forged paper money.
Yeah?
Well, in his delirium, he kept mentioning the Albatross, something about the roulette wheel. Well, now you know why we installed Brenda as a receptionist. But I feel as though I personally murdered her.
Oh, come on, Percy. You ought to know better than that.
Operations?
Oh, ops. I want a car at West Wing. I want 2 sergeants, half a dozen constables to accompany me. We're going to the Albatross, where the killing was reported.
Very good, sir.
I don't know whether you agree with me, Percy, but I think we ought to handle this as we would any other murder. In other words, not divulge that the victim was a member of the force.
Well, it's over to you, but I want to be there, and I want to lay my hands on those...
On who? Oh, don't be silly, Percy. At the moment, it looks as though Sergeant Clifford got wise to something hot, and the racketeers got wise to the young lady. Now, let me get hold of the killers, and then your department can get to work.
Well, yes, all right. I'd have rather the entire financial situation had collapsed than to have sacrifice this wonderful girl's life.
Look, I understand exactly how you feel. Now, just leave it to me. Now then, I want a list of all your suspects, those you think were smuggling in forged money.
Can I help you, sir?
You, Sergeant, take 3 constables, guard that side. You do the same over there.
Right, very good.
Now, you were saying...
Oh, terrible. It happened in a club like this.
What's your name?
Jolliffe, sir. Tom Jolliffe. I'm the manager.
Oh. Well, a young woman has been murdered, and everybody seems completely unconcerned.
Well, we haven't told anyone, sir. That was the boss's orders.
Oh, what's the name of your boss?
Willis, sir. It's a Mr. Kenneth Willis.
Where is Mr. Willis?
Well, I'll take you to him, sir.
Has anyone left this club in the last 20 minutes?
No, sir, no. This place doesn't really start swinging till about 11 o'clock or so.
Where's the body?
Still lying there. Of course, we put a tablecloth over her. That's all we had. Well, that was the sergeant's suggestion.
Is he with the body?
Yes, Governor. Seemed such a nice girl, too. This was the first time...
Never mind that. Take me to Mr. Willis.
All right, sir.
Is there a back entrance?
Oh, yes, sir. By regulations.
One of you men go round the back, guard the rear entrance, admit anyone, but don't let anyone leave.
Right, sir.
Now,
Oh, no,
you say...
here is Mr. Willis now, sir.
What? Oh.
Mr. Willis.
I thought I heard something unusual going on. I take it you're from the police, and these men belong to you.
I wouldn't phrase it like that. That's the general idea, Mr. Willis.
I'd have given my right arm for this not to have happened.
For goodness sake, what's going on here? If you're making a movie or something, I'd like
Ladies and gentlemen, there's been a serious accident. No, look, I'll take you all into my confidence. A very serious crime has been committed. It'll be our duty to question everyone here. Now, if you'll all remain seated and carry on with your gambling, you need not be unduly inconvenienced. A member of the force will take your name and address. And perhaps you may have observed some trifling incident which could be of value to us. And thank you. Now, Mr. Willis, first of all, I'd like to take a look at the body.
It's not a very pleasant sight.
Well, we get inured to ugly sights in the murder squad, Mr. Willis. All right, Sergeant, remove the cloth.
Sir.
Brenda Clifford was lying on the floor of the narrow corridor skirting the gambling room itself. She lay with her arms outstretched, her face seeming to press into the pile of the carpet, almost as though she was in an act of embrace. Even death could not rob the body of its loveliness, even the bread knife that had been plunged into her back. Do you recognize the bread knife, Mr. Willis?
And that's the first thing I asked my staff, yes. Yes, I do. It's come off that tray.
I see. Now, further along this passage is the ladies' room, is that right?
Yes.
And all these heavy draperies. Doesn't require a great deal of imagination to see what happened. Have you any theories, Mr. Willis?
Well, it's quite obvious what happened. Some swine hid behind one of these drapes after picking up a knife from one of these serving tables and waited until Miss Clifford was going on to the ladies' room, and as she walked past, plunged the knife into her back.
Yes, I think that's a reasonable account of what took place. Now, Mr. Willis, who would want to do a thing like that?
Well, search me. I hardly know the girl. None of us knew her. She had an appointment here.
Oh, what for?
Well, I needed a receptionist. I asked the London Employment Agency to find me someone. She arrived at 7 o'clock. You say you can speak and read French, German, and Spanish?
Yes, that's right. If you'd like to try me out.
I take your word for it. One or two of my waiters will have a chat with you later. One thing worries me.
What's that, Mr. Willis?
Well, let me be frank with you. This is a gambling club, one of the best in Europe, and that means one of the toughest.
Toughest, sir?
Well, as much as £100,000 can change hands in one night. People are inclined to get excited. Language gets a bit blue on occasion.
Well, that wouldn't worry me, Mr. Willis.
These testimonials seem first-rate, but what bugs me is why you want to come and work in a gambling club. I mean, a nice girl like you with all these languages.
Well, you see, Mr. Willis, when Daddy was alive, I didn't have to work. I don't know any typing or shorthand, and, well, I thought I'd get a job as a hotel receptionist where my languages would be useful. But, well, then I thought this kind of job seemed more exciting.
Oh, you'll find this exciting, all right. There's just one thing. A club employee has got to learn to hear nothing, see nothing. There are an awful lot of gentlemen who come here to gamble when their wives think they're away on business conference. You got the idea, huh? Tact. That's right, miss. Smile. You smile like that, and I've known some customers give as much as a £5 tip.
Really? Just for a smile?
Just for a smile, kid. And one other thing. This is a high-class club. I'm sure you're a nice girl, but we don't encourage our young ladies to make dates with our patrons. Do I have to spell it out for you?
No, sir. I get the message.
Right. It's now 20 minutes past 7. Are you ready to start work?
You mean I've got the job?
Yes, kid. The job's yours.
But
But what's worrying you?
Well, I suppose you want me to wear something different.
Oh, yes, of course. Go home and put your glad rags on. But nothing too sexy. We like our customers to keep their eye on the cards or the roulette wheel.
I understand. What time do you expect me back?
8:30. We're not open officially till 9 o'clock. I'll introduce you to Tom Jolliffe, the manager. And that's exactly what happened. I took her into the gaming room, introduced her to Tom, and never saw her again.
You mean you never saw her alive?
Yes, that's just what I do mean. And I'll tell you this. If I could lay my hands on the person who killed my new receptionist, I'd personally tear him limb from limb.
There was no doubting the ferocity with which Kenneth Willis described what he would do to the killer if he laid his hands on the culprit. It was a remarkably fine piece of acting, assuming the owner of the Albatross was acting. I then questioned the manager. Now, you were introduced to Miss Tifford at what time?
Close on 7:30, I'd say.
What happened? Did you tell her her duties?
Well, yes, sir. I showed her where the customers' hats and coats go, and how they have to sign the club register, and how to hand out chips where...
Including the ladies' cloakroom?
Yes. As you can see, sir, we're not a very big club. We're highly exclusive.
What sort of food do you serve?
Well, only like snacks, sandwiches, cold meats, that sort of thing. Everyone has their dinner before they come here to gamble.
And who was at the club at 7:30?
There's no one except me and the boss.
So, you showed Miss Tifford around the club, and then what?
Well, sir, she said she'd got to go home and change, and I didn't speak to her for more than, 5 minutes.
Yeah, but later. What happened later?
Oh, she came back at 8:30.
Oh, I thought I was going to be late. I ran back for my raincoat just so I left my flat and see it started to teem with rain.
Well, it looks as if it's still raining. Let me hang it up for you, will you?
Oh, the place seems deserted.
Oh, Mike's in the kitchen, so's Fred. Well, Mike's the chef, so-called, and Fred's the waiter. The deckmen and croupiers don't arrive until 9:15. She's got plenty of time, so don't worry. In fact, if you go into the kitchen, probably Mike will make you a nice cup of tea or coffee.
Oh, that'll be marvellous. Where's Mr. Willis?
Oh, he never gets here before 9. Now then, take your raincoat off. Here, let me help you, will you?
Thanks. Well, I'll go and get that cup of coffee.
Sure now. She came into this kitchen. It made my heart glad just to look at her indeed. That's a terrible thing.
Do you recognize this knife, Mr. Flynn?
Oh, why shouldn't I, Inspector? I put the knife on the serving table, but... Boy, the saints, I never thought...
Mr. Flynn, this girl was stabbed to death between 10 minutes to 9 and 9 o'clock. We've taken statements from everyone here. No one saw the girl go to the ladies' room. No one heard the poor girl cry out. And yet, someone picked up that knife. You hazard a guess, Mr. Flynn. If you were asked to name the suspect, who would you say was the likely killer?
What are you trying to do, sir? You're trying to get me to put myself into the grave. Who else could it be but either Mr. Willis, Mr. Jolliffe, or Fred the waiter?
That's a pertinent question, Mr. Flynn, but why did you pose it?
Well, now, sir, the men's room is right on the other side. If it were any of the customers, he'd be seen eating the gambling table. Would he not now?
Yes, Mr. Flynn, he would. And yet no one seems to have seen anything. Now, the girl walked from the reception desk, which is at the entrance to the club. She had to turn left before entering the main gaming room, turn right down the passage. She must have walked past Mr. Willis's office, and it was between your boss's office and this kitchen that someone hid behind a drapery and pounced, less than 10 yards from here. Are you sure you heard nothing?
Not a thing, sir. So help me.
Some more customers are right, sir. What shall I do?
No, send them away. In fact, send everyone home. Nothing more I can do here tonight. Oh, just a minute. Sergeant!
Sir?
I want a plan drawn of the premises. Or I don't think it'll help much, but I also want the table and the knife examined by Prince.
All right, sir.
Now, as soon as everyone's signed their statements, they can go.
Very good, sir.
Does that mean I can go too, sir?
No, not yet. I haven't taken a full statement from you yet, Mr. Flynn. But what you can do is make me a cup of tea. Perhaps Mr. Jolliffe would like one.
Well, as I'm having an early night, I think I'll get a cup when I get home, sir.
Oh, I don't think you're going to have a very early night, Mr. Jolliffe. You see, you, Mr. Willis, and I have still got a lot of work to do. Mr. Willis, I have a warrant here authorizing me to impound all monies found in your office.
What? What has money got to do with this girl's murder?
Maybe a great deal. Now, open up, please.
I refuse. You can't...
All right, you two. Hello. The time has come for us to put our cards on the table, as you gamblers would say.
What do you mean?
The murdered girl was Detective Sergeant Brenda Clifford, a member of Scotland Yard.
What?
No, listen, Inspector. I don't know with no murder. No, I wouldn't...
Shut up, you fool. Inspector, do you think that either Jolliffe or myself murdered her?
Are you going to open the safe, or do you want one of my men to do it for you? Can't you see that the less cooperative you are, the more you become branded as a possible murderer?
You'd better open the safe, Governor.
May I see your warrant?
Certainly. Here.
Whoever stabbed this girl has nothing to do with this club.
My. It's an awful lot of money. Most of your punters seem to lose very heavily. All right, Mr. Jolliffe, start counting. I want you to be a witness as to the money we remove.
What has the money got to do with Miss Clifford's murder?
Let me have a look at that 10,000 lira note. Even my untrained eye can tell it's a forgery.
Do you mean that one of our patrons has palmed off a forged note on us?
Oh, come off it, Willis. I said I'd put the cards on the table, and I will. Detective Sergeant Brenda Clifford was planted here tonight in order to obtain evidence proving that this club is a clearing-house for forged currency smuggled into the country.
You can't prove
That's the good, Chief. The copper's been murdered. You go on talking like George Sanders, and we'll both have a noose round our necks.
You shut up, you fool. Mr. Carr, we cannot be responsible if our croupiers and deckmen can't recognize the forged note.
If you think I'm a child, Mr. Willis, don't you think that I would first ascertain the modus operandi? Money doesn't change hands at the table. The money is exchanged for chips handed out by your receptionist, the girl who was murdered. Is that why she was killed, Mr. Jolliffe?
I was in the gambling room all the time, and I can prove it. But you can't prove where you were, can you, Chief?
You're even stupider than I thought, Tom. Chief Inspector Carr, you know quite well that the rear entrance was open, that anyone could have walked down the alley, entered the club without being seen, dived behind the curtain.
Mr. Willis, our policewomen are chosen because of their impeccable background and personal life. Who would know that there was an entrance in the rear, kept open while the club was in use? Or for that matter, who would know that Detective Sergeant Clifford was working in this club?
You've been asking a lot of questions, Mr. Carr. Let me ask you a few. How would I know that this sweet young woman who looked as though butter wouldn't melt in her mouth was a copper? And if I did find out, would I be foolish enough to murder her? At the Albatross? Telephone the police? Wouldn't I have got rid of this money first? Not that I admit to knowing that there's some forged notes among them.
Won't wash, Mr. Willis. It's what's known in criminal jargon as the double take. It's because we were likely to ask such questions that you committed such a brazenly open act of murder.
I tell you, you're making a very great mistake.
Possibly, but I'm impounding the money and pulling the two of you in for questioning. Carr?
Operations here, sir.
Yes, Ops.
The plainclothesman keeping the club under surveillance testifies to seeing Detective Sergeant Clifford entering the club at 7:30 exactly. Photographs were taken of the 11 people entering the club. All of them are named by Interpol.
Good. They all been rounded up?
Yes, sir.
Well, we've broken the currency racket, if nothing else. Trouble is, I've still got Willis and Jolliffe in the cells on the murder rap.
Well, do you think they were in it together, sir?
If they were, Ops, it's one of the crudest gang killings I've ever come across. Oh, come in.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oh, it's all right, Ops. Detective Inspector Hammond's just walked in. Has Mr. Clifford been informed of the tragedy?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Ops. Hammond.
Well, our informant was right about the Albatross, eh?
Quite a clever racket, that. Bring the money in, pretend to lose it on the gaming tables.
Yes.
Oh, cheer up, Percy. If you go through life remaining convinced that you were responsible for this young lady's death...
I planted her, didn't I?
Look, we're fighting a war, Percy. A war against drug pushers, white slavers, killers. Of course you planted this nice Brenda Clifford in the enemy camp. Would you have felt the same had it been a policeman instead of a woman? You'd have been upset, angry, but not sentimental. You do this girl's memory an injustice by sentimentalizing her death.
Oh, maybe, but she was in my squad, not yours. Well, it's up to you now, Chief. This man, Willis. Yes, he's your man, and he'll employ the cleverest crook lawyer he can find.
Look, let's not jump our fences until we get to them, huh?
What do you mean?
Well, let me show you one or two dockets. Now, the handle of the bread knife was wiped clean. Now, Willis or Jolliffe needn't have wasted a precious couple of seconds doing that. No jury would find their prints evidence of guilt. They were at the club.
Well, what are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that Fred the waiter, who seems to have a clean record, and Flynn, in charge of the kitchen, who seems to be of unblemished character, had the same opportunity.
Oh, now you're talking nonsense. Why should they?
Why should they, indeed? But a defense lawyer is going to say to Willis, you'll have to admit to your currency racket. And then you'll turn round to the jury and say, is it feasible that a shrewd international racketeer like Willis would commit murder at the very spot where his record is likely to be exposed? Why did they send for the police? Why couldn't they have secretly dumped the body in the river or something?
What's got into you, Carr?
These boys will go down for a few years for their crimes. But I don't want a murder conviction unless they're guilty.
But what about the girl? What about Detective Sergeant Clifford? Look, a sweet girl goes into that club out of the rain, hangs up her raincoat, and in a matter of minutes is stabbed to death.
Oh, which reminds me, we have all her possessions and her clothing. Her father will be visiting the yard this afternoon. Do you want to hand over the stuff?
Oh, no. No, you're right. I am sentimental. I deal with vice, fraud, currency irregularities. I haven't developed your hard skin.
Particularly as you saw quite a bit of her, didn't you, Percy? I mean, outside the call of duty.
What do you mean?
Apart from those swines running the Albatross, you were the only one who knew that Brenda Clifford was going to work there that night. You and our agent, keeping watch from the window opposite. He knew because she gave him the signal that she'd got the job.
But what is this?
The officer let you know that Detective Sergeant Clifford was engaged. I then began to wonder about you, Percy. Got X-branch on the job. You stopped seeing Miss Clifford outside duty hours, didn't you? I was loath to see you as a possible killer. Where were you between the hours of 8 and 9 o'clock? I'll tell you. Our man, keeping surveillance, saw you drive up alongside the Albatross. I banished the possibility from my mind, and then you said something, just a moment ago. I'm arresting you, Percy.
Well, you're talking nonsense. Look, you'll never make this stick.
You're a senior officer. It's not my job to make anything stick. I leave that to the Director of Public Prosecutions. But we'll probe, and we'll ferret. And if you're guilty, you will be punished.
Do you mind if I go to my office? Clear up a few things.
Instinct told me what Detective Inspector Percy Hannon was about to do. Yet I thought it the best way out. Not for his sake. He was prepared to see two racketeers punished for his crime. My instincts were right. Carr?
Operations here, sir.
Yes, Ops.
The Assistant Commissioner presents his compliments, sir. Says that before Hannon shot himself, he signed a confession. It'll be kept in Y branch, sir.
Fair enough. Well, he saved the state the trouble of charging him. What's more, I think we would have had a dickens of a job proving his guilt.
Sir, tell me, sir, what was that in his confession? It says a short sentence exposed his guilt.
Oh, that. Oh. Well, you see, Ops. It was the raincoat. Do you remember the killer said,
a sweet girl goes into that club out of the rain, hangs up her raincoat, and in a matter of minutes is stabbed to death.
Now, how did he know that she was wearing a raincoat, unless he'd been lurking on the premises? The poor besotted idiot allowed his passion for the girl to turn him into a killer when Detective Sergeant Clifford told Hannon that she was getting engaged to another member of the force. It turned him into a murderer. Oh, yes, there are always black sheep in every group of people, even policemen.
Inspector Carr Investigates, with Hugh Rouse in the title role, is written and produced by Michael Silver. Listen again next Thursday night as Inspector Carr Investigates.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Crime and criminology feature a great deal in the course of party conversation. I really believe that one of the main reasons for my reluctance to accept invitations to cocktail parties and the like And round about this time of the year they are difficult to refuse, unless one wants to create an impression of being a kind of Scrooge or insensitive to the impending festive season, is the fear that someone will buttonhole me in a corner and give me his or her opinion on how the ever-increasing crime wave should be combated. Or, as happened to me last week, someone will tell me why they sympathize with one class of criminal and abominate the other. I said someone, but in fact, at this gathering of employees of a large business firm, I was surrounded by at least a dozen mature and intelligent men and women, all of whom declared that no punishment was too harsh for the drug pusher, or the person who robs private dwellings and commits violence in the process. But, and this is the point I'm coming to, all expressed a sneaking admiration for those who rob banks. One gushing female said, "But people who rob banks aren't committing any crime. The public doesn't suffer." Another, who should have known better, since it was his invitation I accepted, said, and I quote, "After all, your modern bank robber is merely an up-to-date version of those romantic, colourful characters on horseback, the highwaymen, who held up coaches, robbed all the men, and gallantly kissed the hands of the female passengers." Fiddlesticks. I was able to give them figures as to the number of innocent, hard-working employees who've been killed or injured for life, both here in South Africa as well as Britain, by these so-called modern highwaymen. A psychologist friend of mine says that the sneaking regard for the bank robber is because so many customers may have been refused an overdraft, or that the public sees the bank as a kind of unnecessary appendage to modern life. Well, a man lost his life when he tried to resist the gangsters. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Final Interest. The hold-up took place at this time of the year, when banks were particularly busy receiving deposits from shops and departmental stores as a result of the heavy Christmas buying. I was just beginning to think in terms of lunch when the news was telephoned. Carr?
Operations here, sir.
Yes, Ops.
Emergency flash from the National and Provincial Bank, Dover Street. The robbery squad's gone into action, sir, but it's also your province now. One of the employees has been shot dead.
Oh, dear. Swine would choose a time like this. All right, order a car, please. Dover Street is in the heart of London's fashionable West End. A quiet, discreet thoroughfare housing luxury apartments, small but highly exclusive hairdressing and fashion establishments, a few offices, and the National and Provincial Bank. By the time I got to the scene, the place was surrounded by excited sightseers and police cars.
All right there, make way.
Anybody think we're making a film and that at any moment Humphrey Bogart's likely to appear?
Stand back there. The ambulance will be in a moment, sir.
Is he a cashier?
What devil? No, sir, the manager.
Oh.
Move over there. Constable, clear this spot. Clear. We carried the body through into his office, sir. This is Mr. Hilston, the assistant manager.
In the middle of the day, I don't know what this country's coming to. Nothing's safe anymore. Neither property nor human life.
Terrifying experience for you, Mr. Hilston. My name's Carr, Chief Inspector Carr. I take it that none of your employees have left the building since the robbery?
They're all here, including poor Bob Rowley. Someone's got to tell his wife. Poor boy. It's a brave, stupid, wonderful thing to do.
Has anyone looked at Mr. Rowley? Sure he's dead.
One of the bank customers is with the body now, sir. He's a Dr. Morris. He said he'd wait until the ambulance arrived. Shot right through the heart, apparently.
I see. Well, what happened? Don't leave anything out.
Well, Miss Mitchell can tell you best. Miss Mitchell, come forward, please.
Yes, Mr. Helston.
It was Miss Mitchell who was receiving the money when it all happened.
It's a terrifying experience for you, Miss Mitchell. Now, would you please tell me exactly what happened, leaving nothing out?
But it was all over in a minute.
I'm sorry, Miss Mitchell. I assume you were handling a large sum of money if you say it was all over in a minute.
Well, yes. The rush really hadn't started. Lunchtime is our busiest.
What time was it exactly?
Oh, about 12:15.
Go on, please.
Well, that gentleman over there, he's from Bon Marché in Oxford Street.
Carry on.
Well, he came in. Morning, Mr. Carson.
Morning, Miss Mitchell. I think I'll find all correct. Slips have been made up. £10,426 here. I believe our finance manager spoke to Mr. Helson about it.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of 1,000, and another of 426. I'll sign for the bundles. You can't expect me to count them all this time of the year.
Yeah, well, if it's wrong, you'll still let me know, won't you? I'll see you then.
What? This is a hold-up. Shut up.
Sit down on the floor, everyone. And don't move a muscle unless you want a bullet through your belly. You too, I said, sit down. On the floor with your hands on your head. That's right, on your head, I said. That's better. Okay, Joe, grab it.
You'll not get away with this.
If you want to spend Christmas with your family, Daddy-O, shut up. Now, what are you doing, miss? Your hands on your head, I said. Try and press an alarm bell, you die.
Oh, Helston, you can't...
Stay where you are. Don't move.
No, you wouldn't dare use that gun.
Hurry it up, Joe.
Help! Police! Help! Help! Oh, what's he doing? Press the alarm bell quickly. Oh, really? Better not try to move. We'll get a doctor to you.
This gentleman here's the doctor, sir.
I see. Did anyone see the getaway car?
Yes, sir, I did. As soon as I heard the shots, I sensed what was happening. I saw a car drive over the red light and go down Charles Street at a great speed. I took the number down, but I don't suppose it'll be much use.
I'm afraid not. It ought to have been stolen. I take it you've alerted the number and description of the car?
Yes, sir.
Well, there were two of them, were there? A man the killer called Joe.
Yes, there were. Neither of them masked.
Oh, that's why we weren't suspicious.
Oh, you can give me a description of them?
There's not a member of the staff that couldn't. Although, as Miss Mitchell said, it only took a minute. I'll never forget the scene as long as I live.
But try and describe the men for me, Miss Mitchell.
Well, the man with the gun had a huge overcoat and a scarf. He wore glasses and a big moustache and beard. The other was clean-shaven.
And a hat. The bearded man wore a hat.
Yes.
That accounts for them not wearing a mask or shoving nylon stockings over their faces. Oh, was he tall, short, heavily built, thin?
Oh, he was heavily built. Quite a fat man.
They usually are, miss, when they're disguised like that. Underneath the overcoat, lots and lots of padding. But what about this fellow they called Joe?
Well, he came into the bank just as the man with the gun said, "Don't move."
Obviously his signal. Probably waited just outside the door as a lookout. Is there anything else taken?
Isn't that enough, Inspector? Over £10,000.
Fair enough. Sergeant, please stay here until the ambulance arrives. You'd better get through to the robbery squad. You'll need more assistance. I want separate statements taken from every member of the staff, from the doctor, and somebody better notify the manager's family.
Very good, sir.
Can I have a word with you, Mr. Helston?
By all means, come through to my office, will you?
Thank you.
Poor Bob, really. He had just 3 more years to go before his retirement. He's talking about buying a small guest house in Torquay. Do come in.
Now, Mr. Helston, in moments of stress, people's vision of things becomes distorted. Now, I had a feeling that Miss Mitchell might have exaggerated because of the drama of the situation. All your staff have just gone through an experience that, well, they must have seen depicted in gangster films a dozen of times. The man he called Joe was clean-shaven, was he not?
Yes, he was.
It's an incredible attitude of arrogance. Now, I want you to describe him for me as minutely as you can.
Well, it's difficult. We were all so fear-stricken. We were all looking at the man with the gun.
Yes, I realize that. That's why the second man isn't so heavily disguised. Everyone looks at the man with the gun, wondering when he's going to shoot or if he might pull the trigger accidentally. Of
course.
But you had your attention diverted when the unfortunate Mr. Rowley, not knowing what was going on, emerged from his office and called you. Now, didn't you get a clear mental picture of what the man, the gunman, called Joe?
Yes, I did, but he was so nondescript. He was wearing an overcoat, he had a hat and a muffler. Well, this is one of the coldest Decembers we've had in years.
But his face, it didn't look puffed. There was no sense of... Well, what I'm trying to say, Mr. Helston, is that they frequently put cotton wool between their gums and their cheeks. You'd be surprised how it alters their entire face. Now, this Joe never spoke,
No, he didn't.
You're sure about that?
Yes, I'm positive. I see some more policemen have arrived. Oh, no, wait a minute. No, I think they're the ambulance men.
Well, I'll have a quick word with the doctor, and then I'll get back to the yard. Carr?
Operations unit, Inspector.
Yes, Ops.
They found the car, sir. False number plates, of course. It belongs to a Mr. Reese in Eastmore Mews in Knightsbridge. It was found abandoned in Lambeth.
They took a risk going as far as that. All right, Ops, thank you. Oh, I'd better have a word with the boss boy of the robbery squad. It was obvious that the hold-up was the work of highly skilled and efficient criminals. It called for split-second timing, and that meant a close conference with the robbery squad. Armed with photographs of all the known thugs in the bank robbery business, I returned to Mr. Helston's office. I'm sorry to put you to all this trouble, Mr. Helston, but even though the two gangsters were disguised, something about them, the shape of their eyes, the nose, the nostrils, anything might strike a chord of memory.
Well,
those I've seen so far have no resemblance at all, I'm
Yes,
afraid.
well, what about this one? His name's Joe Baggett, released from jail 6 months ago. Specialises in bank hold-ups, height 6'2", brown hair.
No. That lets him out straight away. The man called Joe couldn't have been more than 5'7" or 8.
Oh, as you say, that lets him out. What about this?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not.
Well, you've looked at 48 photographs.
Yes.
The one thing we do know is that the bank was robbed at exactly 10 minutes past 12. It's going to be a hard, foot-slogging task finding out where all these characters were at that time. What beats me is why a huge departmental store should want to deposit so much money in the middle of the day. Isn't that unusual?
Well, it's security. Their finance manager rang through to say that they were depositing the money rather than keep it in their own safe over the weekend. They're spreading the risk, so to speak. It's been an unusually busy week of Christmas shopping, you know.
So you knew the money was coming?
Oh, yes. I warned our cashiers to accept the money in bundles and not to bother to count them. I thought we'd take that risk. No, I'm not worried about the money. It's what happened to poor Bob Rowley.
Yes, indeed. No doubt the insurance company will make good the loss of the money, but nothing can bring your manager back to life. I'll tell you one thing. I'm going to catch those gangsters. I stake my life on that. On that confident note, I left the Dover Street branch of the National and Provincial Bank and returned to my office. Within seconds, every criminal investigation department throughout the country was alerted and their assistance sought. It could have been an outside job. On the other hand... Sergeant, here's a list of the names and addresses of the 3 cashiers and the assistant bank manager. I want you to put on plain clothes and spend some time in each area. I want you to find out everything you can about them.
You think it's an inside job, sir?
Well, not an inside job exactly, Sergeant, but... Well, let's say we're leaving no stone unturned.
Very good, sir.
Carr, just a minute, Sergeant.
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, Ops. What have you got for me?
No joy, sir. No fingerprints. The boffins say that the stolen card had been carefully wiped.
I might have expected that. All right, thanks. Order a car. I'm going round to Bon Marché to see the finance manager. The term manager was a misnomer, as I realized as soon as I stepped up to the appropriate office door, which had on it the legend, Harriet Selborne, Finance. Mrs. Selborne proved to be a rather large, somewhat overpowering lady in her middle 50s.
I knew this would happen. I knew it. For 3 years I've been agitating for a new security system.
New security system, Mrs. Selborne?
Yes. I have recommended to my board of directors that all cash still in the store after the bank's close should be deposited with one of those security organizations. And as for sending Carsons through the streets carrying all that money in a bag, ridiculous.
But wasn't that on your instructions, Mrs. Selborne?
Yes, although I was very much against it. You see, with modern methods of accounting, we know the cash float was issued every 2 hours. Mr. Ponsonby, our chairman, put the new system into operation as from this morning because, well, you see what the store is like on Christmas Eve. I personally telephoned the assistant manager of the bank to warn him to expect this money.
When did you do that?
About 11 o'clock this morning.
Thank you. Well, what happened until this new system was put into operation?
Well, we kept the money here in the safes, and the money was sent over when we felt it was necessary. But our chairman pointed out that we were losing interest of 5% by holding the money here, whereas if we deposited it with the banks on call, if you know what the term means, Inspector,
I do.
It means a saving of quite a few £1,000s a year, but a most hazardous procedure. From now on, we shall send the money with an escort. I've notified the insurance company, and they're insisting on it.
Your messenger wasn't waylaid in the street. It was a bank hold-up. How reliable is your Mr. Carson's?
Oh, if you think he was hand in glove with the bank robbers, you're very much mistaken. He's been with the Bon Marché for many years, and I am convinced of his complete honesty and loyalty to this company.
Thank you. Well, I've taken possession of a copy of the paying-in slip. I see there was something like £10,000 in £5 notes. Did you keep a record of the numbers?
Good heavens, no. This isn't a bank, Inspector Carr. These are monies that have been handed over to our salesmen. They collect it, send it on our overhead wires to the cash department, and as I say, when it reaches £10,000, the money's ready to be deposited at the bank.
Thank you. I assume you're fully insured?
Of course. It's a moot point as to who owned the money. We or the bank.
Well, I think you'll find in law that you will have to claim if the money's not recovered. I see that the cashier didn't sign the paying-in slip. It happened while she was in the process of so doing. But frankly, Mrs. Selborne, that isn't my concern. I'm after the killers. I'm hoping that I might be able to trace them through the money. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector. All the county CIDs have been through, sir. The possible suspects are all in the clear. It looks as though the job was done by one of the London gangs.
I'm convinced of it. It was just a routine check, Ops. They must have kept a check on Bon Marché and on the bank. Any signs of unusual spending?
Oh, not so far, sir. We've just got a report through on Hellstone, sir. He lives at Dorking. Married, got 3 children. He's been with the bank for 22 years.
What about the 3 cashiers?
Oh, nothing's come through yet.
Well, there must be a link between a bank employee and the killers. I'm convinced of it. I want to know all about them.
Right you are, sir.
I've got Sergeant Blake working on it, too. Oh, by the way, what time was the car stolen?
Just a minute, sir. I've got it here somewhere. Yes, 6 o'clock the previous night. They gave them plenty of time to change the number plate, sir.
Yes, indeed. Okay, Ops, keep working at it. I think I'd better spend an hour or 2 at the bank. Mr. Helston, I'm convinced that someone connected with this bank is an accomplice of the killers.
I resent that, sir. Every employee of this bank is thoroughly vetted and of unimpeachable character.
Nevertheless, skilled professional thugs don't go hanging around banks unless they know what they're waiting for. There was no attempt to blow up your safes or rob your tills. As soon as that man walked into this bank and commenced to hand the money over to your cashier, the thugs revealed themselves. Now, you were telephoned at 11 o'clock. Until that moment, you had no warning that a large sum of money was going to be deposited at all.
I had no idea, and I have no acquaintances who are likely to be murderers and thieves.
You mustn't take this personally, Mr. Helston. I have to suspect everyone until I find the culprits. You obviously admired and respected your manager. Don't you want his killers to be punished?
Yes, of course I do.
Now, did you make any outside telephone calls between the hours of 10 o'clock and noon?
Yes, I did. But I didn't telephone anyone to say that there's going to be a large amount of money deposited, if that's what you're implying.
I'm not implying anything. I'm questioning. But you must admit that it's very strange that you received first information of the money at 11 o'clock, and 1 hour later your bank's held up. You informed the cashiers. Who?
Well, I just went along and I said to the 3 cashiers, there was nobody in the bank at the time, until this new system, the day before Christmas, is very slack for us. Oh, by the way, Summers, Talbot, Miss Mitchell, Bon Marché will be sending over quite a considerable amount of money. The finance manager telephoned it's to be placed on call.
Just before Christmas, sir?
Well, it's because it's just before the Christmas holidays, yes. They don't want their money to lie idle. No wonder that Bon Marché showed such a fine balance sheet last year. Certainly what's the pennies. They're sending over their chief messenger, Carson's. Should be here before lunch.
I see. Was that the first indication anyone in the bank, other than yourself, had about this money?
Yes.
Supposing your cashiers wanted to make a telephone call, what would be the procedure?
It's a strict bank rule that no employee makes an outside telephone call without first asking for permission from either the manager or myself. Now, I'm sure that neither Summers nor Talbot nor Rosalind Mitchell made any telephone calls between the hours of... made any at all, as a matter of fact. Oh, just a minute, now you come to mention it. I had meant to reprimand her, but, well, you know, being Christmas...
Her?
Miss Mitchell. Yes, I'll get her in for you. Miss Mitchell, will you come through here, please?
Right, Mr. Helston.
Does that mean that Miss Mitchell did use the telephone?
Yes, she used the sub-accountant's telephone.
You wanted me, sir?
Yes, Miss Mitchell. At about 11:10 this morning, I saw you walk to the sub-accountant's desk and use the outside telephone while Mr. Farmer was out of the office.
Yes, I did.
Now, you know it's a strict rule that has to be enforced because of our customer security in confidential matters.
I know what you're going to say, Mr. Helston, but Mr. Rowley gave me permission.
The manager? When?
When I got in this morning, sir. There was no one here except the manager and Tompkins, the commissionaire.
Oh, good morning, Miss Mitchell.
Morning, sir.
Oh, the traffic is appalling this morning. This must be one of the coldest Christmas Eves I can remember.
Oh, I don't mind the cold, sir, so long as there's a bit of sun.
Well, I prefer the snow. Well, to work. I'm looking forward to visiting my daughter and the grandchildren. It must be sad for those homes where there are no little children, with their eager little faces as they unwrap their Christmas presents.
Oh, that reminds me, sir. May I make an external call this morning? My mother's still at St. George's Hospital, and they said I could telephone and find out when she can be fetched. She's coming home for Christmas.
Why, yes, certainly, Miss Mitchell. Was Tompkins nearby when you sought permission?
No. No, he was taking all the letters out of the box. Look, I'm not lying. What's wrong? You're both looking at me. Well, why don't you ring the hospital and ask them?
You could have rung the hospital and asked the...
Just a minute, Mr. Helston. No, I'm sorry, Miss Mitchell. You must have realized that we think someone passed information to the gangsters.
Information? But
That's all right. I'm sorry I've troubled you all. I don't think I'll need to make any more inquiries at the bank. Mr. Ponsonby, I'm the chief investigating officer inquiring into the murder and robbery at the National and Provincial Bank.
Oh, it's a terrible business. I feel almost as though I were to blame. You see,
You instigated the sending of the money to be placed on call.
Well, yes, I raised the question at our directors' meeting 2 days ago. I thought it was foolish to keep all that money over Christmas, and my directors agreed, and I passed on instructions yesterday to Mrs. Selborne.
And Mrs. Selborne passed on the information to the gangsters.
What on earth are you saying?
May I use your telephone, sir?
Oh, you surely don't mean that Mrs. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, please do use the phone. That one's on a direct outside line there.
Thank you.
Scotland Yard operations.
Carr here, Ops. Now listen, do you mind going out of your office, Mr. Ponsonby? I'm sorry if I'm over-suspicious.
Oh, yes, as you wish.
Thank you. Still there, Ops?
Yes, Inspector.
The one person I didn't check on and should have done, as being the most obvious, is the financial manager. She's really a manageress. I want one of our best men to tail her. I want her telephone at home monitored. It's a Mrs. Selborne. I want to know everything about her because my antenna tell me she's going to lead us to the killers. Working on the assumption, which was almost a certainty, that the gangsters had been tipped off about the money, this line of reasoning led me to the inescapable conclusion that Harriet Selborne was hand in glove with the criminals. She was watched, night and day, her telephone line monitored, and then, at long last...
I told you not to ring me, you fool.
Who knows about us? Look, it's all very well for you, but what am I going to do over Christmas? Stick around in this lousy cottage all by myself? Why can't I go and mix with the boys?
Because you've got a record, that's why. Because one of the racetrack detectives might remember seeing us together. Now, just lie low for a week or
Why
so
don't
and-
you come down to Maidenhead? I'm lonely. Look, it's Christmas. Nobody would think that a fancy-spoken lady like you would have anything to do with it.
And so he went on talking, which was music to my ears, since I knew that it was of sufficient duration for the department to trace the call and arrest him.
What's going to happen now, sir?
What do you mean, Sergeant?
Well, it was a bit of luck that this fellow he called Joe was in the bungalow when our men surrounded the place, particularly when all the money was there.
Well, if you're asking me whether Harold Eastley will be charged with murder as well as Joe Copley, who did the shooting, the answer's yes. Well, you know the law as well as I do.
No, sir. I don't mean that, sir. I mean Mrs. Selborne. Will she be charged with murder and robbery, too?
No, Sergeant. No, she wasn't at the scene of the crime. No one will be able to prove that she was aware that her accomplices were carrying firearms. No, we'll just pin an accomplice to robbery on her, but that'll put her away for a year or two.
Excuse me asking, sir, but I read your report to the AC.
Yeah?
I still don't see why you were so sure that she was involved.
Well, it had to be her who tipped off the gangsters. If you remember... Well, we know that it was a highly skilled professional job, calling for split-second timing. We know that the car was stolen the day before the robbery. At that time, no one knew of the new system of depositing money other than the board of directors and the finance manageress. On the day she was told, the gangsters started planning by stealing the car to make their getaway. All of them spent a deservedly miserable Christmas in a prison cell awaiting trial.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. The other week, I went to see a show put on by Sarah Churchill. I suppose, like others, I was drawn by the magic of her illustrious father's name, and the fact that her very arrival in South Africa brought back a whiff of nostalgia for those dramatic days when the late Sir Winston's indomitable spirit geared Britain for ultimate victory. Of course, I don't propose to comment on Sarah Churchill's success or otherwise as an artist, but as I sat watching her recite her poems and sing her songs, I reflected on the fact that so many leading British families had produced offspring who certainly did not conform to pattern. Watching Miss Churchill, I remembered the trouble the police had with her cousin, Edward Romilly, who once hoisted the red flag over the exclusive Whites Club and led rather wild demonstrations in Trafalgar Square against the then British government's foreign policy. It also reminded me of a case of murder in which the victim was a highly talented scion of one of Britain's wealthiest industrialists. Randolph Maybrick did not indulge in politics. He was a very fine writer with an acute social conscience. Yet his very curiosity and concern for his fellow man was to cause him to be bludgeoned to death. The investigation into his murder is the theme for tonight's story, which I've called The Final Chapter. At the time when Sergeant Jackson found the body lying in the gutter, it appeared to be just a shabbily dressed corpse. Shine your torch on him, will you, Jackson? Yeah, this is no tramp. Look at those hands. Look at the fingernails. Let's take a closer look at that face, huh? Fine face, that. Sort of face. Hey, just a minute. Sir? I've seen this face before. All right, let's take a look at the back of the head. To an experienced member of the murder squad, the lethal blow was an all too familiar sight. The matted hair, the trickle of blood staining the collar. But something was not familiar in an investigation of this sort. Despite the congealing blood, the gaping wound, I was astonished at the way the man's hair had been cut. It was much longer than was the prevailing fashion, and it appeared as though the barber had exercised considerable care. Then there were the man's well-kept hands, manicured fingernails. Strange. Look at that ill-fitting suit, cheap shoes, shirt. Something doesn't gel, Jackson. It's almost as though he's in fancy dress. An actor, do you think so? Could be. All right, Jackson, get the police ambulance, take him over to the mortuary. I don't think we'll have much difficulty in identifying the body. I was wrong. There were no records as to his fingerprints. Neither the shirt nor suit helped, since both had been mass-produced. And finally, we decided to publish the man's picture. That produced immediate results. Yes?
Gecko, please. Sir Richard Maybrick, Inspector.
Oh, come in, Sir Richard. You sit down.
Thank you. I warned him. I told him...
Sir Richard, I cannot but express my deep sympathy in your loss. I'm a great admirer of his work. As soon as we published his photograph in the morning paper, half England seemed to be dialing 999, his publishers, admirers.
Why, he had everything to live for. Randolph was my only son.
Yes, he was a wonderfully warm, human person.
And yet, he's dead. But why? I'm told he wasn't robbed.
Well, Sir Richard, we're assuming he wasn't robbed. According to our senior police surgeon, Dr. McPherson, your son was attacked at about 10 o'clock the night before last. There's an archway just as Gresham Lane ends by the embankment.
Oh, yes.
It could well be that somebody hid in the archway, waited till your son had passed him, then struck him from behind.
It's unbelievable. Inspector Carr, my son was the gentlest of men. He was a happy man. I didn't oppose his decision to become a writer. His contributions to college and varsity magazines proved he had a talent which had to be encouraged. And now he's gone. 27 years of age. He had so much to offer the world. For the first time since my wife died 7 years ago. I'm glad she's not here. No, I've been to identify the body. You said you wanted to see me. Well, I don't think there's much more I can tell you, Inspector.
Forgive me, Sir Richard. Would you want your son's murder to go unpunished?
No, of course not.
Then you have a great deal to tell me.
Then you don't understand.
Oh?
My son lived his own life. I made him an allowance, and he went his own way. Well, he'd return to Maybrick Hall at Easter and Christmas time. I rarely saw him other than at those times.
All that we've found on him are a couple of pounds, some silver, a handkerchief, fountain pen, writing pad. Now, we have to start from somewhere, Sir Richard. We have to try and determine why your son was done to death. We have at this moment every available constable trying to find out where your son stayed. You've no idea?
None at all.
No idea why anybody should want to attack him?
Well, unlike myself, Randolph had a great love for his fellow man. I doubt if he had an enemy in the world.
You know how he was dressed when he was found?
Yes, and I'm not surprised. He stayed at lodging houses, doss houses. He couldn't very well mix with the poor and the scum dressed in a Savile Row suit. I have seen him dressed as he was when I identified the body.
In those particular clothes?
Well, if not those, clothes of a similar kind.
I see. When did you see your son last?
3 weeks ago. To my great relief. We had a party to celebrate his engagement.
Why relief?
Because, Inspector, I was afraid that his guilt of having a rich father and his genuine sympathy with the underprivileged would cause him to do something stupid.
Such as what?
Well, convince himself he'd fallen in love with some girl that needed saving. I think you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yes, I think I do.
And I don't misunderstand me. You've read my son's work. Despite it all, he had a clear and level-headed approach to things.
Yes, I'm sure he did. I've already told you, Sir Richard, I admired his writing very much. You say you haven't seen him for 3 weeks. What about his fiancée? Surely you must...
Oh, Marjorie was quite willing to accept my boy on his terms.
Did she see him often, do you know?
Well, Marjorie dined at the hall last Wednesday. I haven't spoken to her since.
Her name, telephone number, Sir Richard?
It's Brockmore 783. It's Marjorie Amory.
Yes, sir. I want you to locate on the phone Miss Marjorie Amory, telephone number Brockmore 783.
Right, sir.
Forgive me for asking you this, Sir Richard. You're an extremely wealthy man. Was your son to be the main beneficiary in your will?
Yes. Apart from a number of charities and bequests, I left everything else to Randolph. I worshipped the boy. Oh, I had it all tied up in trusts. Otherwise, he'd be inclined to give it all away.
What happens now?
I don't know. My solicitor wanted me to make some provision, but I couldn't envisage my son dying before me. Well, why?
Just looking for a motive. Had your will been worded differently, your life might have been in danger. Excuse me. Carr?
Miss Avery on the line, Inspector.
Right.
You're going through, miss. Speak up, please.
Hello? Hello?
Inspector Carr here.
I know. It's also... Well, the first thing I knew about it was when I saw this morning's paper.
I'm sorry. It's the only way to get a quick identification.
I telephoned Sir Richard. Poor man.
He's with me at the moment.
Oh, it's not true, is it? This is all...
I'm sorry to have to telephone you like this, but if we're to catch the man who killed your fiancée, we have to work fast. When did you see Randolph Maybrick last?
Saturday night.
What did you say, this Saturday night?
Yes. I went up to London. What is it, only?
2 nights ago, yes. Miss Amory, please, I have to talk to you urgently. Can I ask you to come to Scotland Yard? I'll send a car for you if you like. It's not far.
No, I've got my own car. Scotland Yard, that's near Whitehall, isn't it?
Yes. In fact, go down Whitehall, take the first narrow turning to the left, as if you're making for Westminster, and tell a policeman that you want to go to F Block.
Right. I'll get there as soon as I can.
Thank you very much. Oh, Miss Amory's coming here. She tried to telephone you this morning.
Yeah, poor girl. Well, I've had most of my life. These two had so much to live for. Well, if there's anything more you...
No, thank you. I'll see you out. It was with a great deal of admiration that I saw Sir Richard Maybrick's departure. Not once did he reveal the deep anguish and sense of loss he was feeling. A widower who had read in a newspaper that his only son, one of Britain's outstanding young writers, had been beaten to death by an unknown assailant. The investigation was well underway. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector. We've traced Maybrick's movements on Saturday night, sir.
Yes?
The commissioner at Deborah's Club in Curzon Street recognised him at once, sir.
Deborah's Club? In those clothes?
Oh, apparently not, sir. He was with a very lovely-looking young lady.
But where he's been staying... Still no trace?
Nothing's come through from X-Branch yet, sir.
Thank you.
Miss Amory, sir.
Oh, hello, Miss Amory. Made it in very good time. Do come in, sit down.
Thank you.
What about a cup of coffee?
No, thank you. I'll be all right. At least I hope so.
Hope so.
I'm trying not to cry again, Inspector.
Oh, don't mind a hardened old policeman. If you feel like crying, you do so. I had to do this to you. Seemed your fiancé led to a Jekyll and Hyde existence.
He didn't really. He just didn't want to embarrass anyone. Even the clothes he wore.
Where did he live in London?
He kept a small flat in St. John's Wood. He didn't want to... Well, it's where he kept his suits and things. But you know he was halfway through his book. He said it was 10 years since George Orwell had written his novel about, well, what they call the other half. Oh, Inspector, it's such a waste. He was such a wonderful man.
I'm not just trying to console you. I've read his work. He was a wonderful man. But we have to be practical. We have to get hold of the person who killed him. And to do this, we have to find out why and who. His father hasn't been able to help us very much.
Poor Sir Richard. They were poles apart, father and son. Yet they loved and respected each other. They really did.
Yes, I'm sure. I'm sorry to have to ask you this very trite question, but have you any idea who would have tried to kill Randolph?
Yes. Yes, I have. I was afraid for him, but I didn't think it would happen this way.
Could it be true? Could this pale-faced young lady, gazing at me with her tear-filled eyes, give me a springboard from which we could catch the killer? You said that you were afraid for your fiancé. What do you mean when you say you didn't think it would happen this way? What happened? Why were you afraid for him?
Last Wednesday, I'd gone over to dine with Sir Richard.
Yes.
Well, Randolph said he was on to something important, and he'd try to motor down if possible, but he would telephone.
And did he?
Yes, just after dinner.
You don't know how happy I am knowing that I'm going to have you as a daughter-in-law, Marjorie.
Not half as happy as I am. Oh, I do love him. I really do.
And we both do. You must promise to produce me a grandson as quickly as possible. You know, somebody to take over Maybrick Enterprises.
Do you mind very much about Randolph?
Well, I did at first. Now, but don't you tell him. I'm proud of him. Although I can't understand half the things he writes about.
Oh, that'll be Randolph now. Hello?
How's my long-suffering fiancé? Sorry I couldn't make it, love.
So was I. Oh, I haven't seen you for ages. Randolph, why don't you come and spend the day tomorrow?
I'd hope to. Well, the truth of the matter is, darling, that I've acquired more material than I bargained for.
Oh, what do you mean?
One picks up a stone in search of a lizard and finds a reptile. Who said that? Sophocles?
Oh, darling, what are you talking about?
Well, you remember I said I was on something important. I am. I don't propose to turn myself into a police informer. On the other hand, my book is going to have the kind of shape I'd never bargained for.
Oh, darling, stop talking in riddles. When am I going to see you?
I know I've neglected you disgracefully. Let's become bourgeois. I'll adorn myself with the trappings of the rich and we'll trip the light fantastic at Deborah.
Oh, wonderful. But won't I see you before then?
No, my love. Come to the flat 7-ish on Saturday. Fully gowned and in your right mind. Is father there?
Yes, I'll call. Sir Richard took the phone. Believe it or not, Inspector Carr, I felt slightly apprehensive then.
Why?
I don't know. Something in his voice.
You say that you had an idea who would try to kill Randolph.
Well, perhaps that was an exaggeration, but Randolph told me something. But you see, the night before, when we were... Oh, darling, isn't this bliss? Well, isn't this better than traipsing round the slums in old clothes?
Now, Marjorie.
Oh, I'm sorry, darling, I'm not breaking my promise. When I'm Mrs. Randolph Maybrick, you can put on your sackcloth and ashes and go rushing off to the sewers as often as you like. Providing you take a bath when you come home. Oh, I do love you.
And are you?
You do understand, don't you? If I'm going to be the sort of writer I want to be, I can't just imagine what people are like from some ivory tower. I've got to mix with them, live with them, share their...
Darling, you've explained it all to me, and, well, I want you to go on doing it. I'm proud to be the girl that the great writer...
Well, up-and-coming Shakespeare.
We don't often see you in places such as this. In fact, one doesn't see you, period. And how is the beauteous Miss Amory?
Hello, Lester.
Aren't you going to ask me to join you for a drink?
Won't you be deserting your table?
Oh, well done. Yeah, I was testing you out, Randolph. Still turning the other cheek, eh? Being polite, even though we hate each other's guts. Nice to see you again, Miss Amory.
I haven't seen him since Caroline's going out party. You two went to school together, didn't you?
Yes. He doesn't know it, but I saw him a few days ago.
What is it, Randolph? Why are you looking like that?
Indirectly, Lester Rawlings has been keeping us apart, my love.
What on earth do you mean?
Did you know that I've been working as a navvy at the Thames Dock?
That's nothing new, dear. You've been a car washer, road labourer, commie waiter.
All grist to my literary mill, my sweet. I saw friend Lester, but he didn't see me, fortunately.
Why, fortunately?
And because, my darling, had he recognized me, my life would not be all that secure.
Oh, darling, our favourite tune. Let's dance.
Certainly, my sweet. Although the dancer, I make a very good bottle washer.
You see, Inspector, that was just 2 nights ago.
That's interesting. Very interesting. Tell me more about Mr. Lester Rawlings.
Well, I don't know very much. You know how it is. When I had my first coming out party, he was one of the eligible young bachelors. His father was a great friend of Daddy's. Well, I never did like him. The only reason we ever got to know each other was because he told me he was at Eton with Randolph.
When did you see this Lester Rawlings last? Before your Saturday meeting, I mean.
Oh, not for months and months. As you can imagine, Randolph loathed the usual kind of social party.
Is there anything else you know about him that might help us?
No.
Well, one last word. When you left Deborah's, did you both go back to Randolph's flat?
We were engaged, Inspector.
I'm sorry. It's rather important. You see, if your fiancé went back to his flat alone, he could have been followed.
I went back. We had a drink and a cigarette together, and then I drove back to Brockmore, and that was the last time I saw Randolph.
You're sure there's nothing else you can tell me?
Positive.
How many people would know where Randolph kept his pied-à-terre?
I doubt if anyone. Randolph swore me to secrecy, and, well, he said he didn't want his father, his publishers, or anyone to know that he had a permanent base in London. He loved his solitary state. I found him the flat.
Oh? How long ago?
Last month. He used to cart his other clothes around, and, well, it seemed silly.
And what was the address in St. John's Wood?
16 Cricklewood Avenue.
That's right, sir. Quiet-spoken gentleman he was. Told me he was a writer. Told me he needed somewhere to keep his things and that sort of thing. Oh, quite a shock when I saw his picture in the paper this morning.
Weren't you surprised when he didn't return to his rooms?
Oh, no. He gave me some of his books to read. Well, a lot of it was beyond a man of my education, but he knew what he was writing about, all right. Very fine, polite young gentleman he was. Come, Inspector, I'll show you his room.
The rooms were clean and comfortable enough, yet far removed from the comfortable splendor of Maybrick Hall. A small sitting-room bedroom comprised what Miss Amory described as his flat. The only concession to a man of his intellect was the enormous number of books to be seen. In the cupboard was sartorial evidence of the man's Jekyll and Hyde existence. Overalls, corduroy trousers, dinner jacket patent over shoes, and hobnail boots. Going through a man's personal papers and private correspondence is an unpleasant but necessary part of any murder investigation. In one of his pockets, I found a ticket from the Imperial Casual Labour Agency.
Yes, Inspector, I recognised this picture at once. I telephoned 999, I did, but it had already been identified.
They told me at the agency that you were the foreman in charge of the work gang.
Yes, casual labour, loading up the Queen Carolina.
The Queen Carolina?
Yes, that's right, sir. Oh, you must know about her. Goes up and down the Thames. They then I've put away some food and liquor, I can tell you.
Oh, yes, sort of nightclub on the river.
That's the ticket, sir.
How long did this job last?
Only 2 days. Some did scrubbing, some did loading.
What about Maybrick?
Oh, I knew him as Smith. Of course, that wasn't his real name. But when you're a foreman of casual workers like that, you learn to mind your own business. Of course, I knew he was educated and that sort of thing. But he knew how to work, except he wore gloves. said he might want to do some typing one day.
Oh, don't worry about my wearing gloves. Got to look after my hands. Need to do some typing sometimes.
Oh, blimey, here's the gaffer.
Oh, I'm off. I don't want him to see me.
Afterwards, sir?
Oh, haven't you chaps finished yet? My office is a positive disgrace.
We'll leave that till last, sir. Here, Fred, you go in and fix the office, will you?
Don't worry, Fred, I'll do it.
I could see that he called to say he'd go below deck because he didn't want the gentleman to recognise him.
And did he?
No, I don't think so. Anyway, it was none of my business.
You used the word gaffer, meaning the owner. What was his name?
Mr. Rawlings, sir.
The plot thickens.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Never mind. Then what happened?
Well, we got the Queen Carolina ready, and then we all, some of us went home and some of us had a drink.
I see. According to the agency, the man you knew as Smith worked all day Tuesday and all day Wednesday. Is that when Mr. Rawlings came aboard? Wednesday afternoon?
Yes, sir.
And is that the last time you saw Maybrick or Smith?
Yes, sir. We said goodbye to each other in the pub.
Oh, you went off to a pub?
Yeah. I was a bit surprised, really. I shouted who was coming for a drink when I paid him off. And he said he would. We had a drink at the Millbank Arms. You know, come to think of it, he was a bit excited about something.
Oh?
Yeah. He said that the Queen Carolina was a wolf in ship's clothing. That made me laugh at it. But when I asked him what he was getting at, he just drank his drink and pushed off.
Thank you very much, Mr. Starling. Thank you very much indeed. Securing the necessary warrant from the Port of London Authority, I instituted a thorough search of the floating nightclub, knowing that Maybrick would not use a phrase such as a wolf in ship's clothing for nothing. He didn't.
I'll be blowed. There must be over £500,000 worth of morphine.
There must be, and there is. All right, Sergeant. Get back to X-Branch. Get on to narcotics. They'll want to know what vessels have been in the vicinity. It's my guess that the drugs we've got aboard the Queen Carolina by means of magnetic mine. Anyway, that's narcotics affair. I'm still concerned with murder, particularly as we now have a motive. We'll pull in Mr. Lester Rawlings. Mr. Rawlings, I suppose you've a good idea why I've asked you to come to Scotland Yard. Where were you on Sunday night?
I was on board my ship. Why?
That's very interesting. Fancy asking me why. Are you trying to tell me that an intelligent man such as yourself hadn't linked our request that you visit us with Maybrick's death? When did you see him last?
Last Saturday night at Deborah's in Curzon Street.
His body was found in Gresham Lane, less than 300 yards from where your nightclub was moored.
Well?
What time did you go aboard the Queen Carolina on Sunday night?
Well, I couldn't give you the exact time, about 11.
Well, we were wondering if you might have seen or heard anything. After all, you knew Maybrick well. You might even have cut through Gresham Lane. His body had been lying there for about an hour.
And even if I did, I wouldn't take any notice of a man dressed like a tramp. I can't help you.
We think you can. You haven't seen Maybrick since last Saturday night?
No, I have not.
You're lying. I called you an intelligent man, Rawlings. You're not. You're a stupid fool. You've given yourself away. I'm arresting you on a charge of murdering Randolph Maybrick, and I now warn you... Well, listener, he did make a foolish mistake, didn't he? Even the most intelligent of criminals slips under interrogation. Did you notice where he slipped? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
Cosa soffitto. How you hear the children yell when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, especially when you serve them food cooked with maple margarine. I've chosen something rather special for tonight's maple menu. Let's start off with cold tuna avocado surprise, served with a bowl of crisp, crunchy Niblets cheese twists. To follow, vineyard chicken with rice, green peas and marrow rings. Sounds delicious, and I can assure you it is. Something cold to end off the meal, homemade chocolate ice cream. If you would like a free copy of this delicious Maypole menu, just write to Maypole Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with Maypole margarine.
Well, listener, how did Rawlings give himself away so foolishly? It was this. You might even have cut through Gresham Lane. His body had been lying there for about an hour.
Well, even if I did, I wouldn't take any notice of a man dressed like a tramp.
It was a giveaway, wasn't it? In the first place, Rawlings declared that he hadn't seen Maybrick since his encounter at Deborah's. Then how would he know that the dead man was dressed like a tramp? The few times they met were under such salubrious circumstances as to cause Maybrick to wear more conventional clothes. Of course, he had recognized him on the Queen Carolina. Oh, it all came out in the trial. Maybrick returned to the vessel on Sunday, having accidentally come across a consignment of drugs. He warned Rawlings that he was going to inform against him and then went ashore. Rawlings followed him and attacked him with a hammer. Now, the moral of the story, if you're a writer, don't be casual about your labor. You'll not only be down, you'll be out. For keeps. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Cose Sophie
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. My heart went out to the Canadian policeman who let it be known that he had captured the man who was responsible for the murder of the lumberjack and his girlfriend. You probably read it in your newspapers last week. Just before the man apprehended was to go for trial, fresh information proved the man's innocence up to the hilt. I sympathized with his comment when he told the newspaper man that the police had got to start their investigation all over again. Why all this? Well, any police officer will tell you that the really annoying factor in an investigation is the red herring that's drawn across the detective's path, not deliberately by man, but by some quirk of fate or chance. Tonight, I'd like to refer to the red herrings drawn across the policeman's path not by man, but by chance. In the murder case I'm going to tell you about tonight, we certainly had a shoal of red herrings and started off on the wrong foot. That's why I've called my story The Clue That Never Was. It all started when two members of the Margate Mobile Police Patrol were cruising along the seafront one early June morning.
It's about 3 minutes to 6. Don't you think we ought to get under control? Tell them we're coming in. I could do with some breakfast and shut-eye.
Me too. Here goes. 721 calling control. 721 calling control, over.
Control here, 71. Reporting yourself in.
That's right, control. 6 hours of Sweet Fanny Adams.
What were you hoping for? The Esplanade washed away or something?
Oh, all right, clever. See you in a minute or two. Half an hour. Oh, that Fred Beasley. Ever since he's been put on control sector, there's no holding him. Okay, open the throttle. Let's go.
Oh, all right. Hey, wait a minute. Who's that waving his arms about?
Looks like some scarecrow running. No, that's old Harry, beach attendant. I'll slow down. What is it?
Thank goodness you come along. Ain't the blooming soul in sight. Hey, what's up? Down there on the beach. Underneath a stack of chairs. Oh, she looks horrible. She's dead, I tell you. Harry, pull yourself
together. Who's dead? What are you trying to say?
Can't you understand plain English, man? That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a girl lying there on the sand. She's a pretty looking thing, too. Must have been. Must have been? Well, I'll tell you. She's dead as mutton. Somebody must have killed her.
Hop in. How far down is it?
It's about a quarter of a mile. I'll tell you when to stop.
Although aged Harry Bridges, the beach attendant, was regarded by the locals as something of a half-wit, the two police officers soon found his information tragically accurate. They removed the rest of the deck chairs. A girl wearing a charming dance frock, shoes to match, was lying curled up on the sand. There were severe bruises on her neck. The Criminal Investigation Department of the Kent County Constabulary communicated with us as soon as they were able to identify the victim. Carr speaking.
Operations here. Call through from Margate, sir. A young holidaymaker named Lillian Tyler was found strangled by a beach attendant at 6 o'clock this morning. An old pensioner named Harry Bridges, officer in charge, Inspector Daniels.
Inspector Daniels of the Margate CID was an old friend. I gazed with envy at his uncreased forehead and sun-bronzed face as we shook hands.
I didn't think you'd mind us asking you for your assistance. Margate's lovely at this time of the year. Mrs. insists you come for dinner tonight.
Oh, I'll be delighted to.
I've had the section of the beach where the poor girl was found roped off. My men have been searching in the sand all morning. They haven't found anything. I thought that rather than bring old Harry up here, we'd go down to the beach.
Oh, that's a good idea. You say the girl's name was Lillian Tyler. She was staying at the Seaview Private Hotel.
Yes, that's right. It's just one of the very many places along the seafront. Oh, what a horrible thing to happen to the girl.
Yes, indeed.
We didn't waste any time. She lived with her parents at 23 Goldhawk Street, Colchester. They're on their way to identify the body, poor souls. The girl worked at a firm called the Imperial Adding Machine Company. Colchester tells us she's of a decent, respectable stock.
Mm-hmm. What does your medico say?
She'd been strangled between the hours of 1 and 2 a.m. this morning. That's about all we can tell you, except that her handbag was missing. She was at the Esplanade Ballroom last night. Okay, shall we go down to the beach?
A British seaside holiday resort in the early summer. Squawking, swooping seagulls, the happy shrieks of excited children, the sounds of the merry-go-round from the distant fun fair. Sometimes I wished I were a novelist, able to paint word pictures of the sharp contrast experienced by policemen whilst investigating a murder. All around me were fellow human beings exulting in the joy of being alive, whilst not very far away there was a middle-aged couple named Tyler shedding tears at their daughter's death. Harry Bridges was the local character, all right. He knew it, and he lived up to it.
Down the crows. How many more times?
All right, Harry, look, I've read your statement, but you can't trust these youngsters to be accurate, now can you?
Now you're talking. Darn right, Tipton, you can't. Now, you're a nice, upstanding fella. You've been in the army.
Yes.
You wouldn't believe it to look at me now, but I was King's Corporal in the London Rifle Brigade now.
All right, Harry, now let's say that for the newspapers. Now then, this is the spot where you found the body, right?
Yeah, Tipton, you're right, that's so, yes.
All right, Harry. Now give it to me from the beginning, will you?
Well, I've got to get the chairs up by 7, see, you know. They wouldn't think it. I'm 69 come next Michaelmas.
Right.
Don't want to go rushing around at that age, do you now? So I give myself plenty of time. Always comes out here about 6 o'clock. Before I left last night, I stacks all the chairs up. That's what the army does for you, mister. Neatness and tidiness, that's my motto. Well, now, this morning I starts to take the deck chairs down, and I sees what I think is a shoe. I see there's a foot in it. I says, crikey, there's a dead body here. She was cold, mister. She was cold and dead. I've seen a few dead bodies in my time. Next to myself, Harry, this girl's been done in. Better get the cops. So I starts running towards the police station. Along the seafront comes a police car. And then it wasn't my responsibility no more, you see.
You say she was cold. Does that mean you touched the body?
Well, I only touched her ankle, like.
You didn't attempt to move?
Oh, no, sir.
You sure, Harry?
You're like all the rest of them, you are. You think I'm not quite all there, is that?
No. On the contrary, I think you're very much all there, Harry. You didn't see anything. A handbag, for instance.
No. Here. Not accusing me of pinching a poor dead girl's handbag, are you?
Oh, all right, Harry. Keep your few remaining hairs on. Right, Daniels, I don't think there's anything I can do here. I'll go and have a word with the owners of the place where she stayed.
When the police came and told me, I couldn't believe it. Lillian had been staying here for 3 years running. A nicer girl you couldn't wish to meet ever.
What did she do last night? She went out dancing, didn't she?
Yes, with an awfully nice boy. Brian Keating, you know, of Keating's Pork Pies. And Father owns all that new estate up on the bluff.
You say that when she left here, she had a handbag?
Yes, I saw them both go.
Do you know whether she had much money in it?
A funny thing you should mention that. She said to me yesterday, I wonder if your bank will cash a cheque. And I said, of course, if I signed the back of it. And she said there was a dress she was going to buy. She cashed a cheque for £25.
Did she come down here alone?
Yes. You see, she had to take her holidays in June because the whole works closes down. Oh, she had lots of friends here. Oh, I do feel sorry for her parents.
Brian Keating was in his late 20s. The cut of his clothes, his silk shirt, large, expensive sports car, together with his own rather over-assured and slightly patronizing air, spoke of overindulgent parents.
My dear Inspector, I hope I'm not going to be dragged into this. I mean, I didn't know her all that well. You know, a chap makes hay while the summer season lasts. The local girls are a pain in the neck.
You say you didn't know Miss Tyler well. How well did you know her?
Well, I met her for the first time last year when she was down. I was taking out a girl who stayed at the Seaview. We got introduced. I think I took her out once last year, and... Oh, dash it, she's only been in Margate 5 days.
And how many times have you taken her out in 5 days?
Twice. She came down on Monday. I saw her as I was driving along the seafront to see what talent there was. You know the sort of thing, Inspector.
Why should I?
I beg your pardon?
Well, carry on with the statement. You were cruising along the seafront, you saw Miss Tyler, and you dated her for that night.
Yes, that's right.
And the next time you saw her?
Well, last night. I phoned her and asked if she'd come to the Esplanade Ballroom, and she did.
What time did the dance end, or didn't you wait for the end?
Oh, yes, the last waltz is very necessary to a chap if he hopes to create the right atmosphere.
Well, what time did the dance end?
At 1 a.m.
I see. And then what happened? The two of you left. What did you do?
Oh, that's just it. Nothing.
What do you mean?
Well, there's a cunning little spot. It's known as the Three Nuns. The cliffside's been worn away, and when you're out in a boat, it looks for all the world like 3 nuns staring at you. Well, a kindly municipality has provided a resting place, if you see what I mean, for weary families to sit. We call it Lover's Bench.
And is that where you took Miss Tyler?
Oh, no, dash it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. We got out of the Esplanade Pavilion. I left my car on the seafront.
Smell the sea. Isn't it wonderful?
Yes, it's good to get out into the fresh air.
Look at those stars. Millions and millions of them.
It looks better from the 3 nuns. Come on, in you go.
No, thank you, Brian. I'll take a walk along the sand. It's such a lovely night.
I'll walk with you.
No, please don't. I like walking alone. Thank you for a lovely evening. Please, don't spoil it.
And with that, she went running down the stone steps. Well, I wasn't going to run after her, so I got into my car and went home.
And you never saw her again?
No.
You sure?
My dear Inspector...
Stop acting the fool. You may be a conceited young pup, but I don't think you're unintelligent. You must know the spot you're in. A girl is found strangled. She was killed in the early hours, and you were her escort. You'd be better off if you admitted that you're frightened.
Yes. Yes, I am.
All right, come on.
My father is standing as counsellor. Publicity, he threatened me before. That I suppose my name will be brought in.
You'll be a major witness at the inquest, whatever happens. All right, Mr. Keating. That'll be all for the moment.
We've got him, Inspector.
Who have you got, Sergeant?
Young Keating. Remember that statement he signed saying that Miss Tyler refused to go in the car?
Yes.
Just a minute, sir. Will you come through, Mr. Jones?
Indeed, I will.
Now, will you repeat to the inspector what you told me?
Certainly, Sergeant. On Friday night, I finished work at about 12:15. I'm a waiter at the Seaview Hotel, don't you know, and I went with my girlfriend for a little fresh air. We were on Pilgrim's Beach. We were by the seawall in the shadow, doing nothing wrong, mind you.
Yes. Go on.
And I said to David, listen, Bach, that stupid Mrs. Bellingham says once more that her soup is cold, and let her have it right in the face, indeed, to goodness I will. Shh. Look, there's this.
Can't we take a rest? Let's stop.
Oh, I told you no. We're taking a walk, and if you don't want to walk, go back to your car.
But it's so much nicer at the 3 nuns.
Brian Keating. Who or what do you think I am?
They walked by.
Are you sure, Mr. Jones? Are you sure it was Miss Tyler and Mr. Keating?
Of course I'm sure. They passed right under the lamp. I was on the Esplanade. The sergeant here came to the Seaview to ask me about the young lady. I told him I saw them both last night.
What time was this?
Well, no, Inspector. My girlfriend and I were having a cigarette and chat-like. I couldn't quite tell you the time, but it was well after 1 o'clock.
How do you know that?
Stand to reason, Inspector. We were listening to the band. The music was coming from the Esplanade Ballroom. Always stops at 1 o'clock. It was after then.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Thank you very much indeed. You'll be prepared to sign a sworn statement?
Oh, yes.
Right. You'll be a major witness when Brian Keating is put on trial for the murder of Lillian Tyler.
It's got lift. It's got lift. Purine pastry's got lift because purine is pure. Purine pastry is light, fluffy, and full of lift.
With Purine Pure Cooking Fat, you get the taste of your own good cooking. Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness, from the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, say Epic.
Mr. Jones's testimony was corroborated by his companion, Miss Ada Baxford, and that clinched it. A warrant was issued for the arrest of Brian Keating, and he was brought in. So, you said goodbye to the girl when she refused to enter your car, and then she went tripping merrily down those stone steps. Isn't that what you said? Why did you kill her?
I didn't kill her.
You spun me a tissue of lies.
Yes, I did. I was afraid. You knew it too, you said so.
What happened, Keating? Did she resist your advances, and so in a frenzy of rage and disappointment you strangled her?
I didn't, I tell you, I didn't.
What sort of story are you going to concoct this time?
This time, I'll tell you the truth. I tried to get her to come for a drive, and she wouldn't. She said she wanted to walk. We both went down those steps, and I...
Well, go on.
Well, you're not going to believe this. We started walking along the sands. Can't we take a rest? Let's stop for a bit.
We're taking a walk, and if you don't want to walk, go back to your car.
But it's so much nicer at the Three Nuns.
Brian Keating, who or what do you think I am?
One of the nicest girls I've ever met in my life. Okay, I know when I'm beaten.
Oh, Brian, why do you act like you do? You've been sweet all evening. Once we're alone, you put on this great big brash act. Do you really expect me to be cheap and common merely because we've been out together once or twice?
Do you want to know something? I've never asked myself that question. Sorry, dear. But where do you want to walk?
Thank you, Brian. You know what all the girls call you? The Great Cas. Margate Casanova. Do you like having that reputation?
Yes. I don't look so shocked. What else am I? I wanted Dad to send me to university. He wouldn't. I'm just nothing. I'm just a rich man's son. Can't do anything. If I left home, I'd starve. So you guys got to have a reputation for something.
Bend your face down. There. You're just a silly, bewildered boy. Now, please, Brian, go back to your car. Let me walk on my own.
Bless you. May I see you tomorrow?
Yes, of course you may. No Three Nuns?
No, Three Nuns. Good night, dear.
Good night, Brian.
I went off. I went to bed. And I was awakened the following morning by a policeman telling me that Lillian had been found dead on sands. Can you imagine how I felt? That's why I lied.
All right, take him away. Once we handed over our prisoner awaiting trial, my job was virtually done. All that remained was for me to draw up the dossier for the public prosecutor and have myself ready to appear as witness for the Crown. But I couldn't leave tonight. Daniels was jubilant.
Oh, congratulations. Inspector Carr has done it again. Quick work.
Well, that bag would be a piece of vital evidence. What happened to it, I wonder?
Well, the oldest gag in the world. He took it in the hope you'd see robbery as a motive.
Get your boys to search his place, will you?
Yes, I will. You going back today?
No, I'm not. Do you know, boy, I've been a little slow on the uptake.
What do you mean?
There was a piece of evidence that should have hit me in the eye, and it didn't. Do you know the trouble with the hair, Margate, is this? It soothes you into a state of cerebral somnolence.
What on earth do you mean?
And I've been asleep, that's all. Asleep. A few minutes later, I was in the office of Mr. Edwin Moore.
Mr. Moore, I understand that you cashed a cheque for £25. It was drawn by a visitor, but endorsed by the owners of the Seaview Private Hotel.
Yes, that's right. We don't really take chances with holiday visitors, but if the owners of the hotel act as guarantors, there's very little risk. Why? Oh, I see. It's this poor girl who was murdered.
Yes, it is indeed. Who knows? It may lead us to the murderer.
But I'd read that young Keating...
Please, Mr. Moore. How was she paid out? In ones or £5 notes?
Oh, I don't see what... Oh, how foolish of me. Of course I do. If she was paid out in fivers, we'd have a record, eh? Just a moment, please. I'll find out for you.
Chance, circumstance, fate, call it what you will. The sequence of events that put Brian Keating behind iron bars awaiting trial took a different turn.
Here we are, Inspector. £5 notes, and here are numbers.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Moore.
Operations?
I want you to get hold of X branch ops. Give them these 5 serial numbers. Tell them to put out a top priority circular.
Yes.
If anyone tries to cash one of these notes, we want to know who it is and where it happened.
Are you still on that case, sir? The Margate case?
Yes, of course I am. What do you think I stayed behind for? A free trip on the scenic railway?
Sorry, sir.
The case against Brian Keating was very strong indeed. No one had come forward to substantiate his claim that Lillian Tyler was alive when he bade her good night. Then there were his lies and evasions. Once the completed dossier was sent to the public prosecutor, his chances of acquittal would be slender in the extreme. And then it came. Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector. I've got some news for you.
Yes?
A £5 Bank of England note number, GJ17543-2, is in the possession of a Mr. Field. He's a pawnbroker. Got a shop at 26 Ancient Way, Margate. You can describe the person who gave it to him.
That's wonderful. 26 Ancient Way, you say. If I hurried, I could get there before he closes. Mr. Field, I must take possession of this note. So you get a receipt for it, and I promise you I'll not be financially the loser.
Oh, that's all right, sir. Being a pawnbroker, I've had dealings with the police before. It's lucky I looked at the list, though, weren't it, sir?
Yes. Yes, I understand that you can describe the person who gave you this £5 note.
Describe him? I know him. Surprised me. Took out his row of medals.
By that, Mr. Field, do you mean he redeemed his row of medals?
Yes, that's right, Inspector. Pawned them for £2.
You mean Harry Bridges, don't you? Your description fitted him.
Fitted him? Oh, it was him. Everybody knows old Harry.
Mr. Field, there can be no mistake. You're absolutely sure, because you'll be asked to swear to the veracity of your statement.
Chair, sir. Oh, hello, Inspector.
Hello, Harry. You're busy.
Yeah, always busy this time of the year, sir.
What time do you finish at night, Harry?
Oh, you know, I'll ask that one again. You know, I want to go from 6 o'clock in the morning. You know, some nights I don't leave until 8 o'clock.
What do you do around about 1 o'clock? I mean, 1 o'clock in the morning, when the crowds have gone, it's quiet, dark. Do you like to come down on the sands at that time of night, Harry?
Yes. No. Hey, what you getting at?
What did you do it for, Harry? She was a nice little girl, somebody's daughter, like your daughter. Why'd you do it?
You're mad. Didn't you know? What are you getting at, I tell you?
Suppose it was the medal.
What?
Was it? It's not fair that a man has to pawn his medals after being a king's corporal, is it? Was it the handbag she was carrying?
No.
Harry, you could have got £2 some other way. You didn't have to kill a girl to get her bag. So you didn't mean to kill her, did you?
No, I didn't. She was walking alone. I tried to snatch her bag and run, and she struggled before I knew what I was doing. I got my arms round her throat, and there she was. I covered her up with her deck chairs. It's no good somebody else finding her, because they know it was my deck chairs, see, so I covered her up. I did. I stayed beside her all night. And I sees a police car coming. I didn't mean to kill her, I tell you, I didn't.
What did you do with her handbag, Harry? As soon as I asked that question, he fell on his knees and began to scoop with his hands frantically, like a frenzied dog searching for a buried bone. And soon, he dug a pit almost 3 feet in depth. A sudden flash of white, and there was the handbag, and the case of the murdered girl was completed.
Huh.
I wouldn't have given 2 cents for that boy's chances. What made you suspect old Harry?
Well, I didn't in the beginning, but after Keating dropped his pose of the conceited, arrogant, rich young man, I soon became aware that he had more qualities than were apparent on the surface. But above all, he wasn't made of the stuff that produces murderers or maniacs. Frankly, I wanted to find the guilty party elsewhere. It was going over the evidence when something hit me. Something old Harry said.
What was that?
Well, listener, Inspector Daniels was in the dark. Were you, or did you notice something vital in old Harry's testimony which pointed to the possibility of him being the culprit? In case you're not sure, just ponder over it for a little, listen to some good advice, and I'll be back in a moment to tell you.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then see them ask for more.
Feather light, fine textured and rich tasting. That's how your cakes will turn out every time you use maple margarine. Maple margarine is rich in flavor, rich in vitamins too.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake, then see them ask for more.
Maple. How can anyone make a peanut butter that's really different from any other peanut butter? It's not easy. But Yum Yum is a new kind of peanut butter. A peanut butter that's so smooth, it spreads easily. So creamy, it almost melts in your mouth. In fact, new Yum Yum is so different, we don't even call it peanut butter. We call it Yum Yum Super Creamy Spread. Yum Yum, the super creamy spread with a true peanut taste.
Well, did you get this week's clue? Not sure. Well, it's this. If you remember, Harry, in his first statement, said,
Starts to take the deck chairs down. Then I sees what I think is a shoe. I see there's a foot in it. It's crikey, there's a dead body here. I stops, thinks to myself, Harry, this girl's been done in. You better get the cops.
Got it now? Giving such a cursory glance, why would Harry think this girl's been done in? Oh, the moral of the story. If you're an old dog keen on burying, rather use old bones than handbags. You may finish up 6 feet deep yourself. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Enjoy brighter radio listening with Blaupunkt Radiogram's automatic pre-select tuning.
Kost eens op die tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. A fortnight ago, I told you of an investigation from my epic casebook of crime, during which we at Scotland Yard became almost bogged down in an overabundance of clues. This brought forth a letter from a keen and regular correspondent, Mr. Albert Woods, who complained that because of the surfeit of clues, he failed to spot the vital one, the one that eventually led me to the murderer. Fair enough. Tonight, I'm going to tell you a story where there were only 3 suspects. One of them had to be the killer. And it was an investigation that might have proved abortive had it not been for one important factor. Well, I'd better not tell you too much about it now, except to say that I've called my story Too Close a Shave. just come on duty. What happened?
Man identified as Ernest Longley, sir. Found with his head bashed in.
Found where?
A cheap hotel in the East India Dock Road, sir.
Docks, eh? Sailor?
Yes, sir. We found papers on him. He'd just come off the Flying Albatross.
Where's the body now?
Still there, sir. Name of the hotel is Wellington, 164 East India Dock Road.
Anybody looked at the corpse? Do they know when he was killed?
No, sir. The information's just been flashed through.
All right. I came up in the lift with the chief surgeon. I'll ask Dr. McPherson to come. Keep your eyes skinned, driver. We're near the spot.
Yes, sir. 164, you say? We're reaching the hundreds now. You know, I haven't been down this part of the world in ages. Must be as polyglot a district as you'll find anywhere.
Sergeant Thompson will be on the lookout for us. He's a good man, Thompson. He's in charge of the submariner. Oh, here we are. Pull up, driver.
Morning, sir.
Morning. Seems as though you've got a nice, juicy murder on your hands, Sergeant.
Seems like it, sir.
I bet they keep you busy down here.
Oh, they certainly do, sir.
Salubrious-looking establishment. Before we go in, let's have your side of the story.
Oh, certainly, sir. Now, I'd just come on duty. The manager of this so-called hotel rang me to say there'd been a murder committed.
I noticed you say so-called.
Well, you know what it is, sir, in a place like this. We pulled them in for every petty contravention.
Yes, quite. Go on.
Well, I nipped over here with Constable Jones. What's all this?
Up there, first floor, room 16. Give me quite a turn. Best room in the hotel he had. Blood all over it.
You say there was a murder committed?
Yes. Bashed his head in with a poker. He's lying there beside it.
Who bashed his head in?
Well, how do I know?
All right, show us where the body is. Who is he? Commercial traveller?
No, come off the Flying Albatross. She docked last night.
Did he have anybody with him?
Well, I don't know what you mean.
Come off it, you know what I mean. Did he have a girl with him?
Now, look here. This is a respectable... Here's the room.
Blimey. He's had his head bashed in all that. Constable Jones, you'd better get through to the yard right away. We didn't touch anything, Inspector. We've got the print man working.
I see. What time did this sailor book in?
Oh, according to the manager, about 7 o'clock.
All right. Let's go in.
Like to lose me with job, this is. Having a murder on the premise.
Your name's Mills, I believe.
Yeah, that's right, Inspector.
Haven't I seen you somewhere before?
Me? Not unless you've been to sea. Retired ship's mate, that's me.
All right, Frank Mills, How long have you been out?
I thought you wouldn't recognise me.
Oh, really?
But I did go to sea, mind you. As soon as I came out in the moor, prisoner's aid got me a job as a ship's cook.
And when did you stop being a ship's cook, Frank Mills?
2 years ago, when I got this here job. Got a bit too old for the sea. I've been straight ever since.
If I remember rightly, you were sent up for robbery with violence.
Inspector, you're not going to bring that up against me, are you? Yeah, I'm no murderer.
We'll see. Lead us to the body. The room was very much as I'd expected. An iron bedstead with blankets that looked as though they could do with a cleaning. An interesting point to observe was that the bed was made up. Obviously had not been slept in. The body of a middle-aged man lay face downwards on the floor. Fixed to the wall was a cheap wash basin, above it a glass ledge, and above that a mirror. Lying by the body was an iron poker. Oh, it won't take you long to discover the cause of death, Mac.
It's staring at us. Somebody certainly gave his cranium a wallop, didn't they? It's stuffy in here. Do you mind if I open the windows?
Oh, I'll do it, sir.
In this heated atmosphere, the body's stone cold. He's been dead some hours, all right. Hey, look at this, Inspector.
Huh? I love it. Dried soap suds. Just a minute. Hey, look at this shaving brush. Caked with shaving soap. What does that suggest?
Well, he was actually starting to shave, or was in the process of shaving, and then he was attacked.
Come on, Mills. Who was with him last night? And don't waste any time with your nonsense about being a respectable hotel.
No one, I swear
When did you see him last? Midnight, 1 o'clock?
I swear with me hand on the heart, I never saw him after he booked in at 7 o'clock.
How many people you got staying here?
No one. No one. The Wilhelmina was due in at 4 o'clock and the Dutch Cargo Shipping Company put their crew in. I can prove it to you. I've got the letter booking the rooms. You see, we only do a passing trade.
Passing trade. Quite a euphemism, isn't it?
Eh? What, Inspector?
Never mind. Mills, you're an old lag. You know the score. A sailor's booked in at your hotel and he's had his head bashed in. There's no one on the premises except you. Do you realise...
Of course I do. But I didn't do it. I swear it to you.
We'll see about that. Did anybody ask you for the use of any one of the rooms to entertain, shall we say, a friend?
No. Two blokes come in. They asked if they could book rooms.
What time was that?
About 6. I told them I only had one vacant room because of the Wilhelmina docking today.
What's that got to do with the booking of rooms last night?
Well, the Wilhelmina was due in last night. Don't you hear on the wireless about gale warnings? Hasn't half been blowing up here?
I'm giving you a get-out, Mills. Let's pretend for the moment you didn't bash his head in. What happened? Did you come in this morning, find him dead, and go through his pockets?
No, I swear.
Oh, come off it. He's just signed off. He hasn't had a shave in days. He wouldn't arrive in the hotel without a penny in his pocket. Where's his luggage?
I don't know. I swear I don't. I tell you. He came in, asked for a room, signed the register, told me he was off the Flying Albatross, and that was that.
Didn't you ask him to pay in advance? A joint like this?
Of course I did.
You did? And did he?
Yes, he gave me 12 and 6. All the coins he had.
Did he take the money out of his pocket or a wallet?
Not out of a wallet. Oh, I know what you're getting at, Inspector. Of course, he'd been paid off.
Son Thompson, did you get this man's identity from Mills?
Well, he didn't have to, Inspector. I runs this place proper, I tell you. It's in the register. Ernest Longsley, American citizen, present address, Flying Albatross.
Did you know he was coming here?
No, sir, I swear I didn't.
All right, Sergeant. Take him downstairs into his cubbyhole, get him to make a full statement.
There you go, sir.
Out you go.
Now, look, Inspector,
Out you go. There's a good chap.
Well, you don't think he did it, do you?
Why'd you say that, Mac?
The way you ushered him up to the room, he seems to be the one and only suspect.
True. Can you tell the approximate time of death?
Approximate? No. For a sailor, he certainly didn't seem to like fresh air. But I'd say about 10 or 12 hours ago.
Let me see. It's somewhere about 9 o'clock last night.
Aye, somewhere in that region.
If Mills is telling the truth about the time of the man's arrival here, I'm sure he is. It's too easy to verify. He must have gone out again, then returned later. Looks as though I'm in for a little foot slogging around the docks.
You won't be needing the body, will you?
No. Oh, but make sure that your boys don't touch the poker when they're removing the corpse.
You know, it's strange seeing a fireplace and a poker in a place like this.
Not really. This was quite a salubrious district in the days of the sailing ships. I bet this was once the home of a merchant skipper or a retired slave trader.
Oh, well, I'll be getting along. Are you coming?
Not for the moment, Mac. I'll just stick around and see if I can find a little spot of illumination. With the departure of the police surgeon, I studied the room more closely. Apart from the bed, its clothing, toothbrush and shaving equipment, there was little else to hold my attention other than the obvious murder weapon and its victim. I bent down, examined the face. It was strong, rugged, with the typical creased eyes of a man who'd spent many, many hours scanning the horizon. There was a tinge of grey in the hair, the jersey, the heavy navy blue suiting, all told of his profession as a man who once sailed the seven seas. The case against Mills was formidable, at least so the crime solicitor would say. I began to look elsewhere for the culprit. You there! You the skipper of this vessel?
Sure, I'm the skipper. What do I look like, the greaser? If you come to sell something...
Hey, Ned, what's that? Oh. Who's this?
This, madam, if you're referring to me, is Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. I've come to talk about a murder.
What's the soppy doffle? How you hear the children yell when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed, especially when you serve them food cooked with maple margarine. I have chosen lobster thermidor as the main dish for tonight's maple menu. Let's start the meal with Parma ham and pineapple, served with a bowl of crisp, crunchy Niblets cheese twists. To follow, lobster thermidor, rice, and a French salad. Round off this delicious meal with orange pudding and a cup of strong, fragrant coffee. If you would like a free copy of this mouth-watering maple menu, just write to Maple Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with maple margarine.
As I set foot on the deck of the Flying Albatross, I took a quick look at the young lady who had wondered as to my presence. She was blonde, good-looking in a brash sort of way, and the mention of New Scotland Yard had taken all her perky self-assurance away from her.
New Scotland Yard?
Yes, I'm investigating the murder of a man who I believe was a member of this ship's crew. According to a document found on him, he was a Ernest Longley.
Hey, wait a minute. What did you say? Ernest? Ernie, my first mate, murdered?
He was murdered, all right. What's your name, Captain?
Ashton. Edward Ashton. Say, look, Inspector, I was a little rude to you just now.
No, that's all right. Anybody else aboard?
No, sir. There's none. Well, we only dropped anchor yesterday, and I signed everybody off. Well, I thought my friend here...
Yes, I got the message. Did you know where Longley spent last night?
No. No, I didn't.
What is it, miss? By your expression, you did.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that crack?
Nothing, miss. Nothing, other than the fact that you seem to be trying to tell me something.
Better tell the Inspector about what happened on board last night.
What did happen on board last night?
My first mate was insubordinate. He had a... well...
Quarrel?
Yeah, that's right.
I see. When did you see him last, Captain Ashton?
Soon after we were all paid off by Mr. Hockman.
Hockman?
Yeah, he came aboard and paid us all off. You see, Inspector, we've had a very tough voyage. We were at sea much longer than expected. Everything battened down for nearly a week. By the time we docked, the ship's office was closed. Mr. Hockman came and paid us all off.
Well, what's that got to do with the quarrel?
Well,
He doesn't like to tell you, Inspector, so I will.
Go ahead.
I've been friendly with them both, see. For days I've been waiting for the Albatross to come in. As soon as I heard she was in dock, I came over to say hello.
What happened?
Don't you think you ought to tell him, Ned?
Yeah, I don't mind telling you. But I'll tell you if you tell me how Ernie got murdered. Where? Why?
Do you know a place called the Wellington Hotel in the East India Dock Road?
Never heard of it. What is it? Pub?
No. Small, unlicensed hotel. Do you know it?
Of course I know it. I was born and bred in the East India Dock Road. Not that I've ever been inside it.
Well, he was found in one of the rooms with his head bashed in. Now, what's the story, Captain?
Well, after we'd paid off the crew, I went to the first mate's cabin.
Hiya, Skip. You gone?
Yeah. I'll be glad to get my feet. What are you doing with that suitcase?
What do you think? You don't think I'm going to stay aboard tonight, do you? Let me see. Some shaving tackle, dough.
You want to be careful with that dough, Ernie. You got 6 months' pay there.
I will. What are you doing tonight? You staying ashore?
It depends. I got me a date. Except by now she's all tied up.
Should have been the Sailor's Arms. Why don't you come in for a drink?
Yeah, might do that. All depends on the girlfriend. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Ernie! Ernie!
Nancy, why you... Oh, gee, it's good to see you.
Don't you have a shave on this boat?
Give us a kiss.
What is all this? Nancy, what gives? Last time I was in docks, you promised me...
Hey, what about the three of us going to have a drink? It's great to see you both.
My pal, my first mate. So that's why you wanted your shaving tackle. Here!
I shouldn't have done that. Throwing his case in the water like that.
Mr. Ashton, sir, if you weren't the skipper of the Flying Albatross, I'd pick you up and I'd throw you...
Now, look, I'm sorry, Ned. But you should have done what Ernie did. He sent a note to the pub with one of your crew. How was I to know?
Well, you should have done. I've got work to do. And then what happened? Well, nothing, I swear it. I didn't murder him. I was angry as all get out when you've been at sea and... Go on. Well, what do you mean, go on? Captain Ashton, someone bashed in your first mate's skull. You had a quarrel with him. Are you sure that that's the last time you saw your first mate alive? Here, aboard this ship? No, I'd better come clean. That's better. I didn't want to take a rap for a matter I didn't commit. And Nancy here and Ernie walked off the Flying Albatross. Well, yeah, I was kind of lost. I was banking on an evening out with Nancy, so what? Well, I knew where Ernie would go, the Sailor's Arms, where all we American sailors go. I walked in and saw them sitting there. Well, I didn't tell you this, Nancy. I pretended I didn't see Ernie when I came up to you. Are you saying that you walked into the Sailor's Arms, you saw Longley sitting with this young lady, you saw him get up, leave the pub, and you went over? Yeah, I was a bit surprised.
Look, Inspector, let me tell you this.
No, if you don't mind, miss. By the way, what is your name?
Nancy Toppin.
Well, if you don't mind, let Captain Ashton tell his story. Go on, please. I'd better, Nancy. This is too serious. Well, Inspector, as soon as I saw Ernie walk out of the pub, I went over. Where's he gone? You want a drink?
Oh, he's gone to fix a room for himself. Either at the American Sailors' Mission or somewhere. He looks terrible. Hasn't had a shave in days. I'm sorry, Ned, really I am. Do you know, he sent me a note and... Well, he's going to spruce himself up and then he's going to take me to Gino's.
Oh, that tough giant. What about later, kid? You won't be with him all the time, will you? I can give you a better time than him.
Sure you can. Well, I can't get out of it now. I'll ditch him with some excuse. I'll meet you at Wylung's place. Okay?
Well, I had a few drinks and I left and met Nancy again at Wylung's. Now, just a minute. Let's get everything in sequence. What time was this when you had a drink at the Sailor's Arms?
About 6:30 to 7:30. I went home and repaired the odd damage and I met Ned at the other place. Wylung's.
What time?
About 9.
What time did you stay there till?
Well, I might as well tell you. We stayed there a few hours and, well, I came back here with Ned.
I see. Neither of you ever went to the Wellington Hotel?
No, of course not.
Well, I'll be sending the worthy Sergeant Jackson over. Please don't either of you leave until you made a statement. The Sailor's Arms, you say? Inspector, are you the first mate of the Flying Albatross has been bumped up, eh? He has, and I want your help. You see, so far as we can gather, the last 3 persons to see him alive were the manager of the Wellington Hotel. Ah, Frank Mills, eh? Yes, that's him. But I also understand that there was the skipper and a girl, if one can describe her as such, named Nancy Topping.
The toughest baby that ever took a sailor for a ride.
I'd borrow from this puppy if I could, but what can I do? You know us, Inspector. This is a tough joint. We try to keep it so that the guy comes ashore needing a drink and doesn't get rolled for his money.
And do they?
Well, when light-fingered Nancy's around, they do. It's an old trick of hers. All right. I might as well tell you. I was just going to stop it, except this chap's captain come over and I don't interfere.
Stop what?
Well, I served him with the drinks. Then I saw him hand over his wallet. You know, give me your money to prove you're going to turn up later. Of course, he'd had one over the apron. I saw her do it. I'd be back to the bar cleaning the glass, and I saw her in the mirror.
Gone?
Yeah, you may think what you like, Inspector, but there were some characters in the bar that would have cut my throat if I'd said anything, you see.
Oh, no.
Why do you say that?
Because, my good friend, you've robbed me of the motive for murder. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes?
They were at White Lungs all right, sir, 9 o'clock.
Did you get any luck with the other line of inquiry?
No, sir. Everyone's been questioned. They never saw him.
I see. I think I'd better have a word with Frank Mills again. When Longley booked in, did he have a parcel with him? Anything at all?
No, Inspector. No.
And are you sure that you never heard him?
No, we went up to his room and that was it.
What'd you do?
Well, I know you won't believe this, but I went to the pictures all on me own.
What time did you get back?
About 11. I went straight to bed. I swear it. I didn't see the poor chap till I went to bring him his tea in the morning. Look, I didn't kill him, honest, I didn't.
With his protestations of innocence still ringing in my ears, I went and had a word with Sergeant Thompson. Are you absolutely certain, Sergeant, that no one saw Longley later that evening? Has every bartender, shopper, and a dockside dive been questioned?
Yes.
Of course. I'm out of my Chinese mind. Sergeant, do you know this girl they call Light-Fingered Nancy?
Nancy Topping. One of the smoothest operators on the docks.
Is she in the local rogues gallery?
Yes, we've got a picture of her, sir.
Good. I'm sorry to do this to you, Sergeant, but I want the East London CID to take her picture. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector. She's been recognised.
She has?
Yes, sir. She was found...
Never mind. That girl knows too many sailors. We've got to work fast. She didn't kill to defend her virtue, but she killed him all right, and we've got to find out why. Hello, Miss Topping. I think you've met Sergeant Thompson.
What do you want?
What you took from Ernest Longley.
You mean his wallet? He gave it to me.
But he didn't give you the more valuable item, did he? All right, Sergeant, take your men, search the flat.
No, he did. He gave it to me in the pub. What was I want with diamonds?
Nancy Topping, we're arresting you. Take it away, charge her. Give her the usual warning. Go in. Hello, Mac.
I hear that you've caught the person who wielded the poker.
Yes. Seems that our American sailor was a little foolish. Whilst in his cups, he showed Miss Nancy a diamond that he was smuggling into the country. It's worth many thousands, intended for some fence in Hatton Garden. She had other ideas. She went round to the hotel that night. Had to be her. Luckily, we've got evidence to prove it. You see, when I first looked at the corpse... Well, listeners, as I promised at the beginning of this story, there were only 3 possible suspects. But what made Light-Fingered Nancy the only possible culprit? Not sure? Well, think around it, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
How can anyone make a peanut butter that's really different from any other peanut butter? It's not easy. But Yum Yum is a new kind of peanut butter. A peanut butter that's so smooth, it spreads easily. So creamy, it almost melts in your mouth. In fact, new Yum Yum is so different, we don't even call it peanut butter. We call it Yum Yum Super Creamy Spread. Yum Yum, the super creamy spread with a true peanut taste. Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness, from the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, say Epic.
Well, listeners, why did it have to be light-fingered Nancy? Now, if you remember, Mills said,
"He give me 12 and 6, all the coins he had."
We know that Longley's wallet was taken from him.
Then I saw him hand over his wallet, you know. "You give me your money just to prove you're going to turn up later."
We also know...
I shouldn't have done that. Thrown his case in the water like that.
Yet when we surveyed the scene of the crime, there was a shaving brush still caked with soap and traces of soap on the dead man's bearded chin. He couldn't have bought them himself when he went out again. We traced every possible shop. It was then that I realized that he must have asked Nancy to purchase some shaving cream on her way to the hotel. The moral of the story? Sailors, don't go on the spree with dockside ladies. They're inclined to give it too much of a bash. Good night.
Shell, Theatre of the Air.
The Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
You've often heard me say, whilst interrogating a self-confessed murderer, that no one has the right to take the law into his or her hands. That I cannot stress strongly enough. And those who set themselves up as executioners outside the machinery of the law must be punished. Yet, a policeman knows better than most that there are times when the victim has goaded his assassin to a point where the crime might easily come under the heading of manslaughter and not be judged as a premeditated act of murder. However, that is for the court to decide, not your police officer. The victim in tonight's story was a stinker of the first order. As I delved into the background leading up to his death, the man became more and more repulsive in my eyes. Yet, he was murdered, and it was my job to find out why and how, and of course, who. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story, Till Death Do Us Part. As you no doubt gathered, I titled this week's story, Till Death Do Us Part, because marriage and murder were very much part of the crime's pattern.
Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Yes, officer.
Calls just come through.
Oh, don't tell me. In 20 minutes it'll be the witching hour and I'm off duty.
Pray so, sir. Man found battered to death. Dr. Macpherson is on the scene, sir.
The senior police surgeon, 20 minutes to 12. I thought he'd be in bed by now. Went off duty early to attend a lecture at the Royal Institute.
Well, sir, he sends his compliments and says he's at 48 Wilberforce Crescent, South Kensington, sir.
Well, if Dr. Mack says it's murder, then it's murder, all right. Okay, officer, organise transport.
That's number 48, sir.
Ah. The lights are ablaze in the downstairs room.
I see that Dr. McPherson's car's outside. Well, you can return to the yard, driver.
Oh, very good, sir. Oh, quick work, Carr.
Still wearing your black tie. Now, how did you...
I was cutting through Wilberforce Crescent when I saw this young woman running along the pavement, screaming at the top of her voice. What is it?
I can't go back. He'll murder me. I know he will.
He?
My husband. I must get a policeman. My baby's in there fast asleep. The man's mad. I tell you, he's mad. He even threatened to...
Is that your house where the front door's open?
Yes, but he's wild. I must get hold of a
Please,
policeman.
come back with me. No harm will come to you. I happen to be a police surgeon. No one seems to be following you. You're trembling. You need a sedative, young lady. Come on. You'd better take a couple as soon as we get back to your house. Well, Carr, we walked back here into this house through their living room, and I found a man she says was her husband who was lying on the floor. He was dead.
Murdered? Well, couldn't it have been...
I know what you're going to say. The wife could have struck him whilst they were quarrelling. It may not necessarily have been murder, if her own life was in danger. But wait till you get inside, you'll see what I mean.
I followed my friend and colleague into the house. Through a narrow hallway shaped like the letter L, at the end of the right angle was a further door. It was open, and the framework revealed the body of a man, his head lying in a pool of blood. Nearby, a heavy brass poker.
Yeah, I thought it was rather strange. Not a sound as Mrs. Jeffries and I entered the room. Well, as soon as I saw this, the lack of noise ceased to be a mystery.
Is that the name, Jeffries?
Just take a look at the body. You see that? Now, that blow has almost cracked the back of his skull in two.
Yeah.
Now, that wasn't warding off an assault. Besides, whoever killed him struck from behind.
Therefore premeditation, therefore murder.
Exactly, Carr. Yeah. Now, Mrs. Jeffries is under. I had to sedate her. As soon as she saw her husband lying there, she had the screaming hysterics. I had the greatest difficulty in giving her a jab with a needle.
I see. You say there's a child upstairs?
As soon as the injection began to take effect, I persuaded Mrs. Jeffries into her bedroom. Now, above are the servants' quarters. They are away. The wife is in hospital and hubby's got the weekend off. Now, opposite the bedroom, there's a child's nursery. Kid can't be more than 2 or 3 years old. Poor little nipper is going to wake up to a sad and tragic world.
Just a minute, Mac. Judging by the amount of blood that flowed and the condition of the carpet and your own account as to what happened tonight, it means one of two things. Either Mrs. Jeffries clobbered her husband while his back was turned and then went running into the street shouting blue murder, hoping to get away with a charge of manslaughter or self-defense. Or, if what she told you is true, someone, in the couple of minutes between the time she ran out of the house and the time you arrived here, murdered him.
You mean there was a third party in the house tonight?
That's a possibility. That doesn't mean that Mrs. Jeffries was aware of his presence.
For that matter, the killer could have nipped into the house and been hiding in the garden. I wouldn't have seen him, not with that tall privet hedge. I tell you this, he's not been dead more than 10 minutes. Oh, dear. She's very deeply sedated, but a mother's instincts, you know. If Mrs. Jeffries wakes now, you'll not be able to get any coherent statement from her.
Okay, Mac, now you go out and see if you can pacify the child. I'll take a look around. That poker might reveal something interesting. Brass is an ideal metal for showing up prints.
All right, I'll be down in a moment.
Right. Oh, is this the telephone you used to get through to the yard?
It is.
Right.
Operations.
Carr here. I'm speaking from the address you gave me. Dr. McPherson's here. The name is Jeffries. Just a minute, Ops. I'll see if I can get his Christian name. Here's an envelope. It's Martin Jeffries.
Martin.
Check, Ops. You've got the address. I want to find out all about him. Judging by the residential area and the way the house is furnished, he's obviously a man of means.
Very good, sir.
And I want a print man over here right away. I haven't looked at the murder weapon yet. It's a large, heavy brass poker. Prints may come up under my microscope.
Will do, sir.
Tell the night duty officer at X branch I can't wait till morning. Time is of the essence. I want to know everything about his wife.
Right, sir. Will you be back at the yard tonight, sir?
I can't tell yet. I should be off duty by now. Oh, send a docket through to ACO's office. They like to know what's happening.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and one other thing, Ops, the body. The quicker we can get the corpse out of the house, the better. Send an ambulance right away. Won't take more than a few minutes for me to make an appreciation of the situation, as my military friends would say.
Will do, sir.
Right, bye.
Money must be worth a few thousand.
I'm afraid I wasn't paying much attention to it. It's all so bizarre. If she murdered him, why does she go running into the street? Why not undress and go to bed and pretend the first inkling she has of the tragedy was when she came down to breakfast?
On the other hand, if she didn't kill him, is she shielding a lover? Maybe a husband arrives home, finds his wife in another man's arms, they quarrel, a lover picks up the poker...
Just a minute, Mac. In the first place, Mr. Jeffries is minus his shoes, his coat and his tie. There are the shoes, neatly tucked away under that sofa. I saw a jacket thrown across the chair in the hallway. Did Madam look as though she'd just arrived home? Could she have surprised hubby in the arms of his mistress?
That's an angle I never thought of. No, as you'll see, she's wearing a skirt and a blouse. The upper middle class who can afford this kind of living room don't go out at night in that sort of attire.
Did she say what they were quarrelling over?
No, she seemed far too frightened and hysterical.
Well, the child seems at peace with the world. A boy or a girl?
So, boy is a sweet little chap. I just touched his shoulder and he was sleeping as peaceful as children can sleep. Hey, well, where do we go from here, Carr?
Well, I know where you're going. Get some shut-eye. I cased this room, but not very thoroughly. Haven't gone through his private papers.
Just a minute. There's another thought. We're being conditioned by the husband and wife's quarrel. Supposing it was a perfect stranger, supposing as soon as Mrs. Jeffries ran into the street crying blue murder, it was some man intent on robbery and cracks the skull of Jeffries, but is interrupted by the return of the wife and me.
You mean ran out the back way?
Why not? We haven't really tested the tradesman's entrance or any of the rear windows for that matter.
Mac, true. But somehow tenuous. I'll tell you one thing, though.
And what's that?
Either husband or wife or both are interested in the theatre. There are all those copies of the theatrical world. You see, the bookshelves are filled with works by James Agate, Shaw. There's a learned volume on that German playwright Brecht. I wonder if she used to be or is an actress. Her frenzied hysterics would then deceive even you, my dear Mac.
No. I've never been an actress. And I told you the truth, Doctor.
Now, you should still be asleep.
You did say you were a doctor. You shouldn't have made me sleep. Oh, no, I can't bear to look at him. I hated Martin, he hated me, but I wouldn't wish this on him.
Come into another room, Mrs. Jeffries. My friend is Chief Inspector Carr of New Scotland Yard.
Do you feel up to making a statement, Mrs. Jeffries? You realize your husband's been murdered, don't you?
Yes. Oh, I don't know. It's all a nightmare.
Mrs. Jeffries, in this sort of situation, we have to be heartless in order that justice is done as speedily as possible. Now, I take it there are no servants on the premises, Wasn't there somewhere where your small son can spend the remainder of the night? It's barely 1 o'clock. Very soon heavy-footed policemen will be tramping all over the place. Are your parents living in London?
My mother's dead. My father lives in Wilberforce Street, just around the corner.
Do you mind if I phone him?
No. Yes, I do mind. My father would be fast asleep.
Well, what about Stephen, isn't
Mummy!
he? Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Mummy!
Look, perhaps, Mrs. Jeffries, you'd better...
Yes, darling. Mummy's here. All right, gentlemen. All right. But please let me go and talk to my son.
What do you mean by all right, Mrs. Jeffries?
I confess. I murdered my husband. I killed him with the poker.
The distraught young woman ran out of the room. Dr. Macpherson and I could hear her weeping bitterly as she leapt up the stairs to minister to her small son. It just didn't make sense, particularly as the magnifying glass revealed smudges where fingerprints should be, signs that someone had taken care to remove any telltale clues.
You're not going to take that confession seriously, are you, Carr?
If she persists in it, yes, I must. Let's come and take a look at the back of the house while we're waiting for the ambulance and the print men.
That's a good idea. There's a door just at the back of the stairs. That looks as though it leads into the kitchen.
Yes. Now, let's have some light on the subject. There's the back door.
It's locked, all right.
Oh.
Now, this is a tradesman's entrance, leads into the alley that divides these houses from the back of Palmerston Crescent.
Oh, when you went upstairs, Mac, did you notice any windows open?
No, I looked specially. They're all closed, including the servants' rooms.
What about the bathroom? I'm thinking of the drain pipe outside.
Securely bolted.
Oh, well, then there's nothing for it. Somebody entered the house through the front door. But who? Oh. Well, I'm going to take that. Yes, hello.
Is that Sloane 5843?
Speaking.
Is Mrs. Jeffrey there, please?
I'll call her. Who is that?
This is her father speaking.
Oh, just a moment.
Was that the telephone?
Yes, your father's on the phone.
My father? Hello, Dad. Oh, Daddy, something terrible's happened. Martin's dead. I killed him, Daddy.
Oh.
Do you understand? I killed him.
What on earth are you saying? I'll be right over.
No fingerprints on this poker, sir.
Careful.
Those minute hairs and the dried blood will be needed for forensic evidence, so there's no doubt they came from the man's body. Well, I don't think there's anything more I can do. See you tomorrow, Carr. You going to stay here long?
Well, it sounds as though the man I'm waiting for has arrived. That's the girl's father.
Mr. Haskell is here, sir.
Oh, good.
Where's my daughter? Hey, was that Martin?
Well, they'll be taking him away in the ambulance. Yes, I'm Chief Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. This is our senior police surgeon, Dr. McPherson. I take
My name is Haskell, George Haskell. He was my son-in-law. What happened?
Speaking medically, your son-in-law died from brain hemorrhage caused by a violent blow to the cranium.
Mr. Haskell, your daughter has confessed to the crime.
My poor child. She's trying to shield me. I killed him.
I see. George Haskell, I arrest you for the murder of your son-in-law. I must warn you that anything you now say will be taken down and used in evidence against you. You understand that?
I understand. Do you want me to go with you now?
Would you like to tell me what happened?
Well, you know what happened. I killed him with a poker.
You killed him with a poker? Why?
Well, because he was slowly driving my daughter mad. The man was cruel, a sadistic beast. Every time my daughter threatened to leave him, he'd laugh and say, go by all means, but little Stephen stays with me. Every time I threatened to cut off their allowance, he'd sneer and say it was all right by him if I wanted to see my daughter and my grandson starve.
What did your son-in-law do?
Do? Oh, for a living, you mean? Oh, Martin Jeffries was a reasonably good actor until he persuaded my daughter that he would love and cherish her when she became his wife. From that day on, he's done nothing but gamble and torture my daughter with stories of his sexual exploits, but never in front of a witness so that she could get a divorce. Oh, no, always when they were alone. And that's when he started to strike her. Once he even thrashed my grandson. Oh, he might barely 3 years old.
And that's why you killed him?
Yes, sir, that's why I killed him. May we not go now before my...
Daddy!
Oh.
Daddy!
There, my child, please. It's all right. I told the inspector everything. Now, why don't you and Stephen go to Aunt Millie's? All right, Inspector, I'm ready when you are.
Oh, no, he didn't do it. I did it.
Please, Mrs. Jeffries, for your baby's sake.
Mommy!
Oh, look,
Mommy!
Mrs. Jeffries, you'd better go back to him.
Yes, I'm going.
Mr. Haskell, at what time did you strike your son-in-law this evening?
Oh, not more than an hour and a half, 2 hours ago.
That's about right. What were you doing here?
I came to see my daughter. She was out. She was running up the street. I ran in and said, "What have you done to my daughter?" I picked up the poker and, as his laughing, sneering face stared at mine, I struck him. Do you hear? I struck him.
On his face? Where?
I don't know. On the temple, I suppose. We were shouting at each other.
I see. You're sure you struck him on the temple?
Why, yes. Why? Where was he struck?
Well, don't you know, Mr. Haskell?
Let me through, you fool. Yes, he didn't do it. Father, what on earth do you think you're doing?
Go back home. Peter, you've to keep out of this.
The sergeant at the door says that my father's confessed to murdering Martin.
The sergeant's a stupid god. He talks too much.
Please go. Don't interfere. There's nothing that you can do. In a moment of misguided love for her father, your sister has confessed to a murder which I committed.
Gail confessed? Inspector Carr, this is like some awful black comedy. I did it. My father's covering up for my sister, and my sister is covering up for me.
How did you kill him?
I hit him with a blood-stained poker.
That's a very interesting answer psychologically, Mr. Peter Haskell.
What do you mean?
Well, you couldn't have killed your brother-in-law with a blood-stained poker. The act of murder caused the bloodstains. Is it because someone told you that the murder weapon is now all blood-stained?
I tell you, I murdered Martin. Isn't that enough?
According to the law, a confession cannot be used as evidence unless it's made in front of a magistrate, which means I have to pull the confessor in and bring him before the beak in the morning. Now, I'm going to look silly if I present the three of you. Now, who's covering up for who? Oh, before anybody speaks, I must tell you, Mr. George Haskell, that I'm convinced you know something about the murder, but
he doesn't. He...
Look, he rings this house at this time of night, expresses no surprise at a strange voice answering the phone, and calmly inquires whether Mrs. Jeffries is here. Why did you phone, Mr. Haskell? Was it because your son had just returned home to confess that he'd killed his brother-in-law?
I don't have to answer anything until I've seen my solicitor. I've confessed. Take me away.
Your father didn't even know the nature of the wound that killed Mr. Jeffries, but you did.
Of course I did. I confessed. Isn't that enough? When did you strike the man with the poker, Mr. Haskell? At what time was it? I heard my sister shouting, "Help! Help!" I ran out of the front door, leapt over the hedge which divides our two gardens, ran to this house and clobbered him. And I'm not going to pretend I'm sorry. What do you want to do? Put handcuffs on me? Well, what's the form?
Were you wearing gloves at the time? Did you wait to put gloves on?
That's not a very funny question, Inspector.
I'm not in the habit of being funny when a man's killed while his back's turned. Why don't you all tell me the truth?
I'll tell you the truth, Inspector.
Don't, my child, please. Just think of my grandson.
Oh, why didn't you believe me, sir? Yes, I was wearing gloves. It's a freezing cold night, and you've been wearing gloves, and so is this doctor. I take it they're your gloves on the hall stand.
You have an observant eye, Mr. Haskell? Of course. Peter Haskell.
Are you the man that wrote that bestseller, Out of the Shadows? A most ingenious murder plot. Shall we go? I take it you want to book me in at the police station? That is the jargon, isn't it, Inspector? To be booked in when one is arrested.
I'm going to ask the three of you to stay in this room. I want you to discuss this matter amongst yourselves, and I want you to bear in mind that making a false confession is a serious offence. Now, Dr. Macpherson and I are going back to where the unfortunate man is lying. Any moment from now, the ambulance will take his body away. I know that you're withholding information. Now, talk about it amongst yourselves. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Let's go, man. The two of us left the trio and made our way back to the scene of the crime. The fact that Peter Haskell was the well-known crime writer was an important factor in my deliberations. As I said to Dr. Macpherson, doesn't add up, does it, Mac? This Peter Haskell wouldn't kill so brutally and clumsily.
Well, I don't agree, Carr. None of them is type to commit brutal murder, but the fact that this man was maltreating Haskell's sister could cause him to lose all self-control.
All right, see, Red hit him with his fists, but the physical act of going to that fireplace over there, reaching for the poker, doesn't suggest a sudden loss of control. It's a clear, deliberate desire to kill. Now, let's take another look at that poker. Now, look at this, Mac. Now, these are old fingerprints which have been smudged. No one had time to wipe this poker clean. They must have heard you and Mrs. Jeffries returning. Of course! Who else? I'm going back into the living room. Well, anybody got anything to tell me?
We haven't had 5 minutes. And it's all right, we don't need it. I'm now convinced that my sister didn't kill Martin. My father's been covering up for me, as you gathered. We knew that he'd been murdered.
By we, you mean the three of you?
No, no, no. I told you the truth when I said that I leapt over the hedge and entered this house. I heard them quarrelling. I worried for my sister's safety. I heard her rushing out into the road.
I ran into Martin's study. He was lying on the floor with his head split open. I thought my sister did it. I went back home, and when my father questioned me...
Peter told me that he killed Martin.
Never mind that now. What's the name of your servant?
But he's away.
Please, Mrs. Jeffries, he may be innocent, but I want him picked up tonight, or rather, I should say this morning.
Well, you can't think that Palmer is...
Madam, either one of you is guilty, or it's your servant. There can be no other possibility. Well, I'm keeping a sergeant here tonight. I'm going to get some shut-eye. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector. It works, sir. As soon as the Yarmouth police told Palmer that if he didn't come clean, Mrs. Jeffries would be arrested for murder, he broke down and confessed, sir. Seems he stayed too long in the pub and missed his train.
So he returned home, using the back door, as he normally did, heard his mistress shouting help, rushed into the study and clobbered his boss. That the story?
Yes, sir. He ran out of the back door, locked it. Swears he would have confessed eventually, but...
Probably telling the truth. Running back to his own hometown was a natural thing to do. Okay, Ops, my thanks to Yarmouth. Tell them we're sending an escort to bring Palmer back to London.
Very good, sir.
Well, Mac, did you hear that?
Aye, poor chap. He won't be able to get away with a plea of self-defence. He might have done if he hadn't struck Jeffries on the back of the head.
True, but what with the evidence of the Haskell family, they won't be able to pin a murder rap on him. I hope he doesn't get too stiff a sentence.
Now,
what is it, Mac?
Well, it's pretty clear that the Haskells didn't kill Jeffries, the way they told their stories, but why did you look to Palmer as being the killer?
Because it had to be Palmer, don't you see?
Because he was the only one, other than his employers, who had a key to the back door.
A contributory factor, but not only that, there was the all-important matter of... In their agitation, the wife and her relatives rushed out into the cold night without wearing gloves. And yet, when we examined the poker... And look at this, Mac. And these are old fingerprints which have been smudged. By someone wearing gloves, of course. And that someone had to be the servant Palmer. He was found guilty of manslaughter under extenuating circumstances and given the minimum sentence allowed under the law.
The epic casebook was produced by Michael Silver with Hugh Russ as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our epic casebook.
Kosten op die tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. It will not have escaped the notice of regular listeners to my Casebook of Crime that there are clearly defined organizations to deal with matters of British security. Now, when I say security, I don't just mean it in its generally accepted sense, that is, safeguarding the military and political secrets necessary to a country's defense. I mean security in all its ramifications. Keeping a country and its people secure from the effects of lawlessness, industrial unrest, economic upheaval. From time to time, my stories have featured the ramifications of MI5, or the Special Branch. Yet, despite opinion to the contrary, any death, where murder is suspected, is handled by the Criminal Investigation Department of a police force, and not by what are commonly known as the Cloak and Dagger Boys, even if the persons concerned are known to be actively engaged in political or diplomatic negotiations of the most confidential nature. Why all this? Because the story I'm going to tell you tonight concerns the death of someone who, in his lifetime, became one of Britain's most distinguished Foreign Office officials. His name was Sir Rowland Makepeace. I've called my story The Threads of Death. unusual aspect of Sir Rowland Makepeace's death can be gauged from the way operations brought matters to my notice. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
No, who's been murdered this time?
Well, sir, we don't know that he has been murdered.
He? Who in the name of goodness is he? And if a murder hasn't been reported, why are you telephoning the duty officer of the murder squad?
Well, sir, it was first reported to the Foreign Office.
Foreign Office?
Yes, sir. We've just had a Mr. William Banbury from the Foreign Office on the line. He's coming down to see you, sir.
Mr. Banbury, is he?
That's right, sir. Seems as though there's some doubt as to whether the man found dead was murdered or committed suicide. You may have heard of him, sir. His name is Sir Rowland Makepeace.
Makepeace? Oh, yes, I've seen his name in the newspapers. How was he killed, do you know?
No, sir. Wouldn't give any more information.
Oh, well, if he wouldn't, he wouldn't. All we can do is await his arrival. Mr. William Banbury could not have been bettered as the epitome of the British Foreign Office official. Tall, with a slightly stooping academic air and a deceptively slow manner of speech, he painted a word picture that was succinctly clear in a matter of minutes.
A servant found Sir Rowland hanging from a rope less than 30 minutes ago. Now, Inspector, there's nothing to indicate that he was murdered. Without going into the whys and wherefores, I must tell you that Sir Rowland was head of our Eastern European Division and was on the point of preparing a memorandum that would profoundly affect the member states of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization.
Mr. Banbury, you wouldn't have got in touch with Scotland Yard unless you yourself were pretty certain that this gentleman was murdered. Have you any other reasons for suspecting foul play other than some foreign power wanting to stop him issuing his memorandum?
It's not quite as simple as that.
Oh?
I myself think he was murdered. Assuming it was suicide, we still need your help. I might as well tell you that the servant who found the body is a member of our security organization.
Well, how can we be of help if we do decide the gentleman committed suicide?
Well, it's now 9:30. It's going to be absolutely impossible to keep Sir Rowland's death a secret. By midday, the papers are going to carry the story. If it's suicide, certain overseas newspapers will play it up tremendously. They'll say that Sir Rowland took his life because he didn't want to be a party to wicked intrigue against the Balkan states. You realize that this memorandum he was preparing was due to be presented to NATO in 10 days' time. It must be murder.
Because Sir Rowland Makepeace was not the sort of man to take his own life?
Well, frankly, at the moment, I'm not concerned with the dead man's reputation. Inspector Carr, we want it to be murder. If we can demonstrate that Sir Rowland Makepeace forfeited his life, died because of his efforts to reach an understanding with Yugoslavia, we can go to the conference table with the knowledge and show that one of Britain's top Foreign Office officials was murdered by the enemies of Yugoslavia as well as Britain. On the other hand, if by then the inquest brings in a verdict of suicide, the ground will be cut from under our feet.
Can't you prevent the inquest?
Impossible to do. I wish we could. But the law says that an inquest must be held within a reasonable space of time after death. If we break the law, the boys on the other side will play that up too. Get the message?
Loud and clear. Except for one thing. Supposing I investigate his death, and my conclusions are that this gentleman took his own life. What happens then?
We at the Foreign Office will have to bow to the inevitable. I'm hoping and praying it is murder.
Well, we'd better get cracking. I assume you've brought me all the relevant facts concerning Sir Rowland's age, background.
Of course. I've got his personal security file here. Good. You'll find ample reasons for rejecting the theory of suicide. He was a man in late middle age, a charming wife, 3 married children, 5 grandchildren. Was completely integrated in every way.
No financial worries? Gambling, anything of that sort?
None.
Okay. What's the address?
106 Ensley Gardens, Knightsbridge.
Who's in the house now? In other words, who knows of Sir Rowland's death?
No one except Lady Makepeace and the household staff.
Local police haven't been brought in?
No, you see, 2 of his staff are highly trained security men with an elementary knowledge of first aid. Sir Rowland was dead when they cut him down.
Who cut him down?
The butler.
All right, Mr. Banbury, leave it to me. This is the very first time in my checkered police career that I'm going to the scene of a death hoping that the person lost his life because of a deliberate act of murder.
Have you sent anyone from security?
Yes, there'll be a chap outside, Miller. He'll meet you and take you in.
I don't want to arouse more curiosity than necessary, but I have to arrange for fingerprint experts, photographers. Of course, the body will be examined by our own police surgeon.
Of course.
And one other thing, mustn't take this amiss. While I'm in charge of the investigation, I am in charge. In other words, I don't want any of your plainclothes men coming up to me and flaunting MI5 cards. Security or no security, the scene of his death will be my zone of investigation, and I will give the instructions, right?
Perfectly right.
Just one last thing. Where was the body found?
In his study.
Excuse me a moment.
Yes, Inspector?
My compliments to the senior police surgeon. Tell Dr. McPherson that an extremely urgent case has cropped up. Would he meet me at transport in 5 minutes?
Very good, sir.
Well, I'll get back to Whitehall. Terrible, terrible business. If you need me urgently, Sir Roland's valet will get me on the special line.
Special line?
From their residence to security.
Oh, right. Thank you very much. If I need you, I'll call on you. Together with my friend, the senior police surgeon, I set out for Insley Gardens, giving the worthy doctor all the information vouchsafed by Mr. Banbury. We were met by Banbury's MI5 man, Miller.
Study's on the right, gentlemen. You're Inspector Carr, I take it.
Yes, that's right. This is Dr. McPherson, senior police surgeon.
How do you do? Lady Makepeace is resting. Poor woman, she's quite distraught. I gave instructions that no one was to touch anything. That's the study.
Oh. Now then, let's check our watches. What time did you make it, Mac?
10 minutes past 10.
You, Miller?
Ditto.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want me to get the estimated time now?
Yes, Mac, and try not to touch the clothes. The dead man was lying on a sofa that ran along one side of the study wall. In the center of the high ceiling was a chandelier, baroque in its splendor. From it dangled a thin nylon rope. About 2 feet away was an overturned occasional table.
Well, he seems to have taken the precaution of removing his jacket and tie. I'm afraid I'll have to loosen his collar.
Well, there's no reason why you shouldn't. It was the rope, all right, wasn't it? It's a pretty ugly wheel. Not the sort of thing one wants to look at 10:30 in the morning.
It looks suicide, all right. But why remove the jacket and tie?
And why not the shoes? I should have thought that it would be suicide, particularly the meticulous sort of individual Sir Roland appears to have been, would have removed his shoes before stepping onto what looks like a highly expensive and beautifully polished table. Look, Mac. Look at that dried mud on his shoes. It was raining cats and dogs all night.
I don't know. A man so worked up as to be on the point of hanging himself wouldn't worry about spoiling a table.
That's not the point. Once a person plans his suicide, which he did if we accept suicide, and goes to the extent of removing his jacket and his tie, it would be almost a reflex action to remove his shoes. Now, it's pretty obvious that when he was cut down, he was placed on that sofa.
I can tell you about that.
I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I heard voices and I came down. They should have told me you were here. It's all like something out of an American film, isn't it? I still find it difficult to accept. Are you some of my husband's colleagues?
I wish I could have introduced myself under better circumstances, Lady Makepeace. My name is Carr, Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. This is Dr. McPherson, our senior police surgeon.
How do you do?
How do you do, Lady Makepeace?
I suppose you've come for information. Is it for the inquest? Will they say that he took his life while of unsound mind? I don't believe it. Roland was tired, overworked, worried about the NATO conference. Oh, sorry.
Is there somewhere we could talk, Lady Makepeace?
Yes, of course. Come through here.
I'll leave it to you, Mac. When you're finished, you can take the car and the driver. I'll ring when I'm ready to leave.
All right, you are.
Perhaps we could talk in the music room.
You say your husband was overworked, tired. Was he depressed at all?
Sometimes. His was a thankless job, Inspector. So selfish. I keep thinking what the publicity is going to do to my children and my grandchildren at school. Please sit down.
Thank you. Well, of course, we shall see to it that there is a minimum of publicity.
The thought of an inquest terrifies me. People will be talking about my husband as though... Oh, forgive me.
Publicity is inevitable, Lady Makepeace, whenever an inquest is held, but there may not be an inquest.
But...
Lady Makepeace, it seems to me that there is a strong possibility that your husband did not take his own life.
I don't understand.
I can't justify it at the moment, but I think your husband was murdered.
Oh, how horrible. Then they followed him. Oh, I must have known something like this would happen.
Eh?
Yes, strange people.
You realize, Lady Makepeace, that a man of such importance would have security people following him in order to protect him?
Protect him? How protected was he? I knew it. I couldn't accept the thought that Roland killed himself. Even if he was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, he'd never do a thing like that.
Do you think he was?
I don't know. He used to come home, say he had an uneasy feeling that people were following him. People who didn't belong to security.
I see. I'm sorry to have to ask you this, Lady Makepeace. When did you see your husband alive last?
Yesterday, about midday. Oh, dear. I've got a feeling I'm deceiving you, Inspector, that I'm not telling you the truth.
I gazed at the grey-haired lady sitting upright in her chair and wondered whether she was holding something back, something vital to my investigation. Why did you use the phrase, not telling me the truth, Lady Makepeace?
Because I would rather my husband was the victim of a murderer than the humiliating thought that Roland was willing to leave us all just like that. We who loved and respected him so much. It must have been murder, yet it looked like suicide. Oh, I'll never forget the sight as long as I live. All those shouts from the butler.
Good heavens! Lady Makepeace! Lady Makepeace! My lady, come quickly!
What on earth's the matter, Hobson?
It's Sir Roland. He's hanged himself.
I rushed into the study. Hobson cut the rope. Then I went to my room. I didn't want to lose control in front of the servants.
May I suggest, Lady Makepeace, that you go and rest. And thank you for spending so much time with me. I'll go and catch Dr. McPherson. He's probably still in the study.
I'm about through. What a way to end one's life. And they say he was a brilliant diplomat. Did you learn anything?
He was murdered, all right, Mac. There's absolutely no reason for this man to have taken his own life.
Who knows what prompts a man to commit suicide? For all we know, he might have been selling secrets to a foreign power and was afraid of discovery. I estimated time of death about 2:30.
Now, you've been reading too many lurid espionage stories, Mac. Oh, well, I'll make my report to that Foreign Office, Johnny. I am now convinced, Mr. Banbury, that Sir Roland Makepeace was murdered.
Good heavens. Terrible thing to say, but I hope you're right. An awful thought to contemplate, but better than the knowledge that he committed suicide. The audacity of it. To kill one of our senior diplomats in his own home. I'll notify security and let them take over.
Why? If you remember, I took on the investigation under the strict condition
but now it's different. Our special branch...
The circumstances are not different at all. You've placed me in charge, and I'm far from finished. But I never give up halfway through an investigation, Mr. Banbury, and I don't propose to start doing so now.
But what about the inquest?
I'll give certain evidence and convince the coroner and jury that Sir Roland was murdered by some person or persons unknown. That is, if I don't have my suspects under lock and key before then.
You say suspects. That suggests more than one involved.
I think so. Now, please don't ask any more questions, Mr. Banbury. At this stage, I'll not be able to provide you with satisfactory answers. But I will in due course. Never fear. I
displayed a hearty optimism I didn't exactly feel, because I didn't want Mr. Banbury to use his secret powers to deprive me of the results of the investigation so far. We removed the body to the police mortuary, and there I voiced my suspicions to Dr. Macpherson. I'm reasonably confident that the suicide was staged. Now, were you able to tell whether Sir Roland was alive when he was strung up, Mac?
Oh, he was alive, all right. Otherwise, the blood wouldn't have seeped through. Had he been dead, the heart would have stopped pumping.
Mm-hmm.
And just look at those spots of blood on the man's neck.
Yes, I see. But he wasn't conscious, even if he was alive.
Still think the suicide was a fake, do you?
More than ever. Now, be a good chap. Have another look at his scalp.
Right.
Must have been stunned or chloroformed or something.
Just a minute. Stunned.
Stunned?
Aye. Run your fingers over the back of his head.
Oh, yeah?
You feel that bump? Well, I should have noticed that before.
Oh, nonsense. Not with that thick mat of grey hair. Recent bump?
There's no question about it. If that was an old... No, he could have hurt his head days ago. The bump would have subsided. He was hit less than 24 hours ago. I'd stake my reputation on it.
Don't save it for the inquest. You're a great guy, Mac. I think I'll go and have a word with that butler. Do you live on the premises, Mr. Hobson?
Yes, I do, sir. I and my wife, who acts as cook general, occupy the 2 attic rooms.
And did you hear anything at all during the night?
Well, I awoke at about 1 or so. I thought I heard a taxi.
Why taxi? Why not an ordinary car?
Because I heard a voice say, thank you, and then the taxi drove off.
Tell me about the Makepeaces. Were they happily married?
Devoted to each other, sir.
All right, Mr. Hobson. I want you to tell me exactly what happened. You shouted, Lady Makepeace, come quickly, Sir Roland has hanged himself.
Yes, that's right, sir.
Then what happened?
I rushed to get a knife and cut the poor gentleman down.
Did you knock over the occasional table?
No, sir.
Now, according to your statement, apart from putting Sir Roland on the sofa, you didn't touch anything.
No, I did not.
Who notified the police?
The chauffeur, Patterson, did.
All right, thank you. Oh, is there anything else you can tell me?
Well, what is there to say?
Well, nothing at the moment. Thank you. Taxi, you say?
You want a general call for a taxi driver who dropped a fare at 106 Ensley Gardens. Very good, Inspector.
Yes, I want you to get through to the Foreign Office, too. Find out what time Sir Roland Makepeace left Whitehall and what transport arrangements were made by security.
Right, sir.
Quickly as you can. Yes?
Can I come in?
Oh, just the man I want. Oh, please do come in, Mr. Banbury. I was about to telephone you.
Any news?
Plenty. Sit down.
Thank you.
It's now a foregone conclusion that Sir Roland did not commit suicide. In my opinion, the murderers had nothing to do with the machinations of some foreign power.
But that's incredible. I mean, who...
Oh, never mind that now. According to Lady Makepeace, her husband was working under such pressure that he had a room at the Foreign Office where he occasionally stayed the night.
Yes?
Excuse me. Yes?
I telephoned Whitehall, sir. Security says Sir Roland telephoned his wife at about 9:15, telling her that he would be staying the night at the Foreign Office in order to complete the memorandum on the Balkan Conference. However, he called for a Foreign Office car at 2:15.
I see. Thank you. Did you know that Sir Roland was due to spend last night at the Foreign Office?
I saw him there at 10 o'clock. He told me that if he didn't complete his memorandum, he'd work through the night. But he obviously didn't do so.
It's less than 10 minutes from Whitehall to Ensley Gardens. That means that the driver dropped him at about 2:25. Unless... Well, let's see what happens about the taxi. So, this is your statement, Mr. Baines. Oh, would you care to read it through?
All right, sir. In response to a telephone call received at a taxi rank at the corner of Brook and Sackville Streets, I proceeded to 18 Cadogan Square. I rang the bell. A gentleman answered immediately and asked me to take him to 106 Ensley Gardens. We arrived at the destination at approximately 1:20. He paid me off, and I drove back to the rank, and that's all I know.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baines. Sergeant, we're calling on 18 Cadogan Square. In the meantime, get through to control, find out if the occupant of the flat is home. You, Mr. Baines, will come with me for purposes of identification. I'll see that you're suitably recompensed for loss of time.
What on earth's all this about? I was just on the point of going to bed.
All right, Mr. Baines, was this your fare?
That seems, sir. Will somebody please tell
Inspector Carr, New Scotland Yard. Here's my warrant card. You took a taxi at 1:20 this morning. You took it to 106 Ensley Gardens.
Well, so what? Is that a crime?
That's what I'm trying to find out, Mr. Duke. Oh, your name is Duke, isn't it?
So it says. Yes, my name is Duke. I don't know what all this is about.
Who did you go to see at 106 Ensley Gardens?
Well,
I think you'd better come with me. There are one or two questions we want to ask you. Oh, on second thoughts, we won't go back to the yard. We'll call on Lady Makepeace. Sorry to have had to telephone you at this atrocious hour. You didn't waken Lady Makepeace, I trust?
You said it was unnecessary, sir. Mr. Duke.
Hello, Hobson.
Won't you come through, gentlemen?
Thank you. Let's go into the study, shall we? Did you let Mr. Duke in last night, Hobson?
Last night? No, sir. I didn't see Mr. Duke last night. Through here, gentlemen.
When did you see Mr. Duke last?
I've only seen this gentleman once or twice. Why, sir?
Got your own key, Mr. Duke?
This is nonsense. Key?
Who let you in?
Well...
Oh, come on, Mr. Duke. You said you called round last night. Mr. Hobson, the butler, was asleep. Who let you in?
Rosalind. Lady Makepeace.
My compliments to Lady Makepeace. Would you come down, please?
Sir.
Do as I say, as a good chap.
Very good, sir.
Duke. Your face is familiar to me, Mr. Duke.
I suppose I'm permitted to ask what this is all about.
Don't tell me you haven't read in the newspapers that Sir Roland has been found dead.
I heard it on the radio.
Then why do you want to know what it's all about? What do you think I'm doing here? Well, I'll be... Flash, Duke. I haven't seen you since you used to work the boats. I remembered him all right. Flash Duke. Started off in life as a professional dancing partner for the transatlantic shipping line. Took to card shopping, gambling, confidence trickery. It's all beginning to fall into a pattern, particularly when Lady Rosalind arrived.
I resent being dragged from my bed, Inspector.
Mr. Duke tells me that he paid you a call at 1:20 last night.
Rosalind, the taxi driver,
I might have known. You contemptible little gutter snipe. The first sign of danger and you confess everything.
Shut up, you idiot.
But the damage was done. I arrested them both. Poor Sir Roland Makepeace. While he was busy serving his country, this charming grey-haired grandmother was being escorted by Flash Duke. Whether he hit Sir Roland with a blackjack on impulse, as he said in the trial, and then strung the husband up in order to fake a suicide, or whether the whole thing was premeditated from the beginning in order that Lady Makepeace should inherit Sir Roland's not inconsiderable wealth, was not clearly established. Both paid the penalty for the crime. But what was the clue that convinced me it was murder and not suicide? Not sure. Listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you about it.
How?
Well, listeners, what was the clue? If you remember, Dr. Macpherson and I looked at the shoes. Look at with the mud on the shoes. Rained cats and dogs all night. Yet the overturned occasional table was as clean as a new pin. Got it now? Of course, what really happened was that the poor husband arrived back, Duke coshed him, tied one end of the rope to the bracket of the chandelier and the other round the neck of the unfortunate Foreign Office official who was strangled to death. And the moral of the story, ladies, if you decide to string your husband along, that's your business. When you string him up, that's ours. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook. Makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Man proposes, but fate disposes. No, I'm not about to embark on some profound philosophical thesis. It was just that as I was gazing through my casebook in order to find a story in which my line of investigation and the surrounding circumstances differed from those I've related recently, I came across a number of crimes that might have gone into the unsolved section of our files had it not been for some chance act that no one could have anticipated. It is this seemingly trivial and unpredictable intervention in the course of human activity which makes the perfect crime almost impossible. Had not a dear old lady dreamt that there was gold underneath the cement floor of the garage and paid for it to be dug up, the body of the previous tenant, Mrs. Mayhew, would never have been discovered, and her husband would have gone unpunished. Had not a dog, being exercised, decided to go chasing after a cat in Boreham Woods, Olive Henderson's body would have remained undiscovered until the following morning, by which time her killer would have escaped overseas. As it was, George Barker was arrested as he was about to board a ship. Take the story I'm going to tell you tonight. Had a holidaymaker not inserted his sixpence in the telescope on the top of Marlow Cliffs, he would not have seen Stephen Mannering disappear from the dinghy from which he was fishing, would not have raised the alarm, and his body might never have been found. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Waters of Death. The holidaymaker was a Mr. Patrick Scott. He rushed to report the incident and to seek assistance. Both he and those who went to rescue the man from the sea thought that they were taking part in a rescue operation as a result of an accident. Certainly they did not expect to find Stephen Mannering dead, nor that his death was caused by a blunt instrument and not by drowning. Carr speaking.
Operations here, Inspector.
Oh, who or what is it this time?
Devon County Constabulary seeking assistance. Someone identified as Stephen Mannering. Coshed on the head and thrown into the sea.
The sea, you say? Where?
Marlow. It's a nice time of the year, sir.
Yes, it is indeed. Are they expecting us down there straight away?
Yes, sir. A body was found yesterday afternoon. Sergeant Matthews is in charge of the local station.
Right. Well, tell him I'm on my way. And first, I want to talk to this holidaymaker, Patrick Scott.
Well, now, this is the spot, Inspector.
Ah, delightful spot it is, too. Oh, this is the telescope.
Yes. Hit me quite a shock, I can tell you.
Yes, I'm sure it did, Mr. Scott. Now, you put your sixpence in this machine like...
Yes.
So?
That's right, sir.
Yes. And you got a magnificent view of the bay. Yes, indeed, it is a magnificent view. No boats or anything at the moment.
Well, there wasn't any yesterday afternoon except the one dinghy.
Well, you couldn't tell. You couldn't see anything clearly unless you looked through this telescope. Did you focus the telescope on the dinghy all the time?
Oh, no, Inspector. No, I arrived at the Marlow Cove Hotel yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Just started my holiday. After tea, I thought I'd take a constitutional along the cliffs. I saw this telescope and I thought I'd have a deco at the bay. Well, it was most extraordinary.
Yes, I know you've given one statement to Sergeant Matthews. Would you mind telling it to me again?
Nothing to tell, really. I mean, at the time, there didn't seem anything particularly exciting about a dinghy with a man in it fishing, you know.
Just a minute. Did you say fishing?
Oh, yes, I could see that clearly enough. It was a bit of a surprise when we fished him out of the water and found that somebody had bashed him on the head. I mean, there wasn't anybody near the spot. And I know the sergeant looked at me as though I'd had a drink or two because it just didn't seem to make sense. Of course, I recognized him at once.
Yes, he was staying at the same hotel. Had you spoken to him?
No, not really. I saw them in the morning when I checked into the hotel. And then I heard them as I was unpacking my things.
Heard them?
Well, I suppose every couple has a row now and again. Not that I know much about it, being a bachelor.
Oh? You heard Stephen Mannering quarrelling with his wife?
Yes, it was a bit embarrassing for me. You know, these modern hotels, the walls are as thin as cardboard. I didn't want to eavesdrop. Well, there seemed to be three of them, really, all having to go at each other. His brother...
Just a minute, Mr. Scott. You said he and his wife and his brother.
Oh, yes. I'm sure it was his brother. They all seemed to be having to go at each other.
Could you hear what it was about?
As I say, I wasn't paying much attention. Something to do with shares. I could hear something about accountants and divorce.
Divorce, you say?
Yes, I heard that distinctly. I decided then that I should go downstairs. I didn't hear anything that might be of any help to you, I'm afraid.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. What happened when you rushed to get assistance?
Well, I ran as fast as my feet would carry me to the jetty. Luckily, Mr. Hayes was there with his boat. So I jumped in and we went after him.
If you say he fell out of the dinghy, he might have been drowned by now. I can see the dinghy, but I can't see any sign of Mannering. Are you sure it was Mannering?
No, I couldn't see his face or anything. It's that funny kind of duffel coat he was wearing at the hotel this morning.
Well, keep your eyes peeled. Here, what's that? That's him. It is Mannering. Here, grab that coat. Ah, good.
The water must have been quite buoyant to have kept him afloat, wouldn't it?
No, Mr. Scott. He was dead before he went into the sea. Otherwise, his lungs would have filled with water and he'd have drowned. Now, it's a lucky chance that you happened to watch the incident through this telescope. Well, thank you, Mr. Scott. Let's get back to the police car and I'll drop you at the hotel. I was as puzzled as the Criminal Investigation Department of the Devon Police. Here was a dinghy in the middle of the bay, with no other boat in sight, if Mr. Scott could be relied upon. And yet, this extraordinary mystery develops. We know he was killed before he fell into the water. The local police surgeon said someone had given him a tremendous blow and cracked his skull. But how? Who? Yet the witness is absolutely convinced that there was nobody near the place. I decided to start with Scott's interesting story of the quarrel.
It'll all come out. I'm so ashamed. Sergeant Matthews has just rung me.
Oh? What about?
Oh, well, you'll know it too very soon. We were staying here at this hotel as husband and wife, but we weren't legally married.
Oh.
That didn't mean anything. Stephen and I couldn't get married. But we loved each other.
His wife wouldn't give him a divorce?
She couldn't care less about him. It was my husband that put a spanner in the works.
Who is your husband?
Alan Phillips. He calls himself an actor, although he hasn't had a part since last Christmas. He's a ham, my husband, on the stage as well as in real life. When I told him that I wanted a divorce, he put on an act, talking about marriage being a sacred contract, never to be dissolved and all that. So Stephen and I thought, well, if we can't go to the registry office, we just have to do without it. Doesn't make any difference to me.
I see. Now, what happened here yesterday morning?
Stephen's brother turned up.
Name?
Derek. Came to see the horror of his brother living in sin on holiday.
I understand you all quarreled.
Understand. You mean all the nosy Parkers in the hotel were listening with their ears glued to the keyhole? Yes, we quarreled. There was Derek, the pillar of society, threatening to throw Stephen out of the family business unless he went back to his wife.
And your husband, I beg your pardon, Mr. Mannering?
You may well ask. 100 times he used to swear he'd make any sacrifice for me, and that miserable little crawler actually considered going back to his wife. Oh, I shouldn't have said that, should I? I'm sorry. But don't you see, now he's been killed, don't you see where it leaves me? What it makes me?
Have you any idea who killed him?
No. Yes, I have. Why should I shield him? Stephen's father made a peculiar will. The shares of the company weren't to go outside the family, should one of the 3 shareholders, that is, the mother, Derek Mannering, and Stephen, die without leaving children. Then the shares would have to go to the remaining members of the family.
And Stephen Mannering has no children?
That's right. So his shares will go to Derek and the mother. Quite a coincidence, don't you think, Inspector?
I see what you're getting at, Mrs. Mannering, or rather I should call you... what's your married name?
Phillips.
Yeah. Tell me something about your movements yesterday, Mrs. Phillips.
Stephen said he was going fishing.
What happened to the brother?
He wouldn't even stay for lunch. Went off with a triumphant grin on his face.
Because Stephen had agreed to go back to his wife?
Yes. He said he'd go fishing. He hired a dinghy belonging to this hotel.
And what did you do then?
Me? I stayed here in this room.
How long?
I really don't know. You mustn't ask me these questions, Inspector. Say for an hour or so. First, I wanted to leave here immediately. I'd already written a letter to Stephen, but then I tore it up and thought I'd have another chat with him when he came back. So I waited in the hotel lounge. I had a couple of drinks at the bar there. The barman will confirm that. Then I went to the terrace and read my book.
Mr. Scott happened to see the empty boat just after tea. Do you remember what you were doing at that time?
Yes, I was here on the terrace.
Doing anything in particular?
Reading a book. Now listen, Inspector.
Now, let's not cross verbal swords, madam. I'm only trying to get to the core of the mystery. Your husband, or rather the man you wanted for your husband, has had his skull cracked open and his body thrown into the sea. You'd like us to find the person who did it, wouldn't you?
Of course I would. I know I said some nasty things about him. I did love him. Now my whole world is topsy-turvy.
Will you go back to your husband?
No. I don't know where I'll go, but I certainly won't go back to my husband.
When do you propose to leave?
Well, there's nothing here, is there? I thought of going back to London tomorrow.
Well, I wonder if you'd kindly stay here at Marlow until, say, tomorrow night. Might want to get in touch with you again.
Yes, that's all right. I won't run away. I wouldn't know who to run to.
Thank you. Oh, Mr. Scott. Oh, I've forgotten you were next door. Do you mind if I have another word with you?
By all means. Like to come into my room?
Well, if you don't mind.
Would you like a drink? Keep my own private supply.
No, thanks. Fact of the matter is that I can't get over this business of you seeing a dinghy in your telescope and Mannering fishing, and then he disappears.
Oh, you mean there must have been another man there to crack him on the skull, eh?
Precisely. Now, let's pinpoint it. Did you traverse the telescope from side to side?
Yes.
And then you suddenly saw that dinghy coming along?
That's right, yes. It just come round Brooker's Head, sailing across the bay.
And there was just one man in the boat?
Yes.
Couldn't another person have been hidden by the sail?
Well, I suppose it would have been possible. Mind you, I didn't pay much attention to it.
Well, at least this is something. I don't believe in miracles or conjuring tricks. No. If you saw Mannering in the eye of your telescope and in the next few seconds he isn't there, you'd have seen any other occupant of the dinghy. I don't know. Man has his head smashed in while alone in a little dinghy crossing the bay. Doesn't make sense, does it, Mr. Scott?
No, I suppose it doesn't. Now, look, Inspector, I'm no sailor, but couldn't he have knocked his head against something on the boat? I mean, those sailing boats have all sorts of masts and things that's swinging about in the air.
No, Mr. Scott, after my discussion with Sergeant Matthews and the police surgeon, we know that Mannering was brutally hit over the head with such force that it couldn't have been an accident.
Is there nothing else you can think of? Yeah. Now, wait a moment.
Yes?
Well, on the other side of the bay...
Well?
Yes. There was a car, a black car. I'm not sure about it. Just had a glimpse of it.
You say it was the other side of the bay.
Yes,
now, how
that's
would you
right.
know it was a black car? Had to be a powerful telescope.
Well, it's only a small bay.
That's fair enough. Here, wait a moment. The other side of the bay. If we were here 3 years ago, isn't it all marshland over there? Doesn't a road lead from the village to that point?
Yes. I haven't been over there yet. But according to the local guide, it's known as Dead Man's Point.
I don't know how you do it. I just don't know.
Do what?
Well, cook the meals you do on your housekeeping budget.
When you're a housewife, you learn all the tricks. Like today, I bought a big supply of Pret shortening. It's good. I know lots of girls who don't have to budget, but they won't use anything but Pret.
Well, what do you use it for?
Almost everything. Roasting, baking, and of course pastry. Pret is the shortening for pastry, you know.
Well, darling, I think you're a wonderful cook.
Thank you.
My mother was a great cook, too.
My mother's a better cook than your mother.
Nobody can cook as good as my mom.
When it comes to cooking, mothers go down in history. And when it comes to pastry, tender golden roasts, light crispy fries, Pret shortening stands alone among women who care.
My mother cooks with Pret.
Were we really onto something? Or was the dramatic name, Dead Man's Point, influencing my desperate search for a clue? Whatever my reasoning, I decided to concentrate on that aspect. Look, Sergeant Matthews, I know you haven't got a large force in a small place like this, but Dead Man's Point must have some significance. Why is it called that?
Well, I believe at the time of the Armada, they found a dead Spanish sailor there. Well, what do you want us to do, sir?
Well, Scott says he saw a black car.
Rather a sticky place to drive a car. The road peters out, and all there is a marsh.
All the more reason. Find out if anybody has been seen in a car like that. Check the petrol station in the village. In a small place like this, every stranger's conspicuous. See whether anybody was here who attracted the attention of the people in the village.
Right, sir.
Try the pub. Try the verger at the church. Lots of people visit the old church. Well, you know the usual routine.
Yes, sir, I'll do that, sir.
While the local sergeant set in motion the questioning of the villagers, I got through to London and invoked the aid of operations. Now, this is what I want you to do, Ops. I want you to get through to X branch. I want you to find out everything concerning the dead man, Stephen Mannering, his wife, or rather, a Mrs. Edith Phillips, who had been living with him, her estranged husband, Alan Phillips, apparently an unsuccessful actor, and the dead man's brother, Derek.
Very good, sir. How's the inquiry going?
Oh, it isn't at all at the moment. Well, we have one slight lead that might get us somewhere. Still, we've solved cases that seemed worse than this. Get cracking, there's a good chap.
Righto, sir.
Sergeant Matthews. Well, I hope you don't mind my sitting in your chair using your phone.
Not a bit, sir.
Any joy?
I think so, sir. I find something that might be of use.
Good.
First of all, the driver of the Newton Abbot bus remembered a passenger he had yesterday morning who came off the London train.
Mm-hmm.
It was a woman, and he said she was a bit strange-like.
Oh?
The way she was dressed, he said. She wore flat shoes, a large hat, and a suit, which, so he said, must have been 20 years out of fashion.
That's interesting. Go on.
Apparently, the woman made inquiries about where to find the Marlow Cove Hotel. But when she got off the bus, she made straight for Hatton's garage and hired a car.
Uh-huh.
She also inquired about a boarding house where she could stay, and Hatton mentioned Mrs. Mackenzie, who takes in boarders.
I see.
Well, the long and short of it all is that she did turn up at Mrs. Mackenzie's, took a room, paid for 3 days in advance, and then set off in Hatton's car, which is a black saloon. She returned the car early in the evening, and Hatton said she'd only done about 12 miles. She took the bus back to Newton Abbot, and that was the last anyone saw of her.
Well, didn't she go back to this Mrs. Mackenzie?
No, sir. She didn't leave any luggage behind. But you see, sir...
There's a gleam in your eyes, Sergeant Matthews. What is it?
Well, sir, Hatton said that when this woman returned the car to him, the wheels were caked with mud.
Mud, eh?
And the only muddy place we have round here is that marshy bit on Dead Man's Point.
That's interesting, Matthews. Very interesting. I'll wager my non-existent bowler hat to that telescope on Marlow Cliffs that Mrs. Mackenzie will have some rather vital bits of information.
Mind you, Inspector, I don't know that I can help you, but she certainly was a mysterious guest.
Why mysterious, Mrs. Mackenzie?
Well, she comes here saying she wants to spend 3 days painting, pays her money in advance, and then disappears without as much as saying, thank you, but I've got to return home rather unexpectedly or something. Do you not think that's rather strange, Inspector?
Oh, I certainly do. Tell me, when she came to stay, did she look at the room?
Look at the room. She just sat here for a few minutes, lugged her suitcase out again.
Just a minute. Why did you say lugged?
Oh, because I could hardly lift it when I tried to give her a hand.
I see. The painter's palette and easel isn't all that heavy.
Or neither a woman's clothes, which she may have had in it.
And so the $64 question is, what was she carrying in that suitcase? Can you describe the woman for us, Mrs. Mackenzie?
Oh, she was about 6 feet tall, a little on the stout side. She wore a rather flowery hat, a muffler, and that dress of hers. It was a two-piece that must have been made before Sergeant Matthews here was born.
What was her voice like? Was it a sort of high-pitched, squeaky voice?
You mean it might have been a man dressed as a woman?
Yes, madam. There are scores of cases where... Well, let's not indulge in idle conjecture. Did you see her drive off?
I saw her drive the car round the corner, but from there she may have gone anywhere. Tell me, why do you want to know all this, Inspector? Is it anything to do with the dead man they found the day before yesterday? Someone told me that his wife was staying at the Marlow Cove Hotel, but they say she isn't really his wife.
I'm sorry I can't tell you anything about it. Now, thank you very much for your information. Come on, Matthews, we've got to go now. Maybe some news from operations.
Derek Mannering caught the 8 a.m. fast train to Newton Abbot. He is known to have returned on the 1:30, arriving Paddington 4:20.
Well, that lets him out. We know that the man was alive at that time. What about Edith Phillips?
Interesting point, dear sir.
Yes?
It's known that she created a disturbance at the Green Lantern restaurant 4 weeks ago. She was arrested for striking Derek Mannering with a bottle and was bound over the following morning to keep the peace.
Anything else? What about her husband?
The local manor says there's nothing known against him except he's heavily in debt in the district. The local publican and wine merchants say that they refused him credit.
Right. Anything else?
Nothing further, sir.
Okay, thank you. Oh, if you need me urgently, I'll be back at the yard tomorrow. I think I'd better have a word with the estranged husband. Mr. Phillips, I'm a police officer. May I come in?
Yes, of course.
Thank
you. Through here, please. Oh. And what can I do for you? Is it something to do with the death of Stephen Mannering?
Oh, you know about it?
Of course, it was in yesterday's paper. Do sit down.
Thank you. You knew Mannering, I understand.
Oh, yes, I knew him. My wife and I met him in Yugoslavia last year.
When did you last see him?
Months ago. I can't really recall the date. Oh, yes, it was at some party in our club, the Underwater Club.
And since then you haven't seen or heard of him?
No, I haven't.
What about your wife? Has she been in touch with him?
Now, look here, Inspector. You said you're investigating the case. You must have found out by now that my wife has left me and is living with him, so why ask these questions?
All right, then. So there's no need to beat about the bush. What did you do when you heard that your wife was leaving you for Mannering?
Gave it up as a bad job, Inspector. A wife who can do that to her husband after 15 years of marriage isn't worth bothering about, don't you agree?
You didn't make any effort to get your wife back, then?
Well, I wrote to her. I even rang her, but it was no good. And to be quite honest, Inspector, it had happened several times before, and I've always taken her back. This time I'd had enough. I've got to draw the line somewhere.
Right. But I wouldn't be wrong in saying that the death of Stephen Mannering didn't upset you unduly.
Of course you wouldn't be. Well, what did you expect me to do? Die of a broken heart because that so-and-so had kicked the bucket? I never did like the man.
All right, Mr. Phillips. I'd just like to know from you what you were doing last Tuesday.
Tuesday?
Let's see, I didn't go out at all. I was here all the time. I stayed here from Monday night until Wednesday morning. You see, I've got a part in a new play. I was learning some of the lines.
And what's the play called?
Summer's End. One of these kitchen sink dramas. But it's quite a good play, really.
And what about food? What about a charwoman?
Well, I had all the food I needed in the fridge. The charwoman comes in twice a week on Mondays and Thursday mornings.
So there's nobody who can confirm that you were actually here in this flat on Tuesday?
No, I'm afraid not. But one normally doesn't always have to prepare an alibi, does one, Inspector?
No, of course not. This picture on the mantelpiece, that's you, isn't it?
Yes, that was taken while I was in the Navy.
Ah, you're a frogman, weren't you?
That's right.
Now, look here, Mr. Phillips. On the day Stephen Mannering was killed, a strange woman appeared in the village. From the description, it may appear, I say it may, mind you, that she wasn't a woman at all, but a man dressed up as a woman. Now, for an actor, it'd be quite easy to do that, wouldn't it?
Hey, steady.
Now, hear me out. We got a very good description from the owner of the boarding house where that woman took a room. And I must say that the description fits you perfectly, Mr. Phillips.
I don't know what she's told you, but this is preposterous. How could that woman's description possibly fit me?
It's a very good description, Mr. Phillips. I put it to you that you took the night train to Newton Abbot. Then you took the bus to Marlow, where Mannering and your wife were staying. Knowing Stephen Mannering was fond of sailing, you watched for an opportunity to kill him while he was actually in a boat.
Rubbish. There isn't the slightest grain of truth in it.
Isn't there? When you saw that Mannering had taken a dinghy out from the Marlow Cove Hotel, you took your diving equipment, which you'd brought from London. What did you have in the case, Mr. Phillips? Oxygen bottles?
This is quite
Don't interrupt me, Mr. Phillips. You then drove the car you'd hired from Hatton's garage to Dead Man's Point. When you saw Mannering sailing across the bay, you put on your diving outfit, swam underwater to his boat, knocked him over the head and pulled him into the water, correct?
It's all lies. I wasn't near the place. I didn't even know Edith was there with him. I told you, I've been here in the flat all the time.
Mind if I search your flat? I haven't got a warrant, but I can easily get one. A sergeant could be here.
Why do you want to search my flat?
Well, I'd expect to find an olive green muffler, a flowery hat with a broad brim and a bow, and a woman's two-piece costume.
All right, you win. I loved Edith. No matter what she'd done to me, all I wanted was to get her back. I thought that once Mannering's dead, she might... Don't you understand, Inspector? The thought that she was living with this man drove me mad. It's like the last line of a play. All right, Inspector, you've solved your case. Have you got your handcuffs ready?
I don't think it'll be necessary, Mr. Phillips. Just pack a few things, come with us to the station where I propose to charge you with the willful murder of Stephen Mannering.
You were very sure of me, weren't you? I suppose you knew I'd killed him all along.
Good heavens, no. You were suspect, obviously. But you gave yourself away. You made a silly mistake. Well, listeners, what was Alan Phillips' foolish mistake? Did you spot it? Not sure? Well, listen to the commercial, and I'll be back to tell you.
I know this is your favorite program, love, but shouldn't you be baking for tomorrow's birthdays?
There's no hurry. I'm taking the easy way. I'm baking 4 maypole cakes in one batch.
4 maples? You mean they're all going to be the same?
Same light, fluffy texture, same moist flavor, yes. But they'll have different frostings and fillings. You know, chocolate, orange.
I know. You're trying to blind me with domestic science.
It's very simple. I'm making my usual foolproof maple margarine cake 4 times, that's all.
Maple has its own light blending texture that gives you light-hearted confidence cake after cake. If it's worth doing right with pure, light-textured maple margarine. No doubt about it, maple margarine, a truly great product.
Well, listeners, did you notice how Phillips gave himself away? If you remember, I told Phillips... Now, hear me out. We've got a very good description from the owner of the boarding house where that woman took a room. And I must say that the description fits you perfectly, Mr. Phillips.
I don't know what she's told you, but this is preposterous. Now, how could that woman's description possibly fit me?
See it now? How did Phillips know that the owner of the boarding house was a woman? I never said so. It was a foolish mistake, wasn't it? One for which he paid dearly, since he was sentenced to life imprisonment, as he deserved to be. Oh, the moral of the story.
Never go fishing when there's a skin diver about. You never know who is on the other end of the line. Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maple Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Rouse as Inspector Carr. Listen again next Thursday night at 9:30 to another exciting story from our Epic Casebook.
Große Sophie-Tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maple Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Although I've now been a South African citizen for over a score of years, I still relish what I regard as the finest climate in the world. Here we are now in the midst of winter, and yet, despite the cold wind, the sun is shining and the skies are quite beautiful blue. Or at least it is as I sit in my garden writing these notes for my program. Strangely enough, when I first set foot in South Africa, I was most disappointed. A rather unpleasant drizzle of rain being whirled and swirled by a vicious east wind. And when my friends who had come to meet the boat endeavoured to reassure me that although spring had arrived officially, the weather they were experiencing was most unusual, and that soon the clouds would disperse, the wind would subside, and I would get to know the joys of South African sunshine, I remained unconvinced. But not for long. The first few days of disappointment had a salutary effect. For, as my friends predicted, when the sun did shine, I knew then that I had arrived to live in a country with one of the best climates in the world. Why all this? Well, one of the persons meeting me on my arrival was an ex-colleague of mine who had retired, and who, in fact, influenced me to emigrate. It was thinking of him that called to mind a spring day in London. I was walking across Trafalgar Square, en route to New Scotland Yard, when a paper boy shouted the news of a murder that was to create quite a sensation at the time. Let me tell you about it. I've called my story The Traffic of Death. Yes, it was a pleasant spring morning, all right. A shower of rain had given the air a touch of brilliance. The sun was causing a million sparkles, as if each raindrop were a diamond. The thought of sitting at my desk wading through the police reports, Interpol's list of wanted murderers, etc., made me wish I'd taken up farming or market gardening. And then I heard the youngster.
Read all about it! Read all about it! Murder on the M1! Man's body found mangled! The paper, sir?
Yeah, you, my young friend. Are you the harbinger?
The what, sir?
Oh, never mind. Oh, here you are.
Ah, it's in the stop press if you want to know about the murder, Inspector Carr.
Oh, well, such is fame. And so it was. A saloon car had been found telescoped against a pylon on the M1. A patrolman went to examine the car and its occupant, a middle-aged, prosperous-looking man in a dark suit. He had brownish-grey hair and a heavy moustache. His face had been badly cut and he was unconscious. The patrolman rushed to the nearest first aid kiosk. Having ensured that an ambulance and medical assistance were on its way, he returned to the car. The man was missing. Instead, slumped against the wheel, was a young man in his late 20s. He was dead.
Scotland Yard had been alerted. Spring. Raindrops in the sun. Oh, well, even a detective can dream. Carr?
Murder on the M1, sir.
Yes, I've been reading about it in the stop press.
The county police have asked for our assistance, sir.
Fine. Anything further since the newspaper story?
Yes, sir. The body's been identified. His name is Arthur King.
Anything else?
Yes, sir. 28 years of age, married, police record, released from prison nearly a year ago.
Married, you say?
Yes, sir.
Address?
26 Stepney Green.
Well, what about the man, this middle-aged man now missing? Was he alive when the highway patrolmen saw him?
The patrolman says he was unconscious. He thinks he was still alive because his cut face was still bleeding.
Well, that's conclusive enough proof. Oh, and the car. You traced its origin?
Yes, sir. The owner reported it stolen early this morning.
Where's the body?
It's the Luton Hospital. I've got the report here, sir.
Right, read it to me, please.
Casualty report signed by Dr. Stevens says examination of the body shows that the casualty did not die from injuries resulting from a motor collision. Cranium wounds clearly indicate that the victim was struck with a blunt instrument.
The medical report disposed of the theory that the young man met with an accident whilst driving north in order to dispose of the stolen vehicle. I gave instructions for the patrolman who reported the incident to await my arrival at the scene, where he came across the car and the body. Is that it over there, Sergeant Wilson?
Yes, sir. That's a patrol officer, sir, standing by the car.
Oh, yes, thank you.
I gave him your message, sir, that he wasn't mistaken, that it was murder, all right. Morning, George. This is Chief Inspector Carr.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Moxted. I'm sorry we're a bit late.
That's all right, sir. I don't know whether I'm half or I'm Martha. Honest, I don't, sir. Some of the reporters are trying to suggest I had a drop too much to drink.
Oh, I shouldn't take too much notice of them. Well, lucky it hasn't rained.
Yes, sir.
Now then, you came by here, I understand, at 4 o'clock this morning, eh?
That's correct, sir.
Now, take a good look around. Anything altered appreciably, apart from the fact that the body has been removed from the car?
No, sir, no. I made a drawing for the association.
Yes?
The skid marks are exactly the same. Look, see?
Yeah?
Where the sergeant's made the chalk circles.
As the patrolman said, the skid marks were still clearly visible. It seemed that the car had skidded for about 20 yards before hitting the pylon standard. Patches of oil suggested a contributory factor to the skid. The entire bonnet had stove in. I don't want to keep you, Mr. Moxted. I'm sure you could do with some shutter. How is it you were on this road in the first place?
Well, sir, it's my job to patrol this stretch of the M1 from Linsdale to Luton.
Yes?
At approximately 10 minutes past 4, I was on my way back to Linsdale when I noticed this car here. I went over to examine it. There was a middle-aged gentleman sprawled across the wheel. He looked in pretty bad shape.
Did you touch him?
No, sir, I didn't. As soon as I saw him bleeding like that, I rushed to the nearest kiosk to ask for the ambulance.
Now, you were travelling in the opposite direction. Did you see anything of an accident?
No, sir. But you'll notice about 10 yards further on there's a steep rise in the road. It's impossible to see the oncoming traffic. That's why we've got that warning sign up there.
Yes. Have you any idea when the accident took place?
Well, sir, it could only have been a few minutes before I come along. The car was quite hot and the skid marks was clearly visible.
Engine running?
No, sir, no.
Well, then what happened?
Well, when I got back to the car, I got the fright of my life. There was someone else at the wheel.
Yes, I see. How long had you been away?
Well, now, the telephone kiosk is 8 miles going north. Well, I couldn't have been away more than a quarter of an hour, sir.
Then what happened?
Well, for a moment, I thought I'd been dreaming. I reported the matter to the police sergeant. They took the youngster away in the ambulance and told me that he was dead. That I should call later at the Luton Central Police Station and make a statement. I did that later this morning. Then they asked me to be here at 10:30.
Now, are you absolutely sure that someone else was at the wheel when you arrived on the scene?
I take my oath on it, sir.
Well, thank you, Moxted. Oh, one more question. You're quite sure that the other man was alive when you saw him?
Positive, sir. The blood was pouring all over his face. He was sort of breathing and groaning, if you know what I mean. Oh, it's all so confusing, sir.
Oh, well, we're indebted to you. If you hadn't arrived on the scene when you did, it would have appeared as a simple accident. Car thief skidding into a pylon while driving his loot.
Oh, you believe me, sir? You don't think I've got something wrong with my top story?
Oh, no, of course I don't. Now, you run off home, get some sleep.
Oh, let's see if I've been able to sleep after all this, sir. Well, goodbye, sir. Goodbye, Harry.
Bye,
George.
Nice chap, then. Intelligent, too. No wonder he's bewildered. All right, Sergeant Wilson. I want this area cordoned off, someone placed on duty day and night until we remove the car. From now on, you're my assistant.
Oh, thank you very much, sir.
Now, those notes I gave you. What time did your local doctor on duty say King died? 2:30, was it?
Yes, sir. Here it is. Casualty report. Examined corpse 5:30. Casualty killed instantly. Estimated time between 2 and 2:30 a.m.
Doesn't make sense, does it? How does a badly injured man get out of a car and disappear? And for that matter, how did the young man get into the car? If the times are accurate, the occupants were switched all in a matter of 15 minutes.
It's a bit of a problem, isn't it, sir?
Yes, it certainly is. Well, you better get back to your manor. Phone and ask operations to send out an alert. I want to know everything we can about the movements of this car from the time it was stolen. And I want every hospital doctor and everyone concerned to let us know if they had to treat a middle-aged man for serious injuries. Oh, and while you're about it, Sergeant, we'd better take a look at the hospital morgues, see if they've admitted any middle-aged dead this morning.
Very good, sir.
Meanwhile, I'll have a word with Mrs. King. If I'd expected Arthur King's wife to be the usual gangster moral type of companion to a hoodlum, I was in for a surprise. When I knocked at the door of a neat little terrace house that seemed to defy the squalid, paint-peeling tenements on either side, it was opened by a gentle-faced young woman, fighting hard to hold back her tears.
I suppose you're from the police?
Yes, I am. My name's Carr, New Scotland Yard. Oh, may I come in?
Oh, sorry, of course.
Thank you.
Please sit down. Can I get you a cup of tea or anything?
No, thank you, Mrs. King.
I say the car was stolen. Seems I've lost the battle. Yet he was so kind and loving. In the 8 months we've been married, he's never raised his voice in anger. He's always kind and... I'm sorry. Come to ask me questions.
Yes. Your husband's been murdered, Mrs. King. It wasn't an accident. Did you know that?
Yes, I saw it in the paper. Besides, I've just come back from the hospital.
Yes, I know. They told you were there, identifying your husband. You say that you've been married 8 months.
Yes. I didn't know I'd married a crook. I didn't know I'd got myself a husband who'd end up with his head bashed in on the M1. I tell you this, Inspector. Now it's happened. I'm glad, do you hear? I'm glad he's been killed.
As Mrs. King poured out her bitterness, I began to wonder whether I would ever find the correct pieces to complete this extraordinary jigsaw puzzle. An unidentified, missing, middle-aged man who could be alive or dead. An embittered Mrs. King expressing pleasure at the thought that the corpse of her husband was found in the stolen motor car. What had embittered the young wife in the space of a few months? Mrs. King, you can't really mean what you just said.
Can't I? Look, Inspector, when I met Arthur, he told me that he was a stuntman with a film company. And he told me he was doing some secret service work. What's the use? I was gullible. I suppose I was a sitting duck, really. It seems I'm fated to be involved in road accidents.
Huh?
My fiancé was killed not more than 10 miles from where they found Arthur.
See.
He was riding a motorbike. Some drunken driver went into him. And yet...
You say you're glad your husband is dead. And you say that he was gentle and kind.
You're a man, you wouldn't understand. A woman can forgive almost anything, but she can't forgive lies. I had to find out about him for myself. When he'd come to me and said, look, I've been kidding you, I've served time in jail, don't you see, Inspector, I'd have helped him to go straight.
Yes, I do see. When did you see your husband last?
Yesterday morning. He said he was going out on a job. When I asked him what job, he said I wasn't to worry. But I did worry. See, his friends had dropped hints, but he wouldn't ever once admit that he was doing anything dishonest. I half believed him, because I wanted to.
Now, you say he went out yesterday morning, wouldn't tell you where he was going?
No, he wouldn't.
All right, Mrs. King, I won't bother you any more this morning. You've been under a great strain. I'll keep you informed if anything turns up. Carr?
Operations here, Inspector.
Oh, yes, Ops. What have you got?
Ex-branch just come through, sir. All rather negative, I'm afraid.
Oh.
Well, sir, there were 37 cases of admission to hospital this morning, but none of the casualties were driving on the M1 road.
Well, that helps.
There were very few cars on the road at that time of the morning, sir. The owner of the stolen car...
Oh, yes, what about her?
Mrs. Marjorie Cunningham. We've got the background on her, sir. Lives at 37 Lowndes Square.
Yes, we've got that. What do you know about her?
Well-to-do, age 38, divorced.
All right, thanks. Oh, hello, Wilson.
Sir?
Let's hope you're more forthcoming than Ops. What have you found out about King?
As far as we know, sir, he was last seen alive at the Queen's Elm, Fulham Road, about 10:30 last night. From then on, it's an absolute blank. So far, sir.
Yeah, well, there's no point in my sitting here hoping for a revelation.
No. They must find that missing man sooner or later.
There's no such thing as must in the police vocabulary. You know that, Wilson. Oh, I think I'll have a word with the owner of the car.
I'm delighted they found the car, Inspector, even though it seems badly smashed. I got quite attached to it.
Well, as far as Scotland Yard's concerned, madam, we didn't find the car found us.
I don't think I know what you mean.
Well, our job is to try and find the killer. Now, Mrs. Cunningham, when did you see your car last?
Oh, about 4:15 this morning, when I got back from the Nightingale Club.
I see. Where'd you leave the car?
Outside. I was too tired to take it round the block to the garage.
And when did you discover it missing?
About 10 o'clock this morning. I looked out of the window and it was gone. What was that young man doing in my car?
That's what I intend to find out. Now get to it, Sergeant. Our only lead is the car. I want to know the garage that sold it, everything about its owner, Mrs. Cunningham.
Very good, sir.
And the only thing I've got at the moment is that she's 38 and divorced. Here, wait a minute. Find out about the divorce. Get on to operations. Carr?
Here's the information you want, sir.
Yes?
Mr. Richard Cunningham was awarded a Green Eye. Mr. Herbert Lacey was cited as co-respondent. There's another interesting piece of information, sir.
Well?
This Herbert Lacey, he went in 8 years ago, 12 months for fraudulent evasion of taxes.
Thank you, Ops. Thank you very much. What's he doing now?
He and his brother run a thing called Lacey Imports Limited.
Quick work. Thanks very much. Wilson, go to the Rogues Gallery. Have a look at the Lacey brothers. See if there's anything there.
Very good, sir.
Oh, and while you're at it, find out where Mrs. Cunningham has her car serviced.
Right, Inspector.
Whether you find anything interesting or not, as far as the Lacey brothers are concerned, I want them brought in for questioning.
Look here, Inspector, I'm a busy man. What is it all about?
All in good time. Do you know that a young man was found dead in a motor vehicle owned by Mrs. Cunningham?
And what has that got to do with me?
Well, here's a picture of a young man. Ever seen him before?
Never. Now, look, Inspector, I have an appointment.
Yes, you have, with me. The man was killed some 38 hours ago at 2:30 in the morning. Where were you?
Now, look here, you're not...
Where were you, Mr. Lacey?
At home, in bed.
What car do you drive? All right, don't tell me. I'll tell you. The number is MFH 236. It's an Imperial. Right?
Since you seem to know all the answers, I don't know why you bother to question
Where's
me.
your brother?
My brother?
Oh, come. Don't tell me you don't know you've got a brother called Peter.
He's away. He's gone on holiday.
A motoring holiday?
He doesn't drive, Inspector. Now, look here, I've had enough of this.
So have I. Now, we've extracted this from what we call the Rogues Gallery, Mr. Lacey. Ever seen this picture before?
Where did you get this? This is my brother Peter.
Wilson, ask Patrolman Moxted to come in.
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. Lacey, do you deny that your car, MFH236, was on the M1 highway on the night of April the 25th or the early morning of the 26th?
If it was, I wasn't it.
Now, supposing I told you... Oh, come in, come in. Do you recognize this gentleman?
Yes, I do. No, I don't. I'm sorry. You looked a bit like the bloke I saw best about in a motor car. As a matter of fact...
Stop worrying, Marksted. Have a look at this picture. Recognize that?
Oh, yeah, that's him, sir, yes. That's the one I saw in a car. I swear it's...
This is nonsense.
Is it nonsense, is it? Wilson, sir, get on to operations. One or two things I'd like you to find out. It's urgent. Tell them I want to know where Herbert Lacey of Chester House has his car serviced, whether it's been washed lately, how much petrol has been bought in the last 3 days, whether it's been seen on the road either yesterday or the day before.
Right, sir.
What is all this about?
Murder, or an accessory to murder, which is the same thing. I knew that at long last I was on the right road, that my investigation was beginning to show results. But that wasn't enough. Why? What was it all about? Why was Arthur King murdered? And what connection was there with Mrs. Cunningham and the Laceys? I knew that I'd never get the answer to these questions until Peter Lacey was found.
Not a trace anywhere. Do you still think...
Don't ask me to supply the answers now, as a good chap. I must be on the right road. If I'm not, then I might as well resign from the murder squad. There's no other possible avenue to explore. And where is he? Where is this Peter Lacey? Of course. Where else can he be? Most logical place. Mrs. Cunningham's.
What on earth? Inspector, it's 10 o'clock at night.
I realize that. Mrs. Cunningham may be coming.
No, I'm tired. Anything we have to say to each other can be said in the morning just as well.
I have a search warrant, Mrs. Cunningham. All right, Wilson, go through.
This is outrageous.
You'd better close the door if you don't want the neighbours to hear. Now, I may as well tell you, Mrs. Cunningham, that we have reason to believe that you are harbouring someone we wish to question in connection with the murder of King.
What on earth do you mean?
All right, Wilson, take a look around.
Right, sir.
I shall speak to my Member of Parliament about this. Hasn't anyone any rights in their own home?
Here he is, sir.
At last. Our accident victim, Peter Lacey.
What do you want?
You. I'm a police officer. I'm taking you inside on suspicion that you are implicated in the murder of Arthur King. Who did your bandaging?
Peter, you are not to say a thing.
I hope that the doctor who bandaged you isn't as involved as you two are.
You're talking absolute nonsense. You have nothing on us.
Oh, what's the use? It's not your fault, Marjorie. Leave her alone. She had nothing to do with it. The state I'm in, well, you'll never get me to the gallows.
Well, why did you do it?
Well, he asked for it, opening his big mouth. 40 quid a week he was making out of us. Just driving to the docks and helping us in load. Then he began to tell me that he was Marge's lover. I was a bit drunk, and I let him have it with a spatter.
I see. What were you going to do with the body?
Oh, take it to an old chalk pit we knew. Then we had a skid on the M1, but she had nothing to do with it. I swear she didn't.
Better not say any more. You'll all be charged with complicity in the murder of Arthur King, and I must warn you that anything you now say will be taken down. Well, that's the story, Wilson.
Oh, it's almost unbelievable, isn't it, sir? To have him killed at the docks like that.
Well, they'd just taken some delivery of some contraband. Apparently, both young King and Peter Lacey had too much hooch on the ship that was smuggling the stuff into England. We found blood patches just by E-Wharf.
Oh, I see. So they shoved the dead body into the car?
That's right. They were going to bury him in a chalk pit. Safer than throwing the body into the sea, the dogs. I suppose the oil patches on the road were not the only cause of a skid. Peter Lacey must have been in a highly emotional state. Anyway, he crashes into the Pylon Standard. They could hear the noise of the approaching patrolman. Mrs. Cunningham gets out of the car, drags the dead body of King with her. Moxted arrives, sees the injured body of the driver, goes off to get first aid.
I wonder whose idea it was to substitute King for Lacey at the wheel of the smashed car.
What does it matter? Fact is, the two brothers and Mrs. Cunningham returned to London, hoping that the switched bodies wouldn't be noticed. They'll get their deserts, thanks to the patrolman, and Mrs. Cunningham.
Mrs. Cunningham?
Yes, of course. She gave the game away.
At approximately 10 minutes past 4, I was on my way back to Lindale when I noticed this car here.
And yet, when I questioned Mrs. Cunningham... When did you last see your car, Mrs. Cunningham?
Oh, about 4:15 this morning.
Which, of course, was impossible. How could a car found smashed on the M1 at 4:10 be parked by its owner in London at 4:15?
Good night.
The Epic Casebook was produced by Michael Silver for the makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Maypole Margarine, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, and Niblets Cheese Twists, with Hugh Ross as Inspector Carr. Epic Casebook.
Now, when you hear the Springbok gong, the time will be 9:30.
Enjoy brighter radio listening with Blaupunkt Radiogram's automatic pre-select tuning.
Kos is op die tafel.
The makers of Epic Pure Sunflower Oil, Purine and Pret Cooking Fat, Yum Yum Peanut Butter, Maypole Margarine, and Niblets Cheese Twists present the Epic Casebook. In which Inspector Carr investigates.
Good evening. Regular listeners to the Epic Casebook of Crime will appreciate the important role played by the informer. Of course, nobody loves a man whose motives for supplying information stem not out of regard for law and justice, but are the purely mercenary ones expressed in rands and cents. Sometimes, of course, an informer will squeal on his friends and one-time associates in order to achieve immunity from the consequences of his crimes. Whatever the reasons, the very mention of these people's names leaves a very nasty taste in the mouth. That's why the London police call them narcs or squealers or grassers, all of them terms of utter contempt. But there is another kind of informer, the type of person who seeks neither financial gain nor protection from his own misdeeds. The man who will shop another out of revenge. He is the sort of individual one has to treat with considerable caution, since his information may be invented to create havoc in the life of someone he dislikes. That's why, when I first received a warning telephone call, I treated it with a certain amount of suspicion. But it led to a strange episode in my life in the murder squad, an episode which I've called Warning Anonymous.
Have you noticed how the sunflower always faces the sun? That's how the sunflower seed gets all its goodness, from the sun. Epic Pure Sunflower Seed Oil is made from nothing but the finest sunflower seeds to give you all the golden goodness of sunshine. So the next time you want golden goodness in a pure sunflower seed oil, before you say oil, Say Epic. How can anyone make a peanut butter that's really different from any other peanut butter? It's not easy. But Yum Yum is a new kind of peanut butter. A peanut butter that's so smooth, it spreads easily. So creamy, it almost melts in your mouth. In fact, new Yum Yum is so different, we don't even call it peanut butter. We call it Yum Yum Super Creamy Spread. Yum Yum, the super creamy spread with a true peanut taste.
The telephone call came through just as I was about to leave for home at approximately 5:30 one Friday afternoon. Carr speaking.
Ops here, sir. There's someone on the line. Says he wants to talk to you personally, sir. Says he's got a tip-off.
Tip-off? Well, that's not my department. Put him through to X-Branch.
Insists on speaking to you, sir. Says he knows you're the murder squad. Says it's a matter of life and death.
Oh, there's he. Trying to trace the call, are you?
Oh, yes, sir.
Good. Well, I'll try and keep him talking. Put him through.
Right, sir. You're going through. Speak up, please.
Inspector Carr?
Yes? Well, what can I do for you?
Does the name of Gunner Kane mean anything to you?
Gunner Kane. Should it?
It was you that got him life. 15 years ago it is.
Oh, Gunner Kane, of course. Well, what about him?
I just want to tell you he's out. He's going to kill the judge that sentenced him and the lawyer that double-crossed him.
Why do you want to tell me all this? Oh, is he going to kill me, too?
Ain't that enough? Oh, I see. You'll keep me talking. I'm speaking from a call box. I'm leaving now. Tell your blokes they needn't bother looking for fingerprints on this telephone. There won't be none. Goodbye.
Just a minute. He's hung up. Yes?
That call came from a telephone box in Leicester Square. Leicester Square station, sir. Car's on his way.
Radio them not to bother. He's rung off.
Right, sir.
There is something else you can do for me.
Yes, sir.
I want you to get me all you can on the Gunner Kane case.
Right, sir.
Some time ago, I was a sergeant at the time. He shot and killed a constable. I helped to get him convicted. Life. He was a lucky man.
Lucky, Inspector. Life, sir.
Very lucky. The government suspended capital punishment for a time. Well, now he's coming out of jail. All this is very interesting. Do you know what they called the case at the time, Ops?
No, sir.
Well, of course you don't. Why should you? It's a long time ago. They called it the case of the undiscovered loot. There was over £100,000 in £1 notes. No one knows what happened to them, including Gunner, if he was to be believed. I'd give anything to know who that informer was, telling me Gunner's out and he's about to kill the man who defended him. It's all a bit strange. Obviously, the undiscovered stolen money has something to do with the call. Carr speaking.
Ops here again, sir. You wanted Mr. Bailey. We've got him on the line, sir. Speak up, please.
Thank you. Mr. Bailey, my name's Carr, Inspector Carr. Do you remember me?
Why, yes, of course. Haven't seen you in years. How are you, Inspector?
Fine. How are you?
I'm all right. There's a note in your voice. Shouldn't I be?
Remember Gunner Kane?
What? What do you say? What about Kane?
Came out of Parkhurst jail this morning.
No. But he was up for life. It's a minimum of 20 years. He's not due out for another 5.
That's what I thought. As a result of a telephone call, I've been making inquiries. There was a riot in the jail. He saved the governor's life, got a 5-year remission. He's out all right.
So why wasn't I warned? Now, this is...
Why are you so worried, Mr. Bailey? You defended him, remember?
Have you forgotten? You presented the case for the police. Surely you must have read of the marriage.
Married?
Yes. I married his wife, Sheila.
Oh, you did you? How long ago was that?
It's over 13 years ago.
Took me over an hour to trace you, Mr. Bailey. I see you're no longer practicing law.
No. I've been running this hotel for the last 10 years. You know, I shall have to demand police protection.
Why? Because you married his wife? She divorced him, didn't she?
You don't understand. I knew Gunner better than anybody. I defended him, didn't I? He's a killer. A vicious swine that'll stop at nothing. Come to think of it, Inspector Carr,
You're the murder squad. Why have you contacted me? What's it all about?
Somebody phoned the yard to tell us that Gunner is out of jail and was about to live up to his nickname. He is gunning for you.
Now listen, Inspector. You've got to help me. Who was it that telephoned?
I don't know. Could have been Gunner himself. But if I were you, I wouldn't go out alone at night. Keep your windows locked. After all, he has got a motive for revenge. It could be two things. 100,000 smackers or a wife.
The car's outside, Inspector. I still don't know why you haven't pulled Gunner in.
No, because it isn't necessary. A man that kills a policeman doesn't just walk out of the prison gates, sniff the free air, and is allowed to go his own way. No, he's been tailed ever since the prison gates shut on him. He's been warned I'm coming to see him.
I suppose I should have baked you a cake, knowing that Sergeant Carr was paying me a visit.
Inspector now, Gunner. It's been a long time.
You talk about a long time. How long do you think it is in a jail?
If you think I feel sorry for you, think again. You shot and killed P.C. Ballantyne. You're a lucky man you're not in a wooden box.
So what do you want? Revenge? Because I shot a fellow policeman? I've done my time, ain't I?
Yeah, you've done your time. You served your punishment. But tell me you shed a lot of guts. Saved the governor's life. No black marks. Full remission of sentence, including an additional 5.
So what? But what are you really after? The 100,000? No one ever did find it, did they?
Quite true. There's a small matter of 100,000 quid unaccounted for.
So I heard in jail. Don't think that I was surprised when the flatty shattered me all day. Now you come to see me. Oh, save your breath. I don't know where the money is. Except... Well, except that double-crossing Bailey. He stole my wife. How do I know he didn't take the loot?
So you don't know where the loot is?
Every few months, if it isn't a copper, it's an insurance bloke. I keep telling everyone I don't know. That's what was killing me, stuck in jail for all those years. For doing a job and then not getting a nickel out of it.
You were stuck in jail for killing a policeman.
Yes, I know. I'm lucky, I suppose, I didn't swing. Everybody keeps telling me that. Sure, I'm lucky. But I didn't mean to kill him, you know that.
Let's not go over that again. You shot a constable to evade arrest. That's murder.
Yes, I know. Well, I learnt my lesson, didn't I? They'll never get me inside again. I'm going straight.
What are you going to do to Bailey?
Why'd you ask that? Has he got the money? If he has, I'll kill him, so help me, I'll kill him.
That's what somebody told me you were going to do. Kill Bailey. Where were you at about 5:30 yesterday?
Ah, come off it, Inspector. There was 2 flat feet standing right beside me when I had my first whiskey in the Holland Arms.
Why did you threaten to kill Bailey?
Did I? Oh, I suppose I might have done now and again inside. Wondering.
About what? Your wife or the 100,000?
Well, you can keep Sheila. Anyway, I couldn't blame her, knowing I was going inside for life. 15 years, a long time. Long enough to cool off any woman.
So it is the 100,000.
I don't know. But if he didn't take it, who did?
There were only the 2 of you involved in the robbery. You and young Stocky Swanson. He was killed.
And Bailey. He wasn't in on the snatch, but he talked to Stocky before the youngster died. If you're after the 100,000, it's no good coming to me. So am I. I don't know where it is, but I mean to find out.
At the moment, I'm not after anything in particular. I'd like to wrap up the case that started 15 years ago. But, Gunner, I'd rather prevent murder than punish the murderer. Get the idea?
Be your age, Carr. Do you think I want to go back inside?
Or swing? They brought capital punishment back, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
Let's go over the day you did the snatch. You handled the 100,000, didn't you?
Yeah. Everything was going fine. If it hadn't been...
I know. If you say you haven't got the money, and I don't think you have, who took it?
Well, you know how it was.
Look at it. The Bow Industrial Township. Mile after mile of smoking factories.
Factories need wages, and we're carrying 100,000 pounds worth. That's what gives us our job.
Well, half these factories that wouldn't want the services of Strong Old Transport Limited.
We're due there in 10 minutes.
Only another mile to go.
What has happened? Right, you just stay where you are if you know what's good for you. All right, Stocky, take their keys. Right. Come on, hurry.
My mate, what's happened with my mate?
He'll live. Now, don't move. You've only got a few scratches. Here. I've got it. Right. Let's get in the car and scram.
Hey, what's going on here?
Come on, start up the car. Get out of the way, you fool. Through that farm gate. There you are. Where is he, Gunner? We're in some private wood. Here, stop the car. What are you going to do? I'm going to hide the swag. This car's hot. Look, we'll put the money there. We'll dig a hole by that tree. Now get back on the main road and then ditch the car. We don't forget where we put that 100,000 swaggers. It's hot money for wage package. Neither of us will go near that spot for 6 months. We'll grab it and skip the country. Me, Sheila, and you. Okay, kid? Okay. Hey! Look in the mirror. We've been tailed. Step on it, then. I'll get as fast as I can. There's a cop car in front, too. Get off the road, you fool. Get off the road. Jump the curb.
Does your heart good to bake a maple cake and see them ask for more?
Feather light, fine textured and rich tasting. That's how your cakes will turn out every time you use Maypole margarine. Maypole margarine is rich in flavor, rich in vitamins too.
It does your heart good to bake a maple cake and see them ask for more.
Maypole.
It's got lift. It's got lift. Purine pastry's got lift because purine is pure. Purine pastry is light, fluffy, and full of lift.
With Purine Pure Cooking Fat, you get the taste of your own good cooking.
You know what happened, Inspector Carr. Kid died in hospital and I went up for life.
Yes, I know. You after the judge.
But me? The judge? What for?
That's what we were tipped off.
I'll tell you straight, Inspector. There was only 3 people who knew where we hid the money. Stocky, me, and I told my wife, Sheila. When she got there, the money had gone, so she said. Then she marries the guy that's supposed to defend me. I'll tell you this, if I find that they took the money, I'll do them both. I swear it. I'm warning you now in advance.
I don't believe they did double-cross you. You know he was struck off the rolls about 2 years after you went inside. They run a second-rate hotel in Croydon. If they'd got the money, all they had to do was to skip the country and live in luxury for the rest of their lives.
Well, that's all very well. The way I hid that money, nobody could have found it accidentally.
Yet there is someone else. Who sent that mysterious phone call? That's what I'd like to know. My need for this knowledge became acute less than an hour after my talk with Gunner Kane. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector.
Oh, what is it this time?
Bailey, sir. Gunner Kane case. Found shot, bullet through his head. Gunner Kane's been picked up, sir.
You don't say. Where's he being held?
Croydon, sir.
Right. I'll be right over.
I didn't do it, Inspector. I swear I
Where's
didn't.
Mrs. Bailey?
I can tell you that, sir. As soon as she heard that the gunner was out, she panicked and went and stayed with her sister in Dublin. She's there now. Made a statement to the Dublin CID less than 10 minutes ago.
Oh, that clears her. What's the story? No, you speak first, Kane. How did you come to be picked up?
I've been framed. It's a dirty police trick. They still believe I got the money.
Cut all the nonsense. What happened?
About an hour ago, I get a telephone call, see? Some geezer, he says to me,
Gunner Kane, I've been trying to trace you for a long time. You go along to Bailey tonight. You'll learn all about the 100,000 quid.
How do you know? Who are you?
Never you mind. You're not going to let him get away with it, are you? You don't want poor old Stucky Swanson to die for nothing, do you? Meningeal hemorrhage ain't a pleasant death, you know. He'd have wanted you
What are you saying? Who are you?
I'm saying that if you get to Bailey's house exactly 9 o'clock tonight, I'll see to it that you get your 100,000. See you later. 28 Park Road, Croydon.
Hello? Hello?
And so you went to 28 Park Road, Croydon, did you?
Yes, I did. It's only about 30 yards away from the hotel they managed. There's a light on in the porch. I goes through. Front door's open. Then I hears a shot. Well, I didn't know what to do for a moment. I mean, I rushes into the sitting room. No one there. Looks in the bedroom. There's Ernie Bailey with a bullet through his head. Gun on the floor. I was about to run out, and a couple of digs nabbed me.
The doctor looked at the body?
Yes, sir. He'd been killed within a matter of minutes of arresting Kane. The gun had its number filed off. It was all right.
The sort of gun you use, eh, Gunner?
Must have been mad to fall for a telephone call. Look, I didn't do it, Inspector.
We've taken a quick powder test, Inspector, but it looks very much like the gunner's fingerprint on the gun.
Oh, I know. I kept telling them before you arrived. I picked the gun up. I was in a daze. Then I dropped it again.
You there? Were you tailing Kane?
Yes, sir. We saw him go into the house. We heard the pistol shot and rushed and arrested him.
Gunner, you killed a policeman, and I see no reason to go out of my way to protect you. They'll have to pull you in on circumstantial evidence. Maybe you'll be safer inside. We'll hold you for questioning. That means you'll have the usual privileges. When I find the killer, we'll set you free.
But, Inspector, you mean to say that...
I've said what I have to say. All right, take him away. Jackson, you come back to the yard with me. As the worthy Jackson and I drove in the police car, I kept dwelling on the anonymous call I'd received. But what about Gunner Kane's story? Could have made the whole thing up, of course. It could be. But all the factors suggested otherwise. Back at the yard, I used our vast and highly efficient machine to turn back the clock. I want you to take careful note of the dossier X branch is prepared for us.
Right, sir.
I want to know the hospital Stocky Swanson went to, who attended him, everything.
Very good, sir.
My compliments to Inspector Wilson. I want this to be made top priority operation.
Right, sir.
I want to be informed as soon as you get something definite, whether it's day or night.
It'll be done, sir.
Good, jump to it. The most exciting moments for a detective are when he knows instinctively that he's on the right trail. That from then on, it's a matter of patience, time, and success. Yes?
Operations here, Inspector. Got what you wanted, sir.
Good man.
We've got the admittance card when young Swanson was admitted to the Bow District General Hospital. He arrived at 12:20 p.m. and died at 2:30 a.m. the following morning. The people who attended him are Dr. Alfred Parsifal and Nurse Margaret Nancy.
Yes, well, I'm retired now, but of course I remember it. It isn't often one gets mixed up in a highway robbery and murder case.
Was he conscious when you attended him?
No, he was not. No, I gave him some X14, that cerebral wound caused by the accident. He remained conscious or semi-conscious until he died the following morning. They telephoned to tell me he was dead about 2:30. The duty surgeon certified him dead. The night orderly told me the patient was in a very bad way. By the time I got to him, he was practically gone. We had anticipated it, of course. It was only a question of time.
And so it went on and on. Not an easy task, trying to trace all those who were connected with the admittance of a young bandit, however remotely. Then came the search for the orderly, who was on duty at the hospital that fatal night. He was now a middle-aged man living in the highly respectable town of Leamington Spa. As the police car sped through the lodge gates along the avenue of trees to come to a stop outside the type of dwelling known as a country gentleman's residence, I knew that my investigations were drawing to a close. Mr. Collins, you were at one time a hospital orderly at the Bow District General Hospital.
Yes. It's a long time ago. Why do you ask me?
Long time ago or not, you were the night orderly that called the duty surgeon to the dying Swanson.
Swanson, who was he? I don't remember anyone called Swanson.
Come, Mr. Collins, one of the most dramatic hold-ups ever known in British criminal history. There you were by the bedside of this young bandit and you don't remember.
Oh, yes, I do remember something about it now.
That's better. Well, let me jog your memory a little further, Mr. Collins. As a male nurse, it was your duty to keep an hourly log as to the condition of the patient brought in on an emergency.
Oh, yes.
Well, I've got your log with me. It says 12:30 a.m., gave patient half a gram of X14 as prescribed. Patient delirious. Do you remember him being delirious, Mr. Collins?
Well, how can I? It's 15 years ago. If I write that on the hospital log report, then it was so.
I noticed that some 4 weeks after this occurrence, you resigned from the hospital.
Yeah, that's right.
Mr. Collins, we've been checking up on you pretty thoroughly, and despite your undoubted affluence, we can't trace your means of support.
I don't know what you're getting at. I'm one of the major shareholders in Leamington Engineering Works. I own all the land on the bluff. I don't know what you mean when you say you can't trace my means
I'm
of
sorry
support.
if I've not made myself clear. You were a penniless young hospital nurse, and yet you found it possible to give up your employment in great comfort. Why did you warn me that Cain might kill Bailey?
I don't know what you mean. Me warn you?
You said that now that Cain was out, he would go gunning for the judge and Bailey. Why? Why did you? Come on, don't stall. On the very day he left...
I didn't telephone anybody.
Who said anything about telephone? How did you know I was telephoned? But since I'm here, I'll do a bit of telephoning.
Number, please.
Inspector Carr here. I want to know whether anybody put through a trunk call on the 21st to Stepney 8654.
Very good, sir.
Phone it back here, will you?
Right, it won't take long.
Well, I did telephone London. I wanted to inquire about... I heard that this fellow Cain had... he come out of jail.
That was a very careless thing to do. Why should you be interested in Gunner Cain?
Well, he was involved, wasn't he?
Did you go up to London that day?
No.
Collins, you're a fool. The station master saw you. You caught the 3:45 p.m. to London. Up it go. Don't move, Collins. Hello?
Inspector Carr? Yes, there was a telephone call from the number you're speaking at.
That's all I want to know. Where'd you get the gun from?
What gun?
The gun you shot Bailey with.
You're mad, I didn't.
Albert Collins, I arrest you on a charge of murdering Ernest Bailey.
Don't mind telling you, Inspector. I thought I was a goner. Bloke with my reputation with me fingerprint on a pistol and Bailey lying stiff at me feet.
You're lucky that Collins made one or two silly mistakes, such as mentioning a telephone call. When how would he have known how I was warned about you?
I believe he's pleading guilty.
What else could he do? You see, all those years ago, when we were looking for the stolen money, no one dreamt that the clue lay in a general hospital. Bailey used his brains. He knew that if his wife wasn't lying, someone else must have known about the £100,000, where it was hidden. But who could it be? The money was hidden on the spur of the moment, not many minutes before you and Swanson crashed the car. Oh, you were shaken all right with compos mentis. Swanson caught his head on the steering wheel, badly hurt. Bailey worked it out that it must have been somebody at the hospital. He traced the orderly, began to blackmail him. Collins reasoned, if ever Bailey told you what happened to the money, the ex-hospital nurse's life would be a short one. That's why he hit on the scheme of getting rid of both of you by telephoning me that you were out and threatening Bailey's life, and then telephoning you so that you'd be near the scene of the crime when he shoots Bailey. He knew we'd have you tailed, and as soon as the shot was heard, my boys would rush in and arrest you. It's funny that I never thought of the hospital before. Would have saved Bailey's life.
What put you onto the orderly this time, Governor?
Oh, it's quite simple, really. You see... Well, listener, did you notice the clue that led me directly to the hospital orderly? Simple, really. Not sure. Listen to this, and then I'll be back to tell you.
Cose soffitafo. How you hear the children yell when they hear the dinner bell.
Yes, indeed. And here's a maple menu that will have them sitting at the table before the bell rings. Appetite-teasing brinjals, deep-fried in wholesome maple margarine, a touch of garlic, nutmeg, rice, and tomato sauce, topped with crumbed Niblets cheese twists, The main dish, Bengal lamb curry and rice. And to finish, marshmallow pudding, an old-fashioned dessert that I'm sure will be a hot favorite with the whole family. To round off the meal, a cup of piping hot coffee. Delicious. If you'd like a free copy of this mouth-watering Maple menu, just write to Maple Home Dinners, P.O. Box 89, Johannesburg. And remember, there's more to the flavor of good food cooked with maple margarine.
Well, what was the clue that led me to the hospital where Stocky Swanson was admitted so many years ago, and then to the killer of Bailey? Well, if you remember, the mysterious voice telephoning Kane in order to incriminate him in the murder he didn't commit said,
"Never you mind. You're not going to let him get away with it, are you? You don't want poor old Stocky Swanson to die for nothing, do you? Meningeal hemorrhage isn't a pleasant death, you know."
That was his undoing. He talks of young Swanson's injuries 15 years ago and uses a phrase like meningeal hemorrhage. It had to be somebody who not only was at the hospital at the time, but someone directly acquainted with medical terms. The moral of the story: never hide stolen loot in a hospital. It'll go to your head. Good night.